Su Mingyao. Seeing the beautiful woman at the door, Lin Shun froze for a moment. Memories from 3 years ago surged up in his mind all at once. Back in his senior year, he had rented an apartment off campus. Su Mingyao, then a sophomore, was the icy campus belle of their university. One night, he saw Su Mingyao looking terrified outside, and when he went up to ask what was wrong, she pleaded with him to take her back to his place. Once home, Lin Shun prepared to call the police. But Su Mingyao, her face flushed, suddenly began to undress. She had been drugged, and she stopped Lin Shun from calling the authorities. That night was like a dream, like an illusion. Lin Shun had never imagined he would be the one to take Su Mingyao's first time. Yet the next morning, Su Mingyao left. After that, Su Mingyao withdrew from school and went abroad for university. Qian, come here. Call Daddy. Su Mingyao turned to look at the side as she spoke. From behind the door, a cute little girl timidly walked up to stand before Lin Shun. Her large, beautiful eyes gazed up at him. Are you my daddy? Lin Shun could hardly believe it. He stared at Su Mingyao in shock. Su Mingyao said calmly, that time I conceived Qian. The doctor said my constitution is poor and I might only ever be able to carry this one pregnancy in my life, so I gave birth to Qian. At first I planned to raise her on my own and not disturb you, but other children all have a father and Qian also wants a dad. Besides, I've been rather busy lately. Can you take care of Qian for a while? Just then a strange voice suddenly rang out in Lin Shun's mind, Super Daddy system activating. Host, there is no need to doubt it. The little girl before you is indeed your daughter. This system will help you become an invincible super dad. Joy surged in Lin Shun's heart. Out of nowhere, an adorably cute daughter had appeared, and on top of that, he had awakened a super daddy system. This was clearly the prelude to ascending the peak of life. Su Mingyao, please come in, Lin Shun said. Su Mingyao shook her head. I won't go in. Qian is your daughter, you don't need to doubt that. You can do a paternity test if you like, but there is nothing between us. Qian, he is daddy. You're always talking about wanting to find your dad, aren't you? Other children have a father. Qian also has a daddy. Su Mingyao squatted down and kissed Lin Xiaoqian on the cheek. Daddy, Lin Xiaoqian called out sweetly. That single word, daddy, almost melted Lin Shun's heart. Xiaoqian, you're so good, Lin Shun said, a bit at a loss, not quite knowing what to do with his hands and feet. Su Mingyao straightened up and took out a business card. This is my contact information. If there's something important, get in touch with me. If it's nothing major, don't call. This suitcase holds Qian's clothes. She's a bit picky with food, so you'll need to put extra thought into her meals. Just take care of her until she starts kindergarten. Qian, you must listen to daddy, all right? Mommy has things to take care of, and will come see you again after a while. Lin Xiaoqian nodded and, sounding like a little adult, said, Mommy, don't be afraid when you're by yourself. I'll keep daddy company first. Daddy must be very lonely on his own. Su Mingyao left reluctantly. Lin Shun bent down and picked Lin Xiaoqian up in his arms. Lin Xiaoqian resembled him a great deal, and together with what the system had said, he was certain this adorable little girl was indeed his daughter. Daddy, I'm so happy. Other kids have a daddy, and now I have a daddy too, Lin Xiaoqian said excitedly. Lin Shun held Lin Xiaoqian with one arm and lifted the suitcase inside with the other. The suitcase alone looked quite expensive. Daddy, your place is so small, she said. Lin Xiaoqian looked around curiously. This place was a rented one-bedroom apartment. The floor area was small, but for Lin Shun alone it was enough. With Lin Xiaoqian added into the picture, though, it did feel a bit tight. The living room in particular was rather small, leaving little room for her to play. Xiaoqian, was the place you lived in before very big? Lin Shun asked. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Yes. Mommy's house is very big, like a castle. But sometimes Mommy isn't there, and I'm only with 2 aunties. That doesn't make me happy. I like being with Daddy and Mommy. Lin Shun kissed her cheek and said, Daddy likes Xiaoqian too. In the next couple of days, Daddy will look for a bigger place. The company's performance had been poor, and he'd been laid off last month. Fortunately, he was frugal, and the company had given him some severance pay. He now had 60 to 70,000 yuan in his bank account. Daddy, why don't you live with Mommy? Lin Xiaoqian asked in puzzlement. Though she acted like a little grown-up, she didn't understand matters like this. Lin Shun patted her little head. Xiaoqian, let Daddy ask you something. Has Mommy ever brought another uncle home? Having slept with Su Mingyao and even had a daughter with her, he naturally harbored some feelings for her. But if Su Mingyao already had someone else, he would have to let it go. No, Lin Xiaoqian said, shaking her head. Lin Shun's eyes lit up, but it seemed there was still hope. 3 years ago, Su Mingyao had been the campus belle, extraordinarily beautiful. Now, 3 years later, Lin Shun felt she had become even more stunning. If he could win her heart, that would be truly wonderful. Xiaoqian, play by yourself for a bit. Daddy will first tidy up your things, Lin Shun said with a smile as he dragged the suitcase into the bedroom. When he opened the suitcase, Lin Shun froze. Inside was a bag filled with several bundles of cash. He counted them, 60,000 in total. There was also a note in the bag. Lin Shun, this is living expenses for the 2 of you for 3 months. I know you're currently out of work, so take care of Qian first. Once Qian starts kindergarten, you won't need to look after her anymore. Lin Shen muttered inwardly that Su Mingyao had thought things through quite carefully, afraid he might shortchange Lin Xiaoqian. She had even given him living expenses. However, Lin Chun had no intention of using this money. Lin Xiaoqian was his daughter. Raising and caring for her was his rightful duty. He did not need Su Mingyao to give him living expenses. Soon Lin Shen finished organizing Lin Xiaoqian's clothes. The system's voice sounded again in his mind. Host has organized the suitcase. System storage space unlocked. System storage capacity 1,000 cubic meters. Any object you touch can be stored within. Lin Chun was astonished. Just by organizing a suitcase, he had unlocked system storage space. 1,000 cubic meters was not especially enormous, but more than enough. An ordinary villa's interior might not even have that much usable space. Store. At a mere thought from Lin Chun, the bag of money vanished into the system's storage space. A second later, the bag reappeared in his hand. Storing and retrieving items was effortless. Awesome. Lin Chun could not contain his joy. Even if there were no other benefits, with 1,000 cubic meters of system storage alone, he could, if used well, make a fortune. Life truly is full of surprises. Single for 24 years, and suddenly, I have an adorable daughter, Lin Chun murmured to himself. He was very happy, yet also somewhat at a loss. Having suddenly been upgraded to fatherhood, he couldn't adapt that quickly. Should I tell mom and dad? Lin Chun muttered inwardly. After pondering for a while, he decided to keep it from them for now. For the moment, even he himself was still a little dazed. Things between him and Su Mingyao were hard to explain as well. It would be better to wait until he had adjusted himself before telling his parents. Qian, what kind of dishes do you like to eat? Back in the living room, Lin Shen picked up little Lin Qian and asked. Qian was tiny and soft, adorably cuddly in his arms, and he unconsciously broke into a smile. Daddy, I like eating meat. And I like eggs too. I don't like green veggies. Green veggies are yucky. Little Qian spoke in a soft, adorable voice. Lin Shen smiled and said, Qian, you should eat meat, but you have to eat your vegetables too. If you only eat meat, your tummy will hurt. Do you usually eat the meals your auntie cooks at home? Yes. Little Qian nodded. She leaned her little head close to Lin Shen's ear and whispered, Daddy, I'll tell you a secret. Mommy's cooking doesn't taste very good, but when mommy cooks, I eat more. Lin Shen asked in puzzlement why. Little Qian giggled. That way mommy will stay home more often, and I can see mommy more. Lin Shen was taken aback. Words like that coming from such a little one. Her premature sensibility tugged at his heart. Qian, mommy is very busy. But daddy isn't. Daddy will have lots and lots of time to stay with you. Lin Shen kissed little Qian and spoke gently. Some kids say I don't have a dad. They're all wrong. I do have a dad, and my dad is the best dad in the world. Little Qian smiled so widely that her eyes turned into crescent moons. Lin Shen asked Qian, what about your grandparents? Su Mingyao was busy with work and didn't have much time. Could her parents also be that busy? How could no one be looking after Qian? It seemed that when Su Mingyao was not around, a nanny took care of her. Little Qian mumbled, Grandma is sick. Grandpa is with Grandma abroad for treatment. I miss Grandpa and Grandma. Lin Shen quickly said, Qian, your grandparents definitely miss you too. When they have time, they'll come back to see you. Okay. Little Qian nodded. Daddy, why didn't you come to find mommy and me? Lin Shen sighed inwardly. That night with Su Mingyao had been nothing but an accident. The aftermath of that accident was tremendous. Having once slept with a campus beauty as stunning as Su Mingyao had raised his standards so much that he was still single to this day. Things between daddy and mommy are a bit complicated. You're still little, you wouldn't understand yet. Go play for a while by yourself. Daddy will cook for you. If you eat well and grow up, you'll understand someday. Lin Chun patted Qian on the head. She nodded. Lin Chun went into the kitchen and began to busy himself. Normally cooking for himself one dish was enough, but with Qian here, he felt every meal ought to have at least 3 dishes. He liked spicy food, so one dish had to have chili peppers, and the other 2 had to be mild and suitable for Qian. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had passed. A mechanical voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind, Host, your culinary skill has begun to improve. For every hour you spend working in the kitchen, 1 year of chef's experience will be added. Lin Chun was overjoyed. An hour in the kitchen for a full year of experience. Wouldn't that make him a master chef in just 10 days or half a month? Cooking 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, would probably take him 2 hours. After a month, 5-star hotel chefs would be no match for him. In 3 months, he would be a god of cuisine. Time ticked by. In Lin Chen's mind, all kinds of knowledge and skills surged forth, and as he worked, these experiences fused seamlessly with his own movements. Did I really make this? When he finished 3 dishes, Lin Chen could hardly believe it himself. He had been cooking for himself for 2 or 3 years, but it had always been slapdash and hardly counted as real experience. The experience he had just gained from this one meal surpassed all he had accumulated before. Daddy, it smells so good. Daddy, are you tired? Little Qian toddled over and spoke in her adorable way. Lin Chen smiled. Daddy isn't tired. Daddy will take you to wash your hands. We all have to wash our hands before eating, right? Okay. After washing her hands, Lin Shun carried Qianqian back. He discovered a problem. Without a baby dining chair, Qianqian couldn't reach the table at all when she sat down. Looks like I'll have to hurry and change to a new place. Lin Shun thought to himself. His apartment was too small, the living room was barely over 10 square meters, and there wasn't even a separate dining area. The dining table was crammed into the living room. In such a tiny place, even buying a baby chair would make it feel overcrowded. Qianqian, sit next to Daddy. Daddy will feed you, Lin Shun said with a smile. He scooped up a small spoonful and fed it to Qianqian. After tasting it, she said happily, Daddy, your cooking is much tastier than Mommy's. This is our little secret, don't tell Mommy. Okay, this will be our little secret. Lin Shun smiled. When the meal was over, he realized Qianqian truly disliked vegetables, as she had hardly touched the stir-fried greens. Lin Shun did not force her. Once his cooking skills improved further, he refused to believe she would still turn her nose up at vegetables. Daddy, I'm a little sleepy. I want to go nap. If I fall asleep, Daddy, you won't leave, will you? Qianqian gazed at Lin Shun with a trace of worry. She had longed for her father for so long, and now that he was here, she didn't want to lose him. Of course not. Daddy will stay here at home with you. Lin Shun carried Qianqian to his own bed. He had just changed the sheets yesterday, so there was no need to change them again. Daddy, give me a kiss. Only after kissing Lin Shun did Qianqian close her eyes for her nap. Lin Shun gazed at her dotingly. His precious daughter. No matter how he looked at her, she was impossibly adorable. System, does washing dishes also increase chef experience? Lin Shun asked as he went to the kitchen to clear the tableware. It does. Lin Shun grinned. That meant his experience would grow even faster. System, thumbs up for you. After washing the dishes, Lin Shun could clearly feel his cooking skill had improved again. Time to do some cleaning. When it was just me, it didn't matter if the place was a bit messy. But Qianqian is so little. If the house is dirty, she'll get sick easily. Lin Shun hurried to start cleaning. An hour later. Host, after 1 full hour of work, your physique has increased by 1 point. The normal physique value of an average adult male is 60 points. The system's voice rang in Lin Shun's mind once more. System, what is the approximate physique value of a top boxer? Lin Shun asked inwardly. The system replied, host, the physique of a top boxer is about 3 times that of an ordinary adult man. With a doubling of physique, one's combat power can increase more than 10-fold. System, what is my physique value? The system answered, host, your initial physique was exactly 60 points. With the increase of 1 point, it is now 61. Each day, the upper limit of your physique gain is 3 points. You can improve your physique through physical labor or exercise. Lin Shun nodded slightly. An increase of 3 points a day was no small amount. In just 1 month, he could gain 90 points, added to his original 60. His physique could reach 150. A top boxer's physique was 3 times that of an ordinary man, about 180 points. If he maxed out his daily gains in just over a month, his physique could surpass that of the very best boxers. Are there any apartments available for rent in Ziyuan residential complex? Lin Shun pulled out his phone and began searching. Ziyuan was a high-end neighborhood nearby renowned for its elegant gardens and playgrounds for children. Lin Shun had visited the complex once before and found it quite impressive. Yet back then, renting an apartment there had seemed utterly beyond his reach. So expensive, he murmured under his breath. His search revealed that even the smallest units measured 160 square meters with rents starting well above 10,000 yuan per month. Moreover, those more affordable units featured only basic interior finishes. Fully renovated apartments commanded rents of at least 15,000 yuan. And in Shanghai, where property prices were exorbitant, such figures were unsurprising, yet still prohibitive for most people. Should I rent here? Lin Shun pondered inwardly. Were he living alone, he would never consider it. His monthly income fell far short of such a sum. But now he had a little one to care for, and he had awakened a system. A 15th Zandiyuan apartment would require a deposit of 1 month plus 3 months advance payment, 60,000 yuan total. He recalled the 60,000 yuan left behind by Su Mingyao. With his system, repaying her later posed no real difficulty. I myself have 60 to 70,000 yuan. I won't need to touch much of Su Mingyao's money. Lin Shun weighed the matter carefully and resolved to rent in Ziyuan. With the system at his disposal, settling into an inferior apartment might only mean relocating again soon. He needed to think of Lin Xiaoqi. Each move meant she'd have to part with new friends, only to forge fresh bonds all over again. Woo woo. Suddenly Lin Xiaoqi's cries echoed from the bedroom. Lin Shun rushed inside. Xiaoqi, what's wrong? Daddy's right here. Don't be afraid. Daddy will always protect you. Daddy, I woke up and couldn't find you. I was scared you'd abandon me. Tears glistened as she wiped her eyes, voice trembling with sorrow. Lin Shun lifted her gently into his arms. How could I ever abandon you? I promise, you'll always be mine. Let's make a pinky swear. Anyone who breaks it turns into a puppy. They linked their little fingers solemnly. Daddy, I need to pee. Lin Shun carried her to the bathroom. She tilted her head puzzled. Mommy holds me while I sit to pee, but how do I do it here? He guessed Su Mingyao used a Western-style toilet, whereas his was a squat pan. Daddy'll hold you steady. Let's go. Shoo. And so he held her, guiding her through the quiet release. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, she knew how to call for help. Otherwise, accidents would have multiplied his burdens tenfold. Xiaoqi, what did you usually do in the afternoons? He asked gently. She paused, thoughtful. When Mommy's home, she teaches me classical poems, draws with me, and sings songs. Daddy, I'll ask Mommy to sing for you too. Her voice is so beautiful. Lin Shun thought silently. This, he feared, would prove far from simple. He and Su Mingyao had barely known each other, yet somehow he'd taken her virginity and fathered her child. There was no foundation of affection between them, not even a trace. What about when Mommy's away? Lin Xiaoqi replied glumly. Then I play alone at home. Sometimes Auntie pushes me around in a stroller, but she's not as good as Mommy. I love Mommy. I love Daddy too. Lin Shun stroked her soft hair. Though young, she understood far more than adults assumed. She sensed instinctively who truly cherished her. Su Mingyao could afford a nanny, but finding a truly exceptional one was rare indeed. Xiaoqi, Daddy's going to show you a new home. We're moving. This place is too small for just the two of us. He lifted her into his arms. She beamed, yay. Daddy, then I'll get lots of toys. Mommy has so many, but you don't have even one. No problem at all. Lin Shun chuckled warmly. Moments later, he stepped out the door, Xiaoqi cradled safely in his arms. System, does carrying Xiaoqi count as training? He queried silently within his mind. Affirmative, host, if sustained for over 5 minutes. A faint smile touched his lips. The system was remarkably considerate. Carrying Xiaoqi for over 5 minutes, plus daily labor, would reliably increase his physical constitution by 3 points each day. Daddy, are you tired? If you are, Xiaoqi can walk on her own. Just outside the gate, her voice came soft and sweet, like warm glutinous rice. Lin Chen's heart swelled. His daughter truly was a tender, comforting presence. Daddy isn't tired at all. He kissed her cheek and smiled. Ziyuan lay only 2 or 3 kilometers away, and Xiaoqi was light. He walked the distance without hesitation, holding her close. Today his constitution had risen by only 1 point. The remaining 2 would certainly be secured before day's end. Hello. I'd like to rent an apartment in Ziyuan residential complex. It must have eco-friendly, high-quality interior finishes. Do you have any recommendations? He approached a real estate agency near the complex entrance. The agent promptly presented several options, 3 in total. 2 were overly spacious, the third poorly renovated. Lin Shin dismissed them all without hesitation. I'd like to inspect the remaining 3 in person, Lin Shin said. Of course. The agent eagerly led him onward. After touring the first 2, Lin Shin remained unimpressed. Their decor clashed with his taste. He asked Xiaoqi her opinion, and she shook her head, equally unenthused. Mr. Lin, the final unit is beautifully finished, but its situation is somewhat unusual. The owner originally entrusted us to sell it. Due to poor market conditions, however, he's now opted for leasing instead. As they walked, the agent elaborated, what makes it unusual? Lin Shin asked. The agent replied, the owner still prefers selling. Should the market improve, he may withdraw the listing at any time. Also, this is a brand new unit, never occupied. Since you have a young child, accidental damage could pose complications. Lin Shin nodded calmly. Let's see it first. Moments later, they entered the apartment. Xiaoqi's eyes lit up instantly. Daddy, I love this one. Lin Shin carried her through every room. The interior design and garden views were exquisite. He liked it too. Xiaoqi is very well behaved. She won't cause any damage. Should anything happen, I'll compensate fully, no questions asked. Now what's the rent? He asked the agent. The agent replied, 15,000 yuan per month, no discounts. The other 2 units offer slight concessions. Payment terms: 1 month's deposit, 1 month's advance. Rent due at month's end. Best of all, the landlord covers the brokerage fee. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. Depositone pay only 0 brokerage. This suited him perfectly. Since the owner intends to sell, will prospective buyers tour the unit frequently? Lin Chen asked. Yes, the agent confirmed. We'll schedule viewings once weekly within a single tightly controlled 30-minute window, never longer. What do you think? Lin Chen turned to Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, what's your verdict? Daddy, I love it here, she declared, beaming. Lin Chen said, I'd like to understand why the owner wishes to sell, and I have one modest request of my own. This apartment must not be a problematic property. The agent explained his son plans to study abroad. Tuition costs are immense, so he's selling to fund it. And your request, Mr. Lin? No viewings for 3 months. If I'm comfortable here, and the price remains fair, I'll buy it outright. His bank account held only tens of thousands. This apartment cost over 10 million yuan. Yet with his system, he had absolute confidence. He could earn that sum within 3 months. Setting aside everything else, his system's on 1,000 cubic meter storage space alone, leveraged wisely, could yield 10 or 20 million yuan in that span. I'll contact the owner immediately, the agent said. He placed the call swiftly. Mr. Lin, the owner agrees. Soon after, they returned to the agency office and signed the lease. 30,000 yuan transferred smoothly. He retained 30 to 40,000 yuan, leaving Su Mingyao's funds untouched. Xiaoqi, we're moving tomorrow. Lin Chen grinned broadly. Lin Chen brought Lin Xiaoqian back to the rented house again. Daddy, why are we here again? Didn't we move tomorrow? Lin Xiaoqian asked in confusion. Lin Chen smiled and said, no one has lived here for a while, Xiaoqian. Don't you see that it's a bit dirty everywhere? Daddy needs to clean the house first. That way we can just move our things in tomorrow. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Daddy, you'll help you. Sure. With you helping, Daddy, we can definitely get it cleaned up faster, Lin Chen said with a smile. Soon Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves and started working. Lin Xiaoqian was helping beside him. At just 2 years and 2 months old, she was so small, what could she possibly help with? But her presence filled the atmosphere with joy. Ding. Host, your physique has increased by 1. Today your physique has increased by 3 points, reaching the growth limit. An hour later, the system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen smiled. Carrying Lin Xiaoqian while working made it easy to reach the limit. In the future, his physique should be able to increase by 3 points every day. Xiaoqian, we're done for today. We've cleaned up quite well, Lin Chen said with a smile after dragging the last bit of the floor. Lin Xiaoqian happily said, Daddy, you're amazing. I hope tomorrow comes quickly. We can move into our new home. Xiaoqian likes it here. Lin Chen glanced around, satisfied with how much better the house looked after cleaning. I need to find a way to earn money to buy this house. Otherwise, if the landlord sells it, Xiaoqian will probably cry when we have to move. Lin Chen thought to himself. In Magic City, the average house price had dropped a bit, currently at 57,000. The Ziyuan community is a high-end area, quite expensive, with an average price just over 80,000. This house's total price is 13 million. Xiaoqian, let's go. Daddy will cook something delicious for you when we get home. Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian home. There was someone selling books by the roadside, and Lin Chen bought a few storybooks. Daddy, can you read me a story first? Back at home, Lin Xiaoqian eagerly said while hugging the storybook. Sure. But first, Daddy needs to start cooking the rice. Lin Chen said with a smile. After starting the rice, Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoqian to the balcony. The house had a balcony, though it was quite small. Xiaoqian, this story is called The Ugly Duckling. Lin Chen slowly started telling her the story while holding Lin Xiaoqian. 5 minutes passed. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Host, your reading volume of fairy tales and your ability to create fairy tales are starting to improve. Both are easier than the difficulty of improving your physique. Accumulate 10 hours of storytelling, and you can reach a very high level. Lin Chen thought in his mind, System, it's hard for me to judge what you said. Levels 1 to 5, level 1 is ordinary, level 2 is proficient, level 3 is a master, level 4 is a grandmaster, and level 5 is a great grandmaster, the highest level in the world. What level can I reach? System, after 10 hours you can reach the grandmaster level. After 20 hours you can reach the great grandmaster level. Host, there are still higher levels above that. Lin Chen said then. Level 6 is legendary, level 7 is mythical. Okay, host. Various skills will be classified according to the levels you mentioned. The system kindly responded. Lin Xiaoqian looked up at Lin Chen and said cutely, Daddy, why did you stop? Are you tired? Lin Chen smiled and said Daddy was thinking of something else. Lin Chen continued telling the story. Many pieces of story knowledge kept flooding into his mind. The system was helping to increase his reading volume, and at the same time his ability to create stories was rapidly improving. Nowadays, parents are willing to spend money on their children. If he could publish a good storybook, he would earn quite a bit. However, to make money, he first needed to improve his own abilities. After spending half an hour with Lin Xiaoqian, Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiaoqian, can you look at the book by yourself for a while? Daddy needs to go cook. I have some meat that you like to eat. Oh. After half an hour, Lin Chen finished cooking the dishes. Daddy, this is so delicious. It's even better than the lunch we had. Lin Xiaoqian said happily after tasting it. Lin Chen picked some vegetables for Lin Xiaoqian and said, Xiaoqian, eat some green vegetables. We can't be picky eaters. Daddy, then he'll eat just a little bit. Just a little bit. Lin Xiaoqian really only ate a tiny bit. Lin Chen smiled. Compared to lunch, this was an improvement as she hadn't eaten any vegetables at noon. After dinner, Lin Chen washed Lin Xiaoqian and changed her into pajamas. Then he quickly took a shower himself. Xiaoqian, what's wrong? Coming out of the bathroom, Lin Chen found Lin Xiaoqian crying. Daddy, I miss Mommy. 2 tears hung on Lin Xiaoqian's small face. Xiaoqian, Mommy will come to see you in a few days. Mommy is working now, let's not disturb her, okay? Daddy, please continue telling me the story. Lin Chen hugged Lin Xiaoqian tightly. Su Mingyao hadn't added him on WeChat, so he couldn't video call. The fact that Lin Xiaoqian didn't add him on WeChat showed that she still had some resistance towards him in her heart. Lin Chen also didn't bring it up to avoid hitting a brick wall. An hour later, Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep while listening to the story. Having a precious daughter, the system awakened with skills in cooking, physique, and fairy tale abilities, improving. What a perfect day. Lin Shun smiled. System, if I practice other things now, will any other abilities emerge? Lin Shun inquired in his mind. System, deliberately trying to do so will not yield results. As you accompany your child, abilities will naturally emerge. Lin Shun nodded slightly. This is fine, there is no need to rack his brains on how to improve. Mingyao, what are you worried about? Worried about so much money not knowing how to spend it? Su Mingjio's friend Shenqing asked. Shenqing's family is quite wealthy with assets of 30 million, but compared to Su Mingjio's wealth, it is somewhat insignificant. Su Mingjio's parents had built a substantial foundation for her. A year ago, when the group was handed over to her, the assets were around 40 to 50 billion. The Su family held 51% of the shares. Su Mingyao was quite capable, and her luck was also good. After her parents went abroad and no longer managed the group, the asset value reached 600 billion. The portion belonging to the Su family was as high as 300 billion. Su Mingjio's parents only had her as a child, so everything will eventually belong to her. I sent Xiaoqian to Lin Chen's side. Su Mingyao took a sip of red wine. Shenqing looked at Su Mingyao in surprise. She was Su Mingjio's friend and knew about the past events. Mingyao, do you want to be with Lin Shun? Su Mingyao shook her head. I have no such thoughts. He and I are from two different worlds. We are not suitable at all. It's Xiaoqian who said she wants her daddy. She's over 2 years old and starting to understand things. She envies other children who have their dads with them. When other kids say she doesn't have a dad, she feels very sad. Shenqing, Mingyao, haven't you thought about finding someone to marry? Su Mingyao said, I likely can't have more children. Marrying someone else has a high probability of infidelity. Besides, I'm fine with Xiaoqian. Shenqing asked. Lin Shun is Xiaoqian's father, so what are you worried about? He's him, and you're you. The child is shared between you, so it's not a problem at all. Su Mingyao said softly, I'm worried about Xiaoqian. Can Lin Shun take good care of her? Mingyao, what is Lin Shen's situation now? Shenqing asked. Su Mingyao sighed. He was laid off last month. He now lives in a city village renting a one-bedroom apartment of under 40 square meters. If it weren't that Xiaoqian truly misses her father, I really would not want to send her to Lin Shun to suffer, Shenqing said. Lin Shen's conditions are far too poor. You should give Lin Shen some money no matter how hard things are. Xiao Xiao must not suffer. I left him 60,000 yuan. I told him it was 3 months' living expenses. Su Mingyao murmured, do you think I gave too little? I'm afraid if I give too much, Lin Chen will lean on being Xiaoqian's father and get ideas. Shenqing replied, you're afraid he'll pester you, right? 20,000 a month, 10,000 for rent, and 10,000 for food. He could live quite comfortably. With that much money, I think it's enough. Whether he can take good care of Xiao Xiao depends on whether he is earnest. Su Mingyao nodded slightly. Let's wait and see for a while. Putting the 3 months aside, at least 60,000 yuan will guarantee they live well for a month. With that, Su Mingyao rose. I won't drink anymore. I have to fly to Migwa tomorrow. My mother is having surgery. This operation is rather important. Shenqing said, Anne is blessed by fortune. Oh, she will surely be all right. Don't worry too much about Xiao Xiao. Lin Shun is after all her father. He should not mistreat her. Go and accompany your aunt for a few days. Su Mingyao nodded. Soon she climbed into a Bentley and drove off. A female bodyguard accompanied her, and the driver was also a woman, a professional guard she had hired. What a pity for Mingyao, Shenqing sighed inwardly. Su Mingyao came from a good family and was extraordinarily beautiful. If not for what happened 3 years ago, she would have married well. Fortunately, 3 years ago, Su Mingyao was drugged. In the end, it was Lin Shun who benefited, not the man who poisoned her. Otherwise, that man would have become her lifelong nightmare. If only Lin Shun were more outstanding, Shenqing murmured. Then Mingyao might have truly ended up with him, but he is so ordinary. The gap between him and Mingyao is simply too great. Shenqing muttered to herself. Su Mingyao was not only wealthy, but personally excellent. Lin Shun had been average at university and remained so after graduating. Lin Chen's sole advantage was that he was fairly handsome. We'll go check again in a few days, Shenqing thought. Those first 3 or 4 days were not ideal. That is understandable. Late at night, Lin Xiaoqian woke. She gently nudged the sleeping Lin Shun with her small hand. Daddy, daddy. Xiaoqian, what's wrong? Lin Shun awoke quickly. Daddy, I need to pee. Good babies shouldn't wet the bed. Lin Shun hurriedly scooped Lin Xiaoqian up and carried her to the bathroom. As soon as he crouched, she peed. If he had waited a moment longer, she would have wet the bed. Xiaoqian, do you wear diapers to bed? He carried her back to bed and asked. Lin Xiaoqian said sweetly, Daddy, I don't wear diapers. I'm 2 years old now, not a 1-year-old baby. Lin Chen smiled softly. Good girl, Xiaoqian. Go back to sleep. When Lin Chen woke again, it was already dawn. Lin Xiaoqian had woken first. She had not roused Lin Chen. When he stirred, she giggled, Daddy, I woke up first. Mommy says early to bed and early to rise makes a good child. Lin Chen smiled. Of course, Xiaoqian is a good child. Lin Xiaoqian snuggled into his arms. Daddy, I like waking up to see you, and I like waking up to see mommy. That makes me so happy. Lin Chen thought to himself that he also wished to wake and see Su Mingyao. Xiaoqian mommy is very busy. Lin Chen stroked her little head. Lin Xiaoqian said longingly, Daddy, I miss mommy. I want to call mommy. Lin Chen sat up and said, Xiaoqian, you've only been with daddy for a day. If I call now, mommy might think daddy can't take care of you. Let's get up, have breakfast, then move house, shall we? Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Okay, we're moving to a new home. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Children were easily persuaded. Su Mingyao had told him not to call unless it was important. Soon the two rose. Daddy, I don't have a toothbrush. Mommy says if I don't brush my teeth, little bugs will bite. Lin Xiaoqian said in a babyish voice. Lin Chen felt a little embarrassed. Her suitcase had a towel, but no toothbrush, and he hadn't bought one yesterday. A first-time father with no experience, he said, Xiaoqian, Daddy will carry you out to buy one. There was a small supermarket nearby. Lin Chen returned quickly with a toothbrush. Xiaoqian, how about noodles for breakfast? Lin Chen asked. Daddy, does the noodles have meat? Yes, it must have meat. After breakfast, Lin Chen packed and moved. He did not have many possessions, some things he would not take with him. Once the bags were closed, a taxi would transport them to the new place. Just after 9, Lin Chen arrived at the new home. With a few more purchases, they could settle in. Xiaoqian, let's go to the big supermarket. Well, buy plenty of groceries. He'll make you something delicious at noon. The Ziyuan complex had commercial facilities, including a supermarket. Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian returned with many items. Daddy, I want to paint. I want to draw daddy and mommy and a baby. Lin Xiaoqian hugged the newly bought brushes happily. All right. Lin Chen prepared brushes and paper, but when Lin Xiaoqian struggled to draw, he took her small hand and guided her. 5 minutes passed. A voice in his mind said, Host, your painting skill has begun to improve. Accumulate 10 hours and your painting will reach the Grandmaster realm. 20 hours to attain the Great Grandmaster realm. The system's voice rang in Lin Chen's head. A smile touched his lips. Teaching his daughter to paint could raise his own skill to the Grandmaster realm in 10 hours. The system was remarkably useful. At this rate, he would surely become an all-around super dad. A wealth of painting knowledge flowed into his mind, and with the system's aid he absorbed it swiftly. Daddy, you're so amazing. Daddy, will you teach me to paint? Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chen with adoration. Lin Chen kissed her, of course. Besides painting, do you want daddy to teach you other things? Lin Xiaoqian counted on her fingers. I want daddy to teach me painting, singing, swimming, and I want daddy to teach me soccer. Yang Yang has a big soccer ball. He said he wouldn't refuse to play with me. Lin Chen found it amusing, playing soccer at 2 and a bit. But if his daughter liked it, he would support her. Give her a casual lesson, and he joked he might become a star himself. Xiao Xiao, daddy will teach you these things, no problem. But if you know anything, will you teach daddy too? Lin Chen smiled. Lin Xiaoqian tilted her head in thought, and after a moment, she popped out a few English words. Daddy, I can say some English. Can I teach you English? All right. It's a deal. Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian spoke earnestly. Daddy, put your hands properly. Class is starting. Good morning is said like this. She taught with all the seriousness of a little teacher. 5 minutes passed. The system's voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Host, by studying 3 hours, you will proficiently master English. Thereafter, for every 3 hours you teach Lin Xiaoqian a foreign language, you will proficiently master 1 additional foreign tongue. There is no limit to the number. So it turns out I got a recommendation on the homepage. The 2 short stories combined brought in 1,000 yuan, not bad at all. Lin Chen smiled. He hurriedly uploaded the other 8 pieces he had written. These fairy tales should do well, and when they do, they will bring him considerable rewards every day. Impressive indeed. Chun Wenhan marveled. After the recommendation, he kept an eye on the data, and in the same 3 hours the click rate for Lin Ye's 2 short stories was significantly higher. His evaluation had some effect, and additionally, he estimated that some readers had recommended it to others, attracting many more. In the same usual recommendation spot recommending other stories, the number of clicks in 3 hours wouldn't exceed 20 to 30,000. 30,000 would be considered excellent data. Surprisingly, Lin Ye's 2 pieces had both surpassed 50,000 clicks. Ding ding. Chun Wenhan's phone rang again. Chief editor, are you still awake? I just got into bed to sleep. Is there a problem? Chun Wenhan felt a bit anxious, worried that another website might poach Lin Yu, and that Lin Yu would directly announce and move to another site. On the other end of the line, Su Xiao excitedly said, Chief editor, it seems that our timely recommendation made Lin Yu feel our sincerity, and he has released another 8 fairy tales. I picked one to read, and it's still above the level of immortal grass. Chun Wenhan immediately sat up. He hurried back to his study and reopened his computer. Indeed, Lin Yu had updated 8 more pieces. Strong, too strong. Lin Yu is definitely at the top tier in the world. Chun Wenhan quickly finished reading 2 of them, and the quality of these 2 was on par with the first 2. Ding ding. Chun Wenhan's phone rang again. It was a publisher calling. 3,000 per piece buyout. If you have fairy tales of this level, Mr. Lee, I can offer 5,000 and I'll buy as many as you have. Chun Wen-han hung up the phone. 3,000 for a fairy tale of this level. What a joke. For a newcomer, 3,000 might be decent, but with Lin Yu's high level of skill, Chun Wen-han felt Lin Yu could not possibly be a newcomer, but rather a top-tier master. If he dared to contact Lin Yu with that offer, Lin Yu might just flee overnight. Ding ding. In less than 2 minutes, Chun Wen-han's phone rang again. Someone else was looking for his contact details to make a purchase. Old Zhang paying 10,000 per piece for immortal grass level works is acceptable, but Lin Yu's pieces are all above that level. 100 years from now, even if we are gone, these fairy tales will still be here. Do you really think Lin Yu's level suggests he could be a newcomer? 30,000 per piece. I can ask Lin Yu, but at that price I estimate it's impossible to get. After chatting with the other party for a while, Chun Wen-han hung up the phone. 30,000 per piece isn't a low price, but he knew it would still be hard to acquire fairy tales of that level at such a price. Ding ding. Not long after the third call came in. A night had passed. Lin Xin slept well, while Chun Wen-han only fell asleep at 3 in the morning and was woken up by a call at around 6. Lin Xiaoqian was still asleep, and Lin Xin got up and went to his study. Upon opening the author's back-end, Lin Xin was astonished. The clicks on the first 2 pieces were nearing 100,000. The other 8 pieces also reached 40 to 50,000 clicks. The total rewards for all 10 pieces had surprisingly exceeded 10,000. Of course, the rewards were not all his. The website took a 30% cut. Chief Editor Chun Wen-han. Lin Xin noticed a message in the back-end. The chief editor of Tongxi Network wanted to add him as a WeChat friend. I think he'll hold off on adding for now. Lin Xin didn't rush to add the other party. Adding them hastily would make him seem like a newbie. Before long it was noon. After her nap, Lin Xiaoqian played for a while before falling asleep again. Only then did Lin Xin add Chun Wen-han. The whole morning Chun Wen-han was distracted at work. Lin Xin's skills were too strong. If he didn't give the best recommendation, Lin Xin might just run off with his bucket. If he did give the best recommendation, Lin Xin could very well take the users with him. Given the current situation, he had given the best recommendation. If Lin Xin ran off with the users, he might even have to resign. Ding! His phone rang. Chun Wen-han quickly picked up his phone. He added me. He finally added me. Chun Wen-han was overjoyed. Lin Xin had taken a long time to add him, making him feel unsettled. Big shot, I am Chun Wen-han, the chief editor of Tongxi Network. I'm contacting you because many publishers want to buy the fairy tales you wrote. Chun Wen-han quickly sent a message to Lin Xin. What price? Lin Xin asked curiously. Chun Wen-han hurriedly replied. All 10 fairy tales are of high quality, and the highest offer has reached 680,000 yuan. Lin Xin's heartbeat quickened slightly. Those 10 fairy tales had taken him 3 to 4 hours to write. However, they were not originally his work. They were given to him by the system. Although his skills were high, producing a fairy tale of that level within 3 days was already quite good. Chief Editor Chun, I don't want to sell for now. I have other fairy tales to publish later. I wonder what kind of conditions Tongxi Network can offer me. Lin Xin replied. Chun Wen-han breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Xin didn't run away, everything else could be discussed. Big shot, I also suggest that you don't sell for now. Your works will definitely fetch a higher price in the future. Is it possible for us to meet? We will offer you the best conditions. Lin Xin pondered, knowing that Tongxi Network would definitely be worried if he didn't sign a contract. Someone like him could run off at any time without a contract. There's no need to meet in person. You can discuss and see what conditions you can offer. If you can offer good conditions, an online contract will suffice. Lin Xin replied after some consideration. He wanted to bring Lin Xiaoqian along and didn't have time to meet the other party in person. Moreover, he didn't want to expose himself, though not wanting his identity to be leaked could affect his parenting endeavors. Writing fairy tales was just a way to earn some money. Raising Lin Xiaoqian well was the most important thing. All right, big shot. Chun Wen-han hurried to report to his boss. Even though he was the chief editor, he couldn't make unilateral decisions on this matter. An hour later, Chun Wen-han sent a document. The conditions offered by Tongxi Network were quite good, with full recommendations, and additionally, they would provide external promotional resources. Aside from that, his reward distribution would be 90 to 10, with him receiving 90%. Tongxi Network would only take 10%, which might not even be enough to cover taxes. Chief Editor Chin, the conditions are acceptable. I can sign a contract with the site. Lin Xin replied after looking it over. He would only publish on Tongxi Network. The copyright would remain with him, and if he wanted to publish, the site would have to assist in promotion. Big shot, we will prepare the contract right away. The boss said to show our sincerity, we will also add a signing bonus of 300,000. Chun Wen-han happily replied. For top-tier writers, a signing bonus of 300,000 is not a lot, but negotiating good terms and then adding a signing bonus is very heartwarming. Lin Xin smiled. The signing bonus was probably something they had already discussed, and he didn't nitpick. The site didn't skimp on this money either. Thank you. Soon Chun Wen-han sent over the electronic contract. Lin Xin signed the electronic contract. Big shot, looking forward to a pleasant collaboration. I'll feel free to call me if you have any issues. Shin Wonhan's face beamed with joy. Having a supermaster on the site would lead to rapid development. His bonuses this year would definitely be substantial. Ding! The sound of a bank card notification rang out. The signing bonus of 300,000 from Tongxi Network quickly arrived in Lin Chen's account. This money will be taxed, but there is no need to pay the tax right now. Oh, it can be settled through the personal income tax app during the annual reconciliation. That was pretty fast. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Having earned several thousand from translation work along with the 300,000 signing bonus, he could easily afford a car worth around 300,000. In a little while he would have even more money to buy a better car, but a car in the 300,000 range already met his needs. At this price point, safety and features are quite good. Oh, any higher would mainly be for prestige. What car should I buy? Lin Chen pondered. If he were alone, he would choose an electric car, as they accelerate quickly and are enjoyable to drive. However, with Lin Xiaoqian in mind, he needed to consider the safety of electric vehicles, which required further testing. Let's go with Volvo. After searching online for a while, Lin Chen decided to buy a Volvo XC60. The price was reasonable and Volvo's safety ratings were good. He didn't have much pursuit for brands. Moreover, at the 300,000 price point, it's really just a basic car. Buying a luxury brand like BMW, Benz, or Audi wouldn't make others regard him any higher. He didn't need a car to show off. He had the daddy system to take care of Lin Xiaoqian, making him incredibly powerful. Woo-woo. The sound of Lin Xiaoqian crying came from the master bedroom. Lin Chun hurried to the master bedroom. Xiaoqian, daddy is here, why are you crying? He quickly embraced Lin Xiaoqian and asked. He reached out, feeling wetness on his hand. With tears in her eyes, Lin Xiaoqian said, Daddy, I wet my pants. I'm not a good baby anymore, woo-woo. Lin Chen quickly comforted her. Xiaoqian, who said that? It's perfectly normal for a little child like you to occasionally wet their pants. Some kids even do it at 5 or 6 years old. Daddy will just help you change. Lin Xiaoqian, looking pitiful, said, Daddy, is that true? The nanny said that those who wet their pants are not good children. Lin Chun frowned slightly. The nanny likely didn't want to work too hard, but Lin Xiaoqian was still a small child and would inevitably wet the bed. Xiaoqian, what Daddy says is certainly true. Your nanny may have taken care of older children before and doesn't understand. Our Xiaoqian is just over 2 years old now. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian. Soon Lin Chen cleaned Lin Xiaoqian and changed her clothes. The bedsheets naturally needed to be washed as well. However, it wasn't too much trouble. The washing machine was a washer-dryer combo, so he could just toss the sheets in and they'd be clean by the time he was done. Daddy, you worked hard. Give me a kiss. Lin Xiaoqian planted a kiss on both of Lin Chen's cheeks. Xiaoqian, this afternoon we're going to buy a car. Lin Chun said with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head. Daddy, I don't like cars, I like dolls. Can we buy a doll instead? Lin Chen playfully pinched Lin Xiaoqian's little nose. Daddy isn't talking about a small car, it's a big car. We need to take a taxi to places like amusement parks, and it's not very convenient. Moreover, taxis don't come with safety seats. Daddy, Mommy has 3 big cars. We can drive Mommy's big car. Mommy said we can share. Lin Xiaoqian said with some confusion. She couldn't understand why Mommy has cars, and even 3 of them, but Daddy still wanted to buy another. Mommy has 3 cars. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. 1 car is very low, 1 is long, and 1 is very tall. I often sit in the tall car. I've also been in the long car, but not in the low one. Lin Chen guessed that the low car Lin Xiaoqian mentioned was a sports car. Sports cars are not suitable for carrying Lin Xiaoqian at all. Xiaoqian, the cars Mommy likes are different from what Daddy likes. Quickly put on your little shoes, we're heading out. Lin Chen smiled. More than half an hour later, Lin Chen arrived at the 4S store. After looking at the actual car, Lin Xiaoqian also liked it, and Lin Chen decided to buy it directly. The car was in stock. After printing the temporary license plate, they could drive it away. Xiaoqian, Daddy has to drive in front. You sit nicely in the safety seat, or it could be dangerous. Lin Chen placed Lin Xiaoqian in the safety seat. Given the current poor car market, car prices were cheap, and the quality safety seat was also a gift from the store. Daddy, Xiaoqian is the best. Lin Xiaoqian said sweetly. Mr. Lin, your daughter is so cute. If I had a daughter, that would be great. My wife just had a pair of twin sons. The sales guy said with envy. Lin Chen chuckled. Just keep trying. Who knows, maybe the heavens will bless you with a daughter on your 3rd try. The sales guy shook his head helplessly. 2 sons are already exhausting me. What if another son comes along? Mr. Lin, if you have any questions, feel free to contact me anytime. Lin Chen nodded and drove off steadily. System, can I improve my driving skills this way? Lin Chen asked in his mind. The system replied, host, of course. Accumulate 10 hours to reach master level, 20 hours for great master level, 40 hours for legendary level, 80 hours for mythical level. Lin Chen asked, what happens after reaching mythical level? Driving is often necessary. Accumulating 80 hours shouldn't be difficult. The system replied, host, different skills have different limits. The ultimate limit for driving skills is 100 hours. After reaching 100 hours, your driving skills will no longer improve. Lin Shan was quite satisfied. In 20 hours, I can reach great master level. Even the best driver on earth is only at great master level. His driving skills could improve for 100 hours. By the time he finished improving, even the best driver would seem insignificant in front of him. Daddy, where are we going? Lin Xiaoqian, sitting obediently in the back, asked. Lin Shan smiled. Xiaoqian, we're going to the supermarket. Now that we have a car, we can buy things that were inconvenient to get before I think about what you want to buy. Lin Xiaoqian replied obediently. Upon entering the supermarket, Lin Xiaoqian sat in the shopping cart as Lin Shan pushed her forward. She looked around curiously. Before long, Lin Shan had filled half the shopping cart. Beep beep. His phone rang. He took out his phone and saw it was a call from his mother Chinmei. It's time to inform the family. Lin Shan thought to himself. Although he was still renting, he had changed houses, so even if his parents came to Shanghai, they would have a place to stay. Now that he had a new car, he could take his parents and Lin Xiaoqian out for a spin. Soon Lin Shan answered the call. On the other end, Chunmei said, Son, are you unemployed now? Lin Shan raised an eyebrow. Mom, did Zhou Wei say something to the family? Zhou Wei from his village worked in a different department of the same company. He was not laid off, while Lin Shan was. Yeah. He called home to say you were laid off. His mother just came over for a short visit. On the surface, she was concerned about you, but actually she wanted to say her son is doing better. Chunmei said. Lin Shan shook his head quietly. Such phenomena were common in rural areas. While some rural folks were very simple-minded, there were also plenty of gossipers. Mom, let's just live our own lives well. Chunmei replied, Son, you don't have a job now. Do you have any money? If not, I can send you some. Do I still have money? Is Dad not home? Lin Shan inquired. Mom, wait until Dad comes back. He'll video call you then. Oh, I have something important to report to both of you leaders. Chunmei's eyes lit up. Did you get a girlfriend, son? He'll tell you later. Bye for now. Lin Shan hung up the phone. At the supermarket, it was not convenient with so many people around. Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Shan. Is it Grandma? How do you know? Lin Shan asked with a smile. The shaking car said so. Dad's mom is called Grandma. Dad, I want to ride the shaking car. All right, well, go to the shaking car later. Lin Shan smiled while patting Lin Xiaoqian's little head. Lin Shan's hometown. Chunmei couldn't help but call Lin Shan's father husband. Our son is acting mysterious. He might have found a girlfriend. Really? Lin Shan's father Lin Hai said with bright eyes. Chunmei replied, our son said he wants to report something to both of you leaders when you return. Oh, it should be about a girlfriend. By the way, there's another thing. Our son was laid off last month. He must be short on money. In the field, Lin Hai wiped his sweat and said, I still have some money on my card. Oh, let's gather some and transfer 10,000 to him later. If that's not enough, we can withdraw some from the fixed deposit. Chen Hai advised come back early to take a shower and wear something nice. Maybe our son's girlfriend will be by his side and we shouldn't embarrass him. Okay. Lin Hai hurriedly finished the remaining work. Lin Shun and Lin Xiaoqian arrived home. Xiaoqian, if you see Grandpa and Grandma, do you know to call them? How could it be? Lin Shun smiled. He had already shown Lin Xiaoqian pictures of his parents. Yes. Lin Xiaoqian nodded, but she worriedly said, Dad, what if Grandpa and Grandma don't like me? How could that be? Xiaoqian is so cute. Grandpa and Grandma will definitely like you. Lin Shan hugged Lin Xiaoqian and kissed her twice. Half an hour passed. Ding! Lin Shan's WeChat message rang. He opened WeChat and saw that his dad had transferred 10,000 yuan to him. Lin Shan dialed his dad's video call. Soon the video connected and Lin Shan saw his parents both dressed in new clothes they usually wear for visiting relatives. Dad, Mom, why did you transfer money to me? I have money, Lin Shan said. Chinmei asked, Son, did you get a girlfriend? Having a girlfriend means spending more money, so your dad and I are sponsoring you a bit. Lin Shan smiled and said, Mom and Dad, I have a surprise for you. As he spoke, he waved to Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian came over to Lin Shan's side. Grandpa, Grandma. Lin Xiaoqian called sweetly into the camera. Lin Shan's parents. They were stunned. What's going on? Isn't it a girlfriend? How did it turn into a little darling? And this little darling even called them Grandpa and Grandma. Dad, Grandpa, and Grandma don't agree. Do they not like Xiaoqian? Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Shan nervously. Sweetheart, we like you. Son, what's happening? Lin Hai quickly said. Lin Shan cleared his throat and said her name is Lin Xiaoqian. 3 years ago, due to an accident, Xiaoqian's mother became pregnant with her. A week ago, Xiaoqian's mother brought her to find me. She is your biological granddaughter. Lin Hai and Chun Mei were immensely surprised. They suddenly had such a cute granddaughter. Xiaoqian Grandma wasn't good just now, as she didn't agree in time. When Grandma comes over, I'll buy you delicious food. Chun Mei coaxed. Lin Hai also quickly said, Grandpa will buy you something too. Lin Xiaoqian sweetly said, Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma. Are you coming to see Xiaoqian? Yes, we will come over tomorrow. Chun Mei said, eager to set off right now. Lin Shan smiled and said, Xiaoqian, go draw. Talk to Grandpa and Grandma for a bit. I'll accompany you later. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. Lin Xiaoqian skipped off to the balcony to draw. Lin Hai said, Son, have you and Xiaoqian's mother registered your marriage? Lin Shin shook his head. Zioqian's mother is called Su Mingyao. Our situation is a bit special. Initially, we just knew each other and weren't familiar. Due to special circumstances, we had a relationship. Later, she went abroad. I didn't even know she had a child. If Mingyao has no one else, you should hurry to register for marriage. We will try to give you a bigger betrothal gift. It's not easy for her to raise a child alone. Mom, it's not that simple. Su Mingyao doesn't have anyone else, but I checked online and her family's assets are conservatively estimated to exceed 10 billion. Lin Hai and Chun Mei were dumbfounded. 10 billion. Such a large amount of money is astronomical to them. Xiaoqian is starting to understand things as she wants her dad, and Su Mingyao has been busy lately, so she sent Xiaoqian over. But now I am me, and she is she. Lin Chen said. Lin Hai and Chun Mei nodded, understanding the situation. Chen Mei said it's normal for her to have assets over 100 billion. Your worth is still known to your dad and me. We'll come over tomorrow. Mom, send me your IDs. I will buy tickets for you. Once you arrive at the airport, if you have any questions, just ask the airport staff. Rest assured. Soon Chun Mei sent over their ID numbers. Lin Chen bought the tickets for them. Husband, what will happen to our son in the future? It seems impossible for him, and Mingyao, will he still get married? Chen Mei asked. Lin Hai frowned. This is a problem. With Su family assets over 100 billion, the probability of our son marrying Su Mingyao is low. If he finds someone else, Lin Chen already has a daughter. We will talk about it later. Lin Hai sighed lightly. Early the next morning, Lin Hai and they took a black car to the provincial city, and after 2 to 3 hours they arrived at the airport. There are still 2 hours before the flight departs. After lunch, Xiaoqian, let's go pick up Grandpa and Grandma. Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian out. Lin Xiaoqian needed to take a nap. She just happened to sleep on the car. Grandma. In the afternoon around 2 o'clock, Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian picked them up. Xiaoqian, let Grandma hug you. Chun Mei carefully hugged Lin Xiaoqian. Grandma kiss. Lin Xiaoqian pecked Chun Mei's cheek. Immediately Chun Mei smiled broadly, while Lin Hai looked on enviously. Dad, Mom Xiaoqian suddenly appeared, and I was a bit bewildered, so I didn't tell you right away. It's all right, we know you rushed over. Maybe the whole family, startled Xiaoqian. Now that Xiaoqian is familiar with you, it's better for us to come. Lin Chen led Lin Hai and them to the parking lot. Seeing Lin Chen driving, Lin Hai and them were not too surprised. They thought this car should belong to Su Mingyao. Son, is your driving skill okay? It doesn't matter if you bump us, but Xiaoqian mustn't get hurt. Chen Mei asked. In a short time, Lin Xiaoqian completely conquered Chun Mei and them. Don't worry, Mom, my nickname is the God of Driving in Xiaoming Mountain. Lin Chen said with a smile. After driving several kilometers, Lin Hai and the others finally felt at ease. Lin Chen's driving skills were quite impressive. Despite the speed, he maneuvered the car with remarkable steadiness. Dad, Mom, was the journey smooth? Lin Chen inquired. Lin Hai nodded. Very smooth, but your mother was a bit impatient and set off quite early. We waited at the airport for nearly 2 hours. Chun Mei said, it's better to arrive early than late. If something were to happen on the road, you would probably be more anxious than I am. The airplane doesn't wait for anyone. Lin Xiaoqian said in a sweet voice, Grandpa, Grandma, Mommy went abroad. Otherwise, we could have had her plane pick you up, and then the flight wouldn't have taken off without you. Lin Chen was taken aback. Does the Su family have a private jet? That must mean their assets exceed 100 billion. A private jet likely costs several hundred million plus other expenses. Maintaining such wealth would be quite a challenge. Lin Hai turned to exchange glances with Chun Mei in the back seat. The wealthier the Su family, the lower the chances of Lin Chen and Su Mingyao being together. It might be a bit difficult for their son to get married in the future. Xiaoqian, have you ever flown on your mother's plane? Chen Mei asked. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Grandma, I have. I've flown many times, but I can't count how many. It's normal for Xiaoqian to have trouble counting at her age. Chun Mei smiled. Over an hour later, Lin Chen returned to the community, and Lin Hai said, Son, didn't you used to live around here? Yes. Lin Chen nodded. Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Grandpa, I chose the house with Dad. Both Dad and I like it here. As long as Xiaoqian likes it, that's good. Lin Hai frowned slightly. Lin Chen living here should mean using Su Mingyao's money, which would further reduce the chances of Lin Chen and Su Mingyao being together. The four of them took the elevator upstairs, entered the house, and Lin Xiaoqian bounced around, showing Lin Hai and the others around. Son, come here for a moment. Taking advantage of Lin Xiaoqian playing with Chun Mei, Lin Hai pulled Lin Chen aside. Housing prices in the Magic City are expensive. This house must have a hefty rent, right? Did Xiaoqian's mother pay for it? Lin Chen shook his head. I rented it myself. Lin Hai nodded. That's fine. Son, your mother and I are not trying to climb up to the Su family, but if you and Su Mingyao have a child, it would be best if you could be together. Just don't spend her money, otherwise it will leave a bad impression. Your mother and I have some savings. After we go back, I'll transfer you 100,000. You should save some and spend wisely. Lin Chen felt touched. Earning 100,000 in the countryside isn't easy. Son, let me be straightforward with you. We have about 3 or 400,000 in savings, and the rest will be for your wedding. This is all we can give you, just this 100,000. Lin Hai said. If Lin Shun and Su Ming Yao couldn't be together, and he married someone else in the future, they would still need to throw a banquet and pay a bride price. Money definitely should not be spent all at once. Lin Shun smiled. Dad, let me show you something. Lin Shun took out his phone from his pocket. He opened the chat history with Chun Wenhan. After being laid off this time, I had nothing to do, so I started writing fairy tales. I didn't expect to actually have a talent for it. I've written 10 fairy tales, and the highest bid has already reached 680,000. I signed a contract with a website, and they gave me 300,000 as an advance. I used that money to buy that car. Lin Shun said with a smile. Lin Hai was astounded his son had this talent. Is this true? Lin Hai asked, somewhat in disbelief. Lin Shun nodded. Of course it's true. But you and Mom must keep this a secret. If my identity is revealed, I'm afraid it will affect me when I take Xiaoqian out. You can log onto the website and check. Lin Hai said. He had some doubts. Could it be that Su Ming Yao gave Lin Shun money, and that this chat history was fabricated by Lin Shun? Dad, what happened to the trust between us? Lin Shun pouted. Soon Lin Shun opened his computer and logged into Tongxi Network. Lin Hai saw the data on Lin Shun's backend. Lin Shun said, Dad, look, these 10 fairy tales have already received rewards of 30 to 40,000. There will definitely be more rewards later. I can keep 90% of the reader rewards. Lin Hai asked, haven't you sold them yet? Lin Shun shook his head. 680,000 is a bit low. I plan to contact a publisher directly for publication later. In the long term, I'm sure I'll earn much more than 680,000. These are the golden geese that lay the golden eggs. Lin Hai nodded. That indeed sounds better. Son, if you develop well, is there hope for you and Su Ming Yao? Lin Shun smiled. Dad, there's still hope. Even if there's no hope, you don't need to worry about my marriage in the future. Lin Hai nodded. As long as Lin Shun can earn his own money and has his own career, they wouldn't have to worry about his marriage. Dad, you must keep this a secret. I really don't want to be surrounded by fans when I take Xiaoqian out in the future. Lin Shun cautioned. Currently, he didn't have many fans, but as he continued writing fairy tales and published more in the future, his fan base would definitely grow significantly. If his identity were leaked, he could be surrounded. Don't worry. If people find out you're making money, some might come to us for loans. Lin Hai said. He understood the situation in the countryside. People resent you if you're poor and fear you if you're rich. Dad, I don't have much money right now. When I have some, I'll give you money to show my filial piety. Lin Shun smiled. Lin Hai shook his head. You don't need to give us money. Your mother and I can still get by. We earn a little each year. We haven't reached the point where we need you to support us in our old age. Just take good care of Xiaoqian and manage yourself. Saying this, Lin Hai hesitated. Son, that money was originally meant for your wedding or to help you buy a house, but now you don't need it. Should I use that money to renovate the house? The house is old, as Xiaoqian might not get used to living there. Lin Shun said, Dad, don't renovate. Our house has a poor layout, and it's not worth making major changes to the structure. It's better to tear it down and build a new Chinese-style villa. If the money isn't enough, I'll give you some later. Lin Hai frowned. Rebuilding from scratch will cost 50,000 or more, not to mention renovations. The total will easily reach 100,000. Lin Shun laughed. Dad, I wrote these 10 stories in a month. They are worth at least $1 million. You don't need to worry about the building costs. The house needs to be nice. You need to be comfortable living there, and Su Ming Yao might come back with me in the future. Lin Hai took a deep breath. All right, let's build the house. Daddy. Lin Xiaoqian ran to the study door. Xiaoqian, what's wrong? Lin Shun asked. Lin Xiaoqian said, Daddy, I told Grandma that your cooking is the best, but Grandma doesn't believe me. Daddy, I'm a good baby, and don't lie. Chun Mei also walked over. Son, why does Xiaoqian think your cooking is good? Lin Shun thought to himself, he was no longer the person he once was. I've honed my skills by cooking every day. I'm a genius. Lin Shun said with a grin. He wouldn't let anyone know about the system's existence. In the evening, Lin Shun went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Chun Mei initially wanted to cook, but Lin Xiaoqian expressed her desire to eat what her father made, and Lin Shun also wanted his parents to taste his cooking. Son, how did you learn to use a knife? Chun Mei exclaimed in surprise as she watched. Lin Shun's knife skills were far superior to hers. With just a few swift movements, Lin Shun cleaned the fish thoroughly. Practice makes perfect, he said with a smile. Chun Mei felt a bit disheartened after cooking for half her life. Why hadn't she reached such a level of proficiency? Mom, you and Dad take Xiaoqian out to play. You haven't had enough outdoor activity today. Come back for dinner at 6, Lin Shun said. Chun Mei nodded, and she and Lin Hai took Lin Xiaoqian out. As soon as they left, Lin Shun worked even faster with the ingredients. If Chun Mei had seen, she would have been utterly astonished. Just a few minutes before 6, Chun Mei and the others returned, and as soon as they entered, they were greeted by a rich aroma. Dad, it smells so good. Dad, I want to eat meat. Lin Xiaoqian ran to the kitchen door shouting. Lin Shun chuckled and said, Xiaoqian, take your grandparents to wash their hands, and once you're done, we can eat. As they went to wash their hands, Lin Shun brought out the dishes. Lin Shen's parents were astonished at the sight of the 6 dishes on the table. Each dish looked like a work of art. The food at a 5-star hotel probably wouldn't be better. Chen Mei said with a hint of annoyance, with your excellent cooking skills, why have you kept it a secret from us? Why didn't you cook at home before? Lin Shen replied, Mom, I used to be a poor cook. This year it feels like I've suddenly found my talent. I've been learning quickly. My English, which used to be poor, is now quite good. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in, Grandpa and Grandma, Dad is amazing. Lin Shen lifted Lin Xiaoqian onto a dining chair. Mom and Dad, I've become a genius, but don't tell anyone. I don't want to be taken away as a lab rat. Lin Shen cautioned his parents. Lin Xiaoqian asked curiously, Dad, what's a lab rat? Lin Hai and Chun Mei nodded solemnly. Lin Xiaoqian didn't know, but they certainly did. They didn't want anything to happen to their only son. Let's eat. Son, these dishes look great, but I wonder how they taste, Chen Mei said as they picked up their chopsticks to taste. The moment they did, they were even more astonished. Why did Lin Shen's cooking taste so much better with the same ingredients? Grandpa and Grandma Xiaoqian wasn't lying. Dad's dishes are the best, and Xiaoqian is a good little girl. Lin Xiaoqian said as she gnawed on a piece of rib. Yes, our Xiaoqian is the best, Lin Hai and Chun Mei quickly agreed. Lin Xiaoqian smiled sweetly, Dad, I want another big rib. The ribs are so delicious. Lin Shen smiled and said, Xiaoqian, I'll get you another rib, but you have to eat some vegetables too, okay? Mom. Lin Xiaoqian nodded obediently. The vegetables Lin Shen prepared were also tastier now, and she was no longer as averse to eating them as she had been at first. After the meal, Chun Mei and the others were stuffed. Son, take Xiaoqian out. We'll clean up, Chen Mei said. Lin Shen nodded. Why should he be polite with his parents? As he took Lin Xiaoqian out, Chun Mei said, Honey, with our son's cooking skills, I think it's very likely that Xiaoqian's mom will end up with him in the future. Lin Hai nodded. There's something I haven't had the chance to tell you. Our son has started making money. Lin Hai shared about Lin Shen writing fairy tales. Chen Mei remarked, it seems our son has truly become a genius. We must keep this secret and not let it leak. Lin Hai nodded. There are many geniuses in the world. Even if it leaked, it might not necessarily lead to trouble, but as parents they were worried. What if their only son ran into trouble? Dad, what is that? Lin Xiaoqian asked. They went downstairs and saw other children playing with paper airplanes. Lin Shen smiled and said, that's a paper airplane. If you want to play, ask the ant for 2 pieces of paper. Remember to be polite. Mom. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. She was very sweet-tongued and soon got a few pieces of paper. Dad, teach me. Lin Xiaoqian handed the papers to Lin Shen. Sure. Dad will teach you how to fold a paper airplane. Lin Shen patiently began to teach Lin Xiaoqian how to fold. Before long, 5 minutes had passed. A voice from the system echoed in Lin Shen's mind. The host is teaching Lin Xiaoqian how to fold a paper airplane, gaining airplane manufacturing skills. 100 hours to reach the master level, 200 hours to reach the grandmaster level. Lin Shen was stunned. Teaching Lin Xiaoqian how to fold a paper airplane granted him airplane manufacturing skills. The system was truly powerful. System, does this time increase? Lin Shen asked in his mind. The system replied, Host, the difficulty of this task is much higher. Naturally, the time required for improvement will also increase. With 200 hours, he could reach grandmaster level in airplane manufacturing, making him one of the best in the world. What more could he want? System, does this include fighter jets and civil passenger planes? Lin Shen inquired. The system answered, it includes all types of aircraft, small drones, large drones, early warning aircraft, fighter jets, refueling aircraft, civil passenger planes, etc. Lin Chun was astonished. The system was indeed a thoughtful companion. Dad, it's so hard. Xiaoqian, don't worry. Lin Xiaoqian pouted. She took a piece of paper to try, but at just over 2 years old, she couldn't fold even the simplest paper airplane. Xiaoqian, don't rush. There are all sorts of paper airplanes online. A dad will teach you in the future, and you'll be the best at folding paper airplanes. Lin Chun said with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian pouted, Dad, I want to give one to Grandpa and Grandma, so they can have a plane to go home. But I can't fold. Lin Shen comforted her, saying, so Xiaoqian wants to give one to Grandpa and Grandma. They will surely be very happy to receive it. Don't worry, Xiaoqian, Grandpa and Grandma will stay with us for a few days, so you have time to learn properly. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Dad, I will take it seriously. Unbeknownst to them, 2 days had passed. Lin Shen uploaded a total of 30 fairy tales. Each of these 30 fairy tales was exceptional. The entire industry was shaken. It was not easy to produce even one fairy tale of such quality. Lin Yu had managed to create 30 on his own. Big shot, 30 fairy tales bundled together, and a publisher has offered 3 million. Chun Wenhan excitedly sent a message to Lin Shun. 100,000 yuan for each fairy tale is quite a good price. Editor-in-chief, I want to publish it myself. Big shot, self-publishing comes with certain risks. Your royalties can only reach a maximum of 16%. For a book priced at 30 yuan, you would only get 4 yuan and 80 cents. You would need to sell over 60,000 copies to earn 3 million. Chun Wenhan replied after some thought. Lin Chen asked, do you think it's impossible to sell 60,000 copies? It should be possible, but there is still some risk, Chun Wenhan replied. The quality of the work is excellent, but good quality does not guarantee good sales. Editor-in-chief, I want to self-publish. Chun Wenhan quickly spread the news. Sigh. 3 million couldn't move him after all. That's normal. Old Zheng earned over 20 million in royalties a year back in the day. Can Lin Yu meet those 3 million with his level? What royalty rate should we offer? His name is new, but his skills are absolutely top tier. If we set the rate too low, he might get eliminated immediately. Various publishing houses began to discuss. Nowadays, ebooks are rampant and physical books are hard to sell. However, fairy tale books are still doing well. Parents prefer not to hold a phone or tablet while telling stories to their children. This market has many publishers competing. Tongxi Network Conference Room. Boss, we also have our own publishing house, and after years of development, our strength isn't weak. We can absolutely compete, Chun Wenhan said. The boss of Tongxi Network, Liang Zhirong, responded, Old Chun, although I founded Tongxi Network, I don't know much about fairy tales. Can you provide a professional perspective on whether it's worth it? Competing for this might strain our relationships with some publishers. Chun Wenhan replied, the quality of Lin Yu's fairy tales is beyond doubt. Even if we pay a high price and suffer short-term losses, we will still gain significantly in the long run. As long as he can write 30 such pieces each year, he can kill gods and Buddhas alike. His status will remain unshakable. In this market, it's not a time for sentimentality. We shouldn't give up on such a cake. Another editor chimed in. Chen Go, what you said makes sense, but what if this is all Lin Yu has accumulated? 30 fairy tales above the level of miraculous herbs a year. You're overestimating him. If he can keep producing, then it's definitely worth it. His fame will grow, and fame equals traffic, which equals money. But if he can't write good stories anymore, it wouldn't be worth it for us to pay a high price to acquire him. Everyone began to voice their opinions. Boss Liang Zhirong listened to their opinions fully. I understand what you mean. If Lin Yu can continue to soar, we will too. If he can't, well, end up eating dust. Liang Zhirong said. Chun Wenhan and the others nodded. Liang Zhirong continued, Old Chen contact Lin Yu and ask if he is willing to sign a special contract with us. His total book sales are within 500,000 copies with a royalty rate of 15. For sales between 50,000 and 200,000 copies, the royalty rate is 16. 17% for 200 to 500,000 copies. For all books accumulating over 500,000 copies, it'll give him 18%. Chun Wenhan looked at his boss in surprise. 15% is already the maximum. At 18%, their profits would be significantly compressed. After all, publishing books involves expenses on all fronts. It's already good for an ordinary author to have a 10% royalty rate. The lower rates are only around 6 or 7%. Aren't you afraid he won't be able to produce in the future? As long as he can write, he should sign. Liang Zhirong replied. With such a high royalty rate, he can offer it, but others cannot. He has Tongxi Network. As Lin Yu improves, Tongxi Network will also grow stronger, which can compensate in this regard. Boss, are there any other benefits? I'm afraid he might not cooperate with just this. Chun Wenhan inquired. Liang Zhirong thought for a moment and said, we'll print 30,000 copies first. The money for these 30,000 copies can be allocated upon signing the contract. Boss, is printing 30,000 copies a bit risky, another editor remarked. Liang Zhirong stated, since you all believe his fairy tales are reliable, I trust the sales won't be poor. Old Chen, tell him that if we print more in the future, as long as we start printing, his royalties will be transferred to him immediately. Chun Wenhan nodded. He quickly sent a message to Lin Chen. Such a contract. Sounds interesting. Lin Chen displayed a faint smile. Collaborating with Tongxi Network isn't bad. He is actually willing to work with them. Sure. Lin Chen quickly replied to Chun Wenhan. Boss Lin Yu agreed. Chun Wenhan said joyfully. Liang Zhirong replied, Old Chen, this contract is very important. We need to meet him and sign offline. You arrange the meeting and he'll go with you to meet him. All right. Chun Wenhan sent a message. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Now that his parents are around, he can meet with Chun Wenhan and the others. Editor-in-chief, Chen, signing offline is fine. But I need to bring my child. I can't travel far. Also, I don't want fame to affect my child. You can come to sign, but please don't take photos to spread them around. Lin Chen considered for a while before replying. Bringing a child, eh? Looks like Lin Yu is still quite young. Let's agree to him, and we should set off quickly. Liang Zhirong smiled. They weren't in the magic capital, so after buying their plane tickets, Liang Zhirong and the others quickly headed to the magic capital, arriving by the afternoon. Are you the big shot, Lin Yu? Upon seeing Lin Chen, Chun Wenhan and the others were taken aback. The big shot in their eyes was so young. Lin Chen smiled and said, General Manager Liang, Editor-in-Chief, Chen, my real name is Lin Chen. You can just call me by my name. Chun Wenhan and the others shook hands with Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I never expected you to be so young. Chun Wenhan exclaimed. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Young people have a childlike heart. which gives them an advantage in writing fairy tales. Chen Wenhan nodded. That's true. Lin Chen, may I ask how much time you spent creating those fairy tales in total? Less than a month. I can write one a day without any problem, but I might not be so diligent in the future. Lin Chen stated. Liang Zhirong and the others were in shock. Chen Wenhan exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Chen, are you sure it was less than a month? You can write one a day. Lin Chen murmured to himself. He doesn't write one per day. He can write 10 when he has free time while taking care of his child. Lin Chen nodded. Liang Zhirong and Chen Wenhan were incredibly excited. It would be great if Lin Chen could maintain this level of productivity for a long time. Lin Chen, for fairy tales of the same quality, as long as you exceed 30 pieces a year, they'll give you a bonus of 10,000 for each additional piece. Liang Zhirong promised. Lin Chen smiled and said, Thank you, General Manager Liang. A bonus of 10,000 per piece sounds very appealing. Now that he has plenty of stock from the system, he can write 10 pieces a day and earn 100,000 in bonuses. Of course, he won't be able to write that much every day moving forward. That would be too abnormal. Lin Chen, let's sign the contract. Chen Wenhan said, taking out the contract from his bag. Lin Chen carefully read through the contract and found no issues. He signed his name and pen name. Liang Zhirong also signed and stamped the company seal. General Manager Liang, Editor-in-Chief, Chen, you traveled a long way. Allow me to treat you to a meal as a gesture of hospitality. Lin Chen smiled. They were currently in a tea house next to a restaurant. After dinner, Lin Chen hurried home. Grandma, when will Dad be home? Qianqian misses Dad. Outside the door, Lin Chen heard Lin Xiaoqian's voice. His physique has reached 93 points. With this improvement, Lin Chen noticed that his hearing has also significantly enhanced. Dad should be home soon. Lin Chen's mother Chun Mei said. She felt a bit helpless. Lin Xiaoqian had asked at least 20 times. Lin Chen quickly opened the door. Dad, I missed you so much. Lin Xiaoqian joyfully ran towards Lin Chen and hugged his leg. Did you eat well? Lin Chen bent down to pick up Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian said, Dad, I didn't finish eating. I'm full, but it's not because Grandma's cooking is bad. Chen Mai's expression was somewhat helpless. She had given her all, yet her skills paled in comparison to Lin Chen's, and the dishes she prepared were certainly lacking in flavor. Mom, your cooking is still quite good. After all these years, I still prefer your dishes, Lin Chen said with a smile. Xiaoqian, it's fine to eat a little less. Children need to experience hunger and cold for their health. Chen Mei nodded. Xiaoxi, Grandma will practice cooking well at home, and when you go to Grandma's house later, she will definitely make tasty food for you. Lin Xiaoqian in a soft voice said. Grandma, Mom said children should not be picky eaters. Grandma's food is also delicious. Our Xiaoqian is truly obedient. Chen Mei said with a beaming smile. Dad, teach me how to fold paper airplanes. Lin Xiaoqian remembered that she wanted to give Chun Mei and the others paper airplanes. Okay. Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoqian to the balcony and earnestly began to teach her. 2 hours later, after bathing and listening to a story, Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep, and Lin Chen went to the living room where Chun Mei and the others were watching TV. Son, how's the contract going? Lin Hai inquired. They knew Lin Chen had gone out to sign a contract with the publishing house. Lin Chen smiled and said, I treated them to a meal, so of course the contract is signed. The first print is 300,000 copies, and the copyright fee for the first print, over 100 million, should be transferred to me soon. Lin Hai and the others looked at Lin Chen in shock. They had never earned this much money in their lives. Dad, I will find a good company online for the house. They will handle everything so that you will have an easier time later on. You just need to supervise well, Lin Chen said. Lin Hai was surprised and asked, aren't you going to hire someone local for the construction? Lin Chen shook his head. The construction team from our side specializes in building those old-style houses. Even if we give them the blueprints, it is very likely that the result will be unsatisfactory. Hiring a professional company might cost a bit more, but there won't be any issues besides that. Lin Hai nodded. Son, we plan to go back tomorrow. Lin Chen was surprised and said, so soon? Lin Hai explained, we need to go back to handle the paperwork for the house. We need to hurry to ensure it can be completed by the end of the year, otherwise during the new year we will have to borrow a place to stay. If the house is built, perhaps you can take Xiaoqian back to celebrate the new year. Lin Chen estimated that this was likely the main point. Lin Hai and the others probably wanted him to take Lin Xiaoqian back for the new year. Son, it would be best if you could bring Meng Yao back too, Chen Mei said. The next day, Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian sent Chun Mei and the others to the airport. Grandpa and Grandma, I have a gift for you, Lin Xiaoqian said. Close your eyes, she said mysteriously. Chun Mei and Lin Hai closed their eyes. Lin Xiaoqian took out a paper airplane she had folded herself and said, Grandpa and Grandma, look, this is the paper airplane I made. When you see it, you will think of Xiaoqian. Lin Chen was surprised and said, Xiaoqian, you previously said that if Grandpa and Grandma's airplane flew away, they should take yours. Why have you changed your statement now? Lin Xiaoqian giggled and said, silly Dad, this is a paper airplane, it's not real, and it can't carry people. Lin Chen. Lin Hai and Chun Mei laughed heartily. Thank you, Xiaoqian. Chun Mei hugged Lin Xiaoqian and gave her a kiss. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. Chun Mei and the others entered the airport, and Lin Chen drove away. An hour passed. Host, you have accumulated 20 hours of driving, and your driving skill has reached Grandmaster level. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. His parents had been here for 3 days, and during this time, he had taken Lin Xiaoqian and his parents to visit many places in the Magic City. He had spent quite a bit of time driving. So this is Grandmaster level, truly impressive. A smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Grandmaster level was at the pinnacle of the world standards. The world's top race car drivers are now similar to Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen's skills could still improve further. He could reach legendary level and mythical level. System, what levels are my various skills at? Lin Chen inquired in his mind. He hadn't really paid attention to this. In any case, improving these skills came naturally while accompanying Lin Xiaoqian, forcing it would not enhance his abilities. The system replied, Host, your culinary skills have reached 30 hours equivalent to others studying diligently for 30 years. Culinary skills have reached Grandmaster level. Fairy tale storytelling at Grandmaster level, driving at Grandmaster level, and drawing and calligraphy at Master level. The rest have not yet reached Master level. Additionally, your physical condition is at 95 points. You have proficient mastery of 4 languages, English, German, French, and Russian. Lin Chen wore a faint smile. Though it hadn't been long since he acquired the system, he had already undergone a transformation. Dad, I miss Mom. When will she come back to see Xiaoqian? Is Mom going to abandon Xiaoqian? As Lin Xiaoqian spoke, she suddenly began to cry. Lin Chen hurriedly comforted her. Xiaoqian, how could Mom not want you? Mom will be back soon. He added, when we get home you'll call Mom, okay? Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Dad, how much longer until we get home? I really miss Mom so much. Lin Chen said, very soon, just past that intersection, and we'll be there. Half a minute passed, and Lin Xiaoqian looked out the window exclaiming, Dad, I see Mom's car. That car was just Mom's. Lin Chen was surprised and said, Xiaoqian, are you sure? Others might also drive the same kind of small car as your mom. Dad, that's definitely Mom's car, Lin Xiaoqian asserted confidently. Lin Chen wondered in his heart. Su Mingyao hadn't told him. Could it be that she wanted to surprise him to see how he was doing? Soon Lin Chen drove into the community. Beep beep. Just as he got out of the car, his phone rang. Su Mingyao was calling. Lin Chen, where have you and Xiaoqian gone? I arrived outside the house you rented, but no one answered the doorbell. Su Mingyao asked as the call connected. Lin Chen replied, we're in the underground parking lot. Well, come up right away. Soon Lin Chen and the others went upstairs. Mom, I miss you so much. Lin Xiaoqian shouted excitedly when she saw Su Mingyao. Xiaoqian, Mom misses you too. Su Mingyao smiled as she took Lin Xiaoqian in her arms. Lin Xiaoqian innocently asked, Mom, do you miss Dad? Dad misses you very much, Lin Chen said. When did he ever say he missed Su Mingyao? Su Mingyao looked towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt a bit awkward. Although he had been intimate with Su Mingyao and they had a child, they really didn't know each other very well. Mom, do you want Dad? Lin Xiaoqian asked again. I do, Su Mingyao nodded. If she said she didn't want him, it would have an impact on Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian eagerly said, Mom, please don't go, okay? Xiaoqian wants to sleep with Dad and Mom tonight. Good girl, Lin Chen secretly praised Lin Xiaoqian. Su Mingyao, Qin, be good. Mommy is busy lately, but I will come to see you and then have to go back. Qin misses Mommy so much. Lin Chen opened the door. Su Mingyao carried Lin Xiaoqian into the house, and Lin Chen took a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet for her. Qin, you go play by yourself for a while. Mommy needs to talk to Daddy. Su Mingyao placed Lin Xiaoqian on the floor. Mommy, are you going to kiss Daddy? Su Mingyao. Lin Chen, come here for a moment. Su Mingyao went to the study, and Lin Chen followed her in. Su Mingyao said, Lin Chen, the rent here isn't low and your salary isn't high, so you probably haven't saved much money. Then why don't you take the 60,000? Lin Chen replied, Xiaoqian is also my daughter, so it's only right that I provide her with better conditions. I don't need to take your money. I can afford to raise her. Su Mingyao furrowed her brows. In her view, Lin Chen was somewhat pretending to be wealthy. Lin Chen, you've put in effort, and I have money, so it's reasonable for me to give you some living expenses. Living here is indeed much better for Qin. How about I raise your monthly allowance to 50,000? Su Mingyao inquired. Lin Chen frowned slightly. It's not that I think you're giving too little. 20,000 a month is already a lot. I really have my own money. As he spoke, Lin Chen took out his phone and opened a bank message. He had spent 400 on gas during his return, and the message showed a balance of over 1,400,000. Tongxi Network had already given him 300,000 in advance payment. The royalty for the first printing was 1,350,000 plus his original few thousand, totaling over 1,400,000. Did you win the lottery? Su Mingyao asked in surprise. Lin Chen, can't this money be my own earnings? Su Mingyao questioned. Before bringing Qin here, I found out that you only made a few thousand a month before being laid off. Lin Shen smiled lightly. Who doesn't have a few secrets? I didn't know you were actually a rich heiress before. Xiaoqin said you even have a private jet. Su Mingyao said, I bought it during my pregnancy. It was inconvenient to fly business class with a big belly. After giving birth to Qin, taking a child on a plane became even more inconvenient. So I bought a small business jet. Lin Shen nodded. That's indeed much more convenient. You can take the 60,000 when you leave. You saw just now I have no problem raising Xiaoqin. Su Mingyao nodded. Lin Shen had over 1 million in his account, which was indeed sufficient. Su Mingyao, I want to discuss something with you. If you marry someone else in the future, let Xiaoqin stay with me. Lin Shen said. Su Mingyao quickly replied, no, Qin is mine. Lin Shen, don't be agitated. If you don't get married, this won't be an issue. But if you marry someone else, is it really good for Xiaoqin to follow you? If Xiaoqin stays with me, I will take care of her wholeheartedly. Su Mingyao frowned. Letting Xiaoqin stay with you will lead to her having a stepmother later. Isn't that the same? Lin Shen shook his head. It's not the same. Men can get married later, but women have a much younger optimal age for marriage. We can also change the terms. Whoever gets married first, the custody of Xiaoqin will belong to the other party. How about that? This would be better for Xiaoqin. Su Mingyao nodded. Okay. You cannot get custody. Oh, I never planned on getting married. Lin Shen said, are you sure you have no plans to get married? Of course. With Xiaoqin, I'm fine. Su Mingyao said lightly. Lin Shen smiled. Su Mingyao, since you have no such plans, how about we go get a marriage certificate? Huh? Su Mingyao frowned slightly. Lin Shen said, Xiaoqin is beginning to understand things. It's not good for her to know that we had her without being married. Other children are the crystallization of their parents' love, but she is an accident. Don't you think it might be a kind of harm to her? Su Mingyao pondered. Lin Shen said, don't worry, even if we get the certificate, you are you, and I am me. I won't take a penny of your assets. We can go to the notary office for notarization. Your assets after marriage will still be yours. Su Mingyao considered for a moment and said, what you said makes sense, as Xiaoqin does understand things earlier than most children. Lin Shen said, simply getting a certificate doesn't change anything. If you don't plan on getting married, it won't affect you. By the way, Xiaoqin said she misses you. That's just her nonsense. I think she may have already realized something. Su Mingyao was silent. She originally planned never to get married in this lifetime. But getting a certificate with Lin Shen would indeed be better for Lin Xiaoqin. I have no problem. As you said, we will notarize first, then go get the certificate. Su Mingyao said. Her family has too much money, so this aspect must be noted. No problem. Lin Shen smiled and said, Su Mingyao, if you fall in love with a girl and want to pursue her, you must propose a divorce first before taking action. It would have a significant impact on me if you cheated while married. You too? Lin Shen said. Su Mingyao nodded, of course. Lin Shen laughed and said, then there's no problem, that's quite fair. When are you available? Su Mingyao thought for a moment and said, I will have Qin come to take care of Xiaoqin. You bring the household registration book with you this afternoon, and I can go home to get it, and we can proceed with the paperwork. All right. Lin Shen nodded. The two agreed and went outside. Lin Xiaoqin was alone on the balcony practicing writing. Su Mingyao walked over. Mommy, look, this is what Daddy taught me to write. Qin can already write her own name. Lin Xiaoqin said with a sweet voice. Su Mingyao was somewhat surprised that Lin Xiaoqin's writing was quite good. Qin, did Daddy write this? Su Mingyao picked up a nearby piece of paper which had characters written by Lin Shen after reaching a master level in calligraphy. Each character gave a pleasing visual impression. Yes, Daddy is amazing. Daddy teaches me to write, to draw, to play soccer, to sing, and Daddy even teaches me English. Lin Xiaoqin said with admiration. Su Mingyao felt a bit jealous. Lin Xiaoqin had never admired her this way. She had also taught Lin Xiaoqin these things. Lin Shen said, Mingyao, are you and Qin having lunch here? The fridge is out of vegetables, so I'll go buy some. Su Mingyao was taken aback. Lin Shen actually called her Mingyao. But Su Mingyao quickly realized that Lin Shen probably called her that because Lin Xiaoqin was nearby. Let's go eat out together. Don't trouble yourself. Su Mingyao shook her head. Lin Xiaoqin said, Mommy, I don't want to eat out. Daddy's cooking is better than restaurant food. Lin Shen smiled. I'm going out to buy some vegetables. I didn't know you were coming. The home-cooked food is enough for me and Xiaoqin. Su Mingyao nodded. Lin Shen went out, and Su Mingyao tapped Lin Xiaoqin's forehead. Qin, you ungrateful little one, Mommy has taken care of you for so long, and you favor your daddy more. Lin Xiaoqin looked at her mother in confusion. Mommy, I didn't. I love you the most. Lin Xiaoqin hugged Su Mingyao and kissed her. Mommy, did Daddy kiss you? Su Mingyao. Cici, Mommy and Daddy have a little issue, but both Mommy and Daddy love you. Do you know that? Su Mingyao said to Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Xiaoxi, with a downcast expression, asked, Mom, are you and Dad getting divorced? Will you abandon me? Su Mingyao tightly embraced Lin Xiaoxi. What nonsense are you talking about, Cece? Didn't mommy just say? Daddy and mommy both love you. How could daddy and mommy ever abandon you? Su Mingyao hurriedly replied. What have you and daddy been up to lately? Su Mingyao successfully changed the subject. Lin Xiaoxi's face quickly lit up with a smile. Mom, let me tell you a secret. This house was chosen by daddy and me together, we both like it. Lin Xiaoxi began to chatter on about various things. Su Mingyao was somewhat surprised. Lin Chen seemed to know quite a bit. Moreover, Lin Chen's parents had already come to see Lin Xiaoxi. After Lin Xiaoxi finished chatting, Lin Chen returned. Su Mingyao went to the kitchen. Do you need my help? Lin Chen shook his head. No need, Xiaoxi really misses you. She hasn't seen you for so long, so please spend some quality time with her. I can prepare the dishes quite quickly. It'll be done in about an hour. Thank you for your hard work. After Su Mingyao said that, she returned to the balcony. Lin Chen quickly got busy fully showcasing his culinary skills. In less than an hour, he had prepared 5 dishes and a soup. Ding dong. At that moment, Xin happened to arrive. Wow, it seems I came at just the right time. Lin Chen, why do I feel like your dishes look even better than last time? Xin exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the dishes on the table. Su Mingyao had just finished washing her hands with Lin Xiaoxi, and she too showed a look of astonishment at the sight of the dishes. Mom, Cece isn't lying. Dad's dishes are the best. Oh, I really like them. Lin Xiaoxi said sweetly. Lin Chen lifted Lin Xiaoxi onto a dining chair. Mingyao, Qing, stop dawdling and sit down to eat. I won't hold back. Xin quickly sat down and took a bite. The moment she tasted it, Xin was stunned. Lin Chen, were you deliberately hiding your skills last time when Mingyao wasn't around? Last time it was delicious, but the taste now is on a completely different level. Xin said. To verify her thoughts, she took another bite of a different dish. Just as I thought. Mingyao, to get the best, I have to stick with you. Xin said with a satisfied expression. Su Mingyao was puzzled. Could it really be that delicious? These dishes not only looked exquisite, but they tasted great as well. Soon she took a bite. As the dish entered her mouth, Su Mingyao was shocked. She had tasted many delicious foods, but she wasn't overly demanding about them. Occasionally she would ask the chef to prepare something special, but most of the time she wouldn't make such requests. Now Su Mingyao realized that Lin Chen's cooking was even better than any gourmet food she had ever tasted before. Lin Chen's culinary skills were now at a grandmaster level, top-notch in the world. With so many 5-star hotels worldwide, only a small fraction of their chefs reached the grandmaster level. There are only a handful of grandmasters in the world. Lin Chen's understanding of food had reached a sublime level. Every single dish is so delicious. Lin Chen's culinary skills are simply extraordinary. Su Mingyao quickly tried all 6 dishes. Lin Chen, did you hold back last time? Xin asked. Lin Chen smiled and said, I told you last time was rushed and I didn't perform at my best. This time I had more time. After finishing the meal, Su Mingyao was utterly shocked. Lin Chen's cooking skills could easily handle a state banquet. Lin Chen, do you want to open a restaurant? If you opened a restaurant, you would definitely make a fortune. Su Mingyao inquired. Lin Chen shook his head. I don't have that intention. You have a lot of work at your company and often have to travel. If I'm busy too, who will take care of Xiaoxi? Money is never ending, but Xiaoxi will grow up day by day. Su Mingyao nodded slightly. Sorry. Lin Chen chuckled. There's no need to apologize. I enjoy taking care of Xiaoxi. Xin said. Mingyao, you two should hurry and go. I've had 2 free meals. Go wash the dishes after Xiaoxi falls asleep. Lin Xiaoxi confused asked, Daddy, Mommy, where are you going? Lin Chen squatted down and kissed Lin Xiaoxi. Daddy and Mommy are going on a date. You stay home and sleep well. Isn't it true that the more dates Daddy and Mommy go on, the better their relationship will be? Su Mingyao's face turned slightly red. She really hadn't been on a date before. Cece, we will hurry back. Soon Lin Chen and Su Mingyao went out and Lin Xiaoxi didn't fuss. She seemed quite happy for them to go on a date. Your car is still outside the community. Oh, let's take my car. Lin Chen said. Okay. Upon reaching the parking lot, Su Mingyao got into Lin Chen's car. I heard from Cece that you bought this car together. Su Mingyao asked. Lin Chen nodded. We just bought it a few days ago. But my driving skills are pretty good, so you can rest assured. Soon Lin Chen smoothly started the car. They first went to the notary office to get notarized, separating premarital and postmarital assets, and both had no objections. Lin Chen, how did your cooking become so good? Su Mingyao asked in confusion. Lin Chen chuckled. It might be a talent. You mustn't think about me opening a restaurant. I'm not interested. Before they knew it, half an hour had passed. Su Mingyao's phone rang. She answered the call, and the person on the other end said, Urgently, President, there's a problem with a shipment we sent to the Bear Country. The other party contacted us. Our Russian translator is on vacation and can't be reached, and their Chinese translator is very poor and cannot translate clearly. Su Mingyao frowned and said, Then hurry and find a Russian translator. President, we are looking. The other party is very urgent, so I want to ask if you know anyone in this area. Su Mingyao said, I don't know any Russian translators. Lin Chen suddenly spoke up. Su Mingyao, I can speak Russian. If it's urgent, I can help you translate. Huh? Su Mingyao looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Lin Shan, are you sure? Of course. Su Mingyao held her phone and said, I have a friend nearby who speaks Russian. You can put it on speaker and let him help translate. Su Mingyao said as she also turned on the speaker. Okay, President. As time passed, Lin Shan easily translated. His Russian was at the level of simultaneous interpretation. Translating such calls was just a piece of cake for him. President, it's resolved. After hanging up, Su Mingyao looked at Lin Shan in amazement. The information her father found indicated that Lin Shan was quite ordinary, right? How could Lin Shan's cooking be so good? And his Russian was so good too. Lin Shan, I heard from Cece that you taught her English. Your English level must be quite good as well. Su Mingyao inquired. Lin Shan smiled and said, I might have a talent for languages. I can speak English, French, German, and Russian. Su Mingyao was shocked. Lin Shan could actually speak 4 foreign languages. Lin Shan was a bit too ordinary for her liking. You have the same proficiency in English, French, and German as you do in Russian? Su Mingyao asked in disbelief. Pretty much. This is the last language I learned. Su Mingyao started chatting with Lin Shan in English, and Lin Shan conversed effortlessly using standard and professional vocabulary that posed no challenge for him. Lin Shan chuckled. Don't worry, I can teach Xiao Qian well without leading her astray. With your level, you could be a translator. Su Mingyao exclaimed. Lin Shan smiled and said, I take translation jobs online. It's no problem to handle 1 job a day, and I can easily earn 7,000 to 8,000 with each job. So that's how you make your money? Su Mingyao inquired. Lin Shan shook his head. Some money comes this way, and some through other means, but it's definitely not illegal. I have no problem supporting Xiao Qian. Su Mingyao nodded gently. Why are you doing another job? Su Mingyao asked, puzzled. Given Lin Shan's culinary skills and foreign language abilities, he could easily find higher-paying jobs. Lin Shan smiled lightly. I'll tell you later. By showcasing his abilities while maintaining a sense of mystery, Su Mingyio's curiosity about him would surely increase. With curiosity piqued along with his coaxing to get the marriage certificate first, he was confident he could win Su Mingyao over. It's just the community ahead. You can drive directly there, and I'll inform the security guard, Su Mingyao said. Lin Shan nodded, driving into the community, finally stopping the car outside Su Mingyio's grand villa. Generally, villas are around 300 to 400 square meters. Villas that are 500 to 600 square meters are considered quite large. Lin Shan estimated that Su Mingyio's villa exceeded 1,000 square meters. No wonder Lin Xiaoqian said her mother's house looks like a castle. Lin Shan, would you like to come in for a bit? Su Mingyao asked. Deep down, she felt somewhat resistant, but after all, Lin Shan was Lin Xiaoqian's father, and she had already shared a meal with him and was about to go get a marriage certificate together. No thanks. We should hurry. I don't know how long it will take at the Civil Affairs Bureau, and we'll need time to return, Lin Shan said. Su Mingyao nodded. She quickly retrieved the household register from the house. Perhaps in the future with an ID card they could register for marriage, but that policy had not yet been implemented, so they still needed the household register to get married. Let's go, Su Mingyao said calmly as she returned to the car. 20 minutes later, they arrived outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Mingyao, later I'll call you Mingyao. If I call you by your full name, the staff will find it strange. Also remember to smile when we take the photo. Our marriage certificate might be seen by Xiao Qian later. Lin Shan said. Okay. Su Mingyao nodded slightly. The two got out of the car and entered the Civil Affairs Bureau. Nowadays, the marriage rate is low and the divorce section is crowded while the marriage section is eerily quiet. Lean in a bit closer and smile. Click. The Civil Affairs Bureau staff took their photo. In no time, the brand new marriage certificate was in their hands. Stepping out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Su Mingyao looked somewhat dazed. She had originally planned to never marry, yet here she was getting a marriage certificate with Lin Shan. Lin Shan, I won't tell my parents about our marriage certificate, and you shouldn't say anything to your parents either. This isn't just about our two families, we're doing this for Xiao Qian's sake. Back in the car, Su Mingyao spoke up. Lin Shan nodded, no problem. Don't worry, as long as you don't agree, I definitely won't mention it. Su Mingyao added, for now don't mention it to Xiao Qian either. We can bring it up when she's older and curious. Lin Shan nodded. Su Mingyao seemed worried that if she told Lin Xiao Qian, the little girl wouldn't be able to keep it a secret and would spill the beans quickly. Squeak. Lin Shan drove to a flower shop. He had noticed the flower shop when they came. What are you doing? Su Mingyao asked, puzzled. Lin Shan smiled. I'm buying you a bouquet of flowers. We're out on a date today. Are you going to go back empty-handed? Don't underestimate Xiao Qian. Oh, she's very clever, Su Mingyao said. I can just buy it myself. It's just a bouquet. Oh, I can afford it. Lin Shan quickly got out of the car and entered the flower shop. How much for this? Lin Shan pointed at a large bouquet of roses. The shop owner quickly quoted a price which was slightly expensive, but Lin Shan didn't bother to haggle. Please give me a card. The owner handed Lin Shan a heart-shaped pink card. Wi-Fi, love you. Lin Shan wrote a few words. Do you have colored markers? He asked. Yes. The owner took out a box of colored markers from behind the counter. Lin Shan quickly drew 3 little figures. The father held the mother with his left arm and cradled a little girl with his right. The three figures resembled him, Su Mingyao and Lin Xiaoqian, quite well. Thanks, boss. Lin Shen scanned the payment and walked out with the flowers. Mingyao, happy wedding. Lin Shen presented the flowers to Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao's face flushed slightly. Lin Shen said, let me take a few pictures of you. You can show them to Xiaoqian later to impress her. Before Su Mingyao could refuse, he took out his phone. Su Mingyao held the flowers while Lin Shen snapped a few photos. His heart raced. His wife was truly beautiful. Unfortunately, while their marriage certificate was real, their feelings were not. Su Mingyao was like an iceberg. Su Mingyao had always been the ice queen of the school, and after the incident, she had completely sealed herself off. Let me add you on WeChat. I'll send you the pictures. If I don't even have your WeChat, Xiaoqian will be very curious, Lin Shen said. Su Mingyao opened her phone and added Lin Shen on WeChat. Let's head back. I'll take a look at Xiaoqian, then I have to leave. Su Mingyao said calmly. Lin Shen nodded and started the car to return. Mingyao, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Lin Shen asked. Su Mingyao glanced at him and replied softly. Unless we're in front of Xiaoqian, please call me Su Mingyao at other times. Okay. Lin Shen nodded. An iceberg doesn't melt all at once, he would take it slow. They had already obtained the marriage certificate, and with a child, Lin Shen felt no urgency. He was confident he could win Su Mingyao over eventually. What about the flowers? Su Mingyao frowned as they returned to the community. Lin Shen said, you can carry them in. Later you hold the flowers, and I'll carry Xiaoqian to the community entrance. Xiaoqian will probably be happy for a long time. Su Mingyao hesitated a bit, but she still picked up the flowers, not realizing the card was hidden inside. Daddy, Mommy. As they returned home, Lin Xiaoqian shouted happily. Shen Qing looked surprised. Su Mingyao was actually holding a large bouquet of roses. Could it be that she and Lin Shen had really started dating? Xiaoqian, do you miss Daddy and Mommy? Lin Shen picked up Lin Xiaoqian and kissed her affectionately. Lin Xiaoqian nodded repeatedly, saying, I miss Daddy, I miss Mommy. Such beautiful flowers. Daddy, did you give these to Mommy? Yes. Lin Shen smiled. Lin Xiaoqian blinked. Daddy, I'm your little treasure too. Don't I get beautiful flowers? Lin Shen. This was unexpected. Su Mingyao smiled gently. Lin Shen playfully pinched Lin Xiaoqian's nose and said, our little Qianqian also likes flowers. Daddy forgot this time, but I will remember next time. Daddy, let's make a promise. Lin Xiaoqian stretched out her little finger to make a pinky swear with Lin Shen. Oh, what's this? Shen Qing noticed the card hidden among the flowers. She reached out to take it. Wife, I love you. Mingyao, I feel a bit out of place here. Shen Qing read aloud the heart-shaped card. Su Mingyao snatched the heart-shaped card back and saw the words and the three little figures drawn on it. Lin Shen, did you draw that? Your drawing skills are surprisingly good. It's so lifelike. Shen Qing exclaimed. Su Mingyao glanced at Lin Shen. The three little figures on the card were indeed well drawn. Lin Shen's artistic skills were exceptional. Mommy, I want to see. Lin Xiaoqian stretched out her little hand. Su Mingyao handed the card to Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Daddy, it looks great. Is this me? Is this Mommy? Lin Shen smiled and said, that's right. If you like it, Daddy will draw another one for you. This one is for Mommy. It's a gift for her. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Mommy, this is for you. Mommy, are you happy today? Qianqian and Daddy went out, and we had so much fun. Lin Xiaoqian asked in her sweet voice. I'm happy. Qianqian, Mommy just returned from abroad, and there are still many things to handle at the company. I have to go now. Can I come back to see you next week? Su Mingyao kissed Lin Xiaoqian. Mommy, I will be good. I'm not picky about food anymore. Lin Xiaoqian felt a bit reluctant, but nodded. Shen Qing laughed. Qianqian, it's because your daddy's cooking is so delicious that you're no longer picky. I have a great daddy. Lin Xiaoqian said sweetly. Lin Shen said, little Qianqian, Mommy's car is parked outside. Let's send Mommy and Aunt Qingqing off. The four of them went downstairs. Su Mingyao held a large bouquet of roses and people in the neighborhood looked at them curiously. Su Mingyao felt a bit uneasy. But Lin Xiaoqian was very happy. Mingyao, drive safely. Lin Shun held Lin Xiaoqian and walked them to the car. Su Mingyao came in her own sports car. It was a red Porsche 911, and considering Su Mingyio's status, driving this car was quite low-key. Qianqian, you must listen to Daddy. Su Mingyao reminded. Lin Xiaoqian nodded her little head. Mommy, I will. Mommy, you should come to see Qianqian earlier. Qianqian will miss you very much. Su Mingyao nodded, feeling quite reluctant. But she is now the president of a corporation with assets of 600 billion, and many decisions require her involvement. Some business matters also need her personal attention. With the corporation developed to its current scale, could she neglect the entire company just to take care of her daughter? If it were just a company worth 6 million, giving it up might be an option. But a 600 billion company is not something she can just abandon. Selling shares for 2 to 300 billion in cash. Without the corporation and those connections, having that cash might lead to quick demise. All kinds of troubles could come knocking. Boom. Su Mingyao drove away. It wasn't far another car followed behind. This car had the bodyguards hired by Su Mingyao. Mingyao, how did Uncle Su investigate before? Or was he deceived and the investigators didn't look closely? Lin Chen's exceptional culinary skills went unnoticed. Shen Qing said from the passenger seat of the sports car. I don't know. Su Mingyao shook her head. She was even more puzzled. Not only were his culinary skills overlooked, but Lin Chen was also fluent in 4 foreign languages. Was he just an ordinary person? Mingyao, how does it feel to go on a date? Shen Qing asked with a smile. She didn't know that Lin Chen and Su Mingyao had already registered their marriage. Su Mingyao told her that today she was going on a pretend date with Lin Chen, letting Lin Xiaoqian know that her parents were in love. Su Mingyao said, we're just pretending to date. If you want to know what a real date feels like, you should find a boyfriend. Shen Qing giggled. Mingyao, I think you and Lin Chen developing further would be great. Not to mention with Lin Chen's cooking skills, if you really marry him, your meals would be delightful every day. Su Mingyao remained silent. Shen Qing said the result of Uncle Zu's investigation showed that he is quite ordinary, but he has great cooking skills, good handwriting, and painting skills. That is already very impressive. He has one major advantage. Su Mingyao said quietly, what advantage? Shen Qing replied, he is Qianqian's dad. Look how affectionate they are. I've spent more time with Qianqian than he has, yet she is much closer to Lin Chen than to me. Blood ties are truly miraculous. Su Mingyao complained, now I understand what it means to be soft-hearted after being fed. You've eaten 2 meals cooked by Lin Chen, and now you're trying to find every way to speak well of him. What's wrong? Do you want to mooch off meals in the future? Shen Qing nodded repeatedly. Of course I do. His cooking is better than that of a 5-star hotel chef. His culinary skills are indeed impressive. Su Mingyao said, but don't sell me out for a few meals. Daddy, I'm so happy. Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian returned home, and Lin Xiaoqian said joyfully, what made you happy? Lin Chen asked. Lin Xiaoqian laughed. Daddy loves mommy, mommy loves daddy, so daddy and mommy won't get divorced. Then I can always be with daddy and mommy. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian and said, don't worry, our family will definitely be together forever. Ding ding. Lin Chen's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw it was a call from Chen Wenhan. Editor-in-chief, Chen, what's the matter? Lin Chen asked. On the other end of the line, Chen Wenhan said, Lin Chen, your book has started printing. You should send a message to the readers. There will be a purchase link on the website. Also, since you don't want to hold a signing event, could you arrange for a batch of signed books? Purchasers will randomly receive your signed book. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, Editor-in-chief Chen, please have someone bring over 1,000 books for me to sign. A limited quantity is valuable. Having too many isn't good. Okay, Chen Wenhan said happily. Qianqian, you go play on the balcony for a bit. Daddy has something to do. I'll come to keep you company soon. P.S. Why do so many people think it's dangerous? It's not dangerous at all. Oh, just refer to my home. Please ignore the mess. Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Chen went into the study and opened his computer. Let's upload some more. Lin Chen thought. He had only uploaded 30 fairy tales on Tongxin Online, and he still had 20 more in his computer. Soon Lin Chen uploaded 10 of them. The printed paper book Lin Yu story collection is in progress. Please stay tuned. After uploading the 10 pieces, Lin Chen sent out a notice. Lin Yu has just released another 10 stories, and I read one aloud to my child just now. She absolutely loved it. Though holding a phone to read feels awkward after finishing, she was so energized she wanted to keep using it. Up there, Great Master Lin Yu has issued an official announcement. The print edition is already in production. My household faces the same issue, and numerous users flooded the comment section. The first 30 stories had already drawn a devoted fan base to Lin Chen. Many of these readers had never heard of Tongxin Network before. They discovered it through word-of-mouth recommendations. Some mother-led WeChat groups alone boasted hundreds of members. And while certain foreign fairy tales are exquisite, cultural disparities render some narratives alien or puzzling to children. Domestic fairy tale writers often lack the requisite skill. And Lin Yu's works resonate deeply with Chinese cultural sensibilities, playful, rich in charm, and subtly educational. Goddesses Lin Yu has uploaded 10 new fairy tales, and a print edition is imminent. In breaking news, Lin Yu's printed book is coming soon. After reading the 10 newly uploaded tales and the official announcement, many of Lin Chen's fans spontaneously began promoting his work. And upon hearing the news, countless readers swiftly logged onto Tongxin Network. Boss Lin Yu has uploaded 10 more fairy tales, each a masterpiece, and reader feedback has been overwhelmingly positive, Chen Wenhao reported over the phone to Liang Zhirong. Liang Zhirong exclaimed in astonishment, 10 more, and yes. And thrilled, he reflected that if Lin Chen sustained this pace, his renown would inevitably soar. Tongxin Network would certainly profit handsomely. N. Allocate 500,000 yuan. Launch the campaign immediately. N. Engage as many influencers as possible. And Liang Zhirong commanded gravely. Chen Wenhao gasped, Boss, are we spending that much? And Liang Zhirong replied, Indeed. This investment will not be wasted. External promotion may generate traffic, but most visitors won't stay. Linyu, however, makes them stay on our site. Even a surge in website traffic alone ensures we break even. In Chen Wenhao said, I'll arrange it at once. I recommend dispersing the 50,000 yuan across 3 or 4 days. You handle the details as you see fit. And dispatch the first batch of books to Linyu promptly. And send extra copies. He'll likely gift them to family and friends. Liang Zhirong hung up. In Chen Wenhao immediately coordinated with the site's operations team, who would enlist influencers for aggressive promotion and audience acquisition. 3,000 copies have already been printed in Mr. Lu, please pack 1,100 copies. I'll dispatch someone by car to collect them right away. Chen Wenhao called the printing plant's owner. In this press was a long-standing partner. The courier arrived within an hour, and the 1,100 brand-new books were already boxed and ready. Careful, don't let them get dented or damaged, Mr. Lu instructed personally as his staff loaded each carton into the vehicle. Chief editor, the books are secured in the vehicle, the driver reported to Chen Wenhao. On the other end, Chen Wenhao replied, Shaoli, you'll need to make a special trip to deliver these books directly to Linyu. This leg spans 8 or 900 kilometers. Safeguard your journey well. Linyu re-transporting 1,100 copies in total. I'll bring back 1,000 of them. Linyu wishes to remain anonymous. You must disclose nothing about him. And the driver Li Lin chuckled nervously. Chief editor, may I receive one signed copy for myself? My wife and daughter are both devoted fans. That 1,000 copies must not fall short. Just ask Linyu to sign it for you. He'd hardly refuse. And grab me one too. And Li Lin hurriedly agreed, of course. Then received Linyu's location via message from Chen Wenhao. By dawn, Li Lin arrived at the designated address, a storefront outside Lin Chen's residential complex. And the location was suboptimal, hence its modest rent. Lin Chen had leased it the previous day. And chief editor, I've arrived. Li Lin phoned Chen Wenhao. And Shaoli, there's a flower pot outside the door. Beneath it lies the key. Use it to enter. Once inside, place the boxes, lock the door, and return the key beneath the pot. And then find a hotel and rest well, Chen Wenhao instructed. Lin Chen had briefed him on the procedure the night before. Daddy, where are we going? And after breakfast, Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian to the rented storefront. He unlocked the door to find 11 large crates. Looks like I've got my work cut out for me, Lin Chen mused inwardly. Grateful his pen name consisted of only 2 characters. Had it been for his workload, would have doubled. Daddy, why are we here? And what are these, Daddy? Lin Xiaoqian asked, puzzled. Lin Chen smiled gently. Mommy works and Daddy works too. These are Daddy's work. Xiaoqian, would you like to draw over there while Daddy works? Lin Xiaoqian nodded obediently. The storefront held a table and chairs. She settled in to draw, while Lin Chen picked up a volume and began reading. Having reviewed every copy, he found no errors. Schwa, he began signing. His calligraphy, masterful and fluid, transformed each autograph into a miniature work of art. Phew, after nearly 3 hours, Lin Chen finished signing. Chief editor, I'll retain 20 copies for myself. Oh, please retrieve the remaining 1,080. The extra 80 are yours to allocate as you wish. He called Chen Wenhao. Understood. Lin Chen, you've worked hard. Chen Wenhao replied warmly. After hanging up, Lin Chen knelt beside Lin Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian, Daddy's done working. Shall we go to the amusement park? Yes, she cheered. Lin Xiaoqian beamed with delight. That afternoon, a refreshed Li Lin returned to the storefront. To Li Lin, with best regards, Linyu. Lin Chen had specially reserved one signed copy for him. What exquisite handwriting! Li Lin's eyes lit up. They'd seen countless author signatures, some barely legible, but Lin Chen's script soared far above the rest. Beaming, Li Lin felt the journey had been thoroughly worthwhile. His wife and daughter would surely be thrilled. By the next day, he'd delivered all copies back to the office. Chen Wenhao informed Lin Chen that Tongxi Network would open pre-orders at noon. How many will actually buy? Lin Chen wondered silently. The initial print run stood at 300,000 copies. If only 3 or 5,000 sold, the situation would be mortifying. Yet Lin Chen trusted it wouldn't come to that. The fairy tales he'd published were all sourced from the system. Peerless in quality, there was simply no reason for failure. Judging by the site's surging popularity, demand appeared robust. Noon approached. Countless readers waited eagerly for the purchase link to appear. Tongxi Network had announced the first 50 purchasers would each receive a signed copy, separate from the original 1,000 reserved set. It's live. As the link appeared, orders flooded in instantly. With Tongxi Network's substantial traffic, and amplified by targeted promotions, over 1 million readers had already enjoyed Linyu's fairy tales, many becoming ardent devotees. Chief editor, it's exploding. Over 10,000 orders in under a minute, someone shouted elated. A smile spread across Chun Wenhao's face. Explosion is expected. Not exploding would be the real surprise given Lin Yu's caliber. And another editor joked, if this book flops, perhaps we should all consider changing careers. Time passed second by second. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. By the end of the first hour, the sales reached 100,000 copies. Of course, this does not mean that 100,000 individuals made a purchase. Some people might buy several copies. The books could get lost or torn by children, making these high-quality books a great gift option. Some bookstores and libraries also make purchases. They might buy dozens of copies at once. Lin Chun leaned down and kissed Lin Xiaoqian, who was taking an afternoon nap. Editor Chun, is there any news? Are the sales really that dismal? Lin Chun opened his computer in the study and sent a message. He logged into the author backend to take a look. Tips for support had increased significantly, and the clicks and favorites also surged. The sales shouldn't be too bleak. Boss, are you a bit nervous? Chen Xinhong quickly replied to Lin Chun. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chun's face. After all, it was his own book, and he was quite concerned. But it was absolutely impossible for him to feel nervous to that extent. He had a system. How could he be anxious about this? If fairy tales didn't earn much, he could always switch to another track. He had more skills than just this. It's going well enough, Lin Chun replied. Ding! Chen Xinhong called, and when Lin Chun answered, Chen Xinhong excitedly exclaimed, Lin Chun, 100,000 copies. We broke through 100,000 copies in just 1 hour. Lin Chun was somewhat surprised. 100,000 copies in just 1 hour. The sales in the first hour were certainly the best, but at this momentum, 300,000 copies might sell out in a day. Lin Chun, the quality of this book is there. As long as user reviews are good, future sales will definitely be promising. The first month's sales are likely to exceed 1 million copies. Chen Xinhong said excitedly. Lin Chun joked, as long as the first print sells out, it'll be relieved. Just don't let you all suffer a loss directly. Chen Xinhong laughed. We just said if your book doesn't sell, well, we can change careers. Lin Chun, the boss, will probably reach out to you tomorrow or the day after to increase the print run, and you'll be able to make a fortune again. Lin Chun, if 300,000 copies sell out quickly, will they be able to print more? On the other end of the line, Chen Xinhong laughed heartily. Don't worry about that. The factory we're working with is a large one. Their printing business is currently slow, so they are very available. As long as the client pays quickly, how could they not print it? After hanging up, Chen Xinhong urged the operations team to take swift action. The first hour sales of 100,000 copies must be publicized immediately. Su Mingyao was scrolling through short videos in her spacious office. She had just finished a meeting and was unwinding. To all the mothers with children, let me recommend a divine book. It is my top recommendation for fairy tale books this year. Su Mingyao came across a short video. She had children, so big data often pushed such content to her. Fairy tale book. Su Mingyao clicked in. Next time she met Lin Xiaoqian, she could bring her a storybook. But her standards were high, as she usually looked down on ordinary books. As time passed, Su Mingyao became engrossed in what she was reading. Knock knock. The office door was knocked on. Su Mingyao snapped back to reality, somewhat surprised that she, an adult, had become so engrossed in fairy tale books. This book is really good. Each fairy tale is wonderful, Su Mingyao thought to herself. President, it's time for you to head to the airport. The car is waiting for you downstairs, the assistant reminded Su Mingyao. She had at least one flight every day, and sometimes as many as 3. She was incredibly busy. The company's business was extensive, and there were backlog projects. Some business required her as president to personally intervene. Even the vice president's presence would not carry enough weight. Let's go, Su Mingyao said as she got into the car downstairs. She hadn't finished the book yet, so she continued reading. Unbeknownst to her, she had read through all 40 fairy tales Lin Chun had sent. Each one is a classic, impressive. This Lin, you will definitely become the king of stories, Su Mingyao thought to herself. She ordered 2 copies, one to keep at home and another to take to Lin Chun. At that time, she could have Lin Chun read it to Lin Xiaoqian. Maybe I should give a tip, Su Mingyao murmured to herself. She usually had no habit of tipping, but she genuinely felt that Lin Yu's fairy tales were quite exceptional. The leader has 1,000, the Silver Alliance has 10,000, and the Golden Alliance has 100,000. Su Mingyao noticed that Lin Yu still did not have a Silver Alliance. He'll be the first Silver Alliance leader then. Su Mingyao tipped 10,000 yuan. Tipping for a Golden Alliance would be a drop in the bucket, but she didn't know much about Lin Yu. Perhaps his works were good, but his character wasn't. For now, tipping for a Silver Alliance would suffice. Even if his character was lacking, the work was worth such a tip. Oh. At that moment, Lin Chun was in front of his computer. He discovered that he had gained a new Silver Alliance leader. 10,000 from the Silver Alliance. This person was quite supportive of him. Thank you for your support. Lin Chun simply expressed his gratitude. Time flew by, and soon it was the next day. Chen Xinhong and the others were staring at the large screen, which displayed the sales numbers. The numbers were constantly fluctuating. Suddenly, the data jumped from 299996 to 30001. Wow! A round of enthusiastic applause erupted. It was now 10 o'clock in the morning. Within 22 hours, all 300,000 copies of the first print had sold out. Boss, the 300,000 copies are sold out. Chen Xinhong quickly called Liang Zhirong. On the other end, Liang Zhirong was ecstatic. This gamble paid off. Old Chen called Lin Shun and increased the print run to 500,000 copies. No, I'll call him myself, Liang Zhirong said. Soon Liang Zhirong called Lin Shun. Lin Shun was surprised. Boss Liang, are we increasing the print run so soon? On the other end, Liang Zhirong laughed heartily. Yes, we won't do any hunger marketing. Well, just produce in bulk as long as users like it, and I'll do my best to satisfy them. Lin Shun, let's sign the online contract for the increase in print run. Once the contract is signed, I'll wire you the money right away. The contract was ready, it just needed some data adjustments. After about 10 minutes, Lin Shun signed the reprint contract with Tongxin Network. Ding! In less than 2 hours, the bank sent a text message. 2,350,000 yuan had been credited. Originally, he transferred 700,000 to his family. With the remaining 70-some thousand, he now had 3,100,000. He initially planned to take out 1 million, but his dad refused to agree. After much persuasion, he only managed to transfer 700,000. According to his dad's wishes, he only needed to give 500,000. Spending a total of 1 million, they still had 300,000 to 400,000 in savings. Even if they borrowed some money, they could pay it back later. Although Lin Shun was making money quickly now, they knew it wouldn't be easy for him to buy a good house in Shanghai. 3,100,000 still far from the house payment, Lin Shun muttered to himself. The additional print of 500,000 copies wouldn't sell out immediately, and he probably wouldn't earn much from this one book in the short term. But he could still release a second book. With fame and reputation, build up the sales of the second book wouldn't be bad either. I was the 15th to place an order and receive the book, which bore Lin Yu's beautiful signature. The fairy tales by the great Lin Yu are captivating, and the calligraphy is exquisite. Unfortunately, I didn't win the lottery and can only admire them online. Some people showcase their signed books online and on social media, garnering many likes. This wave of excitement attracted more readers to the book. After reading, they found it delightful and proceeded to place orders. Sales and reputation soaring, it's exhilarating. Remember that author from 2 years ago. Sales started strong, but their reputation tanked and sales plummeted in no time. Everyone at Tongxin Network was in high spirits. Lin Yu brought a lot of traffic to the website, and the boss made money. Would they not also reduce their bonuses? Old Shun, given this situation, perhaps we could sell all 50,000 copies in just half a month, Liang Zhirong said to Chen Xinhong. He was in a very good mood. Although the royalty rate promised to Lin Shun was somewhat high, it was nothing compared to the boost Lin Shun brought to the website. Chen Xinhong smiled. I originally estimated it would take at least 20 days to sell these 50,000 copies, but it seems it won't take that long. Lin Shun's signature brought significant buzz. Liang Zhirong said cheerfully, we saved money. Spending 1 million might not even create such excitement. Knock, knock. A knock came at the door. Come in, Liang Zhirong said. Soon someone pushed the door open and excitedly said, Boss, the president of the Calligraphy Association, Old Gu, praised Lin Yu's calligraphy on Weibo. He even said that Lin Yu's fairy tales are excellent and that he plans to read them to his granddaughter. Liang Zhirong's eyes lit up. Although the Calligraphy Association seems insignificant, someone like Old Gu has substantial influence. Many official media outlets follow him. Boss, Old Gu actually came forward to support us. This is fantastic. I was worried that being too prominent would attract negative attention, but now I feel much more at ease, Chen Xinhong said joyfully. With Old Gu's support, those who wish to smear us will need to think twice, Liang Zhirong said excitedly. Old Gu's post will likely lead to some official media outlets helping us with free publicity. The second batch might sell out in just 10 days, Chen Xinhong nodded. This was entirely possible. Once the excitement builds, many people will promote it voluntarily, and with a good reputation, sales will naturally improve. Although the birth rate in Huagua has declined, the number of children in recent years hasn't been small. They are just the right age to hear stories. Lin Chen's fairy tales are suitable for children aged 2 to 6 or 7, and there should be around 50 million children in this age group. The first and second batches together only total 80,000 copies. For children, many parents are willing to spend money. Moreover, a single book doesn't cost much. Knock, knock. Not long after, someone knocked on Liang Zhirong's office door again. Another piece of good news. Liang Zhirong asked the person who walked in. Boss, a female celebrity just posted that she bought the book and read the stories to her child who loved them, and she recommended the book to her fans. She has over 10 million fans. The editor who entered said excitedly. Liang Zhirong and Chen Xinhong exchanged glances. Old Shun, it seems we underestimated Lin Yu. Chen Xinhong nodded. Celebrities are protective of their image. They wouldn't easily give free advertising like this. She genuinely likes it. Once the first one appears, there could be more to follow. Liang Zhirong and Chen Xinhong went outside. The sales curve displayed on the big screen showed that the sales which had previously dipped were now rapidly increasing. The influence of a celebrity with over 10 million fans is indeed strong. Given this situation, we could sell these 50,000 copies in at most 10 days, Chen Xinhong said. Liang Zhurong smiled. Old Chen, you are being conservative. We can't afford celebrities, but their promotional effect is substantial. These 50,000 copies might not last a week. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. More than a dozen celebrities had helped promote the book for free. The second batch of 50,000 copies was completely sold out. Should we order another 1,000,000 copies? Chairman Liang, don't crash the market, Lin Chun said in surprise. Chen Xinhong and the others didn't respond, nor did he ask. He hadn't expected that they would sell out again in just 3 days. Lin Chun, no, great Lin Yu, you don't know how popular your fairy tales are now. Ordering another 1,000,000 copies, I am sure they will sell out within a month. Liang Zhurong said with a smile. Lin Chun replied, Chairman Liang, since you have confidence, I have no issues. If you give me money, I will naturally accept it. Liang Zhurong cleared his throat and said, Great Lin Yu, there is a small issue. Many people reported that there were no signed copies in the second batch. Can we arrange another batch of signed copies for the third batch? Lin Chun replied. How many do you need? Liang Zhurong said. How about 2,000 copies? Lin Chun secretly sighed. Would signing 2,000 copies not take half a day? All right then. You can have Li Lin deliver the books to the usual place. Lin Chun said. Soon Lin Chun and Liang Zhurong signed the third contract. The last batch of 50,000 copies brought in 235 million. This time for 1,000,000 copies, he would receive 480 million. The royalty rate varies with the sales volume. Ding! Liang Zhurong quickly arranged for the finance department to transfer the funds. Lin Chen's bank card balance astonishingly reached 790 million. If it weren't for living in a city like Modu, 790 million might allow him to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Woo woo woo. Lin Xiaoqian began to cry. Lin Chen quickly left his study and went to the living room. Xiaoqian, what's wrong? Lin Chun hurriedly picked up Lin Xiaoqian and asked. Lin Xiaoqian, with tears in her eyes, said, Daddy, I scraped my hand, a look him hurt. Lin Chen quickly checked. Lin Xiaoqian's hand was indeed a little red, but there was no break in the skin, or if he had come a bit later the redness might have disappeared. Daddy will rub it for you. Xiaoqian, be good, don't cry, it's fine. Lin Chen said. Lin Xiaoqian asked, Daddy, aren't you going to put on medicine? When I was hurt before, Mama would always put on medicine for me. All right, Daddy will put on some for you. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. At this moment, the redness was almost invisible. He fetched the medicine box. Concerned that Lin Xiaoqian might get hurt, he prepared a medicine box with some common medications inside. The host applies medicine to Lin Xiaoqian and gains the skill of ancient medicine. 30 hours to reach the master level, 60 hours to reach the grand master level. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen was taken aback. Applying medicine to Lin Xiaoqian unexpectedly granted him the skill of ancient medicine. This was quite powerful. Generally, it takes 10 hours to reach the master level and 20 hours to reach the grand master level. This one takes 3 times as long. Among the skills he has obtained, this ranks second in terms of difficulty, only surpassed by the requirements for aircraft manufacturing. That requires 50 hours and 100 hours respectively. Xiaoqian, does it still hurt? Lin Chun said with a smile. It seems he couldn't view it from an adult's perspective. Applying medicine to Lin Xiaoqian turned out to yield such great rewards. Ancient medicine is indeed a valuable thing. It doesn't hurt anymore. Daddy is amazing, Lin Xiaoqian said while hugging Lin Chen's head and giving him a kiss. System, how can I improve this? It seems there isn't much opportunity in daily life. Lin Chen thought in his mind. The system replied, Host, it's common for children to fall ill. Then it's better not to improve it for now. Lin Chen certainly didn't want Lin Xiaoqian to get sick. Xiaoqian, the way you write the character for person is incorrect. Look at how Daddy writes it, and then compare it to your version. Is there a difference? Lin Chen was teaching Lin Xiaoqian how to write. Lin Xiaoqian had already learned to write her name, so he began with simple characters. Lin Xiaoqian was quite serious about her studies. Daddy, you are an adult, and I am a child. Your steps are big while mine are smaller, Lin Xiaoqian said with an innocent expression. Lin Chun chuckled softly and explained, Xiaoqian, there is no distinction between adults and children. We don't describe children as little people. You can say you are a baby. You can also say you are a child. Lin Xiaoqian nodded in apparent understanding. Lin Chen smiled and began telling a story. Xiaoqian, a long time ago, humans were like other animals. We had no written language and couldn't write. So what do you think people did back then? Lin Xiaoqian asked. Did they use their mouths like puppies? Lin Chen laughed. When we are face to face, we can use our mouths. But what if we can't meet? How do we communicate with each other? How do we warn others of danger in one place or find our way home in the forest? Lin Xiaoqian pondered for a moment, then her eyes lit up. Daddy, I know. They could draw pictures to tell others. Lin Shun ruffled Lin Xiaoqian's hair, saying Xiaoqian is so clever. That's exactly what ancient people did. The oldest characters were just like drawings. Then the wise among humans slowly created written language. Lin Xiaoqian listened intently. Host, you have taught Lin Xiaoqian to write for 20 hours. Your calligraphy has reached the grandmaster level. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face as a flood of information surged into his consciousness. With the system's assistance, Lin Chen quickly grasped everything as if he had been studying calligraphy for decades. Half an hour passed. Xiaoqian, let's not practice writing for now. You should rest your eyes. Daddy will teach you English. Lin Chen began conversing with Lin Xiaoqian in English. He didn't teach Lin Xiaoqian vocabulary or grammar. Just speaking was enough, and with practice she would learn. Generally, children might not need to learn English later, but the Su family has many businesses abroad and their assets will likely belong to Lin Xiaoqian in the future. He would also be able to earn a lot of money in the future, and perhaps he would have business abroad as well. All of this would also belong to Lin Xiaoqian. Learning English was crucial for her. Host, your Japanese proficiency has reached the fluent level. After more than half an hour, the system's voice sounded again. So far, Lin Chen had mastered English, German, French, Russian, Arabic, Portuguese, and Japanese. That's great. Do I won't need subtitles when watching movies anymore? Lin Chen thought to himself. Studying Japanese was still necessary. It would come in handy when watching movies, and if he ever went to East Sakura country, Japanese would be useful. Learning English was so difficult in the past. I lost many brain cells. Now I have easily learned 7 foreign languages. Lin Chen mused. Continuing to teach Lin Xiaoqian, Lin Chen estimated that in the future he would be able to speak the languages of the indigenous tribes in Africa as well. Ding ding. Suddenly Lin Chen's phone rang. It was a video call from Su Mingyao. He had video called her twice before, both times in the evening, and Lin Xiaoqian wanted to video call Su Mingyao. It was now morning. At this time, Su Mingyao was usually busy with work. Xiaoqian, it's mommy's video call. Lin Chen answered the video call and handed the phone to Lin Xiaoqian. Previously, he hadn't spoken much with Su Mingyao during video calls. They had a child together and were married. He naturally wanted to win Su Mingyio's heart, but he couldn't be too proactive. There was no choice. The Su family was too wealthy. If he appeared too enthusiastic, Su Mingyao and her parents might think he was after the Su family's money. Mommy, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed happily. Qian, Mommy will video call you again tonight. Mommy has something to discuss with Daddy now, so please give the phone to Daddy. Su Mingyao said with a smile. Daddy, erase your wife's call. Lin Xiaoqian said seriously like a little adult. Lin Chen took the phone and smiled, saying, Mingyao, what's the matter? Su Mingyao said, Qian, you can play by yourself for now. Lin Chen, I need you to help me with something work-related. Okay. Lin Chen quickly went to the study. Su Mingyao inquired, Lin Chen, you mentioned you speak English, German, French, and Russian. Lin Chen nodded slightly. I also have a basic understanding of Arabic, Japanese, and Portuguese. Why? Su Mingyao was utterly astonished. Lin Chen knew more foreign languages than just those 4. I urgently need a German document. It involves many specialized terms, and our company's translation level isn't sufficient. I don't know if you can understand it. Su Mingyao said. Lin Chen replied with a smile, send it over, and I'll take a look. Soon Su Mingyao sent the document. Lin Chen opened the document and glanced at it. It should not be a problem. He'll have the translated document ready for you in half an hour. Thank you, Su Mingyao said. After ending the call, Lin Chen quickly opened his computer to translate. Even the most obscure specialized terms were no challenge for him. On Su Mingyio's side, boss, we contacted 4 translation companies, and they've all replied that they won't be able to translate it well in 2 hours. They said there are too many specialized terms. An assistant beside Su Mingyao said helplessly, I found someone, so just wait. Su Mingyao said, you can go out for now. Oh, I need some time alone. The assistant left, and Su Mingyao dialed her father's number. Dad, how is mom doing? Su Mingyao asked. Su Guofeng, Su Mingyio's father, smiled and said, your mom is recovering quite well. In 2 months, once the situation stabilizes, your mom and I will return to the country. Su Mingyao exclaimed in surprise, returning in 2 months. It turned out Su Guofeng planned to stay longer. Su Guofeng said helplessly, your mom misses home, and Mrs. Qian, she can't wait to take a plane back right now. Is Qian doing well with Lin Shun? He knew Lin Xiaoqian was with Lin Shun, but he had never contacted Lin Shun and did not recognize him. Lin Shun was quite ordinary, and he had only one precious daughter, so naturally, he did not want Lin Shun to be with Su Mingyao. Fortunately, Su Mingyao was also not interested in Lin Shun. Su Mingyao said Lin Shun is Qian's father. He treats Qian very well, and Qian is very close to him. That's good, Su Guofeng said. Su Mingyao asked, Dad, you had someone investigate Lin Shun back then, and he was just quite ordinary in every aspect. Yes, why? Su Guofeng inquired. Su Mingyao said, Dad, who did you ask to investigate? Did they not do a thorough job and just gave you a half-hearted report? Su Guofeng was taken aback. Mingyao, are you implying that Lin Chun is not ordinary? Su Guofeng asked. Su Mingyao asked, Dad, who did you have check on him? Su Guofeng replied, it was my former bodyguard Xiaoyi. Lin Chun comes from an ordinary family, has average academic performance, and while his looks are decent, his attire is quite plain. Xiaoyi visited their village, went to his former high school, and even asked his old homeroom teacher. There shouldn't be any oversights. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Su Guofeng's heart tightened. Could it be that his daughter has taken a liking to Lin Chun? Dad, he doesn't seem that ordinary. He is an excellent cook, and he speaks several foreign languages. Su Mingyao stated. Su Guofeng was astonished. He speaks several foreign languages. I have his college entrance examination scores. His English is just average. He barely passed level 4. Su Mingyao said his English is better than mine. Moreover, his Russian, German, and French are also quite good. Su Guofeng was incredulous. Even if he lacked in other areas, such language talent is already impressive. Why did he seem so ordinary before? Is it possible he was hiding it during the college entrance examinations? Mingyao, are you sure? Of course, I've communicated with him in English, and I've seen him converse with others in Russian right in front of me. Su Guofeng asked, are you saying you like him because of this? Dad, of course not. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't talk to you for now. Su Mingyao hung up the phone. Su Guofeng was puzzled. How could someone change so much? He entered the hospital room. Honey, what was that about with our daughter? Su Mingyuo's mother Yang Qingyue asked as she woke up. Su Guofeng sat by the bed and said, wife Mingyao called and said Lin Chun doesn't seem that ordinary. Mingyao said he speaks several foreign languages. She also mentioned his cooking skills are very good. Yang Qingyue was surprised. Did our daughter really say that? Yes, Su Guofeng nodded. Then she must have some feelings for Lin Chun. She might already be quite curious about him. That's what I think, Yang Qingyue said. Su Guofeng frowned, and Yang Qingyue added, honey, don't call her. Let our daughter make her own choice. Isn't she smarter than you? Even if he speaks several foreign languages, he isn't worthy of Mingyao. Yang Qingyue said irritably, in matters of love, worthiness is irrelevant. It depends on fate. After that incident, our daughter has a psychological shadow. She has locked herself away. If Lin Chun can help her come out of it, that wouldn't be a bad thing. Su Guofeng looked at Yang Qingyue in surprise. Wife, you didn't think that way before. Didn't you want Mingyao to find someone from a similar background? Ideally, someone even better. Yang Qingyue replied, after going under the knife and facing death, many things no longer seem so important to me. As long as our daughter is happy, we shouldn't worry too much. Su Guofeng frowned, but Yang Qingyue said, don't, but me, help me sit up. Su Guofeng quickly helped Yang Qingyue sit up. Honey, even if Lin Chun is just ordinary, as long as our daughter likes him, we have enough money for them to spend comfortably for 10 lifetimes. Su Guofeng sighed, wife, you don't understand. Yang Qingyue rolled her eyes. What do you mean, I don't understand? If our family had only 30 to 50 million, it wouldn't be a big deal. Living well and without trouble would be manageable. But we now have 3 billion. To the giants, we are just a piece of fat meat. Yang Qingyue asked in confusion, haven't we gone through without encountering any major troubles? That's because I have a good father-in-law, but your dad has been gone for 2 years. We've used up most of the goodwill he left us. Our future path will inevitably be much bumpier. Yang Qingyue said, don't we still maintain our connections? Su Guofeng shook his head. It's different. Although our family is wealthy, we no longer belong to that circle. In 2 or 3 years, there will definitely be people targeting us. Yang Qingyue said, but we can't sacrifice our daughter's happiness. I was hoping Mingyao could find someone she connects with from a similar background so that we could achieve both. Su Guofeng sighed as he said this. If it weren't for what happened back then. Mingyao is unmarried and already has a child. That would surely deter some powerful second or third generations. Honey, don't think so much. Even if we lose most of our wealth, having 300 to 500 million is still enough for our family to live comfortably. Yang Qingyue comforted him. Su Guofeng nodded slightly. Don't overthink it. Take care of your health. There shouldn't be any major issues in the coming year or two. Done. Lin Chun wore a faint smile on his face. He carefully checked everything again to ensure there were no issues. Su Mingyao, the translation is ready. Lin Chun sent the translated document to Su Mingyao. She looked at the time, surprised that Lin Chun had taken only 27 minutes. Thank you. Including last time, can I give you 20,000 as a translation fee? Su Mingyao replied. Lin Chun said, we have a child and are already registered. We can consider ourselves friends, right? This little help between friends shouldn't involve money. If you insist on giving me money, don't come to me again. I don't have time for this, as I need to care for the child. Lin Chun quickly replied. Su Mingyao was silent for a moment before responding, thank you. 5 minutes passed, and Su Mingyuo's assistant said, President, the German translator from the company said the document is fine. He mentioned that the other party's level is much higher than his. Su Mingyao nodded, slightly astonished. They were a large company, and the translators in the company were quite skilled, yet they were still worse than Lin Chun. With his strength in English, Russian, and German, Lin Chun's French is probably not much worse than these 3 languages. Su Mingyao thought to herself. Meanwhile, Lin Chen said, "Dad, there are so many boxes." He brought Lin Xiaoqian to the rented office. 2,000 books had already been delivered. With each volume containing 100 copies, the ground was covered with 20 large cardboard boxes. Lin Chen smiled and asked Xiaoqian, "Would you like to play for a while or take a nap?" Inside the office, Lin Chen set up a small bed. Lin Xiaoqian said sleepily, "I don't want to sleep yet. Do I want to draw?" Lin Xiaoqian said in a sweet voice. Lin Chen smiled and said, "All right, you can draw for a bit." Half an hour later, Lin Xiaoqian felt sleepy. Lin Chen carried her to bed, and she quickly fell into a sweet sleep. Swish, swish. Lin Chen swiftly signed each new book. His signature seemed similar to before, but upon closer inspection, it appeared to carry a different charm. This charm was something ordinary people couldn't articulate. It simply looked more appealing and captivating. However, a skilled calligrapher would notice that his calligraphy had reached a different level than before. Lin Chen's calligraphy had transformed from a master level to a grandmaster level. He had already reached a top-tier standard globally. Lin Chen let out a long breath. After being busy from noon until dusk, he finally finished signing 2,000 books. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoqian was very well behaved. After waking up in the afternoon, she didn't disturb Lin Chen. As long as she was by his side, she felt very happy and content. In the past, when Su Mingyao was on a business trip, Lin Xiaoqian was only accompanied by a nanny, but now she had her father with her. "Xiaoqian, we're going home now." Lin Chen smiled as he packed the signed books. "Daddy, come here for a moment." Lin Xiaoqian sweetly called out. Lin Chen crouched down beside Lin Xiaoqian. "Daddy, look, this is you, this is mommy, and this is me. How does it look?" Lin Chen looked at Lin Xiaoqian's drawing in surprise. She was so young, yet her drawing was remarkably good. "Xiaoqian, your drawing is truly wonderful. It seems you have a natural talent for drawing. In that case, Daddy will teach you more in the future." A voice from the system echoed in Lin Chen's mind. "Host, certain abilities of yours are continuously enhancing, which will have a significant impact on Lin Xiaoqian in this regard." Lin Chen's eyes brightened. His ability to enhance could influence Lin Xiaoqian. System, just in certain aspects. "Yes, host. If a certain skill of yours reaches the grandmaster level, Lin Xiaoqian's talent in that aspect can double. At the legendary level, it triples, at the mythical level, it quadruples." Lin Chen had just reached the grandmaster level in drawing yesterday. He pondered, if Xiaoqian has talent in any aspect, then doubling it would be quite significant. If she lacks talent, would tripling not suffice? "Yes, host." Lin Chen was overjoyed. This was still quite good. Lin Xiaoqian doesn't need to become a jack of all trades. It's fine if she can excel in the areas she's talented in. System, how is this doubling and tripling calculated? As Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian home, he asked. The talent values for everyone range from 0 to 100, and most people's talents are below 10. A few have talent values between 10 and 20. Only a handful possess talents valued between 20 and 30. For an ordinary person to achieve a talent value of 30 is already quite impressive. However, with such talent, even effort will yield minimal results. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. The gap between ordinary people and geniuses is too vast. Most ordinary people can only dabble in various arts. Wanting to rely on it to achieve greatness in the future, very difficult indeed. System, please continue. Talent above 40 is classified as genius, while those above 60 can stand out in their province. Above 70, they are national level elites. Above 80, they are continental geniuses, and above 90, they are world class. Lin Chen excitedly said, if Xiaoqian's innate talent is 20, then doubling it would make it 40, doubling it again to 60, and tripling to 80. Yes, host. Lin Chen's face beamed with joy. Wonderful. Lin Xiaoqian will certainly have several talents reaching 20 or 30, with a high probability of exceeding 90 when tripled. Achieving the maximum value of 100 is also possible. Even with a talent value in the teens, tripling it is quite feasible. Daddy, what are you laughing about? You seem very happy. Lin Xiaoqian asked in her sweet voice. Lin Chen smiled and said, because Daddy loves you. Just holding you makes me incredibly happy. Moi? Daddy, I love you too. Lin Xiaoqian sweetly kissed Lin Chen. System, can we detect Xiaoqian's talent? Lin Chen inquired in his mind. The system replied, no. With your abilities, you can assess it during the companionship. Lin Chen felt no regret. He thought for a moment. His current skills that had reached the grandmaster level included culinary arts, fairy tale writing, calligraphy, drawing, and driving. Foreign languages also count. Football, singing, shooting, etc. have yet to reach the grandmaster level. He was unsure of Lin Xiaoqian's talent in culinary arts and driving. As for fairy tale writing and calligraphy, Lin Chen estimated that Lin Xiaoqian's talent would likely be below 20, with not much noticeable improvement. Foreign languages and drawing showed more significant improvement, especially drawing. The enhancement in drawing talent is the most apparent. Xiaoqian's drawing talent should be close to or even exceed 30. Lin Chen thought to himself. Lin Xiaoqian's drawing talent should now be around 60, reaching the standard of provincial elites. If it doubles her drawing talent, could reach around 90. Over 90 is considered world-class. Xiaoqian, do you really like drawing? Lin Chen asked. Yes. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiaoqian, then in the future daddy will spend a little more time teaching you to draw. Is that okay? Lin Xiaoqian joyfully replied yes, yes. Li Lin packed the books and hurried back overnight. Editor-in-chief, the signed books from Master Lin, you have arrived. Chen Xinhong reported at work. Chen Xinhong arrived at the storage area for the books. He casually opened a box and took out one. Oh, a look of surprise appeared in Chen Xinhang's eyes. He rubbed his eyes. The writing was the same, but he couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Chen's signature seemed more beautiful this time. Chen Xinhong had the one signed by Lin Chen previously. He found the previously signed book for comparison. What's going on? It's clearly the same, but I feel there's a difference. Chen Xinhong thought to himself. Old phone, come here for a moment. Take a close look at these two signatures. Chen Xinhong called out. Another old editor approached. Soon he exclaimed, Editor-in-chief, what's going on? I feel this signature looks more pleasant. This is the later one, right? Chen Xinhong nodded. I also think this one looks better. It has an indescribable beauty. Wait. Let me check the rest of the books. Chen Xinhong took out more signed books. The signatures in these books were all better than the originals. Editor-in-chief, perhaps after signing so many Lin Yu has gained insight, making the signatures look even better, Feng said with a smile. Chen Xinhong nodded slightly. Maybe. The third batch of 1,000,000 orders mixing 1 in 500. Don't get it wrong. The Feng editor nodded. Rest assured it won't be wrong. Chen Xinhong picked up a signed book he had collected. I'm going out for a bit, call me if there's anything. An hour later, Chen Xinhong arrived at a villa community. He came to visit an elderly man. This elderly man was once the president of the National Calligraphy Association, a towering figure in the calligraphy world. Even the current president of the Calligraphy Association must greet him as uncle. Chen Xinhong had visited him once before. Ding dong. Chen Xinhong rang the doorbell. The nanny quickly opened the door. A frail voice came from inside. Little Chun, I have difficulty moving, so I want come to greet you. You can come in by yourself. Chen Xinhong entered the villa bowing slightly. Old Master Jiang, long time no see. Old Master Jiang, named Jiang Xuesong, nodded slightly. It's been 4 or 5 years. I've aged. I don't meet visitors casually anymore. Little Chen, have you come for something? If there's nothing, he wouldn't welcome a visit. Old Master Jiang, I'd like to ask for your help in assessing a signature. Chen Xinhong said respectfully. Jiang Xuesong asked, what signature? Chen Xinhong replied, the signature on this book. Could you please take a look? I've seen many works of calligraphy, and this signature feels quite special to me. How is it special? Jiang Xuesong put on his reading glasses. Chen Xinhong cleared his throat and said, Old Master Jiang, I don't have the skill to explain it well, but it just feels very pleasant to look at. I could get lost just admiring a signature. Jiang Xuesong smiled and said, that means your understanding is decent. An ordinary person sees a mountain as a mountain and water as water. You should have reached the second realm where a mountain is not a mountain and water is not water. Let me see it. Chen Xinhong quickly opened the book. Old Master Jiang, this is the signature. Jiang Xuesong smiled and said, it's Lin Yu. Someone has shown me his work. His calligraphy skills are quite high. Oh, Jiang Xuesong was stunned. He leaned in closer, examining it carefully. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chen Xinhong remained silent, quietly waiting. 5 minutes later, Jiang Xuesong let out a sigh. Impressive, Lin. Yes, calligraphy is above mine. I originally thought I was a bit better than him, but now it seems he has reached a higher level. Chen Xinhong asked, Old Master Jiang, what realm are you referring to? Jiang Xuesong took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. My calligraphy is passable, and I now have a bit of a reputation, but in the long river of history I am nothing. Lin Ye's calligraphy is enough to be compared to Yin Lu. Chen Xinhong was shocked and said, Yin Jinqing Lu Gongquan. Old Master Jiang, aren't you exaggerating a bit? Even Yin Jinqing and the others are top calligraphers in the long river of history. The only one above them is the sage of calligraphy, Wang Shiji. Not at all. Lin Ye's level is indeed that high, but it's strange how come I haven't heard of anyone in the calligraphy world being so exceptional. Jiang Xuesong said, puzzled. Chen Xinhong replied, Old Master Jiang, perhaps he's just good at signatures, his other writing might be mediocre. Jiang Xuesong shook his head. Young Chun, that's impossible. Do you think you can reach such a realm just by writing more? Without that level of skill, one wouldn't even understand it. Chen Xinhong chuckled awkwardly. He was one of those who couldn't understand. Jiang Xuesong said, Young Chen, I'm not talking about you. You can tell it's not simple, your level is quite good already. Where is Master Lin? I would like to pay him a visit. Chen Xinhong quickly said, Old Master Jiang, you are over 80, you shouldn't be traveling far. Lin Yu is a fairy tale author on our website. Off. Jiang Xuesong was taken aback. Someone of his level writing fairy tales. Chen Xinhong nodded. His fairy tale writing is exceptional. This is his book which sold over 1 million copies in just a few days. Sigh. Jiang Xuesong sighed. Calligraphy doesn't make money, but you guys do. There aren't many who can appreciate calligraphy at his level nationwide. Chun Shinhong respectfully said, Old Master Jiang, although calligraphy doesn't make money, top calligraphers have a high status, and they might be remembered for generations. Master Lin Yu has a good chance to be remembered for generations. As for me, I'm just a half-baked talent. Young Chun is Master Lin Yu in his 60s or 70s. Chun Shinhong was taken aback. Lin Chun in his 60s or 70s. Old Master Jiang, he isn't that old yet. Jiang Xuesong exclaimed in surprise, he's only in his 50s. At this age to have such skill is impressive. Chun Shinhong coughed lightly and said, Old Master Jiang, please calm down. Lin Yu is only in his 20s. Jiang Xuesong was stunned. Half a minute passed and he shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can someone in their 20s reach such a level? Chun Shinhong said, Old Master Jiang, I have seen him. He truly is only in his 20s now. Jiang Xuesong put on his reading glasses again. He looked at the signature for a while longer. Impossible. Could it be that someone else signed it for him? Jiang Xuesong said somewhat incredulously. Chun Shinhong said, that shouldn't be possible. His talent in fairy tale writing is exceptional. There's no need to fake it here. If discovered, it would be a huge blemish. Young Chin, can you contact him? Can you ask him to write a piece for me? I'm willing to pay 300,000. I can ask him for you now. Chun Shinhong said. Jiang Xuesong nodded. Sure, just have him write the Lanting Yisu. Chun Shinhong dialed Lin Chin's number. Master Lin Yu, are you available now? There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Lin Chin's voice came through. I'm available, what is it? Chun Shinhong said. Master Lin Yu, I know a calligraphy enthusiast who thinks your signature is excellent and wants to commission a piece for 300,000. Is that possible? Lin Chin was surprised. 300,000. He initially thought he could make a lot of money from calligraphy, but after looking into it, he realized he might have been a bit naive. Nowadays, there are far too few people who understand calligraphy. With the popularity of computers and smartphones, many people's writing is deteriorating. In the live streaming room, calligraphy works are packaged for 199 and delivered to your home. You say you write better than them. Ordinary people can't appreciate it. Yes, he wants a piece of Lantingyi Su. Is that okay? Chun Shinhong inquired. Lin Chin smiled. 300,000, how could he not earn that money? Previously, he earned a few thousand a month. 300,000 would take years. No problem, once I finish, I'll send it to you by express. All right. After hanging up, Chun Shinhong said, Old Master Jiang, I will bring it to you as soon as I receive it. Jiang Xuesong nodded. We'll transfer the money to you, you give it to him first. When requesting a piece, one must pay in advance. Soon Jiang Xuesong transferred 300,000 to Chun Shinhong. He lived in a villa worth tens of millions with tens of millions still sitting in the bank. 300,000 was not much for him. Earning money from calligraphy while alive isn't bad either. Lin Chun murmured to himself. With Lin Shaoqian in tow, Lin Chun went to a specialty store for the 4 treasures of study, buying the best brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. If someone is spending 300,000 to commission a piece, he cannot deliver a subpar result. There might even be a chance for a repeat commission. Although he made good money from fairy tales, the speed wasn't fast enough. Daddy, what are you doing? Upon returning home, Lin Shaoqian asked curiously. Lin Chun smiled and said, Daddy is writing. Shaoqian, you haven't seen Daddy write much. Now that Daddy is writing, you should watch closely. I will be very obedient, Daddy. Lin Shaoqian said from her dining chair. Lin Chun spread out the paper, recalling the Lantingyi Su in his mind. His calligraphy was now at a grandmaster level with various scripts. At that level, of course, he knew Wang Zizi's running script. His understanding of the Lantingyi Su was also very deep. In the 9th year of Yonghe, during the Guizhou year at the beginning of late spring, with ink on his brush, Lin Chun began to write fluidly. Lin Shaoqian quietly watched Lin Chun. Lin Chun was now focused with an extraordinary presence. When signing, Lin Chun was casual, using an ordinary pen, and his skill wasn't fully showcased. Now that someone was sincerely commissioning him, he couldn't afford to be casual. After finishing all 300 characters, Lin Chun let out a sigh of relief. After checking it over, a smile appeared on Lin Chun's face. Although it was his first time writing it, the system made it feel as though he had written it 1,000 times. There were no issues with the work. Lin Chun signed his name. Daddy, you're so handsome. Lin Shaoqian looked at Lin Chun with admiration. Lin Chun playfully rubbed her little nose and laughed. Shaoqian, you're so young. How do you know what handsome is? Anyway, Daddy is the most handsome. Lin Shaoqian said sweetly. While purchasing ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones, Lin Chun also bought a scroll case. Once the ink dried, he carefully rolled up the calligraphy and placed it inside. Framing, however, was not his responsibility. Standard framing might still fail to satisfy the recipient. Soon Lin Chun mailed off the completed piece. Daddy, what's that round thing? That round thing is so big. Lin Shaoqi asked in her soft, infantile voice. She watched a little boy bouncing a basketball. Lin Chun thought the ball too large for her, so he hadn't bought one for her. Xiaoqi, that's a basketball. You bounce it with your hands. Footballs, on the other hand, are kicked with your feet, Lin Shun said with a gentle smile. Lin Xiaoqi, can I play basketball with that big brother? Then you'll have to ask him yourself. Lin Shun set her down on the ground. Shy by nature, Lin Xiaoqi spoke fluently with adults, but had rarely played with children her own age. In the past, her nanny would push her out in a stroller, always wary of scuffles or accidents, and thus seldom allowed her to interact with other toddlers. Here, however, Lin Shun felt confident letting her play freely with peers. Yet a small complication arose. Most children were accompanied by their mothers, not fathers. His presence among them seemed somewhat incongruous. This is indeed a dilemma, Lin Shun mused inwardly. Lin Xiaoqi needed not only his companionship, but also peer interaction. She needed to learn how to connect with other children. Xiaoqi, don't be afraid. Daddy's right here, isn't he? You're a brave little girl, Xiaoqi. Lin Shun knelt down, smiling warmly. Bolstered by Lin Shun's encouraging gaze, Lin Xiaoqi stepped forward. I'm Chi-Chi. Can we play together? No way, I'll play with you. The boy clutched his basketball and hurried away. Lin Xiaoqi turned toward Lin Shun, her large luminous eyes welling up with tears. Lin Shun stepped forward and held her close. Xiaoqi, you were absolutely wonderful just now. You approached a stranger bravely, even though you'd never met him before. Her tears instantly stalled. Daddy, am I really that great? But that big brother didn't want to play basketball with me. She spoke a hint of sorrow in her voice. Lin Shun kissed her forehead and smiled. Absolutely wonderful. It doesn't matter that he declined. Perhaps he prefers playing with older children. As long as you keep being this courageous, you'll surely find friends who want to play with you. Lin Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Daddy, is that true? Lin Shun nodded. Of course. Would you like to play basketball? If so, Daddy will buy you one. Lin Xiaoqi nodded eagerly. A stationery store stood nearby, and soon Lin Shun returned with a basketball. Thump thump. Lin Shun began playing with her. Table tennis and badminton were unsuitable for her age, but basketball and football were perfectly fine to explore. At just over 2 years old, she couldn't master complex skills, but bouncing and kicking balls would significantly enhance her coordination and agility. 5 minutes passed swiftly. Your basketball skill has begun ascending. 10 hours to master level, 20 hours to grandmaster level, 40 hours to legendary level, 80 hours to mythic level. The system's voice resonated within Lin Shun's mind. A faint smile graced his lips. He had indeed acquired yet another skill. To him, basketball held greater practicality than football. Basketball courts abounded across China, whereas football fields remained comparatively scarce. System, what's my current physical attribute? Lin Shun queried mentally. The system replied, your physical attribute has increased by 51 points. Your current total stands at 112. The average adult male scored 60. His was nearly double. A subtle smile flickered across Lin Shun's face. Doubling one's physical capacity amplified combat effectiveness more than tenfold. Unarmed, he could now hold his own against 10 ordinary men. Lin Shun had no intention of seeking fights, but every man naturally desired greater strength. Daddy, this round thing isn't obedient. It keeps rolling away. Lin Xiaoqi pouted, gazing up at him. Lin Shun chuckled. Xiaoqi, that's because you two aren't friends yet. If you play with it often, you'll become best friends, and then it won't run off. Really? Absolutely. An hour passed, and Lin Shun's basketball prowess surged dramatically. 10 hours to master level meant an hour's progress was substantial. His current skill was already sufficient for a university varsity team. With his enhanced physique, dunking came effortlessly, and in real competition, even starting players would likely fall short against him. Beep beep. Lin Shun's phone suddenly rang. It was Su Mingyao calling. He answered on speakerphone. Xiaoqi, it's Mama's call. Say hello to her. Lin Xiaoqi chirped sweetly. Mama, I miss you so much. When will you come see Daddy and me? Daddy misses you too. Lin Shun. Su Mingyao's voice came through. Chi-Chi, Mama's here, but when I arrived home, I didn't find either of you. Lin Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. Mama, we're playing downstairs. Come join us. Lin Shun smiled. Mingyao, will you come down? You can play outside with Xiaoqi for a while. I'll head back to cook. Su Mingyao, last time I ate your cooking. I'll take the kitchen this time. You and Chi-Chi return in an hour. Are you sure? Absolutely. Su Mingyao hung up without another word. Lin Shun shook his head faintly. She clearly wished not to owe him anything. Winning her over wouldn't be easy. Still, he wasn't anxious. He had a child, a marriage certificate, and a system. What exactly was there to rush about? Daddy, are we eating Mama's food tonight? Lin Xiaoqi asked. Lin Shun nodded. Yes, we've never tasted Mama's cooking before. Is it delicious? Lin Xiaoqi tilted her head, pondering. It's edible. Lin Shun burst into quiet laughter. The answer, after several thoughtful seconds, was unexpectedly candid. Xiaoqi, Mama's dishes may not rival Daddy's, but she's doing her very best for us, isn't she? So later let's both say they're delicious, and eat heartily, okay? Lin Xiaoqi gazed at him, puzzled. Is that lying? Mama says good girls never lie. Lin Shan paused, then said gently, Xiaoqi lies come in two kinds, malicious and benevolent. This is the latter. When mama's happy, our whole family is happy. Don't you agree? Lin Xiaoqi nodded slowly, half comprehending. An hour later, they returned home. After 2 hours of basketball, Lin Chen's skill had skyrocketed. Lin Chen Chi-Chi, quick wash your hands and come eat. Su Mingyao called. Lin Shen paused momentarily captivated. Su Mingyao stood there in an apron, a heiress of CO, yet utterly enchanting in domestic grace. Yet, his gaze drifted across the table. She'd prepared 4 dishes, all modest in presentation. Mama, is it almost nighttime? After washing her hands and settling into her chair, Lin Xiaoqi asked hopefully, will we sleep together tonight? Su Mingyio's expression stiffened slightly as she shook her head and said, Qianqian, mommy passed by here and just came to take a look. Mommy has something to do later and will leave soon. Lin Xiaoqian looked very aggrieved. But I really want to sleep with daddy and mommy. Lin Shen said, mommy has to work, you know. Which dish do you think mommy cooks the best? Lin Xiaoqian's attention was instantly diverted. Daddy, that dish. I like to eat meat. Lin Xiaoqian pointed at a plate of diced beef. This plate of pan-fried beef cubes was made with top-quality Australian Wagyu that Su Mingyao had brought herself. If the skill is lacking, then the ingredients must compensate. Lin Shen looked at the plate of pan-fried beef cubes. With his level of skill, he could instantly identify dozens of issues. Xiaoqian, let daddy get you a piece, let's try it together. Lin Shen picked up a piece of beef for Lin Xiaoqian, and he took one for himself as well. They both put it in their mouths. Good meat. Such a waste. Lin Shen thought to himself. Su Mingyio's culinary skills were even inferior to his past ones. However, as a wealthy young lady and now a CEO, it was already commendable for her to be able to cook. Xiaoqian, how is it? Su Mingyao looked at Lin Xiaoqian expectantly. Lin Xiaoqian hesitated and replied, Mommy, it's delicious. Qianqian, lying will make your nose grow longer. Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Shen and said, Mommy, this doesn't count as lying. A daddy says it's a white lie. Lin Shen. Xiaoqian, let's try this dish. Lin Shen picked another dish for Lin Xiaoqian. This was steamed base, and upon taking a bite, Lin Xiaoqian's little face turned sour. Qianqian, doesn't it taste good? Su Mingyao inquired. The bass she used was not the ordinary kind found in the market. One of her fish could buy dozens of those in the market. Mommy, it's delicious. Lin Xiaoqian said it was good, but hardly ate any. Su Mingyao tried it herself. The fish was bland and had a fishy taste. Lin Shen took a small piece to taste, and it was even worse than the beef cubes. Mommy, I love to eat vegetables now. Oh, I want to eat vegetables. Lin Xiaoqian said in her baby voice. She truly couldn't eat the fish. Su Mingyao quickly picked some vegetables for Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian took a taste. Mommy, my tummy seems to be full. Su Mingyao. She quickly tasted it herself. How salty. Lin Shen tasted all 4 dishes, finding the beef cubes to be the best, but the overall taste was still quite average. Well, Lin Shen, let's go eat out. Su Mingyao said somewhat awkwardly. Lin Shen smiled and said, no need to go through so much trouble, I'll handle it again. Just wait a moment. Soon Lin Shen took the dishes to the kitchen. Saving failed dishes is also a skill that top chefs need to master. Many ingredients are expensive and wasting them would be a pity. He turned on the heat and quickly got to work. His culinary skills were still at the grandmaster level, but compared to Su Mingyio's previous cooking, he had improved quite a bit. The system had enhanced his cooking abilities in all aspects, so naturally, he was also top-notch at saving failed dishes. Mommy, don't be sad. Lin Xiaoqian looked at Su Mingyao and said. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Xiaoqian. Even though mommy's dishes aren't very tasty, you have a husband who cooks really well. Lin Xiaoqian said earnestly. Su Mingyao reached out and tapped Lin Xiaoqian's forehead, saying, your little mouth has been spoiled by your daddy. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Shen had reworked all 4 dishes. He brought them back to the table. Su Mingyio's eyes revealed surprise. The dishes Lin Shen recouped looked much better than before. Mingyao, you all try it. Lin Shen smiled and said. Su Mingyao picked up a piece of beef and put it in her mouth, stunned. Was it the same thing she had just eaten? Why did it taste so much better after Lin Shen handled it? Lin Shen fed Lin Xiaoqian a piece. Daddy, it's so delicious. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed happily, and then she looked at Su Mingyao and said, Mommy, your dishes can be eaten too. Su Mingyao. This piece of consolation was better left unsaid. Lin Shen smiled and said, Mingyao, if you want to learn, I can teach you. He'll make sure you learn it well, and there won't be any tuition fees. Mommy, just give daddy a kiss. Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Su Mingyio's face turned slightly red, and Lin Shen picked more dishes for Lin Xiaoqian, saying, Xiaoqian, you should try the other dishes too. Lin Xiaoqian began to eat heartily. Su Mingyao said unhappily, Xiaoqian, weren't you full just now? Now you can eat again. Lin Xiaoqian didn't dare to look at Su Mingyao and lowered her head to eat. Su Mingyao turned to Lin Shen and said, Lin Shen, I want to discuss something with you. Qianqian seems to have some talent for drawing, and I want to find her a drawing teacher. Someone to come to teach her drawing every day. It might take up quite a bit of your time. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head repeatedly. Mommy, I don't want anyone else to teach me to draw. Daddy is very good. Daddy can teach me to draw. Su Mingyao said, Qianqian, Daddy draws well, but the teacher I find for you will be even better. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. He somewhat disagreed with this. His drawing skills were at the grandmaster level top-notch in the world. Although Su Mingyao was wealthy, whether she could find a world-class painter to teach Lin Xiaoqian was a question. The Su family's assets are considerable, but looking at the entire world, a few hundred billion RMB in assets really doesn't rank high. World-class painters won't lack for money. Mingyao, my level is enough to provide Qianqian with a solid foundation. Lin Chen said. Su Mingyao frowned slightly. I contacted a painter who is quite well known nationwide. The foundational stage is also very important for Qianqian. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, he'll draw a painting, you can take it to show him. Ask him if my level is sufficient to provide enlightenment for a child over 2 years old. Running back and forth every day would be quite troublesome. Su Mingyao nodded and said, then let's do it this way. After dinner, Su Mingyao said, he'll clean up, you go draw. Lin Chen shook his head. You rarely come here. You should accompany Xiaoqian. It won't take me long to clean up and draw. Well, all right then. Su Mingyao indeed wanted to spend more time with Lin Xiaoqian. After cleaning up the kitchen, Lin Chen prepared brushes and large sheets of paper. After considering it, Lin Chen painted a picture of 8 horses. In the modern history of painting, Su Beihong's horses stand unrivaled, but this time, he had finally met a rival. Lin Chen's horses were not inferior to Su Beihong's at all. He had spent more time teaching Lin Xiaoqian to draw, and while he was also at the grandmaster level, his painting skills were even better than his calligraphy. Xiaoqian cannot learn from others. Lin Chen thought to himself. Once the ink dried, he rolled up the painting and placed it into a painting tube he had bought earlier. Su Mingyao walked over. Is it done? She hadn't even had the chance to take a look. Lin Chen nodded. It's in here now. Mingyao, when the time comes, don't say I drew it. Just ask casually if my level is enough to teach Xiaoqian. All right, Su Mingyao nodded. Su Mingyao left with a painting tube while Lin Xiaoqian appeared dejected. Xiaoqian, what's wrong? Your little mouth could hang an oil pot. Lin Chen playfully pinched Lin Xiaoqian's delicate little nose. Lin Xiaoqian embraced Lin Chen, saying, Daddy, I don't want to learn to paint from anyone else. I want to learn from you. Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiaoqian, trust Daddy. With my level, I should be able to teach you. Now let's go take a shower and sleep. Lin Xiaoqian asked in a sweet voice, Daddy, I like sleeping with you and Mommy. Do you like sleeping with me and Mommy too? I do like it. Lin Chen replied with a smile. He truly enjoyed it. Come on, let's get you cleaned up, and then he'll tell you a story before bed. Lin Chen said with a smile. An hour later, Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep sweetly, while Lin Chen took the time to write fairy tales in his study. He had already uploaded a total of 50 stories. Just 10 more, and the second book could be published. The first book's third batch had 1 million copies, and even if they sold quickly, it would take at least a month. If they sold slowly, it might take 3 months to sell out. Adding the 300,000 from the sales, he now had 8,200,000 in savings. With a bit more effort, he could buy this apartment. 3 hours later, Lin Chen finished writing 10 fairy tales. He logged into the author backend of Tongxin Network. There have been quite a few tips. Lin Chen thought to himself. With the increase in book sales, his followers were steadily growing, and those fans would log onto the website to check. The website showcased the latest fairy tales. Once readers enjoyed them, they would tip. Although most tips were small, the sheer number of people added up to a significant amount. Lin Chen had received about 100,000 in total tips. He could keep 90% of these tips. That's a wrap. Lin Chen quickly uploaded the 10 fairy tales. Returning to the master bedroom, Lin Chen's expression changed slightly. Lin Xiaoqian had kicked off her blanket, and her clothes had been pulled up, exposing half of her little belly. Don't catch a cold now. Lin Chen thought to himself. He hurriedly pulled Lin Xiaoqian's clothes down and covered her with the blanket. Ding ding. A publisher's boss was awakened by the phone call. Old Wang, what's going on? I just fell asleep. You're disturbing my sweet dreams. The awakened boss inquired. The caller was the chief editor from his company. Boss Lin Yu has updated, and he uploaded 10 stories at once. He has 30 unpublished fairy tales, and we can definitely publish another book. The chief editor, Old Wang, quickly said on the other end of the line. The boss' eyes lit up. How's the quality? Old Wang replied, Boss Lin, yes, works are definitely top-notch. I read them. Each one is exceptional, and they will endure for 100 years. Are we competing? The boss hurriedly replied, of course we are, otherwise how will all the people in the company eat and drink? If we sign such a book, we could sell it for decades. Old Wang said, Tongxin Network might offer better conditions. If we don't improve our offer, we won't have any chance. Let's raise our offer. It has been proven that Lin Yu is not just a flash in the pan. He's truly impressive and deserves a better deal from us. The boss said solemnly. They were very conservative with the first book. If they offer good conditions and the sales are poor, what will they do? There are many instances where a book is popular online but doesn't sell well. Now the situation is different. Lin Shen's partnership with Tongxin Network for the first book, the first batch of 300,000 and the second batch of 500,000 have all been sold. The total sales should already exceed 1 million copies. The consumer reputation is also very good. Fairy tales with good sales and reputation can remain profitable for many years. Boss Lin Yu has uploaded another 10 fairy tales. Boss, many publishers receive the news. Many of them were awoken by the phone call. Liang Zhirong, the boss of Tongxin Network, was also awakened. Old Chun, is the quality confirmed? Liang Zhirong asked. Chun Xinhong replied, Boss Old Feng and I quickly reviewed 5 pieces each, and the 10 newly uploaded pieces are equally high quality. Have many people called you? Yes, they all want to collaborate with Lin Yu, and some have left comments in the chat wanting to discuss with Lin Yu in detail. Liang Zhirong thought for a while and said, for the second book, we will offer Lin Shen 18% royalties. No other company can possibly offer a better deal than us. We have a website, they don't. Also, let's give Lin Shen a bit more signing bonus. With a higher percentage for Lin Shen, their earnings would be slightly lower, but as long as sales were high, they would still earn a lot. Moreover, this type of book will generate continuous income in the future. Boss, how much signing bonus? He'll message Lin Shen right away. He should still be awake. Chen Xinhong asked. Liang Zhirong thought for a moment and said, Lin Yu has brought a lot of traffic to the website. The first signing bonus was 300,000, and this time we will give him 600,000. Boss, that's a lot. Chen Xinhong exclaimed. Liang Zhirong replied, didn't you say his writing is even better than old Jiang's? This could potentially become a hot topic in the future. He'll earn a bit less now, but I can make it back slowly later. By the way, the first print run will be 1 million copies. Chen Xinhong hurriedly messaged Lin Shen. Lin Shen had just finished his shower when he saw the message from Chen Xinhong. 18% royalty rate, 600,000 signing bonus, and the first print run is 1 million copies. Lin Shen showed a surprised expression. The boss of Tongxin Network, Liang Zhirong, truly had great foresight. This royalty rate and a first print run of 1 million copies would yield 5,400,000 in royalties, plus the 600,000 signing bonus, would total 6 million. Adding to my existing 8,200,000, I could buy this apartment and still have 1,200,000 left over, Lin Shen thought to himself. Sure, Lin Shen directly agreed to Chen Xinhong. Tongxin Network was generous, and he was too lazy to dawdle. Such conditions would be hard for other publishing companies to offer. Tongxin Network could benefit from the traffic, other companies could not. Phew, Chen Xinhong let out a sigh of relief. Lin, you take a good rest, we'll sign the contract tomorrow. Okay. Lin Shen quickly fell asleep after getting into bed. Cough. 2 hours later, Lin Shen woke up suddenly. Lin Xiaoqian was coughing. Xiaoqian has really caught a cold. Lin Shen frowned. He would check on Lin Xiaoqian after writing every 2 pieces, as she was fine at first, but later she kicked off the blanket. As a result, she still caught a cold. Cough, cough. Lin Xiaoqian's little face turned red from coughing. Lin Shen felt very distressed. He would rather be sick himself. System, my physical condition has improved. Can it help enhance Xiaoqian's constitution a bit? Lin Shen thought in his mind. The system replied, host, that's not possible. But if your medical skills improve, you can help Lin Xiaoqian recover. Or you could teach her martial arts once you learn it. Lin Shen nodded slightly. He had actually wanted to acquire martial arts skills for a long time. However, acquiring skills should come naturally, forcing it wouldn't yield results, and Lin Xiaoqian was currently uninterested. Cough, cough. After a while, Lin Xiaoqian coughed a few times in distress. Coughing woke her up. Daddy, I feel so unwell. Lin Xiaoqian said with her little face flushed. Lin Shen touched Lin Xiaoqian's forehead. It was warm. Lin Xiaoqian had a cold that caused her to cough and run a fever. There were fever-reducing patches at home, so he quickly brought one to apply on Lin Xiaoqian, but it was sticky and uncomfortable. Oh, as soon as he put it on, Lin Xiaoqian pulled it off. Xiaoqian, be good, you have a fever. This is to cool you down. Oh, just wear it for a while. Lin Shen reapplied the patch on Lin Xiaoqian. Daddy, am I going to die, eh? Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Shen with tearful eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? It's normal for children to get colds and fevers. From now on, Daddy will take you to exercise more, and you'll get sick less often. Lin Shen comforted Lin Xiaoqian. He measured her temperature, wiped her body, and gave her fever medication. Time passed slowly as Lin Shen carefully watched over Lin Xiaoqian. He had acquired ancient medical skills, but had only barely activated them. He did not possess much knowledge of ancient medicine yet. At this moment, he was unable to use his ancient medical skills to treat Lin Xiaoqian. Ancient medicine is traditional Chinese medicine, and fever medication is Western medicine. However, Lin Shen did not reject either. To him, any treatment that made a patient comfortable was good medicine. As the fever subsided, Lin Xiaoqian drowsily fell asleep again. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. It's normal for children to get sick, but seeing Lin Xiaoqian truly unwell still pained him greatly. Her coughing deeply worried him. I need to pay attention to her diet tomorrow, he thought. Also, I need to prepare a warming medicinal bath for Xiaoqian. He thought to himself, some foods could worsen her condition while others could aid in recovery. He had just obtained a lot of information in this regard. He had also learned some methods for preparing medicine. However, his medical skills had not improved much yet, and he was not bold enough to prescribe medicine for Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian's illness was not particularly serious. With dietary supplements and a medicinal bath, Lin Chen believed she would recover. Cough, cough. Lin Xiaoqian coughed intermittently. Lin Chen did not sleep again. His constitution was good, and even going 3 to 5 days without sleep was not an issue for him. Before he knew it, dawn broke. Lin Xiaoqian had another fever twice, but he promptly helped her cool down, and her cold did not worsen. Lin Chen placed an order for some supplies. The items arrived before Lin Xiaoqian woke up. Some of these supplies were for her dietary supplements, while others were for her medicinal bath. Taking advantage of Lin Xiaoqian still being asleep, Lin Chen hurriedly dealt with the preparations. After 5 minutes, a wealth of information flooded his mind, and his medical skills were rapidly advancing. After half an hour, Lin Chen had everything ready. Daddy. Lin Xiaoqian walked out from her bedroom, appearing a bit dazed. Xiaoqian, Daddy is here. What's wrong? Lin Chen picked up Lin Xiaoqian and asked. Lin Xiaoqian replied softly, Daddy, I feel like I don't have much strength left, and am still a bit sticky. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from Lin Xiaoqian, but she soon fell asleep again, and there were some areas of her body that were inconvenient to wipe. Xiaoqian, you have a cold. But a cold is just a minor illness, so don't worry. Trust Daddy, he will make you better soon. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian and smiled. After brushing her teeth, Lin Chen filled the bathtub with water and added boiling medicinal liquid. After soaking for 10 minutes, Lin Xiaoqian visibly felt much better. During the process of giving Lin Xiaoqian a medicinal bath, Lin Chen's medical skills improved significantly. He had been practicing for an hour. For others, an hour might not allow them to even read a few pages of medical books, so the improvement was negligible. But for Lin Chen, the improvement was immense. His skills had surpassed many traditional Chinese medicine doctors. Daddy, let's go out to play. After breakfast, Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Usually after breakfast, Lin Chen would take Lin Xiaoqian out to play. The mornings were relatively cool. Lin Chen shook his head and said, Not today, Xiaoqian. You are sick and we need to rest well at home. Being outside in the wind will worsen your cough. Daddy will teach you to draw. Given Lin Xiaoqian's condition today, her oral language practice should also be paused. It was better for her to talk less and be quiet. Okay. I love drawing the most. Lin Xiaoqian clapped her small hands happily. Ding dong. Su Mingyao arrived at a villa area. This villa area was not far from Ziyuan community. It would take about 20 minutes by car. Mr. Su, please come in. A middle-aged man in his 40s opened the door and warmly said. He was the painter mentioned by Su Mingyao named Zhao Yinming, and he was genuinely skilled and nationally renowned. Mr. Su, where is your child? Didn't you say you would bring her to try a class today? Zhao Yinming asked, somewhat puzzled. Su Mingyao apologized, saying, Mr. Zhao, I'm so sorry, a Qian didn't come today. I found someone to help with finding a teacher for her. He even painted a picture for me. Zhao Yinming looked at the painting tube Su Mingyao brought, saying, Mr. Su, although your child is young, early education is very important. You want me to help you assess the painting and see the other's abilities? Su Mingyao nodded, saying, Sorry for the trouble. No trouble at all. Zhao Yinming took the painting tube and poured out the painting, laying it flat on the workbench. Su Mingyao was stunned. Zhao Yinming was even more taken aback. Su Mingyao didn't understand art, but as an ordinary person, she felt that Lin Chen's painting of the 8 steeds was quite good. Lin Chen actually has such painting skills. Su Mingyao thought to herself. She hadn't seen this painting before, as she had left the painting tube in the car last night and drove over directly this morning. Time passed slowly. Zhao Yinming leaned in to observe and appreciate closely. Impressive. This person's skill is incredibly high. Su Beihong himself might not compare to him. Zhao Yinming was utterly shocked. Mr. Zhao, what do you think? After about 10 minutes, Su Mingyao could not help but ask. Zhao Yinming came back to his senses. Mr. Su, are you joking? Zhao Yinming shook his head. Su Mingyao hurriedly asked, Mr. Zhao, is this person's skill not good? I'm not very knowledgeable in this area. Zhao Yinming took a deep breath and said, Mr. Su, the person who painted this could be my teacher. No, perhaps I am not even qualified to be his student. Off. Su Mingyao was stunned. Zhao Yinming said, You know Su Beihong, right? Su Mingyao nodded. This was something she had to know. If she didn't know this, her school days would have been in vain. Su Beihong was best at painting horses, and this person's horses, in my opinion, are not much weaker than Su Beihong's. If his specialty is not painting horses, then his skill may surpass Su Beihong in a different area. Zhao Yinming gazed at the 8 steeds painting in astonishment. Su Mingyao could hardly believe it. Lin Chen's painting skills were actually this terrifying. Mr. Zhao, are you sure? Zhao Yinming nodded, saying, Although my skill is far below this, my judgment should not be too far off. Mr. Su, who is this person? Su Mingyao apologetically said. Teacher Zhao, the other party won't disclose their identity. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you who they are. Zhao Yanming felt a deep sense of regret. Indeed, it seems that way. This master must be some kind of recluse. Otherwise, with their skills, they would have been well known long ago. Your daughter is truly fortunate to receive their guidance. Su Mingyio's mind conjured an image of Lin Shun. With such exceptional culinary skills, linguistic talent, and even painting prowess, Lin Shun can rival Su Beihong. But they are very low-key, truly embodying the essence of a recluse, Su Mingyao murmured to herself. She felt as if this were all a dream. Even if Zhao Yanming's judgment were somewhat off, given his level, it shouldn't be too far from the truth. Lin Shun's skills are absolutely extraordinary. Director Su, I have an unreasonable request. Zhao Yanming said somewhat shyly. Su Mingyao replied. Teacher Zhao, please feel free to speak. Zhao Yanming looked at the painting on the table. Director Su, could you please ask the other party if I can purchase this painting? Su Mingyao shook her head. This painting was created for Xiao Qian and holds special significance for her. I don't wish to sell it. If you want to buy it, I can ask the other party later if they would be willing to create another piece. What do you think? Zhao Yanming nodded, of course. Director Su works by Su Beihong usually start at 500,000. However, Su Beihong's works are scarce and his fame is high, so the price will undoubtedly be much higher. I would like to offer 800,000 to purchase a similar piece from the other party. Su Mingyao replied. Teacher Zhao, I will speak to the other party about it, but I cannot guarantee whether they will agree to paint for you. It's troublesome. Zhao Yanming said. Su Mingyao rolled up the painting and packed it away. Teacher Zhao, I truly apologize for wasting your time this time. Zhao Yanming shook his head. It is my honor to see such a masterpiece and to know that such a master exists in the world. I hope to have the chance to meet this master in the future. Su Mingyao quickly took her leave. Once back in the car looking at the painting tube in her hand, she still felt shocked. Lin Shen's skills were astonishingly high, and one painting could be worth 800,000. Lin Shen completed this painting in less than half an hour. Boss, where are we going? The driver, who was also a bodyguard, Liang Yi, asked. Su Mingyao considered for a moment and replied, to Ziyuan community. This painting was worth 800,000. She couldn't just take it. She needed to return this painting to Lin Shen. Additionally, she had some questions to ask Lin Shen. I almost forgot to give him this book. Su Mingyao retrieved a book from behind the seat partition. It was Lin Ye's collection of fairy tales. Moreover, this copy was signed. Su Mingyao had previously bought 2 copies, but neither had a signature. This one was gifted to her by Tongxin Net. As the first silver leader of Lin Yu, she was rather proud. Ding dong. Su Mingyao pressed the doorbell. Lin Shun saw Su Mingyao through the peephole. Xiao Qian, mommy's here. Lin Shun called out. He opened the door, and Su Mingyao looked at him with a somewhat strange expression. He didn't seem like a top-tier artist. Mommy. Lin Xiao Qian ran over joyfully. Qian Qian. Su Mingyao squatted down to pick up Lin Xiao Qian. Qian Qian, why do you smell like medicine? Lin Xiao Qian said sweetly. Mommy, I took a bath and Daddy added some dark medicine to the water. Su Mingyao turned to Lin Shun. Lin Shun replied. Xiao Qian caught a cold from kicking off the blanket, but her cold isn't serious, so you needn't worry. They'll provide her with nourishment and some medicinal baths, and she'll be fine. Su Mingyao entered the room. Lin Shun closed the door. Lin Shun, did you take Xiao Qian to see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor? Su Mingyao asked. Lin Shun shook his head. I prepared the medicine myself. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Shun in surprise. You understand traditional medicine? Just a little. Lin Shun replied. He wasn't lying. Traditional medicine is profound, and it would take 30 hours to reach the master level. For now, he only understands a bit. This is for you. Su Mingyao returned the painting tube to Lin Shun. Mommy, let's go to the balcony. I want to paint. A Daddy taught me how to paint. Lin Xiao Qian urged. Su Mingyao carried Lin Xiao Qian to the balcony and was stunned by the painting Lin Xiao Qian had made. Qian Qian, did you paint this? Su Mingyao asked in disbelief. Lin Xiao Qian was only a little over 2 years old, yet this painting was quite impressive in terms of composition, color, and artistic conception. Yes. Mommy, am I amazing? Lin Xiao Qian asked with a hint of pride. Amazing. Our Qian Qian is the best. Su Mingyao kissed Lin Xiao Qian and praised her. Lin Xiao Qian said, Mommy, Daddy is even better. You kissed me, don't you want to kiss Daddy too? Su Mingyao replied. Little rascal, you shouldn't meddle in your parents' matters. Su Mingyao tapped Lin Xiao Qian's head. Cough, cough. Lin Xiao Qian coughed twice. Su Mingyio's heart tightened. Lin Xiao Qian's constitution wasn't very good, and each cold would take several days to recover. Mingyao, don't worry. Xiao Qian just has a common cold. Her bronchus is fine, and her lungs are even better. She should be better by tomorrow. Lin Chen smiled. Su Mingyao replied. Are you sure she'll be better in 2 days? Xiao Qian used to take at least 3 to 4 days to recover from a cold. Once she was hospitalized for pneumonia for more than 10 days. Lin Chen nodded. I'm sure you needn't worry. Su Mingyao sighed in relief. Lin Chen Xiaoqian's painting skills have improved significantly. She's only a little over 2 years old, yet she can paint so well. Thank you. Lin Xiaoqian looked at Su Mingyao in confusion. Mommy, why are you thanking Daddy? Daddy taught me how to paint. You don't need to thank him, oh, just give him a kiss. Su Mingyio's face turned slightly red. Adults shouldn't let children see them kiss. Lin Chen, let's go to the room. Su Mingyao entered the study and Lin Chen naturally followed. Shall we have a kiss? Lin Chen said with a smile. Su Mingyao shot him a glare. Xiaoqian is just a child speaking nonsense. You shouldn't talk recklessly. Lin Chen, what is your level in painting? Lin Chen shook his head. I don't know. I'm just entertaining myself. But I think my painting is decent. Teaching Xiaoqian should not be a problem, right? Su Mingyao took a deep breath and said, the painting you created, I showed it to a well-known artist, and their evaluation was that your level might not be inferior to Su Beihong. Oh, Lin Chen nodded. The other party seems to have a decent level, but at least their eyesight is on point. Is that your only reaction? Don't you know who Su Beihong is? Su Mingyao asked with a strange expression. Lin Chen pouted. Su Mingyao, you seem to look down on people. I am a college student, and you're senior. How could I not know Su Beihong? Then why is your reaction so flat? Su Mingyao asked. Lin Chen replied in confusion. What kind of reaction do you expect? I'm not planning to become a painter, I'm just teaching Xiaoqian at home. Su Mingyao said. I showed your painting to Zhao Yinming, and he wants to offer 800,000 to buy a similar piece from you. 800,000 for my painting. Lin Chen said in surprise. Su Mingyao nodded. Lin Chen asked, why didn't you sell this painting directly to him? Su Mingyao replied, this is your possession. Moreover, this painting was created for Qianqian, making it meaningful for her. You should sell the painting and create another one. Lin Chen began to contemplate. The Tongxi network had already transferred 6 million to him. He originally had 820,000, totaling over 14 million. This apartment is valued at 13 million. If the landlord is eager to sell, perhaps he could negotiate the price down a bit. After buying the apartment, he would still have over 1 million left, and his books would surely earn him a substantial amount later. Selling a painting for 80,000 is quite good, but he doesn't need the money now. There's no necessity to earn it. Mingyao, if I don't sell, will it be difficult for you? Lin Chen inquired. Su Mingyao shook her head and said no. But why won't you sell? 80,000 is not a small amount. Lin Chen replied, I don't need this money anymore. I don't want to be famous for now. Oh, I just hope Qianqian can grow up quietly. He added, I really don't want to take Qianqian out for exercise or to the supermarket and have many people watch us. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. While others sought fame through all means, Lin Chen remained so low-key. Lin Chen, I have a question. You are so skilled in cooking, have a high language talent, and are excellent at painting. Why do you want to hide? Su Mingyao asked in confusion. Lin Chen sighed. The troubles of a genius you wouldn't understand. Su Mingyao replied. She speculated, are you so impressive that you fear being discovered, afraid of being taken as a test subject later? Lin Chen secretly gave Su Mingyao a thumbs up. This reason was well thought out. He smiled and said, I think it's quite good like this now. Every day I accompany Qianqian and witness her growth. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Chen. She suddenly noticed that Lin Chen seemed to have become a bit more handsome recently. And indeed, Lin Chen's physique had improved, causing changes in his body. He originally had no abs, but now he has some. Moreover, the toxins in his body had significantly decreased, his skin had improved, and his features must look much more handsome. Mingyao, what are you looking at? He said playfully, if you want a kiss, I don't mind. Lin Chen smiled. Su Mingyio's face flushed, don't say that. Since you don't want to sell the painting, I'll reject Zhao Yinming. She added, Qianqian is sick, you need to take care of her. With that, Su Mingyao quickly opened the door and left. Lin Chen chuckled. It seemed there was hope to thaw the ice around Su Mingyao in the future. Qianqian, mommy still has things to do, but she has to go now. Mommy will come to see you again in a few days. By the way, mommy brought you a fairy tale book. She said, let daddy read it to you. Su Mingyao took out Lin Ye's fairy tale collection from her bag. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed, Mommy, I've heard it before. This is written by Daddy. Daddy's stories are really good to listen to. Su Mingyao was taken aback. This is written by Daddy. Lin Xiaoqian said in a baby voice, yes. Daddy, quickly tell Mommy that this is written for me, right? Yes, Lin Chen replied, ruffling Lin Xiaoqian's head with a smile. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Lin Chen smiled and said, Lin Yu is my pen name. Some fairy tales are not very interesting, so I wrote them myself. Xiaoqian enjoys listening to them, and I can also earn some money on the side. Su Mingyao was left speechless. Lin Chen's cooking skills are top-notch, his language talent is exceptional, and his painting skills rival those of Su Beihong. Writing fairy tales is also so impressive. Mingyao, how about we have lunch before you leave? Lin Chen asked. Su Mingyao shook her head. The company has other matters. Mommy is leaving now, oh, you must listen to Daddy. MMM. Lin Xiaoqian said, Mommy, kiss kiss. Su Mingyao squatted down, and Lin Xiaoqian gave her a kiss. Daddy kissed you, and I will too. We all love you, Lin Xiaoqian said sweetly. Su Mingyao thought. She and Lin Chen didn't kiss in the room. However, there was no need to explain that to little Lin Xiaoqian. Mingyao Qianqian has a cold, and it's inconvenient to go out. We want to see you off. Drive safely by yourself. Su Mingyao replied as she left. Back in the car, her Bentley drove toward the company. Lin Shun is actually Lin Yu. Wait. The internet says that Lin Yu's calligraphy level is very high. That adds another significant advantage for Lin Shun. In the afternoon, Lin Xiaoqian took a medicinal bath and fell asleep. She was no longer feverish, but still had a cough. Ding dong. The doorbell rang and Lin Shun went to answer it. At the door was the intermediary he had called. Mr. Lin, is there a problem with the house? The intermediary asked as he put on shoe covers. Lin Shin invited him to sit down. There is no problem with the house. My daughter and I are satisfied living here. If the price is right, I will consider buying it. The intermediary's eyes brightened. This was a windfall. Mr. Lin, the owner's bottom price is 13 million, but the market is not good right now and the listing has been up for a while without selling. It should be negotiable. What is your expected price? Lin Shin smiled and said, the current market tends to offer a 10% discount. 10% of the price is 1,170,000. It'll add a bit to make it a nice round number, 1,188,000. Talk to the owner. If successful, I will pay in full. He continued, if it works out, great. If not, then forget it. The intermediary thought for a moment Lin Shin's offer was reasonable and it should still be possible to persuade the owner. Mr. Lin, I will try my best to facilitate the transaction. The intermediary stood up. Lin Shin nodded, please do it quickly. I have this much cash now, but it may not last long. If the owner changes his mind, I might not be able to buy it. All right. The intermediary said his goodbyes and left. Once downstairs, he quickly called the owner. 1,150,000. The owner replied, this price is too low. That's 150,000 less. Selling at this price means losing all the renovation costs. The owner said angrily. The intermediary replied, Mr. 10, the economy is currently in a recession and there are not many people who can afford a house worth over 10 million. Moreover, there are many houses for sale in the market. Do you need me to negotiate with the other party again? If you feel the gap is too large and don't want to negotiate, then forget it. After a moment of silence, the owner said, you can negotiate again, but this price is really too low. The intermediary said, Mr. 10, I will do my best to negotiate. A few hours later, the intermediary called again saying he had negotiated to 1,170,000. The owner was still dissatisfied. In the evening, the intermediary managed to negotiate to 1,188,000. Mr. 10, I've been negotiating with Mr. Lin for several hours, and he's getting a bit angry. He said this is his price. If you don't sell, don't contact him again. I'm really out of options. The intermediary said helplessly. The person on the other end fell silent for a moment, and then said, let him have it. Dear handsome ladies and gentlemen, please give a 5-star review. Thank you. Mr. Lin, the seller has agreed to sell to you. How about arranging a meeting tomorrow to sign the contract? The entire transfer process will take about a week. The agent called Lin Shun. I have no problem. Mr. Lin, then let's meet at the store tomorrow morning at 9. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Lin Xiaoqian had recovered significantly from her cough, and her condition was much better. Lin Shin's medical skills had made great progress last night. His total time spent improving his medical skills had reached 3 hours. In 30 hours, he could become a master of medicine in 3 hours. He had already reached the level of many veteran traditional Chinese doctors. Lin Xiaoqian only had a slight cold, which was easy to treat. Daddy, where are we going to play? Lin Xiaoqian asked, happily looking left and right. Lin Shin smiled and said, Xiaoqian, don't you like our current house? Daddy is buying it so we can live here forever. Really? Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Really? Lin Shin said indulgently. Lin Xiaoqian asked eagerly, will mommy come to live with us? I want to live with daddy and mommy together, okay? Of course. Lin Shin replied. But mommy won't move in for now. Her work is very busy and it's more convenient for her to stay over there. Lin Shin said. As they chatted, Lin Shin arrived at the store outside the community. Mr. Lin, this is Mr. Tan. Mr. Tan, this is Mr. Lin and his daughter. The agent introduced. The homeowner, Mr. Tan, extended his hand with a smile and said, Mr. Lin, nice to meet you. You are indeed young and accomplished, and at such a young age you can afford a house worth over 10 million. Mr. Tan, you flatter me. Lin Shin smiled. The two parties had already agreed upon everything and signed the contract amicably without any issues. The contract was signed, and although the transfer had not yet taken place, the house basically belonged to Lin Chun. In the morning, Lin Chun assisted the agent with some paperwork. The remaining matters were mainly up to the agent. At the headquarters of Tongxi Network. Old Chun, there's a package for you here. Oh, Old Chun, this package is from Lin Yu. An editor brought the package into the office. Quick, give it to me. Chun Xinhong said hurriedly. He carefully opened the package. Old Chen, what is it? Why so careful? Chen Xinhong replied, can I not be careful? The contents inside cost someone 300,000. You all stay a little farther away. If you break it, you'll have to compensate. Several editors hurriedly backed away. Chen Xinhong took out the painting tube from the package and secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing it was protected. After opening the tube, Chen Xinhong took out the calligraphy written by Lin Chen. Lantingyi Su. Is this written by Lin Yu? Several people began to examine it closely. However, only one of them had a decent level of appreciation, able to discern the charm, while the others could only see the surface. This, Chen Xinhong was shocked. Lin Chen's signature was written with a pen, but this was written with a brush, and Lin Chen was even more serious when writing this. Chen Xinhong understood appreciation, and the shock it brought him was immense. That signature is not Lin Yu's limit. The level of calligraphy displayed in this piece is even higher. Chen Xinhong thought to himself, Old Chen, what do you think? Your calligraphy level is much higher than mine, you tell me. An old editor beside Chen Xinhong asked. Chen Xinhong thought for a moment and said, in all of Huahua, there are probably no more than 3 people whose calligraphy skills are better than this. I won't talk to you anymore, or I need to go out for a while. Chen Xinhong carefully rolled it up and packed it back. An hour later, he arrived at Jiang Zusong's villa. Old Jiang, this is Lin Yu's Lantingyi Su. Worried about the package being swapped, I took a peek before I came here, Chen Xinhong said. Jiang Zusong's eyes brightened. He put on his reading glasses and a pair of white gloves before slowly taking out the item. As Jiang Xuesong unfolded Lin Chen's Lantingyi Su, his eyes widened and his breathing became somewhat rapid. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Chen Xinhong waited for a full hour beside him, while Jiang Xuesong meticulously examined every character. Jiang Xuesong straightened up and exhaled a long breath. Old Jiang, how is it? Chen Xinhong quickly supported Jiang Xuesong. Jiang Xuesong said with slightly moist eyes, calligraphy is a treasure of Huahua, but in recent years it has been declining. We people have not lived up to expectations far inferior to the ancients. I fear that calligraphy in Huahua will decline, but now I know that our calligraphy will not perish. Although we may not be capable, there are still those who are. Chen Xinhong said, Old Jiang, I can tell that this is better than the previous signature, but how much better my ability is insufficient to discern. Jiang Xuesong removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes, saying, this piece is not much inferior to the real Lantingyi Su. If it undergoes the test of time, it will become a rare treasure. Chen Xinhong swallowed hard. So strong. He wanted to call Lin Chen to buy a piece. As the chief editor, he could still come up with 300,000. Xiao Chen, 300,000 for a piece, I feel I underpay for it. I think this piece is worth at least 500,000. He'll transfer you 70,000, of which 20,000 is an addition and the other 50,000 is to buy another piece of calligraphy. Jiang Xuesong said. Chen Xinhong nodded and dialed Lin Chen's number. Lin Yu, Mr. Jiang received your Lantingyi Su, and he said he wants to give you an additional 20,000. He also wants to spend 50,000 to buy another piece of calligraphy. I also want to buy a piece of calligraphy. Lin Chen was surprised. He was going to give him an additional 20,000. Editor Chen, please tell Mr. Jiang that the deal has been made and I don't need him to give me an additional 20,000. Moreover, I don't lack money now and won't sell calligraphy again. Lin Chen said. He did not plan to sell the painting, and the calligraphy was the same. He liked the small money, but taking care of Lin Xiaoqian was the most important thing. Fame can wait for later. Lin Yu, you're not selling anymore. Chen Xinhong asked in surprise. Lin Chen replied, I was in a hurry to buy a house before. Now that the house is bought, I have enough money to spend. Editor Chen, I'm sorry about that. Chen Xinhong said regretfully, all right then. Lin Yu, I won't disturb you anymore, you can go about your business. Mr. Jiang, Lin Yu said he doesn't need to be given more money, and he doesn't want to sell his works for now, as he doesn't lack money. Chen Xinhong sighed lightly. Jiang Xuesong nodded. Money is merely a mundane matter. Someone like him, a master, will not be swayed by money. I only reached his level at 70. Chen Xinhong said, Old Jiang, you are already impressive. I doubt I will ever reach such a level in my life. Xiao Chen, Lin Yu did not say this cannot be exhibited, right? Jiang Xuesong inquired. Chen Xinhong shook his head, no. Since he sold it to you, you should be free to handle it as you wish. Jiang Xuesong said, I plan to invite some people to come and appreciate it. That won't affect Master Lin Yu, right? Chen Xinhong looked at the inscribed signature at the end. He'll cover that when the time comes. Jiang Xuesong said. Chen Xinhong smiled and said, then there's no problem. We will keep Master Lin Yu's identity confidential. Even I do not know his specific home address. Chen Xinhong departed as Jiang Xuesong logged into Weibo. He had his own account, but hadn't updated it for a long time. Fortunately, I acquired a masterpiece from Master Lin Yu. I, Jiang, have prepared some tea and sincerely invite all my old friends to come over for appreciation and discussion. Jiang Xuesong posted a Weibo update along with a high-definition photo he had just taken. Many people followed Jiang Shuesong, and soon someone saw his post. Zhang Lao is a calligraphy master, yet he refers to others as masters. Who exactly is this Lin Yu? I know him. A President Gu has liked his posts before. I didn't expect Zhang Lao to hold Lin Yu's calligraphy in such high regard. It seems Lin Yu's skills are indeed impressive. I thought Lin Yu was only good at signatures. I was too shallow. His signature is not his only strength. Comments began to flood in beneath Jiang Zusong's Weibo post. Many of his followers were from the calligraphy world, including several experts, and they were all astonished by the photo. Zhang Lao, I'm here for tea. Old Zhang, the photo isn't very clear. I'm coming over right away. Make sure you have good food and drinks ready. I've written Lantingyi Su no less than 1,000 times. I'm not as good as him, so I'm buying a plane ticket to come learn from him right away. The big shots in the calligraphy community left comments one after another. The news spread rapidly. With today's advanced online media, information travels fast. Editor-in-chief, our website traffic is up. Sales of Master Lin Yu's book have also shown a significant increase, someone from the Tongxin Network editorial department exclaimed. The sales curve of the books, which had been declining, suddenly shot up at a steep angle. Good, that's wonderful. A broad smile appeared on Chen Xinin's face. Helping Jiang Shuesong buy items from Lin Chen turned out to be worthwhile. Jiang Zusong's influence was indeed considerable. Boss Zhang Lao posted a Weibo update that received many likes and shares, and the news exploded. Book sales have significantly increased now. Chen Xinhan sent a message to Lin Chen. Okay, Lin Chen replied, simply showing no significant surprise. Having bought a house, he was not short on money. Whether the books sold well or poorly did not impact him much. Compared to this, improving skills was far more important. Lin Xiaoqian often brought him greater surprises. Daddy, I want to cry. Lin Xiaoqian whimpered, waking up from her afternoon nap with a pout. Lin Chen quickly comforted her, saying, Xiaoqian, did you have a nightmare? Or are you missing mommy? Right? Daddy, I wet the bed again. I'm not a good baby anymore. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes glimmered with tears. Xiaoqian, you haven't wet the bed in a long time. That's already very good. With a waterproof mat on the bed, Lin Chen swiftly changed Lin Xiaoqian's clothes. Chen Xinhan at Tongxin Network was deeply moved. A big shot is indeed a big shot. If other authors saw an increase in book sales, they would surely be overjoyed, yet Lin Yu remained so indifferent. Boss, many people are asking for your contact information, some of whom want to buy your masterpieces. We will certainly keep your information strictly confidential. Chen Xinhan sent another message. Lin Chen had finished changing Lin Xiaoqian's clothes. His phone rang, and he glanced at it. Editor-in-chief, thank you. Su Mingyao returned to the office after a meeting. Oh, Su Mingyao scrolled through short videos. Big data pushed Lin Yu-related information to her. Lantingyi Su. Su Mingyao zoomed in to take a closer look. Although she wasn't particularly knowledgeable about calligraphy, she found Lin Chen's Lantingyi Su very pleasing to the eye. Who is Jiang Shuesong? Su Mingyao wondered. After doing some research, she was astonished to discover that Jiang Shuesong was the former president of the Calligraphy Association with remarkable calligraphic skills. Dad, how is this piece? Su Mingyao sent a photo of Lin Chen's Lantingyi Su to Su Guofeng. It was midnight in the United States. Su Mingyao wasn't expecting an immediate reply, but Su Guofeng was still awake and saw the message. Although Su Mingyio's calligraphy wasn't great, Su Guofeng's skills were quite good, as he had put in considerable effort in this regard. Moreover, compared to calligraphy, Su Guofeng had a higher appreciation level. He was wealthy and had seen many top-tier works. Lantingyi Su. There are too many who have written this, it's not easy to stand out. Su Guofeng mused as he clicked on the image to examine it closely. 5 minutes passed, and Su Guofeng finished looking. He was astonished. This piece was clearly a new work, but he couldn't think of anyone nowadays with such high skills. Whose work is this? As long as the price doesn't exceed 1 million, buy it. Su Guofeng sent a message to Su Mingyao. Su Mingyio's eyes widened in surprise. Dad, are you really willing? This isn't an antique, it's a modern piece and hasn't been created long ago. Mingyao, you don't understand, it's worth 1 million. Don't hesitate, just quote them 1 million and buy it. Su Guofeng urged. This was showcased by Jiang Shuesong, and he must have bought it from someone else. He certainly won't sell it to us. Su Guofeng lamented, what a pity. Zhang Lao was very fond of calligraphy, and he certainly wouldn't part with it. Su Mingyao pondered in her heart that if Su Guofeng wanted it, it would be simple. In the future, she could buy it from Lin Chen. If she lacked the connections, she could also ask her daughter for help. Dad, you should rest early. You sent me this, how can I sleep soundly now? I need to take a closer look and study it more. Su Mingyao murmured. Lin Chen, how much more do you have hidden? Culinary skills, calligraphy, painting, and fairy tale creation. Lin Chen is top-notch in all these fields, and he can speak several foreign languages as well. Knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door echoed. Come in, Su Mingyao said. Xinxing pushed open the door and walked in. President Su, it's not easy to see you now. Su Mingyao replied helplessly, there are too many things at the company. Many matters need my personal handling. You're fortunate, you don't lack money and have fewer issues. Do you have anything else to do this afternoon? Shopping? Xinqing inquired. Su Mingyao checked the time. I have a meeting in 45 minutes with a government department leader. Xinqing pouted. Can't you do less and earn less? Su Mingyao shook her head. It's not as simple as you think. It's like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. If the company goes down, my parents and I would still be fine. But there are so many employees in the company. Many employees have been with my dad since the beginning. If the company collapses, what will happen to them then? Xinqing sighed lightly. What you said makes sense. Your family's large group cannot afford to relax. Mingyao, I heard that Zhang Tianyu is pursuing you. Su Mingyao replied, I'm not interested in him. Xinqing's expression turned serious. Mingyao, he's not a good person. If he encounters setbacks with you, could he pose a threat to Lin Xun and Qian Qian? Su Mingyio's face turned cold. He dares. Xinqing said, one must always be wary of others. Shouldn't you inform Lin Xun about this matter? If something arises, he will be better prepared mentally. Su Mingyao nodded slightly. I will inform Lin Xun when the time comes. Xinqing smiled and said, Mingyao, I think it's better to discuss such matters face to face. Whenever you go, I can accompany you since I have nothing else to do. Su Mingyao looked at Xinqing with annoyance. Are you just trying to tag along for a free meal? Xinqing replied confidently. Yes, I want to go for a free meal. What's wrong with that? I've helped you with your daughter many times. Can I enjoy a free meal? I haven't had the time these past few days, Su Mingyao said. Xinqing immediately looked dejected. She muttered, Lin Chen's cooking is toxic. Ever since I had 2 meals at his place, I find it hard to eat anything else. I've lost weight recently. Mingyao, my future happiness relies on you, Su Mingyao replied. Xinqing said, rely on you. Do you want me to introduce you? You don't need to, you already know each other. Xinqing said, what I mean is if you two get together quickly, I can often enjoy free meals again. Su Mingyao replied, how else can we get together? Xinqing blinked and said, you should register your marriage and live together. Then I can visit you often. Su Mingyao said, we've already registered. Xinqing exclaimed, what? Su Mingyao explained, last time I asked you to come over, Lin Xun and I went out, and we already registered our marriage certificate. Xinqing looked at Su Mingyao in shock. Su Mingyao calmly said, don't look at me like that. We only got a certificate, nothing else has changed. We even notarized our assets before and after marriage. Everything belongs to us individually. Then why did you get married? Xinqing asked in confusion. Su Mingyao replied, although Qianqian is young, she's quite smart. She might have sensed that our relationship isn't quite right. Having a marriage certificate can deceive Qianqian, Xinqing said with a strange expression. Mingyao, I think you've been deceived by Lin Xun, right? How so? Su Mingyao asked. Xinqing said, isn't it unnecessary to deceive Qianqian with a marriage certificate? Can't you just make a fake one? Su Mingyao was stunned. She hadn't thought of that at the time. Did Lin Xun deliberately trick me into getting married, she asked. Xinqing nodded. Otherwise, how can you not see it? A big CEO like you actually got fooled like this. It seems you need me as your strategist in matters of the heart. I'll call Lin Xun. Su Mingyao said. Xinqing hurriedly said, what are you calling him for? You've already registered. Are you going to divorce him now? I think this is good for you, Su Mingyao said. What's good about it? Xinqing replied. You are like a massive iceberg. If he doesn't have feelings for you, how can you two be together? His trick to get you to register shows he has feelings for you. It seems you two have a chance. Su Mingyao said, I was deceived, yet you look quite pleased. Xinqing laughed. The fact that you can register with him shows you don't really reject Lin Xun, right? Even if you were fooled, it's not a big deal. Su Mingyao rolled her eyes at Xinqing. Mingyao, I think Lin Xun is quite good. He is much better than what your dad found out before. As for his cooking, just thinking about it makes my mouth water, Xinqing said. Su Mingyao thought to herself, Lin Xun is not just a good cook. Xinqing, what should I do? Su Mingyao asked. Xinqing replied with confusion. What do you mean, Mingyao? Su Mingyao looked perplexed. I don't dislike Lin Xun, but I also don't know how to love someone. Sometimes I even have nightmares about past events. Xinqing held Su Mingyao's hand. Mingyao, you can try to change your mindset. Perhaps being drugged back then was fate for you and Lin Xun. She added, it was Qianqian, the little angel, who wanted to come to your side. Su Mingyao thought of Lin Xiaoqian and displayed a faint smile. Mingyao, it has been 3 years, you should move on. Xinqing said with some concern. Su Mingyao nodded slightly. What should I do? Xinqing smiled. Go out more, interact more. It's best to bring me your strategist, I can provide you with help. She asked, do you have feelings for Lin Xun now? Su Mingyao's face turned slightly red. I don't know. Xinqing nodded. If you say you don't know, then it means you do, otherwise your answer would definitely be no. Su Mingyao was silent. Xinqing, Lin Xun doesn't seem very enthusiastic towards me. Besides the video of Qianqian, he hasn't sent me a single WeChat message. Xinqing thought for a moment and said, he has his concerns. Your family is so wealthy, if he shows too much enthusiasm, wouldn't you suspect he is after your family's money? No way, Su Mingyao shook her head. Zhao Yinming offered 8,000 to buy a painting, but Lin Chen didn't sell. Lin Chen's painting skills, calligraphy, and cooking are all top-notch. As long as Lin Chen wants, he surely won't lack money. You think that way, but he doesn't know? He must be worried that being too enthusiastic would backfire. I estimate his plan is this: since he is already registered, he will slowly cultivate feelings with you. Shenqing said. Is that so? Su Mingyao asked. Shenqing smiled and said, it must be so. You should trust your strategist. I am well-versed in the art of romance. A strategist well-versed in romance, but still single A? Su Mingyao asked. Shenqing said, our company is preparing to hold a basketball match between departments and family members can participate. Should I let Lin Chen join the basketball match? Su Mingyao inquired. Shenqing looked at her in surprise. If he participates, won't it expose him directly? Isn't that a bit too fast? Su Mingyao replied, isn't that good? Once it's exposed, others won't pursue me anymore. If I don't announce that I'm already married later on, when it's exposed, others might gossip. Shenqing thought for a moment and said, you need to first confirm whether Lin Chen can play basketball, don't let it backfire. Su Mingyao nodded. She took out her phone and dialed Lin Chen's number. You're just going to ask? Shenqing said in surprise. What else? Should I take you with me to ask? Su Mingyao chuckled. Soon Lin Chen answered the call, and his voice came through. Mingyao, you want to know how Xiao Qian is doing, right? Xiao Qian's cold is almost better. Xiao Qian, it's Mommy's call. Mommy, I miss you so much. Lin Xiaoqian's sweet voice rang out. Su Mingyao said, Mommy misses you too. Lin Chen, our company is preparing to hold a basketball match and family members can participate. Do you want to join the basketball match? Lin Chen was surprised. Mingyao, I'm joining a basketball match. Su Mingyao's face turned slightly red. What's your skill level? If you can't play basketball, just pretend I didn't say anything. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Mommy, Daddy can play basketball. Lin Chen smiled and said, Mingyao, I can play a little basketball. He added, if I'm going to play, I'll practice hard beforehand. Su Mingyao softly said, okay, I'll sign you up. Mingyao, when does the match start? As CEO of the company, which team will I join? Lin Chen asked. Senior executives and their immediate family members will be assigned to other teams via lottery. Everything will become clear on the day. Understood. That's settled then. Su Mingyao ended the call. Beside her, Shenqing grinned. Mingyao, are you nervous? Nervous? Not at all. Su Mingyao spoke coolly. Shenqing blinked. Really? Usually after hanging up, you don't even say goodbye to Xiaoqian. Su Mingyao fell silent. She truly had forgotten to bid farewell to Lin Xiaoqian. Everyone else will probably be utterly stunned. You actually have a husband, and you're letting him appear in public, Shenqing remarked. Su Mingyao replied calmly, how extraordinary. Xiaoqian is already this grown. Surely it's only natural that I have a husband. Xiaoqian grows more mature by the day. The marriage certificate won't stay hidden for long. Shenqing nodded. Exactly. You two really ought to share the same bed. Su Mingyao cast Shenqing a graceful, exasperated glance. Shenqing, are you so eager to trade me away just for a meal? Shenqing laughed. I simply think it suits you both well. You're busy outside. Lin Chen can care for Xiaoqian. He cooks exceptionally well and possesses remarkable patience with her. Su Mingyao offered no reply. Mingyao, once Lin Chen participates in the basketball tournament, your parents will find out. How will you explain it? Shenqing asked. Su Mingyao replied, explain. Lin Chen is Xiaoqian's father. For her sake, cultivating a harmonious relationship with him benefits her profoundly. Have you told your parents about registering your marriage? Su Mingyao shook her head. I haven't told my parents, and he hasn't told his either. This is our private matter, just the three of us, me, him, and Xiaoqian. It has nothing to do with either of our extended families. Shenqing, please don't blurt anything out. Shenqing nodded, of course. I'll keep quiet. Still, your parents will inevitably learn of it sooner or later. Su Mingyao spoke serenely. When they do, we'll address it then. Registering a marriage is hardly momentous. At this, Su Mingyao glanced at the time. Shenqing rose. Busy executive. I know when to take my leave. You'd best prepare for your meeting. I'll get ready for some shopping too. After Shenqing departed, Su Mingyao adjusted her appearance. Her entire aura shifted markedly. Just moments earlier, she'd radiated the charm of a girl next door. Now, she emanated the commanding presence of a corporate CEO. Dad, here you go. Dad, it only listens to you. Lin Xiaoqian and Lin Shun were dribbling a basketball beneath their residential complex. Xiaoqian's cold had nearly subsided, permitting light exercise, and having been cooped up indoors for so long, she was eager to step outside. Xiaoqian, keep practicing. Spend more time playing with it. And eventually it'll obey you too, Lin Chen said, gently, patiently accompanying her as they played. A flood of basketball-related knowledge surged into his mind. His limbs grew increasingly coordinated, and his overall court sense steadily sharpened. His original skill level had already surpassed that of a university varsity starter. With continued improvement, reaching national team caliber was assured. "And uncle, may I join you?" A little girl of about 3 approached, asking shyly. "And Xiaoqian, is it all right?" Lin Shun turned to her. And Xiaoqian beamed, "Of course, Dad. My name is Lin Xiaoqian. What's yours?" "And I'm Nan Nan." And the little girl was remarkably polite. And Lin Shun smiled. "Nan, and you may call her Xiaoqian." Xiaoqian had long lacked playmates. Now finally finding one, Lin Shun felt genuine delight. Though young, she still needed friends of her own. "Hello." And Nanan's mother approached to greet them. She was pleasant-looking, but pale beside Su Mingyao. "Hello." And Lin Shun responded courteously. And Nanan's mother said, "I've seen you both several times before. You raise your daughter with such patience. She's truly blessed with a wonderful father." "Thank you." And Lin Shun offered a faint courteous smile. And Nanan's mother added, "Xiaoqian's dad, I'll sit over there. Please call me if anything comes up, all right?" "Certainly." And Lin Shun nodded. And this arrangement suited him perfectly. It would be awkward if they chatted too animatedly, and besides, it might hinder his experience gain. Time slipped by minute by minute. Lin Shun taught both girls simultaneously. Xiaoqian now, with a playmate, grew even more joyful, and Lin Shun's own experience accumulation remained unimpeded. "Nanan, let's play together again next time." And yes, after the game concluded, the two little ones parted reluctantly. "And Xiaoqian, wasn't it delightful playing with your new friend?" Back home, Lin Shun asked. And Xiaoqian nodded enthusiastically. And Lin Shun smiled. "Today Nan Nan bravely approached you first. Wasn't she courageous? You must learn to approach other children with equal courage too." And agreed. And Xiaoqian nodded firmly. And "Dad, I'll be very, very brave." "Dad, my tummy's rumbling." And Lin Shun chuckled. "Your clothes are soaked with sweat. I'll change you first, then cook." "Dad, your cooking is delicious. Can Nan Nan join us for dinner?" "Well," and Lin Shun paused thoughtfully. "Xiaoqian, yes. But you must invite Nan Nan only when Mom is present." "Why, oi?" Xiaoqian asked, puzzled. And Lin Shun explained, "If Mom isn't around, Nan Nan might assume you have no mother, which wouldn't be quite right, would it?" Xiaoqian pondered. "I could tell her. I do have a mom. She's at work." And Lin Shun fell silent and inwardly shook his head. How precisely was he to explain this to Xiaoqian? And Xiaoqian asked Mom about it later. "She'll explain it to you." And Dad's utterly stumped by you. Lin Shun soon changed Xiaoqian's clothes. And Dad, I want to draw. And go ahead. I'll cook while you draw. 2 days passed. Lin Shun slightly increased his basketball training time, instructing Xiaoqian for 1.5 hours daily, totaling 5 hours of instruction. 10 hours reaches master-level proficiency. 5 hours is already extraordinary. Even within the national team, he'd unquestionably rank among the starters. Coupled with his formidable physical conditioning, he'd likely hold his own against any national team player in any known competition. That evening, Lin Shun told a bedtime story. In Host, your fairy tale composition skill has reached legendary tier. Na system prompt resonated in Lin Shun's mind. An immense wave of information flooded his consciousness. A look of delighted astonishment lit his eyes. He had finally acquired his first legendary tier skill. Xiaoqian adored stories. She requested them before naps, at bedtime, and occasionally throughout the day. This skill had advanced most rapidly of all. System, what unique abilities does legendary tier confer? Lin Shun queried mentally. He'd discover them soon enough, but asking directly was faster. The system replied, Host, upon reaching legendary tier, your fairy tales acquire profound emotional resonance, capable of stirring the very soul. When you narrate, your storytelling becomes irresistibly captivating. Lin Xiaoqian was asleep when Lin Shun arrived at the study. He no longer wished to sell paintings or calligraphy for money, yet earning was still necessary. Continuing to create fairy tales seemed like an excellent choice. To continue selling paintings and calligraphy successfully, one would need substantial fame. With great fame, it would become challenging for him to raise his child. Creating fairy tales posed no such issues. Few people have the appreciation for paintings and calligraphy, but children can easily discern whether a fairy tale sounds delightful. He could use a pen name to gain popularity and earn money quietly. Why hasn't Lin Yu updated recently? I tell my son 5 stories a day, totaling 60 stories, but this pace won't last long. Great master, please update. Lin Shun browsed the comments section, noticing many urging him to update. He hadn't posted in 3 or 4 days due to Lin Xiaoqian's illness. There's no rush to earn money. He'll update at a leisurely pace from now on, Lin Shun thought to himself. He planned to update 30 stories a month. On average, he would only need to update 1 story each day. Thus, he could publish a book every month, even if the first print run was a bit smaller and the signing bonus lower. With his previous works, his monthly income would not be less than 5 million. Although it still paled in comparison to Su Mingyu's earnings, a few million each month, as long as he didn't frequently buy properties or luxury cars, would be more than enough. Pitter-patter. Lin Shin began to write swiftly. With his skills reaching a legendary level, numerous stories emerged in his mind, and he merely needed to type them out. In just over 10 minutes, he completed a story of more than 1,000 words. This story is quite interesting, Lin Shin murmured to himself as he read it carefully on the computer screen. The system was right. At his current level, the stories he penned possessed a stronger emotional impact capable of touching people's souls. This story is likely to bring tears to many people's eyes, Lin Shin mused as he uploaded it. At that moment, Su Mingyao finally finished her work and got into the car, where the driver took her home. She habitually opened the Tongxin website. Recently, she had been checking the site several times a day. Oh, her eyes brightened. She saw that Lin Yu had finally updated, but this time, there was only one story. Caution, it's toxic. Lin Yu, you owe me tears. What should I do if my daughter cries and I can't console her? Su Mingyao first glanced at the comments section. This story had only been published for half an hour, yet there were numerous comments and the tone was different from before. What's going on? Su Mingyao clicked to read more. As she continued, tears welled up in her eyes. By the end, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Lin Shin's skills have clearly improved. This piece is incredibly impactful, but why does it have to be a tragedy? Su Mingyio's eyes turned red. Reading about the little match girl was heart-wrenching, but this piece had an even stronger emotional pull, fully maximizing its tear-jerking effect. Are you alright, CEO? The driver Liang Yi inquired. I'm fine, I just read a tragic story. Su Mingyao opened the comments section again. In such a short time, the comments section had accumulated many more comments. My daughter was crying just as much, but perhaps this story will make her more compassionate. Friendly reminder, prepare tissues first, then set aside at least half an hour to console your child. It seems Lin Yu's skills have improved. Su Mingyao read through the comments one by one. This story had garnered significantly more comments than previous ones. It seems that some people share my feelings. Lin Shin's level had clearly improved in this piece, Su Mingyao thought to herself. Just then she saw that Lin Yu had updated another story. After finishing this piece, a faint smile appeared on Su Mingyio's face. The first story was a tragedy, while this one was quite healing. It was not a joyous tale, but rather like a gentle stream of warmth slowly penetrating her heart. So comforting, Su Mingyao sighed deeply. She felt a significant relaxation throughout her body. The first story had allowed her emotions to be released, and the second healed her. She felt much more at peace. Oh, Su Mingyao wanted to reward another Silver Alliance member, but to her surprise, someone had beaten her to it. She clicked on the other person's profile to take a look. It was still a woman. Su Mingyao silently rewarded a Golden Alliance member. 100,000 yuan gone. But for her wealth, 100,000 was nothing. The group was developing quite well. Under her management, the Su family's wealth was growing at over 10%. The family's assets now stood at around 30 billion. Over 10% translates to 4 to 5 billion. Reaching legendary level, the effect is evident. Lin Shin observed the data in the background. Clicks and comments were significantly higher than before, and the number of people rewarding him had increased, with several large rewards coming in. Who is this floating life like a dream? Someone rewarded me a Silver Alliance membership earlier and now has given me a Golden Alliance membership. Lin Shin pondered. On the Tongxin website, each story had its own rewards leaderboard. Additionally, there was an overall rewards leaderboard for the authors. Floating Life Like a Dream had rewarded him 110,000. Hello, thank you for your generous reward. But you really didn't need to spend so much. Lin Shin sent a private message to Floating Life Like a Dream. Su Mingyao saw the message. Shortly after, she replied with a picture. Lin Shin opened it. The image was a screenshot of a bank text. After just spending 100,000 on a reward, Floating Life Like a Dream's bank account balance shockingly displayed over 80 million. A tycoon, Lin Shin thought, clicking his tongue in amazement. Having over 80 million in a checking account. What does that even mean? Sorry to bother you, big shot, Lin Shin replied before closing the webpage. Since the other party was such a tycoon, if they wanted to reward him 100,000, that was completely fine. On the Tongxin website, Old Feng, what do you think? Chen Xinhong couldn't help but ask. He had already read both stories several times. Old Feng referred to Feng Anren, who was the deputy editor and had been editing at Tongxin for over a decade. Old Feng. Chen Xinhong called out again. Feng Anren was so engrossed that he didn't hear the first call. Chief editor, what's wrong? Feng Anren inquired. Chen Xinhong responded, how do you feel about it? Feng Anren expressed his admiration. I used to think Lin Yu's writing was already at its peak, but I didn't expect him to shatter that ceiling this time. I believe these two pieces are unmatched both domestically and internationally. Chen Xinhong exclaimed in surprise, such high praise. Feng Anren nodded. They deserve such accolades. Chief editor, can you find a better fairy tale? Chen Xinhong shook his head. I can't find any. I feel the same way, but we shouldn't promote it this way. Let's not draw any negative attention to Lin Yu, Feng Anren remarked. That's only natural. Chief editor, do you think Lin Yu's work is a stroke of genius, or has his creative level reached a higher realm? It should be a stroke of genius. A masterpiece of this caliber shouldn't be able to come about so easily, Chen Xinhong remarked. Brothers, let's show some love and support for free. In the morning at the Jiang family villa, Grandpa the Lin you asked me to pay attention to has made a move. He published 2 fairy tales last night. Yin were the news stories of decent quality. Jiang Xuesong inquired. Today was the day he had invited an old friend over to appreciate calligraphy. Jiang Yin replied, Grandpa, the quality is excellent. My best friend read it, and even rewarded him with 10,000 yuan. Which of your friends rewarded him? Jiang Xuesong asked. Jiang Yin, it's Xinyue. Who else could it be? Although others could afford it, they wouldn't be willing to reward someone with 10,000 yuan. Xinyue is wealthy. She isn't bothered by this little money. Jiang Xuesong said, find her for me to see. Although Xinyue has money, she is not the impulsive type. Jiang Yin quickly found the fairy tales that Lin Shun had sent last night. Jiang Xuesong put on his reading glasses and slowly read through them. After finishing the first read, he silently read it again. I cried last night. I pushed it to Xinyue saying we should cry together. After a while, she sent me a screenshot showing that she had rewarded Lin Yu with 10,000 yuan. However, her top spot was quickly taken by someone else. Jiang Yin said. Jiang Xuesong exclaimed, someone rewarded him even more. Jiang Yin replied. The other party rewarded Lin Yu with a golden leader which costs 100,000 yuan. Grandpa, there is another piece. Not long after Jiang Xuesong finished reading the second piece, he felt as if he had been spiritually cleansed with many negative emotions seemingly released. A timeless masterpiece. I was just thinking about whether the first piece is suitable for inclusion in textbooks. Together, the 2 pieces are very suitable. Jiang Xuesong smiled. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. Can they enter the Chinese textbook? Jiang Xuesong replied, I'll reflect on it. I have some influence. With such high quality, it should be possible. If my influence isn't enough, I can ask the old friends present today to help out a bit. Yin, do you know why I called you back? Jiang Yin looked at her grandfather with a somewhat downcast expression. Grandpa, I know. Jiang Xuesong smiled and said, the cycle of life and death is a natural occurrence. Being old, I might leave one day. Grandpa worries about you. Jiang Yan's eyes glistened with tears. Grandpa, please don't say that. You should at least live to be 100 years old. I dare not hope for 100 years. Jiang Xuesong laughed. Ding dong. At 9 in the morning, guests began to arrive. Jiang Xuesong had invited some old friends, but many of them brought younger companions. By 9:30, the villa became very lively. Over a dozen of Jiang Zusong's old friends arrived, and with the younger companions, there were about 30 guests in total. The housekeeper had the day off. Jiang Yin was in charge of serving tea and water to everyone. Brother Jiang, everyone has arrived. What about the items? Someone couldn't help but ask. Everyone looked at Jiang Xuesong, who smiled and said, Xiaoyan, please bring out that copy of the Lantinggi Su. Okay, Grandpa. Jiang Yin quickly retrieved that piece of calligraphy. The calligraphy was already framed, with Jiang Xuesong spending over 10,000 yuan on the framing cost. Ladies and gentlemen, please come one by one. The rest can have tea first, Jiang Xuesong said. The first batch of 5 elderly men gathered around, examining it carefully. Soon amazement appeared in their eyes. It's truly skillful. This level is not much inferior to the sage of calligraphy, right? There may be a slight gap, but it definitely surpasses us. The elderly men exchanged remarks. Those who had not yet approached felt anxious. Old Lu, you've been watching for so long, come over for tea first, and let us have a look for a while. Exactly, doesn't it hurt your legs standing for so long? The others urged for quite a while before the first batch stepped back. The second batch quickly squeezed forward. Brother Jiang, how much did you buy this for? I still have some money. Oh, I want to see if I can afford it. One of the elderly men from the first batch asked. Jiang Xuesong smiled and said, it cost 300,000. Upon receiving it, I felt I underpaid and wanted to add another 200,000. Additionally, I wanted to buy another piece for 500,000, but the seller refused. So the 200,000 went unclaimed by the seller. Another elderly man regretfully said, what a pity. 500,000 isn't cheap, but I can afford it. Brother Jiang, you covered the signature. Did Master Lin Yu write his real name on this piece? Jiang Xuesong nodded slightly. Time passed second by second as everyone admired the calligraphy. After enjoying it, they gathered to drink tea and enthusiastically exchanged ideas. Dear old friends, Lin Yu recently wrote 2 fairy tales. I recommend you take a look. Jiang Xuesong smiled. Everyone took out their phones and logged into Tongxin Network. After about 10 minutes, they all finished reading. Jiang Xuesong said, personally, I believe they can enter textbooks. I wonder what your opinions are. I believe it can. Absolutely can. Everyone expressed their agreement. Jiang Xuesong said, shall we give it a push? Although we are from the calligraphy world, if we unite, we still have some influence. It should not be a big problem. I think it will work. Count me in the future, Master Lin. You will be remembered in history, and perhaps even in unofficial history, we might leave a name behind. Everyone expressed their agreement. With their influence, this matter was likely to succeed. Even though many people online are more famous than them, those individuals on the internet may not necessarily influence the higher-ups, but their opinions can reach them. Some of those in power are even their students. Sales are booming. Lin Chen showed a look of surprise. Editor Chen, what's going on? Why is there another surge? Lin Chen sent a message inquiring. He rarely looked at his phone during the day with Lin Xiaoqian. Checking his phone only brought simple pleasure, but improving with Lin Xiaoqian brought much more joy. Chen Xinhai happily replied. Old Jiang communicated with many people, and those individuals spoke highly of it. Each of their influences is significant, and combined they form a powerful force. The 1 million copies of the second book should sell out soon. The first book has been printed 3 times, totaling 180,000 copies. The second book has only printed 1 million copies. Lin Chen smiled faintly, knowing that after selling out he could print another batch and earn a good amount of money. Master Lin, could you provide some signed books? Lin Chen quickly replied, in the future, I will only provide 1,000 signed books per title. A scarcity adds value. I won't provide signed books for the first and second titles. Chen Xinhai expressed regret. Master Lin, you call the shots. Master Lin, many people are inquiring about you. Lin Chen said, you must keep it confidential. If you leak information, there may be no collaboration in the future. Okay. Chen Xinhai hurriedly assured him. Lin Shun turned to look at the sleeping Lin Xiaoqian. He didn't lack money, but couldn't let money affect Lin Xiaoqian. Ding ding. The phone rang again. It was Su Mingyao sending a message. Lin Chen, the basketball game is the day after tomorrow. They'll bring over the basketball uniform. Is there food? Su Mingyao felt that something was amiss after sending the message and quickly retracted it. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. It seemed the iceberg had melted a little. Handsome guys and beautiful ladies, this is a single female lead story. Lin Chen, the basketball match is the day after tomorrow. Shenqing and I will visit Qianqian this afternoon, and he'll bring your basketball uniform then too. Su Mingyao revised and resent the message. Lin Chen did not reply immediately. Knowing her shy nature, he feared that an instant reply would betray that he'd seen her earlier message. She might not come again for 10 days, or even half a month. Half an hour passed. Lin Chen replied simply, understood. Seeing his terse response, Su Mingyao exhaled in quiet relief. Shenqing and I are only married in name. How could I possibly ask outright whether he'll feed me? Even if Lin Chen cooks exceptionally well, it's inappropriate to do so. Su Mingyao murmured inwardly. In the early afternoon around 3 or 4 o'clock, Su Mingyao and Shenqing arrived. Mommy, Auntie Qingqing. The door swung open as Lin Xiaoqian burst forth, beaming with delight. Qianqian, I've missed you so much. Su Mingyao hurriedly scooped her daughter into her arms and kissed her tenderly. In a soft, milky voice, Lin Xiaoqian replied, Mommy, I've missed you too. Auntie Qingqing, I've missed you too. Mommy, may I invite Nan Nan for dinner? Su Mingyao asked gently, who is Nan Nan? Lin Xiaoqian chirped, Nan Nan is my best friend. We play together all the time. And Nan Nan's mommy gave me delicious treats. Shenqing smiled warmly. Qianqian, Nan Nan's mommy took her downstairs to play. Your daddy also brought you downstairs to play. That's how you met and became best friends, right? Yes. Lin Xiaoqian beamed sweetly. Su Mingyao glanced at Lin Chen. He met her gaze with an easy, cheerful smile. Mingyao, I assure you, I haven't exchanged more than a few polite words with Nanan's mother. Qianqian, you must testify for Daddy. Puzzled, Lin Xiaoqian replied, Daddy, you did talk with Auntie. You chatted quite happily. Lin Chen fell silent. Mommy, I want to invite Nan Nan for dinner, but Daddy said I can only do that when you're here. May I invite Nan Nan now? Lin Xiaoqian asked eagerly. Su Mingyao gently stroked her daughter's head and smiled. How about another day? Today Auntie Qingqing is visiting, so perhaps we'll invite Nan Nan on a day when she isn't here. Mommy, why? Lin Chen interjected. Auntie Qingqing is our guest, and Nan Nan is a guest too. We must attend to our guests properly, shouldn't we? Would inviting them both at once stretch us too thin? Lin Xiaoqian paused thoughtfully, then nodded slowly. Daddy, you're right. Then I'll invite Nan Nan another time. Su Mingyao handed Lin Chen a bag. Lin Chen, try it on. See if this basketball uniform fits you well. Lin Chen nodded and carried the bag into the bathroom. In a hushed voice, Shenqing asked, Qianqian, tell Auntie Qingqing, how beautiful is Nanan's mommy? Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoqian declared, she's beautiful, but mommy is the most beautiful of all. And Auntie Qingqing is beautiful too. Qianqian, this is our little secret. Don't tell Daddy, okay? Shenqing whispered earnestly. But why can't I tell Daddy? Lin Xiaoqian asked, puzzled. Su Mingyao knelt beside her daughter. Qianqian, it's a secret. A special one between you and Auntie Qingqing. Secrets aren't meant to be shared. Qianqian, let's go to the balcony. Your mom and dad might want some quiet private moments together. With that, Shenqing lifted Lin Xiaoqian and strolled toward the balcony. Lin Chen quickly changed into the uniform. When Su Mingyao saw him emerge, astonishment flickered across her eyes. Though Lin Shun appeared lean, almost slender, he carried surprising muscular definition. His biceps, now taut beneath the fabric, were far more robust than his frame suggested. "Mingyao, you chose the perfect size. This uniform fits me perfectly." Lin Shun smiled warmly. "As long as it fits, that's all that matters. Let's step into the study for a chat." Once inside, Lin Shun explained, "Mingyao, I truly haven't spoken much with Nanan's mother. Just brief, courteous exchanges. We're only pretending to be married. Even if something genuine developed between us, it wouldn't concern me." Lin Shun gazed at her with a gentle, knowing smile. Su Mingyao shifted slightly under his quiet regard. "Why are you looking at me like that? Don't get any ideas." "You're the one who asked me in here," Lin Shun replied evenly. "Is there something you need?" Su Mingyao admitted, "I invited you in just to make Qianqian believe we share intimacy. It's all pretense. Do you understand?" Lin Shun nodded. "Understood. How's the basketball tournament arranged?" Su Mingyao breathed easier. The company tournament features 10 teams, 12 players per team. 10 senior executives are participating, and each team is assigned one executive. Lin Shun chuckled, "So it's no mere formality. If we win, is there a prize?" Su Mingyao replied, "The entire winning department receives double their monthly salary. Second place earns a 50% bonus. Only executives on the championship team receive individual rewards. $1,000,000 bonus contributed equally by the 10 executives at 100,000 yuan each." 100,000 yuan was modest for Su Mingyao and her peers, but 1,000,000 would be substantial. If victory came, the 1,000,000 yuan prize would certainly be worthwhile. "How does the competition work?" Lin Shun asked. Su Mingyao answered, "Teams are divided into Group A and Group B. Each group contains 5 teams, and every team plays each other once. A win earns 3 points, a draw 1 point, and a loss 0. The top scoring team from each group advances to the final. The championship team must play 5 matches, others 4. So it clearly spans more than one day." Su Mingyao confirmed, "Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Those with matches compete, those without attend work as usual. We play 2 matches on Wednesday and Thursday, and the final on Friday alone." Lin Shun frowned. "Qianqian naps midday. On Wednesday and Thursday, I may only be able to play 1 match per day." Su Mingyao nodded reassuringly. "That's perfectly fine. Each team has 12 members. Not everyone plays every match." Lin Shun asked, "Where are the games held?" "Yes," Su Mingyao affirmed. "The company's indoor court is quite impressive. Tomorrow you may bring Qianqian to see it, and meet your teammates for introductions." Lin Shun asked, "Will you be present? How will you introduce me? Will our arrangement become public knowledge?" Su Mingyao replied calmly, "I'll introduce you as my husband. As CEO, my authority Dieter's idle teasing. Some may still trouble you. Should that happen, tell me immediately. I'll handle it." Lin Shun nodded faintly. With Su Mingyao's striking beauty and wealth, even as a single mother, she undoubtedly attracted numerous suitors. "Lin Shun, you may face complications. As compensation, I'll purchase this apartment from the landlord and register it under Qianqian's name. Yet you may reside here indefinitely," Su Mingyao added. Lin Shun shook his head. "No need. I've already bought this apartment from the landlord. The contract is signed. The transfer will finalize in a few days." "Moi." Su Mingyao blinked, momentarily stunned. Lin Shun smiled faintly. "Qianqian loves this place, so I bought it. Will you stay here tonight?" Su Mingyio's face turned slightly red. "Why should I stay here?" Lin Shun smiled and said, "To accompany Xiao Qian while she sleeps. Xiao Qian misses her mom. Otherwise, do you think I would let you stay here?" Su Mingyao shot Lin Shun a glance with her beautiful eyes. "Is this house paid off, or is it on loan? If it's a loan, I can help you pay it off." Su Mingyao said. Lin Shun replied, "It's fully paid." Su Mingyao was surprised. Writing fairy tales makes that much money. Lin Shun said, "It's definitely not as much as you make, but if done well, it can provide for the family." Su Mingyao nodded. "Have you practiced basketball these days? Xiao Qian will be watching, so don't play too poorly then." Lin Shun chuckled. "Don't worry about that. I am known as the Michael Jordan of Huaguo. My skills are definitely up to par. It's still early to make dinner. Shall we go for a walk?" Su Mingyao hesitated a bit. Lin Shun said, "Let's take a stroll to let those single young women in the neighborhood know that I'm taken." Su Mingyao replied, "Fine. Let Xinxing take care of more people, so she doesn't keep trying to mooch off us." Soon Lin Shun changed his clothes, and the two of them went out. "Aunt Qingqing, why are you stopping me?" "I want to go out for a walk with mommy and daddy too." Lin, Xiao Qian asked innocently. Xinxing replied, "2 reasons. First, if you go out with your parents, I will be sad staying here alone. Second, don't your parents spend less time together? They need time alone to nurture their feelings. Don't you think?" Lin Xiao Qian nodded, somewhat understanding. "Xiao Qian, teach me how to draw." "I think you're really good at drawing," Xiao Qian, Xinxing said. Lin Xiao Qian giggled. "Daddy taught me. My daddy is the best." Lin Shun and Su Mingyao reached the first floor. There was a winding path in the community that encircled the entire area. The two of them started walking on the path. Lin Shen, did you see the news online? Jiang Xuesong and a group of calligraphy masters highly praise you. Aren't you going to show your face? Su Mingyao asked. Lin Shen shook his head. I have no such plans. I'm doing well now with enough money to spend, and I can wholeheartedly take care of Xiao Qian. We just need to work hard for Xiao Qian. If both of us don't have time for her, it would be troublesome. Su Mingyao nodded slightly. Mingyao, when your dad comes back and runs the company himself, would you like to stay with me for a while? Lin Shun asked with a smile. Su Mingyio's face turned a bit red as she replied, don't say such things. Why would I stay over? It wouldn't be proper. Lin Shun said, the guest room is unoccupied. You can sleep in the guest room, or you can stay with Xiao Qian while I sleep in the guest room. If you stay here for a while, Xiao Qian would definitely be very happy. Su Mingyao was silent for a moment before saying, let's talk about it later. Lin Shen, the events of that year left a psychological shadow on me, and I still have nightmares occasionally. Xiao Qian will have to endure a little more hardship with you. Lin Shen replied, Xiao Qian is my daughter, it's my duty to take care of her. Mingyao, the little girl playing in the open space ahead, is Nuan, and the one next to her is her mom. Su Mingyao and Lin Shen moved a little closer. Uncle Lin, where is Xiao Qian? As they moved forward, Nuan spotted Lin Shen and called out. Lin Shen smiled and said, Xiao Qian is at home. She has an aunt visiting, and she is playing at home with her aunt. Nuan's mom asked, is this Xiao Qian's dad? Is this her mom? Nuan, you should call her aunt. Aunt. Nuan quickly called out. Hello, I am Xiao Qian's mom. Nuan, Xiao Qian told me about you. She said you are her good friend. Su Mingyao said with a smile. Yes, I am good friends with Xiao Qian. Nuan nodded. Lin Shen smiled and said, Nuan, keep playing, we will be leaving now. As they walked a bit further away, Su Mingyao said, Lin Shen, Nuan's mom is quite pretty. Lin Shen chuckled, she can't compare to you. Su Mingyao replied, so you deliberately tricked me into getting the marriage certificate. Lin Shen said, no, that's not true. I want to get the certificate with you for Xiao Qian, didn't I? Su Mingyao said calmly. Shen Qing said that using a marriage certificate to deceive Xiao Qian is unnecessary, just getting a fake one will do. She said I was fooled by you. Lin Shen coughed lightly, that's true. We didn't think she would come up with that. Shen Qing is quite clever. Clever people need to work hard, and they shouldn't get greedy, as she shouldn't come to my place for food anymore. Su Mingyao glanced at Lin Shen. Looks like she wasn't wrong. You just tricked me into getting married. Lin Shen awkwardly said, I did it for Xiao Qian. We should just get the certificate first and nurture our feelings slowly. I don't want her to have a stepfather in the future, and you wouldn't want her to have a stepmother, right? Su Mingyao nodded slightly. Don't worry, she definitely won't have a stepfather. Lin Shen smiled and said, then you can rest assured she won't have a stepmother either. Mingyao, your family is quite wealthy, but I want you to know one thing, I am not after your family's money. We also did a property notarization before marriage. Su Mingyao nodded, I believe that. With your ability, even a little bit of effort would keep you from lacking money. Don't blame Shen Qing. She said a lot of good things about you, so she could mooch meals for a long time. Lin Shen smiled, then I will give her an extra dish tonight. Su Mingyao laughed, you're so realistic. If she exposes you, you tell her not to come. If she helps you, you give her extra food. Lin Shen chuckled, that's quite normal. If she is simply trying to sabotage, I seriously suspect she is jealous of you. Jealous of me for what? Lin Shen replied, jealous that you have a good husband. Su Mingyao said. She pouted, Lin Shen, you are really thick-skinned. Lin Shen smiled. If we need extra dishes, the ingredients at home might not be enough. Shall we buy some more at a nearby grocery store? Su Mingyao nodded. After walking around the community, Lin Shen and they left the community and went together to a nearby grocery store to buy some ingredients. Lin Shen could feel the ice mountain slowly melting. Daddy, Mommy. When they returned home, Lin Xiao Qian happily ran over. Lin Shen said, Mingyao, you keep Xiao Qian company, and I need to hurry and cook. Xiao Qian, tell Mommy what you learned. Lin Xiao Qian nodded. Lin Shen took the ingredients and entered the kitchen. Su Mingyao was led to the balcony by Lin Xiao Qian. Shen Qing pointed at a painting and exclaimed, Mingyao, can you believe this? Is this really painted by Xiao Qian? Her painting skills have grown exponentially. Su Mingyio's eyes also revealed a look of surprise. Compared to last time, Lin Xiao Qian had improved quite a bit. Thinking of Lin Shen's talent in painting, Su Mingyao felt that Lin Xiao Qian must have inherited Lin Shen's artistic talent. It's just that she hadn't been able to explore it well before. Xiao Qian, you are amazing. Mommy will reward you with a kiss. Su Mingyao kissed Lin Xiao Qian's little face. Lin Xiao Qian pouted and said, Mommy, it was Daddy who taught me. You should reward Daddy with a kiss too. After an hour, Lin Shen finished preparing the meal. Lin Shen, is there some good news today? There's even one more dish than last time, Shen Qing exclaimed in surprise. Lin Shen smiled. I bought this apartment, and it's a rare occasion for some liveliness, so let's celebrate a little today. You should have said something earlier, Lin Shen. Look, I came empty-handed without any gifts, Xin said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lin Shen shook his head. No need for gifts, let's just enjoy a simple meal. Everyone sit down. Ooh, I believe my cooking skills have improved somewhat. Xin exclaimed in disbelief. Your cooking can improve. Soon Su Mingyao and Xin started eating. This, Mingyao, it seems you really have improved. Xin tried 2 dishes and said in disbelief, it's not just an impression, it's true. Lin Shen, your cooking has surpassed that of a 5-star chef. The ingredients you used were quite ordinary, yet the taste is exceptional. It's so delicious. Every dish is fantastic, Xin praised profusely. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in adorably. Mommy, Daddy's meat is delicious, and the vegetables are also great. I'm not picky anymore, I'm a good baby now. Xin replied. Xiaoqian, with your father's cooking skills, if you remain picky, you might get a spanking. Su Mingyao added. I suspect Xiaoqian isn't really unpicky, she would probably be even pickier if she were eating elsewhere. Su Mingyao looked worried. Lin Shen smiled and said, Xiaoqian is still young, we should ensure she gets proper nutrition. Later when she's older she won't starve herself, right? Su Mingyao nodded. After finishing the meal, Xin rubbed her belly and said, Lin Shen, your cooking is too delicious. It's both a blessing and a curse. If I eat like this every day, I'll definitely gain weight. Lin Shen chuckled. If you eat just occasionally, you'll eat more. If you ate every day, you wouldn't need to eat this much. Xin was taken aback. That's true, she conceded. You 3 should go out or I'll wash the dishes. I'd feel guilty not doing some chores before I come to eat again. Xin said. Lin Shen replied. You washing dishes isn't that inappropriate. Xin shook her head. Not at all. I just want to come over for a few more meals. Mingyao is very busy and you guys rarely have time to gather together. Let Xin handle it, Su Mingyao suggested. She should do some work to digest after eating so much. You all hurry out and don't disturb my performance. Xin waved her hand. Lin Chun and the others went downstairs. Lin Xiaoqian held Su Mingyao with her left hand and Lin Chun with her right. Su Mingyao felt a strange sensation in her heart. The feeling of taking a stroll as a family of 3 was quite warm. Lin Shen, there's something I want to discuss with you. After the basketball game, can you take Xiaoqian abroad for a trip? Su Mingyao asked. Lin Shen replied, does Xiaoqian's grandparents miss her? Su Mingyao nodded. They really miss Xiaoqian. But I have a lot of matters to attend to domestically and haven't had time to go abroad. Lin Shen squatted down and said, little Xiaoqian, go play on the slide over there while Daddy and Mommy talk about some things. Lin Xiaoqian bounced off happily. Mingyao, I don't have any problem with that. But I wonder if the timing to meet your parents is suitable. Lin Shen asked. Su Mingyao replied irritably. You're not going to meet my parents. You're taking Xiaoqian to meet her grandparents. You don't even need to appear over there, she continued. My dad will send a car to pick you and Xiaoqian up. You can stay at a nearby hotel, and someone will take Xiaoqian to the hospital. Lin Shen responded, isn't it inappropriate for me not to show up? Su Mingyao replied, if you feel it's inappropriate, just buy some fruits or something to visit once, and that'll be enough. Xiaoqian will probably only be at the hospital in the morning. Oh, she'll take a nap at noon. Oh, and in the afternoon you can take her around there. Is that okay? Lin Shen nodded slightly. I have no problem with that. But I don't have a passport. I need to apply for a visa to go to the US, right? Su Mingyao replied, that's simple. You handle it. Oh, I'll get someone to help speed it up, and it'll be done soon. Lin Shen nodded. He wasn't interested in other aspects of going to the US, but he wanted to have some fun at the shooting range. His shooting skills were already quite decent now. He had taken Lin Xiaoqian to amusement parks 5 times, and every time he would take her to play shooting games. Each time they played for about 20 minutes. In total, they played for nearly 2 hours. With 10 hours of shooting practice, one could reach a master level, so 2 hours was quite good. Many soldiers didn't have better shooting skills than him. Lin Shen, thank you, Su Mingyao said. Lin Shen looked at Su Mingyao seriously and said, Mingyao, actually, I should be the one thanking you. Thank you for giving birth to Xiaoqian, allowing me to have such a lovely daughter. Thank you for raising her all by yourself to this age. Su Mingyao heart trembled slightly. Xiaoqian is alone over there. Oh, let's go to her. Su Mingyao quickly walked ahead. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. When they returned home, Lin Xiaoqian cheerfully said, Daddy, Mommy, I had such a great time today. Xiaoqian, as long as you're happy, that's good, Su Mingyao smiled. Xin. When they reached the room, Su Mingyao called out. No one responded, and the lights in the room were off. Didi? Su Mingyao dialed Xin's number. When the call connected, Xin's voice came through. Mingyao, I had an urgent matter to attend to, and took your car. Lin Shen, aren't you going to your company tomorrow? You should go together. I'll return your car to the villa. Su Mingyao was speechless. Traitor. Mingyao, I really have something to do. I suddenly remembered that the gas stove at home seems to be left on. Xin said, driving away quickly. I'll hang up now. After finishing, Xin hurriedly hung up. Lin Shen said, Mingyao, you should sleep with Xiaoqian tonight. I'll sleep in the guest room. Lin Xiaoqian asked curiously, Daddy, why? That bed is so big we can all fit in it. Lin Shen squatted down. He kissed Lin Xiaoqian and said, "Little Xiaoqian, you're still young. There are some things you don't understand yet. Do you want mommy to stay? If you do, then you can sleep like this." Lin Xiaoqian nodded. "I want to sleep with mommy." Lin Chen turned to Su Mingyao. "Mingyao, what do you think? If you want to go back, I can drive you home." Su Mingyao shook her head. "Let it be, it's a hassle." Living together with Lin Chen was something she couldn't accept yet, but staying here for one night was something she could reluctantly accept. Lin Chen said, "There are women's pajamas in the wardrobe, they're new. Last time I bought sleepwear for myself and Xiaoqian, she said she wanted to buy some for mommy, so I bought 2 sets. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in, "Mommy, you should thank me, and then I'll say no need to thank me." Su Mingyao was speechless. Lin Chen chuckled, "Little Xiaoqian mommy is so touched that she can't find the words right now. Mingyao, go take a shower, I'll help Xiaoqian wash up." Su Mingyao nodded. The house had 2 bathrooms, so they could shower simultaneously. Splash. The water hit her body, and Su Mingyao felt a bit dazed. Why had she ended up sleeping here? After finishing her shower, Su Mingyao walked out of the bathroom. Lin Chun was telling a story to Lin Xiaoqian. He looked up and was stunned by Su Mingyou's appearance. Having just finished her shower, Su Mingyou's skin was rosy and her long black hair, only partially dried, cascaded over her shoulders. Her sleepwear was short, revealing a glimpse of her long, beautiful legs. Beautiful too beautiful. A strong desire to create surged in Lin Chen's mind. He wanted to capture this moment with his brush. "Lin Chen, are you still staring?" Su Mingyao shot him a shy, annoyed glance. Lin Chen cleared his throat. "Xiaoqian wants me to tell her a story. Ooh, I haven't finished it yet, so please continue." Putting down the storybook reluctantly, he walked out. Su Mingyao locked the door behind her. Past experiences had left her feeling insecure. Not only in Lin Chen's place, even at her own home, she would lock the door. "Xiaoqian, didn't I say I would stay with you? Why did you let Dad tell you a story?" Su Mingyao said to Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian, confused, replied, "Mom, can I?" "Okay. Where did Dad leave off?" "Mom will tell you a story for a bit, then you need to sleep obediently." Su Mingyao began telling Lin Xiaoqian a story. Outside, Lin Chen quickly took out paper and oil paints. He worked quickly. Within about an hour, he finished the painting depicting a woman who had just bathed. The woman bore a striking resemblance to Su Mingyao. Click. Su Mingyao walked out of the room. Lin Chen was stunned. The oil painting he had just completed was still wet. "Lin Chen, what are you painting?" Seeing Lin Chen painting, Su Mingyao walked over. "Cough. I had some inspiration, so I painted it out," Lin Chen said awkwardly. Su Mingyao examined the woman in the painting. "Is this me? But I don't look that good." Lin Chen smiled. "Mingyao, trust me, you are that beautiful. This painting is of you just now. Did you come out for something?" Su Mingyao said, "I got thirsty telling the story, so I came out for some water." Lin Chen, "I'll buy this painting from you. I'll offer 1 million. Lin Chen shook his head. "What do you want to buy it for?" "I intended to give it to you. Am I supposed to keep it for myself to admire secretly later?" Su Mingyao glanced at Lin Chen. "Is that not your intention?" Lin Chen shook his head repeatedly. "Of course not. With a real beauty to admire, why would I want to admire a painting?" Su Mingyou's cheeks flushed. "I didn't know you were so smooth-tongued. Once the painting is dry, pack it up, and don't let Xiaoqian see it." After finishing her water, Su Mingyao hurried back to the bedroom. Bang bang. She clutched her chest, feeling her heart racing. Ink and wash paintings are impressive, but oil paintings are surprisingly powerful too. "I'm really starting to find Lin Chen hard to understand," Su Mingyao thought to herself. Lying on the bed watching Lin Xiaoqian sleep soundly beside her, Su Mingyao suddenly realized that Lin Chen sleeps here every night. This means they are indirectly sharing a bed. Moreover, they are covered with the same blanket. "I seem to feel okay with it," Su Mingyao murmured to herself. It was only after lying down that she suddenly thought of this. Gradually, she fell asleep. That night, Su Mingyao slept very soundly. Even when sleeping at home, she often wakes up in the middle of the night, but last night she didn't. Sleeping here seemed to feel safer than at home. Why is that? Su Mingyao thought to herself. Could it be that my villa is too large, making me feel insecure? But I feel the same when staying at a hotel on business trips. Su Mingyao thought to herself. Kiss. Lightly kissing Lin Xiaoqian, Su Mingyao got out of bed. It was still early. Lin Xiaoqian needed to sleep a bit longer. Wife, good morning. Lin Chen smiled at Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao. She glared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, who told you to call me that? Lin Chen replied. Mingyao, we need to go to your company. Everyone will know we're married, so occasionally I have to call you wife. Don't you think? You should occasionally call me husband too. Otherwise, are you going to keep calling me Lin Chen? Su Mingyao was speechless. Wife, what do you want for breakfast? Su Mingyao pouted. You can't call me that anymore. Lin Chen said. Wife, I'm just calling you a few times to help you get used to it, so you won't be stunned later. We have a child now. Oh, it's just a title. Su Mingyao rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. Is this just about a title? Lin Chen smiled. It's not just about a title, but we are officially recognized, so it's okay to call you that, right? Su Mingyao thought for a moment. Lin Chen made a point. Husband. She called out softly, but her voice was very small. If it weren't for Lin Chen's heightened senses, he wouldn't have heard her at all. Mengyao, you see, that's the problem. Although you called your voice is too soft. What if you suddenly lower your voice when introducing me? Lin Chen said seriously. Su Mengyao took a deep breath. Husband. Although your voice is louder this time, the way you said it doesn't sound like you're calling your husband. It feels like you're going to stab me. Lin Chen said. Su Mengyao, annoyed, replied, your feeling isn't wrong. She steadied her emotions. Husband. This time it finally sounded much more natural. Hey. Lin Chen happily responded. Su Mengyao. Wife, what do you want for breakfast? Su Mengyao said angrily, whatever. I'm almost full just from being mad at you this early in the morning. Lin Chen smiled as he looked at Su Mengyao. She looked good even when angry. Wife, you're really beautiful. Su Mengyao stiffened slightly. You? Don't say that nonsense. Su Mengyao quickly returned to the bedroom. Phew. After locking the door in the bedroom, Su Mengyao let out a sigh. That rascal taking advantage of me. Su Mengyao kept complaining in her heart. But complaints aside, she found that she didn't feel very repulsed. I must be ill, and it's a serious illness. Su Mengyao sat on the bed murmuring softly. Mom, are you sick? He'll go call Dad. Dad is a doctor. Lin Xiaoqian woke up and rubbed her eyes. Xiaoqian, did I wake you? Lin Xiaoqian sat up. No, I slept soundly. Mom, if you're sick, don't be afraid. He'll go call Dad. Su Mengyao hugged Lin Xiaoqian. Mom isn't sick. Wife Xiaoqian, hurry up and wash up for breakfast. Lin Chen's voice came from the kitchen. Su Mingio's body stiffened. Her face visibly reddened. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes brightened. Mom, Dad called us. Dad just called you, wife too. Don't move or your hair will be messy. Su Mengyao gently tapped Lin Xiaoqian's head. Lin Xiaoqian laughed happily. What are you so happy about? Su Mengyao asked. Lin Xiaoqian replied cheerfully. I'm just happy. I don't want Dad and Mom to be like Yuan Yuan's parents. Do you know what happened to Yuan Yuan's parents? Lin Xiaoqian, Yuan Yuan's parents divorced. She said her dad doesn't want her anymore, and she's so sad. Su Mengyao. Lin Xiaoqian, a little girl of 2 or 3 years, actually discusses this. All right, let's hurry up and brush our teeth and wash our faces. Su Mengyao said. The two quickly finished washing up and arrived at the dining table. For breakfast, Lin Chen had prepared noodles that looked very tempting. Su Mengyao exclaimed, Lin Chen, did you make these noodles by hand? Lin Chen nodded. Yes, instant noodles aren't that tasty. These noodles have some special ingredients added. Su Mengyao took a bite. She was stunned. Oh, was this really noodles? It was too delicious. Mom, the noodles Dad made are so tasty. Lin Xiaoqian said while eating with a fork. Su Mengyao, Lin Chen, are you spoiling Xiaoqian too much? She will definitely be picky when eating outside. It's fine to indulge a little with noodles. Oh, I will definitely teach her what she needs to know in other areas. Quick, eat it while it's hot. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Su Mengyao felt extremely satisfied. Although she usually ate well, compared to this, her usual breakfasts could only be thrown in the trash. Lin Chen, I'll clean up. Su Mengyao said. Lin Xiaoqian, Mom, you should call him husband. Dad calls you wife, so you should call him husband too. Isn't that right, Dad? Lin Chen gave a thumbs up. Xiaoqian, you are absolutely right. Dad gives you a big thumbs up. If Mom calls him husband, then I won't let her wash the dishes. Lin Xiaoqian quickly said, Mom, you should call him. Su Mengyao shot Lin Chen a glare. In front of Lin Xiaoqian, she felt a bit shy. However, recalling what Lin Xiaoqian had said in the bathroom earlier, she still opened her mouth and said, husband. Yage. Lin Xiaoqian laughed joyfully. You little rascal, so clever for your age. Su Mengyao playfully poked Lin Xiaoqian's forehead. An hour later, Lin Chen drove into a company. Mengyao, is all of this your company? Lin Chen said in surprise. Su Mengyao nodded. The building on the left is the headquarters. The building on the right is the dormitory for employees. The building in front to the right is the sports center, which has 2 standard basketball courts on the first and second floors. The basement level is a swimming pool, the 3rd floor is a badminton court, and the 4th floor is a table tennis court. Lin Chen laughed. It seems your company offers good benefits. Su Mengyao nodded. My dad treats the employees well. All of this was set up by him in the past. Turn left ahead. You can drive the car to the underground parking lot. Soon Lin Chen arrived at the parking lot entrance, which also had security. President. The security guard saluted upon seeing Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao slightly nodded. Please register this car's license plate in the system and let it through directly in the future. Understood, President. Lin Chen drove the car into the underground parking lot. Under Su Mingio's direction, Lin Chen parked the car in the high-level parking area. Each parking space here is relatively larger. There were about 10 luxury cars parked. Lin Chen's car seemed a bit shabby in comparison. Lin Chen, if you come here in the future, just park over here. This area is for the company's leadership and some VIP guests visiting the company. Su Mengyao said. Lin Chen nodded. Okay. The 3 got out of the car, and there was a private elevator for executives nearby. Lin Chen and the others took the elevator directly to the top floor of the building. Hello, President. Upon seeing Su Mengyao, many people bowed in greeting. Su Mingyao led Lin Chun and the others to her office. Lin Chun, there is a bedroom over there. Sometimes I lie down there for a while. When Xiao Qian takes a nap at noon, they just let her sleep in that bedroom. Su Mingyao said. Lin Chun nodded. Mingyao, your office is quite impressive. Lin Chun smiled. This office is estimated to be about 200 square meters. The house he bought is not as large as this office. All of this was arranged by my dad. The company used to have a real estate business, and this headquarters was built according to my dad's requirements. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Come in. Su Mingyao called out. Soon a person pushed the door open and entered. Mingyao, I heard Xiao Qian is here, so I came to see her. It was a middle-aged man in his 50s. Upon seeing Lin Chun, his gaze slightly settled. Uncle Zhao, you came at the right time. Let me introduce, this is my husband Lin Chun. Husband Uncle Zhao is the vice president of the company and one of its veterans. Su Mingyao smiled as she introduced. Hello, Uncle Zhao. Lin Chun greeted. Xiao Qian, you should call him Grandpa Zhao. Lin Xiao Qian called out to the other person. Hey, Xiao Qian is really well behaved. Xiao Lin Mingyao has high standards. It's not easy for you to gain her favor. Where do you work? Vice President Zhao asked with a smile. Lin Chun replied. I am Xiao Qian's biological father. My current job is to take good care of Xiao Qian. Vice President Zhao nodded. That's great. Taking good care of children is more important than anything else. Mingyao, will Xiao Lin participate in the basketball game? Su Mingyao said. Yes, I signed Lin Chun up. Vice President Zhao laughed. Tianyu is in another team. Perhaps Tianyu will encounter Xiao Lin on the court. Tianyu plays basketball quite well. They'll mention it to Tianyu and let him give Xiao Lin some leeway on the court. Lin Chun said, Uncle Zhao, there's no need. Hearing Mingyao say that this competition is related to the bonuses of many people, we can't cheat. Vice President Zhao nodded. That's true. Then it depends on how you perform. Basketball is not an individual sport. Oh, perhaps your team's strength is even stronger than Tianyu's team. Mingyao, I won't disturb you any longer. Soon Vice President Zhao left Su Mingyio's office. Xiao Qian, there are toys over there. Why don't you go play there? Lin Chun pointed to a corner of the office. In the corner there was a small toy area which was certainly prepared by Su Mingyao for Lin Xiao Qian. Okay. Lin Xiao Qian bounced over happily. Mingyao, that Vice President Zhao seems a bit off. Lin Chun said in a low voice. Su Mingyao frowned. Zhao Tianyu has ideas about me. Lin Chun asked, what percentage of shares do they hold? How many shares does your family have? Su Mingyao replied. The Zhao family holds only 13%, while our family holds 51%. Lin Chun smiled lightly. Their intentions are quite clever. If they marry you, they will gain both wealth and beauty. Su Mingyao frowned. Zhao Tianyu is quite bothersome, but Uncle Zhao is a veteran who started a business with my father. I definitely still have to give Uncle Zhao some face. Lin Chun chuckled. Don't worry, my wife. I will be a solid shield, and will block him thoroughly. Su Mingyao rolled her eyes at Lin Chun. Don't you feel uncomfortable if you don't take advantage of him verbally? Lin Chun replied earnestly. Strictly speaking, this is a verbal advantage, though I haven't taken any advantage yet. Su Mingyao said. Zhao Tianyu might target you, so be careful then. Lin Chun laughed. Although I may look slim, my body is packed with muscle. My physique is comparable to Bruce Lee. Su Mingyao retorted. With just one punch from him, you wouldn't even make a sound right. You'd be knocked out and sent to the hospital. Lin Chun replied. You will come to know just how strong your husband is. Su Mingyao shot Lin Chun a glare and said, no driving. Driving? Lin Chun was taken aback. Mingyao, you can drive on this broken road. I meant you should know how good I am at fighting, not that kind of driving. Su Mingyao said angrily. I won't talk to you anymore. Sit there for a while. Later, I will take you to meet your teammates. After saying this, Su Mingyao accompanied Lin Xiaoqian. System, what is my current physical condition? Lin Chun inquired in his mind. He hadn't paid much attention to it, since it would increase every day anyway. The system replied, Host, your current physical condition is 135 points. Lin Chun nodded in satisfaction. His physical condition exceeded that of an average man by double, but there was still a gap compared to the world's top fighters. Lin Chun was not in a hurry about this. How long had it been since he gained the system? In another half a month, his physical condition would be on par with the world's top fighters. Knock, knock. A knock echoed at the door. Su Mingyio's assistant entered. CEO, the other team members are already at the #1 basketball court. Lin Chun walked over and picked up Lin Xiaoqian. The three of them went downstairs, and soon they arrived at the sports center. CEO, the 11 people in the #1 basketball court spoke in unison. Su Mingyao nodded and smiled. It's not work time now, you don't need to be so tense. Next to me is my husband Lin Chun, and he is in your team. This time there will be no underhanded dealings in the basketball game. Even if you are on the same team as him, you might not win. If you want to win, it depends on your own efforts. The 11 answered in unison, yes, CEO. They were still tense. They were just ordinary employees or family members of employees. Su Mingyio's words could determine their or their family members' livelihoods. Su Mingyao turned to Lin Chun and said, Husband, they can't relax here. You chat with them and play some basketball to get familiar with each other. I will take Xiao Qian to walk around elsewhere. Having practiced, she could now pronounce it quite smoothly. Okay. Lin Chen nodded. Lin Xiaoqian sweetly said, Daddy, good luck. Su Mingyao and Lin Xiaoqian left, and the crowd relaxed a bit, but they still didn't completely let their guard down. Lin Chen scanned the crowd and smiled. Everyone, you're nervous. Mingyao is your leader, and also my leader. Now that the leader has left, let's relax a bit. Hearing Lin Chen say this, everyone loosened up considerably. One man gave a thumbs up and said, Lin Gu, you're amazing. You managed to win over a strong woman like the CEO. Lin Gu, how did you win over the CEO? Lin Gu. The crowd began to speak up. Lin Chen smiled and said, I was Mingyao Sr. To win over a CEO like Mingyao, I had to start from the time she wasn't a CEO yet. As long as there's a chance, it's manageable. The crowd chuckled. Lin Chen seemed quite easygoing, and they relaxed even more. Lin Chen said, let's all introduce ourselves. You know my name, but I don't know yours. Everyone quickly introduced themselves one by one. With his enhanced physical condition and various abilities, Lin Chen's memory had improved, and he remembered them all after just one round. Who is the team leader? Lin Chen asked. One of the older members laughed and said, Lin Gu, the team leader can only be you. If we compete for the position, the CEO might get angry and fire us. Lin Chen chuckled. It's not good for me to be the team leader. Xiao Qian needs to take a nap at noon, and your CEO is busy. I need to be there to accompany her during her nap. Another person said, Lin Gu, you can be the team leader, and we can select a vice captain. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Chen smiled and said, all right then. We have 12 people, 2 can be referees, and let's play for a while to get in sync. Sure. They quickly divided into teams. After just 5 minutes, Lin Chen had a clear understanding of the other players' skills. In their team, only 1 or 2 had decent skills. The rest were all inexperienced. Su Dong, make sure to defend well. Lin Chen said with a smile. The ball was now in his hands. In the next second, Lin Chen dribbled the ball and charged forward at high speed, easily bypassing the defender, while the second defender also failed to stop him. Lin Chen charged towards the rim. Boom. Lin Chen easily leaped for a slam dunk. The others stared in shock at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was able to dunk. Time gradually passed, and it was now Lin Chen's showcase time, filled with 3-point shots and various dunks. Lin Gu, you're amazing. Your skills are so strong, and your physical condition is also top-notch. With skills like yours, I would have found a girlfriend in college. After half an hour, Lin Chen and the others stopped. The rest began to praise him. Initially, they chose Lin Chen as the team leader because of Su Mingyao, but now they were truly convinced by Lin Chen's abilities. Lin Chen said, let's cooperate well, perhaps we can take first place. Everyone was overjoyed. At first, seeing the others' skills, they didn't have much hope, just hoping not to be in last place. Now, knowing how powerful Lin Chen was, they were full of confidence. Basketball requires 5 players. Lin Chen alone could probably match 3. Lin Chen, are you ready? Su Mingyao came downstairs with Lin Xiaoqian in her arms. Lin Chen smiled and said, we're ready. Our skills are solid, and we should have no problem making it to the finals. CEO Lin Gu's skills are too strong. Yeah, we are all inexperienced, but Lin Gu is genuinely strong. The others spoke up. Su Mingyao smiled and said, you all are just flattering each other. As long as you're ready, just have a good match tomorrow. Lin Chen, are you and Xiaoqian having lunch at the company? Lin Xiaoqian shook her head repeatedly. Mommy, I don't want to eat here. The food here isn't good. Daddy, let's go home. Lin Chen smiled and said, Mingyao, today we will eat at home. For the next 3 days, we might have to eat here for lunch, so let's let Xiaoqian eat well at home today. Su Mingyao nodded. She scanned the others and said, if you want to continue practicing, you can keep playing here. Okay, CEO. Lin Chen and the others left. One person remarked, I envy Lin Gu. He's a winner in life. He has a CEO wife and a lovely daughter, while I only have a tigress at home. It's not envy. Let's not talk about anything else. Lin Gu's basketball skills, aren't they dominating in college? Lin Gu didn't even break a sweat. He might have still been holding back. Should we continue playing for a while? If we work hard with Lin Gu leading us, we might actually be able to take first place. The remaining 11 continued to play. Before long, someone arrived nearby to watch them play. After about 10 minutes, the person left and made a phone call. Young Master Zhao, I didn't see Lin Chen. He has already left. But I did see a team of others playing basketball. They only have 2 players with decent skills. The rest are quite inexperienced. On the other end of the call, Zhao Tianyu let out a sigh of relief. Basketball is a team sport of 5. Even if there are 2 decent players, it won't matter if Lin Chen is also average. Lin Chen, just wait to be humiliated. If I don't crush you, it won't count as a clean job. Zhao Tianyu's eyes glinted coldly. He was extremely furious. He had known Su Mingyao for 10 years and had always seen her as his type, but she had no feelings for him. Later, Su Mingyao went to college, and while studying, she went abroad. When she returned from abroad, he was taken aback. Su Mingyao had actually given birth to a daughter. This had made him depressed for a while. However, later Zhao Tianyu discovered that even though Su Mingyao had a daughter, she was not married, and there were no men around her. Zhao Tianyu thought that his opportunity had come again. He hurried to pursue her. With Su Mingyao's stunning beauty and the wealth of the Su family, so what if she had a daughter? Who would have thought that as he pursued her, Lin Shen suddenly emerged? Su Mingyao actually had a husband. He had previously used connections to investigate Su Mingyao, and the system at the Civil Affairs Bureau showed that Su Mingyao was unmarried. Could it be that Su Mingyao recently obtained a marriage certificate with Lin Shen? In the evening, Zhao Tianyu returned home. Dad, he saw his father Zhao Huayuan. Zhao Huayuan looked up and asked, Tianyu, how are you preparing for the basketball match? Have you seen Lin Shen? I haven't seen Lin Shen. By the time I returned to the company, Lin Shen had already left. But I know their team's strength is quite average. Zhao Tianyu said confidently. Zhao Huayuan replied, men attract women and sexual tension is very important. The basketball court is a great time for you to showcase yourself. Su Mingyao is very wealthy, so money doesn't hold much appeal for her. You must perform well tomorrow. Zhao Tianyu nodded. Dad, I know. However, I might not face Lin Shen's team tomorrow. Perhaps we will be assigned to different groups. Zhao Huayuan said, if you are in different groups, just showcase yourself well. If Lin Shen gets eliminated early, the contrast of your performance will be more apparent. But you need to maintain your composure. Your demeanor on the court will be an added bonus for you. Zhao Tianyu nodded. Dad, I know. If you marry Su Mingyao, everything from the Su family will belong to the Zhao family. You must work hard for this goal. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Su Mingyao informed Lin Shen of the group results. Their Team 1 was drawn into Group A, and Zhao Tianyu's Team 7 was also assigned to Group A. Lin Shen Team 1 has both matches in the afternoon. You can come a bit later, but you need to be here before noon. After eating, Chanqian can take a nap. Su Mingyao sent another message. All right, my dear. Su Mingyao sent a few head-patting emojis. At 10:30 a.m. Lin Shen set off, and an hour later he arrived at the company with Lin Xiaoqian. Mom. Lin Xiaoqian joyfully called out upon seeing Su Mingyao. However, this joy did not last long. They arrived at the company cafeteria. Mom, I had a big breakfast this morning, and now I'm not hungry. Can I skip lunch? Lin Xiaoqian said sweetly. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Shen and said, Lin Shen, this situation with Xiaoqian is your doing, you need to handle it. Lin Shen patted Lin Xiaoqian's little head. Xiaoqian, did you hear what your mom said? You're being picky because your dad usually cooks too well. Do you want your dad to cook poorly? Lin Xiaoqian shook her head repeatedly. Lin Shen said, also you need to eat well so you have the energy to cheer for dad in the afternoon, right? Mom. Lin Xiaoqian began to eat her meal. They were eating in the executive cafeteria. The food was decent, but compared to Lin Shen's cooking, it was definitely lacking. President. As Lin Shen and the others were eating, Zhao Huayuan arrived. Zhao Tianyu was with him. Vice President Zhao. Su Mingyao nodded. Privately, Zhao Huayuan called her Mingyao, while Su Mingyao addressed Zhao Huayuan as Uncle Zhao. They couldn't do that in public. Tianyu, let me introduce you. This young man is Lin Shen. He is Xiaoqian's father. You two are young, so get to know each other better in the future. Zhao Huayuan said with a smile. Zhao Tianyu extended his hand, and Lin Shen stood up to shake it. Lin Shen, see you on the court. Zhao Tianyu grinned as he looked at Lin Shen. All right. Lin Shen replied calmly. Soon after, Zhao Huayuan and the others left, sitting at a table further away after getting their food. Tianyu, how do you feel? Zhao Huayuan asked softly. Not worried at all. Zhao Tianyu replied confidently. Mingyao and he probably have no feelings for each other, otherwise they would have been together by now. Now they were likely together because of Xiaoqian. After finishing their meal, Lin Shen and the others returned to Su Mingyao's office. Su Mingyao said, Lin Shen, I have a lot to do later. You take Xiaoqian to sleep. Once she wakes up, you two need to hurry down. You might still get to play in the first match. By the way, remember to change into your jersey. Lin Shen nodded. Xiaoqian, come on, Dad will tell you a story. Okay. Lin Shen carried Lin Xiaoqian into the bedroom. Ding ding. Su Mingyao's phone rang. It was an overseas call. Dad, are you still awake? Su Mingyao said. On the other end, Su Guofeng replied in an annoyed tone. What's going on between you and Lin Shen? I heard someone say you publicly called him husband. Are you two together? Dad, if we were together, would you disagree? Su Guofeng paused for a few seconds. Mingyao, your mom, and I don't mind, but compared to you, Lin Shen is quite ordinary. You might have better options. We just want you to be happy. Su Mingyao asked, what if I feel happy? Mingyao, if you are happy, your parents will naturally bless you. Your parents are not that materialistic. Su Guofeng said solemnly. Dad, although Xiaoqian is still small, she is very smart. Yuan Yuan's parents are divorced, and Xiaoqian knows what divorce means. Lin Shen and I have to pretend a little. Su Mingyao did not reveal the truth. She did not mention that she and Lin Shen had already registered their marriage. They were not in a romantic relationship at this stage, and it was unnecessary to involve their parents. Mingyao, as long as you think it through, that's enough. As long as you make a final decision, your parents will support you. Su Guofeng's wife Yang Qingyue added. After hanging up, Su Mingyao looked towards the bedroom. Dad, the ordinary person you speak of is not so ordinary. Wait until Lin Shun arrives in America, and you'll see for yourself. She must have feelings for Lin Shun, Yang Qingyue said affirmatively. Su Guofeng nodded slightly. I know. If she didn't, she wouldn't openly call Lin Shun husband. In fact, Lin Shun wouldn't even participate in this basketball match. You previously said if Mingyao finds someone with power and influence, our family will be safer, and Mingyao will be safer in the future. If Mingyao ends up with Lin Shun, what will happen? Su Guofeng rubbed his forehead. What can we do? If she truly chooses Lin Shun, can we separate them? At that time, we will try our best to stabilize the situation. Yang Qingyue sighed lightly. If only my dad were still around. Su Guofeng held Yang Qingyue's hand. Don't worry, my dear. I can handle it. You focus on taking care of your health, and let's head back soon. Yang Qingyue said, you should go to bed early, it's quite late. In China it was noon, while it was midnight for Su Guofeng and the others. Beep beep, the whistle sounded. The basketball match began. Team 1, where Lin Shun was faced off against Team 4. Lin Xiaoqian was still napping and Lin Shun was absent. Go go. Many people on both sides were cheering loudly. Swish. Team 4 scored the first point. As time passed, the score gap widened. Su Mingyao watched from the sidelines. She frowned secretly. Team 1's performance was clearly lacking. Buzz buzz. Su Mingyio's phone vibrated. She took out her phone. It was a call from Lin Shun. Mingyao Xiaoqian has woken up. Is the game over? Are we coming over? Lin Shun asked. There's one last quarter left. Your Team 1 is trailing by 20 points. Su Mingyao said helplessly. Lin Shun was surprised. Is that all? That's not bad. Su Mingyao was speechless. We're on our way. Lin Shun quickly picked up Lin Xiaoqian and rushed out. Lin Shun arrived at the sports center at the fastest speed. At this moment, the final match had already started for 2 minutes, and the score difference had reached 22 points. Timeout. Seeing Lin Shun arrive, Vice-Captain Su Dong decisively called for a timeout. Mommy, so many people. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in with a babyish voice. Su Mingyao took Lin Xiaoqian from Lin Shun's hands. Lin Shun, there are only 10 minutes left. Are you going back in? Su Mingyao whispered. Trailing by 22 points made it extremely difficult to catch up. Lin Shun smiled and said, it's all about participation. Now that I'm here as the team captain, I must go in and make a move. Xiaoqian, cheer for daddy. Lin Xiaoqian nodded vigorously. Lin Shun entered the court. One member of the opposing team stepped down, and Su Dong and the remaining 4 looked at Lin Shun with joy, their confidence boosted by his presence. Lin Shun smiled and said, Su Dong, pass me the ball as much as possible. Let's try to catch up. There might still be hope. Okay. Su Dong and the others nodded. The ball was in Lin Shun's possession. Su Dong and the others immediately passed the ball to Lin Shun. Daddy, go for it. Lin Xiaoqian shouted loudly. Lin Shun quickly dribbled toward the opponent's half. The opponent's captain Wang Kai intercepted Lin Shun outside the 3-point line. However, Lin Shun suddenly accelerated and slipped right past him. So fast. Wang Kai thought to himself. Boom. Just as he turned to return to defense, the sound of a dunk echoed. Lin Shun had performed a powerful slam dunk. 2 points secured. The gap was reduced to 20 points. It took less than 10 seconds from Lin Shun entering the game to scoring. Wow, a dunk. Go go. Many people were shocked and shouted desperately at Lin Shun. Lin Shun is amazing. Su Mingyao stared at Lin Shun in disbelief. Everyone, don't panic, stay steady. We are still leading by 20 points, and basketball is not a one-person sport, Wang Kai said in a deep voice. They quickly organized their offense. However, Su Dong and the others played with the determination of being on steroids, defending fiercely. One of the team members passed the ball and Lin Shun quickly launched, intercepting it. Daddy, go for it. Daddy, go. Lin Xiaoqian cheered loudly. Lin Shun accelerated towards the opposite end. Still outside the 3-point line, Lin Shun jumped and shot. Swish. The basketball swished through the net for 3 points. He also tricked an opponent into committing a shooting foul. Undoubtedly, Lin Shun made the free throw. The score suddenly narrowed to just 16 points. At this time, Lin Shun had been on the court for less than a minute. Mommy, is daddy the best? Lin Xiaoqian said excitedly. Yes. Su Mingyao nodded. This was true. Time ticked by, and while Lin Shun's opponents fought hard to stabilize, the gap continued to shrink. With 2 minutes left, boom. Accompanied by Lin Shun's next dunk, the score was tied. Following that, Lin Shun and his team took the lead without any suspense. Beep beep, the final whistle blew. The final score was set at 52-47. Captain, you were amazing. Captain, you were hiding quite a bit of strength yesterday, they said excitedly. Lingo, we lost, but we accept it willingly. Wang Kai and his teammates all agreed. They weren't angry about being overturned by Lin Shun. After all, Su Mingyao was the president and Lin Shun was her husband. You all played well too, Lin Shun smiled. He walked towards Su Mingyao and Lin Xiaoqian. Daddy, you're the best. He'll give you a kiss. Lin Xiaoqian said in a babyish voice. Lin Chen shook his head. Xiao Qian, that's not allowed. Daddy's face is sweaty, you can't kiss Daddy right now. Daddy, what about Mommy? Can Mommy kiss you? Lin Xiaoqian asked curiously. Su Mingyao tapped Lin Xiaoqian's head. Mommy can't do that either. Mommy shouldn't be unhygienic, right? Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Daddy, then we'll kiss you when we get home. Okay, Lin Shun said with a smile. Team 7, where Zhao Tianyu was competing upstairs. Team 7 also achieved victory. He performed quite well, scoring 21 points. Did Lin Chen's kid play? How did he perform? Zhao Tianyu asked one of his subordinates. His subordinate hadn't watched his match, but was monitoring Lin Chen's game downstairs. After the match, he hurriedly ran upstairs. Boss, something's off, his subordinate said to Zhao Tianyu. What's going on? Boss, Lin Chen only played in the last 10 minutes. They were originally far behind, but after Lin Chen entered, he scored 23 points in those 10 minutes. They turned the game around and won. Zhao Tianyu couldn't believe it. How is that possible? How could he score more than 20 points in just 10 minutes? Boss, that's how it is. He's too strong, far surpassing the others. He shot 4 out of 5 three-pointers and can also dunk. Zhao Tianyu was stunned. Lin Chen scored 23 points in 10 minutes while he only managed 21 points in the whole game. This was quite embarrassing. Scoring 21 points in a single game is impressive, but the comparison is what worries him. He didn't care about rewards. He wanted to crush Lin Chen to win Su Mingyu's heart. What to do now? Did you record the video? Yes. Soon Zhao Tianyu watched several clips, and he was completely stunned. Lin Chen's skill was far superior to his. He felt that Lin Chen's skill level was good enough to play in the NBA. Ding ding. Zhao Tianyu's phone rang. It was his father calling, and Zhao Huayuan wasn't at the company at the moment. Son, well done. I received your match results, keep it up. Zhao Huayuan's voice came through the phone. Dad, it doesn't matter anymore, Zhao Tianyu said bitterly. What doesn't matter? Dad, that bastard Lin Chen is too strong. I scored 21 points in the whole game, and he scored 23 points in 10 minutes. On the other end of the line, Zhao Huayuan was stunned. He usually watches basketball games and knows the difference in skill. He never expected to face defeat, even before meeting Lin Chen. Kinyo, don't lose heart yet. The next match will be a showdown between your two teams. Even if you lose, make sure to lose with dignity. His parents are farmers, and you have significant advantages in other areas. Zhao Huayuan said gravely. I know. After hanging up, Zhao Tianyu went to the lounge. The next game was in an hour, and he needed to recover as much as possible. 50 minutes passed, and Zhao Tianyu and the others headed to the first floor. They would be competing against Lin Chen's team there. Lin Chen, I watched the video. You were incredible. Zhao Tianyu smiled at Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Tianyu, who wore a smile, but he could clearly sense the hostility in Zhao Tianyu's eyes. Not bad, basic skills are important, Lin Chen replied calmly. Zhao Tianyu. Lin Chen, but you have a little problem. Basketball is a team sport. If you perform alone, the other players become your backdrop. You need to give the others opportunities as well. Zhao Tianyu took on a guise of caring for his teammates. Beside them, Su Mingyao frowned. Zhao Tianyu, don't you think that's silly? There's only 10 minutes left. Is it time to be modest? Lin Chen chuckled. What my wife said is right. Zhao Tianyu silently walked away. He could only suppress his feelings after being reprimanded by Su Mingyao. Mingyao, you need to be cautious about the Zhao family from now on. Although Deputy General Zhao was your father's partner back in the day, people can change, and I've noticed that the Zhao family's appetite has grown larger. I mentioned it to my dad. Su Mingyao nodded. But my dad is quite sentimental. Besides, the Zhao family holds 13% of the shares, so it's not that easy to get rid of them. Also, driving away a wolf might attract tigers and leopards. Lin Chen smiled. Mingyao, you really don't need to worry too much. Even if you run out of money, your husband will take care of you. Su Mingyao rolled her beautiful eyes at Lin Chen. It's about to start, hurry up and get over there. Don't be polite to Zhao Tianyu. Lin Chen entered the basketball court, where Su Dong and others greeted him, each brimming with confidence. Zhao Tianyu's team was quite strong, but Su Dong and the others had immense confidence in Lin Chen now. Su Dong, if you get the chance, just shoot. Don't be afraid of missing. If you miss, I'll grab the rebound and put it back in. All right, brother Lin, they replied cheerfully. With you here, we will definitely win. Su Dong and the others all smiled. You little dog, don't think you can win easily. Even if you're strong, basketball is a team sport involving 5 players. Zhao Tianyu cursed inwardly. He was extremely displeased with Lin Chen. Everyone get your spirits up. This will definitely be a tough battle. If we win, I will give each of you a bonus of 10,000. Brother Zhao, we will definitely do our best. Although Brother Lin is the president's husband, we won't intentionally let him win on the court. His teammates chimed in. 10,000 was nothing to Zhao Tianyu, but it was quite substantial for ordinary workers. Beep. The game began. Go Dad. Lin Xiaoqian shouted loudly at Lin Chen from the sidelines. Lin Chen leaped up. Although he was shorter than his opponent, he jumped higher and effortlessly grabbed the ball. Offense. Lin Chen shouted. Su Dong and the others immediately charged towards Zhao Tianyu's half of the court. Outside the three-point line, one of Lin Chen's teammates took a shot. As expected, it missed. The basketball hit the rim and bounced high. Before it even came down, Lin Chen's figure jumped up. He pressed down on the bouncing basketball in midair, then, with a powerful thrust of his arm, he slammed it down into the hoop. What the hell? Zhao Tianyu's expression changed. He had just been guarding Lin Chen. As a result, Lin Chen delivered a thunderous dunk right over him. So strong. Go, brother Lin. Many people on the sidelines erupted in excitement. Lin Chen's dunk ignited everyone's enthusiasm. Mom, you cheer for Dad too. Lin Xiaoqian said, that way Dad will be even more powerful. Husband, go for it. Su Mingyao shouted. Her voice wasn't very loud, those nearby could hear, but people farther away probably couldn't. However, Lin Chen was not an ordinary person. His physique was much stronger than that of an average person, and his hearing was also somewhat enhanced. Hearing Su Mingyao's voice, Lin Chen looked over at her. Su Mingyao's face turned slightly red. Boom. Boom. Lin Chen hardly took any three-pointers this game. He let Su Dong and the others shoot, and then he made the rebounds. He dunked repeatedly, leaving Zhao Tianyu's head buzzing. Zhao Tianyu tried to guard him, but it was as if he wasn't guarding at all. Beep. The halftime ended, and Zhao Tianyu was exhausted. His expression was grim. After looking at the score, his face turned even grimmer. The score at halftime was 36-23. They were 13 points behind. Moreover, out of their 23 points, he only scored 2. When Lin Chen was beside him, he was effectively shut down and had no opportunities. How many points did Lin Chen score in the first half? Zhao Tianyu asked one of his subordinates. 20 points. All of them were dunks. Zhao Tianyu shot his subordinate a glare. He was merely asking how many points Lin Chen had scored. Didn't he know how Lin Chen scored them? All of them were dunks over his head. Dad, drink some water. Lin Xiaoqian handed Lin Chen a bottle of water. Lin Chen reached out to take it. Su Mingyao was momentarily stunned. She had just drunk from that bottle, but she found it hard to stop Lin Chen. There were others around too. What's wrong with a couple sharing a bottle of water? Well, I have a child with Lin Chen, so it's just water. Su Mingyao comforted herself inwardly. She could not accept others drinking from water she had drunk, but she could reluctantly accept Lin Chen. Lin Chen, wipe your sweat. After Lin Chen finished drinking, Su Mingyao handed him a towel. Thank you, my dear wife, Lin Chen said with a smile. Su Mingyao. She rolled her eyes inwardly, knowing he was taking advantage. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and neck, then lifted his shirt to wipe the sweat from his body. Wow, brother Lin, you have an 8-pack. Brother Lin, how did you get that body? Su Dong and the others exclaimed in awe. Su Mingyao also showed a look of surprise. Lin Chen didn't just have muscles on his arms, but his abs were also well defined. This guy looks slim in clothes, but his physique is actually so good. Su Mingyao thought to herself. She didn't remember what Lin Chen looked like 3 years ago, as she had no impression of his physique back then. Beep. 15 minutes quickly passed. The second half began. Zhao Tianyu desperately tried to score and stop Lin Chen, but it was futile. The strength difference was too great. Lin Chen merely picked up the balls that teammates missed and scored another 10 points. He single-handedly racked up 40 points. The final score settled at 70-43. Zhao Tianyu's team suffered a crushing defeat. Damn. Looking at the scoreboard, Zhao Tianyu felt like dying. Lin Chen had slammed down over 20 dunks on him. His head was now buzzing. His legs felt as heavy as lead. For the sake of pride, he endured and did not leave the court. Lin Chen played through the entire game, and so did he. But what kind of physique did Lin Chen have? Dad, you're so awesome. I want to be as awesome as Dad. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed with delight as she approached Lin Chen. Su Mingyao said, Lin Chen, go take a shower. After playing 2 games, you must be tired. Don't cook at home tonight. Oh, let's go out to eat together later. Sure. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Xiaoqian, do you have any objections? Lin Xiaoqian shook her head and said in her tender voice, Dad, I want to eat the food you make, but you're tired. We can't wear out my dad. Lin Chen looked at Lin Xiaoqian with affection. Although she was small, sometimes her words were heartwarming. Lin Chen, you can shower in my office. They'll take Xiaoqian with me. We'll be back in about half an hour. Su Mingyao said. Lin Chen nodded. Su Mingyio's office had a bedroom, which was a suite with a bathroom for washing up. Her dad used to stay in the company when he was busy. Dad, Zhao Tianyu arrived at his father's office. Zhao Huayuan had just returned from outside after finishing his work. I found out the result. Don't be discouraged, it's not like you lost because of just 1 game. Although our family's assets are not as much as the Su family, we still have about 7 or 8 billion. What does Lin Chen have? Zhao Huayuan comforted Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu, Lin Chen's parents are farmers. I really don't understand how he ended up with Su Mingyao having a child. Could it be that he forced himself on her? Zhao Huayuan shook his head. How could that be possible? If that were the case, he would have definitely been eating government rations in jail these past few years. Do you think your Uncle Su has developed this far by being idle? Su Mingyao and Lin Chen got drunk. Zhao Tianyu speculated. Zhao Huayuan replied, Stop guessing blindly. 3 years have passed, and such things are not easy to clarify. Besides, whether it's clarified or not isn't that important. Lin Shen is great at basketball. You need to make the most of your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. Zhao Tianyu awkwardly said, Dad, I've spent most of my money. You need to support me a little. My biggest advantage over him is that my family is wealthy. They'll give you 2 million. But this advantage is only effective against Lin Shun, and you need to be careful about how you use it. We aren't as rich as the Su family, and if you make a mistake, it could backfire. Zhao Huayuan quickly transferred 2 million to Zhao Tianyu. This is all the money you have for this year. Spend it wisely. Zhao Tianyu asked, what if I make progress? Can I apply for more funding then? Zhao Huayuan nodded slightly. If you make progress, he'll consider giving you some more based on the situation. You need to use your brain and not act too hastily. Lin Shun and Su Mingyao are from different classes with different mindsets. Time will reveal Lin Chen's shortcomings. Zhao Tianyu nodded. Dad, I understand now. Lin Chen, this restaurant has a nice environment. As for the taste, well, no outside restaurant is better than what you cook. Su Mingyao said. The three of them arrived at a restaurant by the river, and through the large floor-to-ceiling windows they could see the beautiful river view. Mommy is right. Daddy's cooking is the best. Mwah. Lin Xiaoqian said as she gave Lin Chen a kiss on the cheek. Mommy, Daddy smells nice. You should give him a kiss too. Lin Xiaoqian looked at Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao replied somewhat irritably. Whether Mommy kisses or when to kiss doesn't need your arrangement, little one. Just take care of yourself. Lin Chen chuckled. Xiaoqian, Mommy is shy. Adults rarely kiss each other in public. Is that so? Lin Xiaoqian asked, somewhat puzzled. Sir, madam, may I take your order now? The waiter quickly approached and asked respectfully. They were at a French restaurant with a great ambience, and naturally the prices were also quite beautiful. Lin Chen, what do you want to eat? Su Mingyao looked at Lin Chen and asked. Lin Chen replied, you know what's good, you order it. Okay. Su Mingyao quickly placed the order. Daddy, what's that? Lin Xiaoqian asked, looking at a grand piano not far away. Lin Chen smiled and said, that's a piano. If someone plays it, it can produce beautiful sounds. You're too young to learn it now. If you want to learn in the future, Daddy can teach you then. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Chen in surprise. You can play the piano. Lin Chen shook his head. No, I can't. But if Xiaoqian wants to learn, he'll learn first. Learning to play the piano shouldn't be too difficult. Su Mingyao nodded. If someone else said that, she would think they were bragging, but since Lin Chen said it, she had no doubts. Lin Chen's culinary skills, calligraphy, painting, and fairy tale writing are all top-notch, and even his basketball skills are excellent. He can speak 7 languages. She realized that the information she had was outdated. Lin Chen had now mastered 10 foreign languages. Teaching Lin Xiaoqian English had significantly improved his foreign language skills. Isn't your house inconvenient for placing a piano? Playing the piano at home would disturb others. Su Mingyao remarked. Lin Xiaoqian said, Mommy, Daddy can stay with you. Su Mingyao. She had developed some feelings for Lin Chen, but liking him didn't mean she was ready to live with him. Lin Chen patted Lin Xiaoqian's little head. Xiaoqian, you can help your daddy and mommy find a solution. That's great. But your grandparents will be coming back soon. It would be inconvenient to live together then. Daddy, Mommy's house is so big, your grandparents can stay there too. Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chen puzzled. Lin Chen said, it's not just about whether there's enough space. For example, when it comes to food, you don't like spicy food, but Daddy does. Everyone has different tastes. It's fine with fewer people, but if there are many, it can be troublesome to accommodate everyone's preferences. Don't you think? Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Xiaoqian, if I don't move over to live with you, can you think of another way to solve this problem? Lin Xiaoqian began to think seriously. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian, opposite her, a faint smile appearing on her face. Lin Chen was very patient with Lin Xiaoqian, much more so than she was. Daddy, I thought of something. There are empty rooms outside, we can put it there. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. That's right, that's a good idea. As long as we think hard, we'll always find a solution, right? MHM. Lin Xiaoqian nodded repeatedly. Su Mingyao asked, Lin Chen, what empty rooms are outside? Lin Chen smiled. I rented a small storefront. When signing books, the copies can be sent directly there. If Xiaoqian wants to use it in the future, she'll need to buy a bigger one. That's not urgent, as Xiaoqian doesn't need it for now. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, what we talked about before was only for half a year. After half a year, Xiaoqian will be able to attend kindergarten. By then, my dad will be in charge, and I will be free. Lin Xiaoqian asked curiously, Mommy, what half a year? Lin Chen said, let's not talk about that for now. 6 months is still far away. Maybe by then you'll have already moved over. Su Mingyao. Dishes were continuously served. Lin Chen tried a few dishes. The ingredients were decent, but the taste was mediocre. Mommy, the food here isn't tasty. Lin Chen hadn't answered when Lin Xiaoqian pouted. Su Mingyao said, it's not that the food here isn't good, it's just that Daddy's cooking is better. You think the food here isn't good, but kids shouldn't be picky eaters. Hee, so that's how it is. My daddy is the best. Daddy, I love you. Lin Xiaoqian said happily. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian. Daddy loves you too. Lin Xiaoqian blinked. Daddy, you should tell mommy wife I love you. Mommy, you should also tell daddy husband I love you. Lin Chun and Su Mingyao. Wife, I love you. Lin Chun said with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian looked at Su Mingyao. Mommy, it's your turn now. Su Mingyao couldn't bring herself to speak. There were many people on the court, and just blending in to say husband go for it was already the limit of what she could accept. You're full of clever ideas. Hurry up and eat. Su Mingyao said irritably. Lin Chen laughed. Xiaoqian, mommy is shy. After a while, mommy might not be so shy anymore. After dinner, it was already dark outside. Mingyao, are you still coming to sleep at my place tonight? Lin Chen asked. Su Mingyao shook her head. The driver has come to pick me up. Take Xiaoqian home, drive carefully. Lin Chen nodded. He did not insist. Their feelings for each other were developing naturally. He was a man, so he would be a bit proactive, but with the Su family's wealth, being too aggressive was not appropriate. Besides, his personality was not the overly proactive type. Mom, see you tomorrow. Lin Xiaoqian waved her small hand to say goodbye to Su Mingyao. Beep beep. When Su Mingyao returned home, her father called her via video. It was morning in the United States. Dad, Su Mingyao called as the video connected. Su Guofeng said, Mingyao, Lin Chen's situation is somewhat different from what I had someone investigate back in the day. Why is his basketball skill so good? Su Mingyao wondered to herself, how could it only be good at basketball? Dad, the person you found back then was not up to par. When he was playing basketball, you were cheering for him, calling him your husband. You must have feelings for him now, right? Su Guofeng said. Su Mingyio's face flushed slightly as she playfully retorted, Dad, can you stop being so nosy at your age? This is not nosiness, I care about you. Su Mingyao replied. After all, he is Qianqian's father. If it weren't for him back then, I could have ended up much worse. It's normal for me to have some feelings for Lin Chen, right? Normal. Su Guofeng nodded. After the basketball game, have Lin Chen and Qianqian come over. We need to vet him a bit. Su Mingyao muttered. What do we need to vet? The crystal has already been pushed. What did you say? Su Guofeng inquired as he did not hear her clearly. Nothing. Su Mingyao replied. Mom just wants to see Qianqian, right? I've already talked to Lin Chen about it. I'll have him bring Qianqian over later. Just don't give him a hard time. Lin Chen has done nothing wrong to me, and he is Qianqian's father, which cannot be changed. Su Guofeng nodded. Don't worry, we won't overreact. Your parents are not unreasonable people. We just want to understand him better. We just hope that you can be happy in the future. Dad, just don't be too surprised when the time comes. Su Guofeng showed a surprised expression. Are you saying that Lin Chen is very different from what I know? Su Mingyao nodded. You can learn more about him yourselves. He and Qianqian will stay for 3 to 5 days later. Okay. Su Guofeng was curious about how different Lin Chen was. Time flew by, and soon it was the next day. Lin Xiaoqian was having breakfast while thinking about lunch. Dad, can we not have lunch at Mom's place? I have an idea. Lin Chen asked, what idea? Lin Xiaoqian blinked. Dad, you cook, and well, bring the food over to eat with Mom. Lin Chen looked at Lin Xiaoqian with amusement. Dad, can we? Of course we can, that's a great idea. At noon, Lin Chen brought the food to Su Mingyio's company. Lin Chen, why did you bring food? Su Mingyao asked in surprise. Lin Chen rubbed Lin Xiaoqian's little nose. While eating breakfast, Xiaoqian suggested bringing lunch over. Mom, am I smart? Lin Xiaoqian looked at Su Mingyao with a hint of pride. Su Mingyao said with a hint of annoyance, for a meal, Xiaoqian, you're really going all out. Lin Chen, you're really spoiling her. Let's eat. Lin Chen said with a smile. To bring the food, he bought a multi-layer lunchbox, and Su Mingyao took out the dishes one by one. Just as they started eating, Su Mingyio's assistant knocked and entered. The aroma of the food made her swallow hard. What is it? Su Mingyao asked. President, there is a document that needs your signature. Bring it here. Su Mingyao quickly read and signed the document. After the assistant left, she rubbed her belly. She hadn't felt hungry earlier, but now she was. Lin Guess cooking skills are probably very good. Good cooking, excellent basketball skills, great physique. He has many advantages. But compared to the president, he still falls short. Su Mingyio's assistant thought to herself. In her opinion, very few could match Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao was an only child, and her family's assets were 3 billion. Just that alone could outshine countless people. Additionally, Su Mingyio's looks were exceptionally high, and she was multi-talented, excelling in both guzheng and piano. Dad, I don't want to take a nap at noon. You're not taking a nap at noon. Dad, you have a competition. I want to cheer for you. Lin Chen smiled and said, as long as you can hold on, you don't have to sleep. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. She did not nap, and Lin Chen played in the first match, undoubtedly leading their team to victory. Halfway through the second match, Lin Xiaoqian's eyes became dazed. Dad, I'm running out of energy. Lin Xiaoqian said weakly. Su Mingyao was busy with other matters, and Lin Chen looked at Su Dong. Su Dong, I won't be playing anymore. Lin Gu, you're busy. We've already gained such a lead, it's no problem. Su Dong said with a smile. Lin Chen nodded and carried Lin Xiaoqian away. As soon as they returned to the office, Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep on the bed. Half an hour later, Su Mingyao returned. Did you win? Lin Chun asked with a smile. Su Mingyao said, 52-45, we are leading by 7 points. Your team won the championship of Group A. Lin Chun, there will be a special guest coming to tomorrow's finals. Who? It's a coach from the Shanghai men's basketball team. Lin Chun asked in confusion, did you invite him? Su Mingyao shook her head, he contacted us voluntarily. Haven't you seen the short videos? You've become somewhat popular online. More than one person has filmed and uploaded videos. Coach Liang probably saw the video. He had someone contact us wanting to come watch our finals tomorrow. Lin Chun shook his head. It won't matter if he comes. I won't agree to play basketball for him. Su Mingyao replied, Lin Chun, why don't you think about it? With your skills, getting into the national team shouldn't be a problem. You could become a basketball star and enjoy endless glory. Being a basketball star is definitely more advantageous than being a painter or calligrapher in terms of fame. Let's talk about it later. For now, I'm not interested. Lin Chun said. Su Mingyao looked away, her face slightly red. If we really end up together in the future, my dad will run the company. I'll have time to take care of Chanqian then. You'll have time to pursue your career. Lin Chun looked at Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao face turned even redder under his gaze. You? Don't stare at me like that. I'm just saying hypothetically. What I just said was only a possibility, okay? You can meet Coach Liang tomorrow, just don't refuse too firmly. Su Mingyao said, her eyes slightly flustered. Lin Chun laughed and said, sure, listening to my wife can't be wrong. Su Mingyao. She rolled her eyes at Lin Chun. Lin Chun, don't be too narcissistic. I just don't want to hold you back because of Chanqian. Otherwise, I would feel too indebted to you. Lin Chun shook his head. You don't need to think that way. Right now, taking good care of Xiao Qian is the most important thing for me. By the way, even if we don't end up together, if you don't manage the company, you can still take care of Chanqian. Su Mingyao was taken aback. The next moment, she said in embarrassment and anger, when Chanqian wakes up, you hurry and leave. I don't want to see you. Old Liang, you called me out. What good news do you have? The owner of the Modum men's basketball team, Song Yuan, said. He was called over by Liang Hui, the head coach of the Modum men's basketball team. Liang Hui poured a glass of wine for Song Yuan. Boss, this time, there is indeed good news. I have discovered a genius. Song Yuan replied, Old Liang, let me think. You have found 9 talents in the 5 years you've been head coach, and with this one it makes 10. But the results have not been good. The team is barely holding on. Liang Hui felt a bit awkward. Boss, before it was small talents, this time it's a big talent. Song Yuan said irritably, next time, it will be a top genius, and the next time after that a Ancient century super genius. Will the next be a Ancient millennium unparalleled genius? Liang Hui. Old Liang, it's tough to hold on now. If we bring back another genius, I estimate we'll need to invest quite a bit every month. The overall environment is not good. Even landlords have no surplus food. Liang Hui took out a prepared tablet. Boss, just watch a few video clips, and you'll understand. He opened the tablet and clicked on a video. In the video, a young man easily broke through and then leaped like lightning to perform a powerful dunk. Wow. Song Yuan showed a look of surprise in his eyes. He is very fast. I'm afraid no one in our team can match that speed. Boss, just watch more. Liang Hui flipped to the next video, editing it to keep only some key segments. In this segment, Lin Chun jumped from beyond the 2-point line for a dunk. Such strong jumping ability and excellent body control, Song Yuan revealed a look of delight. Liang Hui flipped to the third segment where Lin Chun casually made a 3-pointer. This is average. His opponent is weak. Making a 3-pointer isn't anything special. Song Yuan shook his head. Liang Hui replied, he has played 4 games, made 13 3-point attempts, and scored 10. Boss, do you still think that's ordinary? Song Yuan exclaimed, 10 out of 13. That shooting percentage is terrifying. But why did he only take 13 shots in 4 games? Liang Hui explained, in the first game, he only played for 10 minutes, shooting 4 out of 5, scoring over 20 points. It was a comeback. After that, he mainly let others take the opportunities and shot less himself, though otherwise his stats would be much better. Song Yuan was utterly shocked. Even against weak opponents, scoring over 20 points in 10 minutes. Scoring over 20 points in a single game is already impressive. Old Liang, he really is a good prospect. You should just recruit him. You haven't reported every talent before. Song Yuan said. Such a good prospect shouldn't be snatched away by others. Boss, it's a bit difficult to recruit him. Song Yuan asked, does he demand a lot of money? Do you need my approval? For such a genius, I'm willing to spend money. Just tell me how much it would take to recruit him. Liang Hui sighed. I haven't contacted him yet. He hasn't given a quote, but according to the information I have, he has a good wife, which might affect his joining our team. Song Yuan frowned. You say he has a good wife, but also that she would affect his joining our team. What's going on? It sounds a bit contradictory to me. Liang Hui smiled bitterly. His wife is too good. His wife is Su Mingyao. Song Yuan was taken aback. Su Mingyao, daughter of Su Guofeng. Yes. Song Yuan said, Old Liang, are you kidding me? My assets are barely 1/10 of Su's family. What capability do I have to recruit Su Mingyao's husband? Liang Hui raised his glass with Song Yuan and said, "Boss, it's not entirely impossible. His name is Lin Shun. He comes from an ordinary family and is currently at home taking care of children." Song Yuan replied, "So the wife works outside and the husband stays home. Lin Shun's level is so high it's a waste of talent." Liang Hui nodded yes. "Tomorrow they have a final. I was originally thinking of going to see and then recruit him back, but I didn't expect him to be Su Mingjio's husband." "So," Liang Hui smiled awkwardly. Song Yuan said, "So you want to bring me along? My standing in front of Su Mingyao isn't much bigger than yours. But if we go together, our sincerity will be stronger." After thinking for a moment, Song Yuan nodded. "Anyway, I have nothing to do tomorrow. I will go with you." The next afternoon arrived. Song Yuan and Liang Hui quietly sat next to the court. Many spectators had gathered around the court. Lin Shun came over carrying Lin Xiaoqian, with Su Mingyao by his side. "President, Brother Lin." Many people nearby greeted them. Upon reaching the sidelines, Lin Shun handed Lin Xiaoqian to Su Mingyao. "Daddy, do your best," Lin Xiaoqian said sweetly. Lin Shun looked at Su Mingyao and smiled. "Xiaoqian cheered for me. How about you, wife?" Su Mingyao. Many people around watched, and Su Mingyao said, "Husband, do your best." Lin Shun and Su Dong entered the court. The game quickly began. Song Yuan and Liang Hui found it quite painful to watch. The level of the others besides Lin Shun was very amateur. However, they were not here to see those players. Bang! Swish! Lin Shun began his performance. Dunks and three-pointers. Lin Shun scored effortlessly. In the past 2 days, he had also spent a lot of time teaching Lin Xiaoqian how to play basketball, improving his skills significantly from before. He was already approaching a master level. Master level is the top standard in the country. Lin Shun hasn't reached that yet, but his physical condition is significantly stronger than that of basketball players. Combined with his powerful physique, Lin Shun's current basketball level is undoubtedly top-notch in the country. "Boss, what do you think?" As the game was nearing its end, Liang Hui quietly asked. Song Yuan replied, "Lin Shun is very strong. The opponents are too weak. He probably hasn't fully unleashed his power yet. Let's talk to Su Mingyao and the others later." Soon the game ended. Without a doubt, Lin Shun's team secured first place. "Brother Lin, thanks for leading us. Brother Lin, can we treat you to a drink tonight?" Su Dong and the others happily spoke one after another. Lin Shun smiled. "We can drink, but I'll treat you. I'll tell you after I find a good place. How about 6 o'clock? Su Dong and the others nodded. It was now 4:30. A shower and a break were just enough before going out for dinner and drinks. "Wife, I've arranged to drink with Su Dong and the others tonight. You and Xiaoqian won't be going, right? If you go, Su Dong and the others probably won't relax at all." Lin Shun approached Su Mingyao and said. Su Mingyao nodded. "Come with me to the second floor." Letting her assistant take Lin Xiaoqian, first Su Mingyao and Lin Shun went to the second floor, where there were currently only 2 people. President Song, Coach Liang. As Lin Shun and Su Mingyao approached, Su Mingyao spoke. "Hello, President Su." Song Yuan and Coach Liang hurriedly replied. "President Song, let me introduce you. This is my husband, Lin Shun." "Husband, this is President Song Yuan of the Moda men's basketball team, and this is head coach Liang Hui," Su Mingyao said with a smile. Lin Shun shook hands with Song Yuan and the others. He remained composed. Although he wasn't as wealthy as Song Yuan, he had various skills that gave him confidence. Coach Liang rubbed his hands together and said, "Lin Shun, your level is extremely high. Are you interested in joining our Moda men's basketball team?" Song Yuan added, "We can offer you an annual salary of 8 million. Su Mingyao expressed her surprise. "President Song, is it really that low? Aren't NBA stars earning tens of millions of dollars each?" Song Yuan smiled wryly. "President Su, our team's highest annual salary is only this much. How can we compare with the NBA? However, players can take on endorsements themselves. Once their fame increases, they can earn much more than this 8 million. Su Mingyao turned to Lin Shun. "Darling, your side business must bring in over 10 million a month, right?" Lin Shun chuckled. "Not necessarily 10 million, but I should be earning around 8 million. Song Yuan and Liang Hui felt somewhat disheartened. If Lin Shun's side business generates such income monthly, what allure does an 8 million annual salary hold for him? "Sorry to disturb you, President Su." Liang Hui expressed his regret. Lin Shun smiled and said, "Coach Liang, I won't be signing with you, but I still quite enjoy basketball. Xiaoqian is still young, and I don't have the time right now. If I have time in the future, I might occasionally play. In such a case, can I participate in the matches?" Liang Hui's eyes lit up. "Of course you can. There are slots for foreign players. You can find foreigners, let alone our fellow countrymen. But regarding the conditions," Lin Shun replied, "I don't care about the conditions. You just arrange it as you see fit. I have 3 small requests. First, I don't have time to attend training sessions usually. Second, I will only participate in the matches I want to play in. Third, if Ming Yao and my daughter want to watch, I hope they can be arranged good seats." Song Yuan readily agreed, "No problem." Lin Shun wasn't asking for conditions, and these were minor matters. Naturally, even if Lin Shun didn't request conditions, they wouldn't pay him any less. Lin Chen, when will you be free? Liang Hui looked at Lin Chen with anticipation. Lin Chen smiled. When I have free time depends on when Meng Yao can take Xiao Qian. I likely won't have free time for the next 2 or 3 months. Song Yuan and the others nodded. 2 or 3 months will pass quickly. Not long after Song Yuan and the others took their leave. Su Mingyao said, Lin Chen, I didn't expect their team salary to be this low. Low. 8 million a year may be low for a wealthy person like you, but it's quite high for an ordinary person. In the past, I couldn't earn 8,000 in a year. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Chen. That's because you didn't want to earn it. If you wanted to, making 100 million a year would be easy for you. Currently, I only write fairy tales in my spare time, and I earn quite a lot. If I put in more effort, I could earn even more. With such a low salary, I thought you would refuse outright. Why did you agree to go in the future? Su Mingyao seemed puzzled. Lin Chen smiled and said, because I enjoy it. Many people would probably pay to play matches with basketball stars. I also get paid for participating in matches. Why not take advantage of it? And don't you notice? Xiao Qian is very excited. Right now, she needs companionship the most, but as she grows older, she will need more than just that. At that time, when other kids' fathers are glorious, is it okay for her father to just stay at home? Su Mingyao gazed at Lin Chen in a daze. Lin Chen was indeed considering a lot for Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Chen smiled and said, actually, there's another reason. What reason? Lin Chen gazed into Su Mingyio's eyes. In the future, I need to showcase my strength. Otherwise, people might gossip behind my back saying your husband is incapable. I don't care about that. Lin Chen continued, what happened back then may be exposed later. If I'm incapable and that comes to light, people will look at you with pity. Oh, wouldn't that make you uncomfortable? If I'm strong, then what happened back then will be seen as fate destined by the heavens, and others can only envy it as they wish. Su Mingyao stared at Lin Chen in a daze. Fate destined by the heavens. Su Mingyao murmured to herself. Others might not know, but she already realized Lin Chen was very exceptional. Perhaps this truly is their fate. The shadow in her heart quietly shrank quite a bit. Lin Chen, hurry up and take a shower. After you shower, take a rest. Tonight, drink less alcohol. I can't drive after drinking tonight. You should stay at my place. How about leaving early to take Xiao Qian back? Lin Chen took out his car keys. Su Mingyao hesitated for a moment before taking the keys. Come back early. If you don't come back, Xiao Qian might not sleep. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. At 7:30 in the evening, Lin Chen finished his drink. As he was about to hail a cab by the roadside, Lin Xiao Qian's voice reached his ears. Daddy, over here. Daddy, Mommy, and I are waiting for you to go home together. Lin Chen looked over. Lin Xiao Qian's little head poked out of the window. Su Dong and the others showed envy in their eyes. Brother Lin, you're truly a winner in life. A beautiful wife, a lovely child, I'm so envious. Su Dong and the others chimed in. Lin Chen waved his hand. All right, you all head back safely. Soon Lin Chen got into the car and took the passenger seat. While the smell of alcohol is so strong, how much did you drink, Lin Chen? A bit over a pound, I suppose. They were all very enthusiastic. But don't worry, my alcohol tolerance is better than that now. Lin Chen's alcohol tolerance had improved significantly due to his enhanced physique. Su Mingyao frowned slightly. Drinking over a pound is too much, right? Lin Chen, you need to drink less alcohol in the future. Lin Chen smiled and said, sure. I'll take care of my health, and maybe we can have a second child later. Su Mingyio's hand trembled. You're drunk. Her face slightly flushed. She responded with irritation. Daddy, what is a second child? In the back seat, Lin Xiao Qian asked curiously. Su Mingyao hurriedly said, Xiao Qian, don't ask. Your daddy is drunk. Let him rest properly. Daddy, you rest now. Lin Xiao Qian said in a baby voice. Over an hour later, they arrived home. Ding ding. Su Mingyio's phone rang. She glanced at her phone. It was a video call from her mother. Mom. Su Mingyao stepped back a bit to answer the video call. On the other end of the line, Su Mingyio's mother Yang Qingyue asked curiously, Mingyao, it seems like you're not at home. I'm at a friend's house. Su Mingyao replied. Lin Xiao Qian heard Yang Qingyue's voice and joyfully ran over. Mommy, is that Grandma? I heard Grandma's voice. Xiao Qian, it's Grandma. Yang Qingyue exclaimed joyfully. Su Mingyao pointed the phone at Lin Xiao Qian while feeling an uneasy premonition in her heart. Grandma, I miss you so much. Yang Qingyue replied, Grandma misses you too. Xiao Qian, where are you and your mom? We are at Daddy's house. Lin Xiao Qian quickly answered. Su Mingyao remained silent. Yang Qingyue pondered for a moment. It was nearly 9 o'clock back home in China. Su Mingyao was still at Lin Chen's place. Very likely she would be sleeping there tonight. Xiao Qian, why are you still awake? Yang Qingyue asked with a gentle smile. Lin Xiao Qian replied sweetly, Mom and I are waiting for Daddy. Daddy won the championship. He drank and cannot drive, so we are waiting for him to take us home together. Surprise flickered in Yang Qingyue's eyes. Mingyao Xiaoqian's verbal skills have improved a lot. Su Mingyao nodded. Perhaps because she stays with Lin Chen, he talks with her often, so her expression has grown much clearer. Mom, is there anything else? I have to go. Lin Xiaoqian asked in puzzlement. Mom, where are you going? You said you would sleep at Daddy's place. Su Mingyao fell silent. Truly a daughter who enjoys undermining plans. Yang Qingyue, slightly vexed, said, Mingyao, if you sleep there, then sleep there. What is there to hide? Xiaoqian is honest. Xiaoqian, will you sleep with Mom or with Dad? Lin Xiaoqian piped up, Grandma, I slept with Daddy yesterday. Oh, today, I will sleep with Mommy. Mingyao, the bath water for Xiaoqian is ready. Lin Chen's voice came from the master bedroom. Su Mingyao hurriedly said, Mom, Xiaoqian needs to bathe now. I can't chat any longer. She must hurry and get to bed. Yang Qingyue nodded. Xiaoqian, bye-bye. Goodbye, Grandma. Su Mingyao ended the call quickly. She glanced at Lin Xiaoqian and asked, Xiaoqian, weren't you in Daddy's bedroom? Why did you come out? Lin Xiaoqian answered, Mom, I was afraid you would leave. If you leave, I will be so sad. A pang of tenderness gripped Su Mingyio's heart. Mom said that if she sleeps here, she naturally will not leave. Lin Xiaoqian puffed out her small lips. Mom, you just said you were going to leave. Mom, please give me a bath. All right. Su Mingyao agreed. She knew that Lin Xiaoqian still feared being abandoned. Lin Chen stepped out puzzled. Mingyao, the bath water for Xiaoqian is ready. Why aren't you taking her? Lin Xiaoqian said, Daddy, Mommy, and I had a video call with Grandma. Today I want Mommy to bathe me. Very well. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaoqian had fallen asleep. Lin Chen finished his shower and returned to the study to work. He had to update Tongxin. Knock, knock. Just as he completed an article, there was a knock at the door. Lin Chen opened it to find Su Mingyao standing there, freshly bathed and unusually radiant in that moment. Her tender face made Lin Chen almost want to press a kiss to it. Mingyao, is something wrong? He asked, ushering her into the room. Su Mingyao spoke in a low voice, My mother knows I slept here tonight. They will surely question our relationship. Lin Chen asked, Are they strongly opposed to us? Su Mingyao shook her head. Not necessarily. If I make a choice, they will respect it. There are still things about you they do not know. Lin Chen smiled faintly. You haven't told them everything. Are you afraid they'll think you are currying favor for me? In any case, if you are going over there, say what you want to say yourself. Su Mingyao curled her lips. Lin Chen chuckled. Very well, I'll speak for myself. I will win over my in-laws personally. Su Mingyao fell silent. What in-laws? Don't speak nonsense. Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise. I'm not joking. Since we registered our marriage, aren't they my in-laws? Su Mingyao gave him a withering look. Our marriage is a matter between the three of us. It has nothing to do with your parents or mine. They are not your in-laws, she insisted. Lin Chen nodded. Fine. If my father and I get on especially well, when we meet we will address each other as brothers. Su Mingyao grew quiet again. Your passport will be ready tomorrow. The visa is approved. You and Xiaoqian will fly to Migwa the day after tomorrow. Lin Chen asked, What are your parents like? I cannot show up empty-handed. You do not need to prepare anything. Lin Chen shook his head. That will not do. If we end up together later, when they look back, it would be awkward to remember that the first time I met them, I brought nothing. Who says we will be together? Su Mingyao said as she turned and left the study quickly. You? If you want to prepare something, then prepare a small gift. A faint smile crossed Lin Chen's face. Slowly thawing, this Ice Queen CEO was quite amusing. Meanwhile, in Migwa, Su Guofeng pushed open the hospital room door. He spent his days with his wife, but slept elsewhere at night. If Yang Qingyue had an emergency, the doctors and nurses would notify him. He lived nearby and could rush over quickly. How are you feeling today, my wife? Su Guofeng asked. Yang Qingyue replied, I'm fine, but Mingyao is causing some concern. Su Guofeng's expression changed. Is Mingyao ill? Yang Qingyue shook her head. Not ill. She slept at Lin Chen's place. Oh, and it is likely not the first time. Did Lin Chen win the match? Xiaoqian said, Daddy is the champion. Lin Chen drank with others tonight. Mingyao drove, and she and Xiaoqian waited for Lin Chen to return home together. Su Guofeng took breakfast from the insulated container. Lin Chen's team did win. Mingyao may have grown considerably fond of Lin Chen. Yang Qingyue retorted, mildly annoyed. Isn't that obvious? If not, why would Mingyao be sleeping at Lin Chen's? How do you see this, husband? Su Guofeng said, Before our daughter chooses, we must be cautious. Once she makes her choice, as parents, we can only bless them. What do you expect me to break them apart? Yang Qingyue was surprised. You seem to approve of Lin Chen. Su Guofeng nodded. Indeed. I once thought Lin Chen ordinary and unworthy of Mingyao, but now I realize he is quite acceptable. At least he plays basketball well and cares for Xiaoqian. Saying this, Su Guofeng took out his phone and opened a video. The footage showed highlights of Lin Chen playing basketball, clips Yang Qingyue had not yet seen. Soon surprise lit her eyes. Lin Chen's basketball prowess utterly outclassed the others. After the 3-minute clip ended, Yang Qingyue said, I do not understand basketball, but he seems formidable. Su Guofeng nodded slightly. Indeed, very formidable. I asked a friend. At that level he could play in the NBA. There are players in NBA teams whose skill does not match his. Yang Qingyue was astonished. Su Guofeng said, I will speak with Lin Shun and see if he is willing to develop his career in Migua. If he is, I can use some connections to help him get into the NBA. With professional training, his skills might improve even further. Yang Qingwen nodded slightly. Daddy, catch the ball. Lin Shun and Lin Xiaoqian were bouncing a basketball beneath the residential building. In recent days, Xiaoqian had developed a keen interest in the sport, and Lin Shun had spent more time teaching her. A voice in Lin Chen's mind announced, Host, you have taught Lin Xiaoqian basketball for 10 hours. Your level has reached master. Lin Shun acquired a wealth of basketball knowledge, and his muscles and nerves began to transform. Finally, at master level, he murmured with a faint smile. With master-level skill and his physical gifts, there would be fewer than 10 players in the world capable of surpassing him. Mr. Lin Miss Chanqian, welcome aboard. Jiang Chun and Lin Xiaoqian boarded Su Mingjio's private jet. The aircraft was registered under her name, Aunt Yuanyu and Aunt Tongtong. Hello. Lin Xiaoqian greeted sweetly. Jiang Chun nodded and carried her into the cabin. Su Mingjio's jet was a Gulfstream G550, its interior exquisitely opulent. Jiang Chun silently marveled. Wealth truly opened doors unimaginable to most. He had flown economy class before, cramped, impersonal, suffocating. He had never imagined boarding a private jet, let alone one owned by his own wife. Mr. Lin, we'll need to refuel mid-flight. Our total journey will take approximately 16 hours. Please don't hesitate to let us know if you require anything. One flight attendant bowed respectfully. Jiang Chun nodded in acknowledgement. As she departed, Lin Xiaoqian piped up, Daddy, let's fold paper airplanes. I want to send them to Grandpa and Grandma. Of course. Jiang Chun smiled warmly and began teaching her how to fold paper airplanes. 5 minutes passed, and a torrent of aviation-related knowledge flooded Jiang Chun's mind, most centered on the Gulfstream G550 he now occupied. System, is something wrong with the aircraft? Is that why folding paper planes triggered such a surge of aviation data? Jiang Chun queried inwardly. No, Master. You are simply aboard this aircraft, so information relevant to it is prioritized. Should any anomaly arise, you'll be fully prepared to respond. Jiang Chun exhaled softly in relief. Half an hour later, roar, the private jet lifted off with elegant grace. Jiang Chun watched Lin Xiaoqian closely. During ascent and descent, pressure shifts unsettled even adults, but she showed no discomfort. She'd flown many times before and knew precisely how to adapt. Daddy, let's keep going, she chirped cheerfully once the plane stabilized. Of course. Jiang Chun resumed, guiding her hands. With each fold, more aviation knowledge streamed into his consciousness. After 2 hours, his mastery of this Gulfstream G550 rivaled, even surpassed, that of its certified pilots. Daddy, I'm so sleepy. I want a nap now, Lin Xiaoqian yawned. Jiang Chun smiled gently. Go ahead, Xiaoqian. Rest as long as you need. We've plenty of time en route. We'll fold more when you wake up. Lin Xiaoqian drifted off, and soon Jiang Chun followed. Unlike the cramped economy seats of old, the jet's spacious reclining seats cradled him into deep restorative slumber. Hours unfolded. For 15 hours, Jiang Chun and Lin Xiaoqian remained aboard the aircraft. She spent 4 or 5 of those folding paper airplanes. His aviation expertise surged dramatically. His understanding of this Gulfstream G550 had grown so profound that even its chief designer might not grasp its intricacies as thoroughly as he now did. Roar. Amid thunderous engines, the jet touched down smoothly at New City International Airport, gliding serenely toward its designated gate. A sleek black sedan awaited them on the tarmac. Mr. Lin, please board. My employer sent me to escort you and Miss Chanqian to your hotel. The driver bowed respectfully. Jiang Chun nodded, lifted Lin Xiaoqian into the car, and settled in as the vehicle pulled away with quiet, unwavering composure. Mingyao, we've disembarked. Heading to the hotel now. After dropping our things, we'll go straight to the hospital. Jiang Chun sent the message. Su Mingyao replied, Jiang Chun, are you both all right? You'll need to adjust to the time difference upon arrival in New City. I'm fine, and Xiaoqian's spirits are high too. Su Mingyao set her phone aside and stared blankly at the documents before her, her mind utterly unmoored. Will my parents and Jiang Chun get along? After all, Jiang Chun is Xiaoqian's father. If tensions flare between them, she'll be caught helplessly in the middle. Su Mingyao murmured softly to herself. Over an hour later, Jiang Chun and Lin Xiaoqian arrived at their hotel. Their driver escorted them to the room. Mr. Lin, look here. Madam Su is admitted to Ward 3, room 306 at that hospital. Here is your access pass. You'll need it to enter. He handed Jiang Chun a laminated credential. Jiang Chun gazed out the window. It's quite close. Less than 10 minutes on foot. The driver nodded. 15 minutes by car. From here to the ward, that is. Oh, and Mr. Su is staying next door in room 305. It's daytime now. He's currently at the hospital. Lin Xiaoqian's voice bubbled with childish eagerness. Daddy, let's go see Grandpa and Grandma. I miss them so much. The driver added, Mr. Lin, I've given you my card. If you need transportation, just call. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. The driver departed. Then Jiang Chen asked gently, Xiaoqian, aren't you tired after such a long flight? Shall we wait until tomorrow? It was late afternoon in New City. No, Daddy, I'm not tired at all. Are you tired, Daddy? Jiang Chen shook his head. On a private jet, one could lie flat and sleep deeply. And with his constitution, fatigue held no sway. Then let's go, Daddy. Very well. Jiang Chen gathered the gifts for Su Guofeng and his wife and set out. The hospital stood nearby. Within minutes, they reached its entrance. A private institution, it granted entry only upon verification of Jiang Chen's pass. As proximity sharpened his nerves, his phone chimed. Setting Lin Xiaoqian down, he answered. It was Su Mingyao calling. Jiang Chen, have you reached the hotel A? She asked the moment the line connected. We've already entered the hospital. In 2 or 3 minutes, we'll arrive at the ward. Su Mingyao's pulse quickened. You're going today, oi? Yes, we thought it best to bring Xiaoqian now. She's been longing to see them, and it's still early enough. A pause. Father loves calligraphy, a mother adores music. She plays the guzheng beautifully. A faint, confident smile touched Jiang Chen's lips. Mingyao, don't worry. I'll do everything in my power to earn your parents' approval. Just idle chatter, she murmured. Hand the phone to Xiaoqian. I'd like to speak with her. Moments later, the call ended. Su Mingyao could no longer focus on her documents. Rising, she walked to the window. Please, don't let them argue. She whispered inwardly, her heart pounding fiercely. Her heartbeat racing, she murmured again. Ward 3, room 306. That's it. Jiang Chen stood outside the door, Lin Xiaoqian cradled in his arms. Madame Su had undergone surgery some time ago. Technically fit for discharge, yet the Su family, affluent and cautious, preferred her continued hospitalization for immediate medical oversight should complications arise. Knock, knock. Jiang Chen raised his hand and tapped lightly on the door. With a soft click, Su Guofeng opened the door. Grandfather. Lin Xiaoqian cried out joyfully. Lin Chen offered a faint smile and said, Uncle Su, my name is Lin Chen. I am Cece's father. Lin Xiaoqian corrected him matter-of-factly. Daddy, you called him wrong. Weigong is mother's father. You should call him grandfather. Su Guofeng gathered Lin Xiaoqian into his arms, kissed her, and chuckled. Cece, you're right. I will make sure your father corrects that from now on. Lin Chen, come in. You must be tired after that long flight. I thought you would arrive tomorrow. The three entered the suite-style ward, a living room outside and the patient's room within. Lin Xiaoqian had said she wanted to see her grandparents, and since it was convenient to visit, they had come straight away. Lin Chen unshouldered a painting tube and explained, Uncle Su, I did not know what to bring. I hope you and Aunt Yang will like this painting. Su Guofeng waved him off. Just bring Cece here. What gift? We should be the ones thanking you. Lin Xiaoqian looked puzzled. It seemed that grandfather and dad were not very familiar with one another. Grandfather, where is Grandma? Lin Xiaoqian asked. Su Guofeng smiled. Your grandmother is still asleep and hasn't woken, but she should be waking up around now. From inside the room, Yang Qingyue called anxiously, Honey, has Cece arrived? Let me see Cece at once. Su Guofeng carried Lin Xiaoqian and pushed open the door. Lin Xiaoqian stood staring at Yang Qingyue on the bed, her eyes reddened a little. Grandma, you've grown so thin. Tears quickly gathered in Lin Xiaoqian's eyes. Cece, don't cry, someone murmured. Grandma is all right, she's just been eating a little less. The food here doesn't suit her appetite. Yang Qingyue hurriedly comforted them. Lin Xiaoqian's tears fell freely. Grandma, are you ill? You must get better soon. Mmhm. Grandma will hurry and recover. Yang Qingyue said, her gaze falling upon Lin Chen. And Yang, my name is Lin Chen. I am Xiaoqian's father. Yang Qingyue smiled. Mingyao told me you are taking care of Cece now and that you do it very well. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Chen waved his hand. Caring for Xiaoqian is not hard. She is sensible and brings me much joy. Su Guofeng helped Yang Qingyue sit up. Grandma, your hands are so thin, Lin Xiaoqian said, cupping Yang Qingyue's hand. Yang Qingyue, and never plump, now looked a touch gaunt and frail. Yang Qingyue replied softly, Cece, don't worry, Grandma will be fine. Lin Xiaoqian urged, Grandma, please eat more. Her eyes brightened as she turned to Lin Chen. Daddy, can we bring meals to Grandma? Of course we can, he answered with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian beamed. Grandma, Dad's food is the best. You'll definitely like it. Is that so? Then Grandma is looking forward to it. Yang Qingyue smiled. Honey, help me off the bed. I'd like to sit in the living room for a while. Cece, let's step outside first. Lin Chen carried her into the living room. A few minutes later, Su Guofeng and Yang Qingyue joined them there. The living room spanned some 50 or 60 square meters, furnished with sofas and a television. Such hospital accommodations were quite comfortable. Of course, the daily cost was not insignificant. In a babyish tone, Lin Xiaoqian chimed, Grandma, Dad is also a doctor. If you are ill, would you like Dad to take a look? Yang Qingyue asked in surprise. Lin Chen, you know medicine. Lin Chun nodded. I know a bit. I can handle Ziokian's colds. More complicated cases I might not be able to manage. That's good. Children's colds and fevers are common. Yang Qinghua smiled. Old Su showed me a video of you playing basketball. I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Lin Ziokian's eyes lit up. Grandma, I've seen Daddy play basketball. He's the best. Su Guofeng laughed. Lin Chun, would you consider a career in the NBA? I could pull some strings to get you in. Lin Chun replied, Uncle Su, I don't have that intention for now. The most important thing to me is taking good care of Xiaoqian. Su Guofeng nodded. If you ever change your mind, tell me, and he'll try to help arrange it. Lin Chun thanked him. Uncle Su, thank you. Lin Xiaoqian looked puzzled. Daddy, you two are being strange. What's the matter? Lin Chun asked. Lin Xiaoqian said with innocence, we're a family. Family members should help one another. Grandpa thanks you, and you thank Grandpa. Yang Qinghua offered an explanation. Perhaps because grandfather and your father have not seen each other in so long they feel a little unfamiliar now. Old Su Yu and Lin Chun go for a walk and talk. Cici Grandma will play with you. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Lin Chun and Su Guofeng went downstairs together. Su had chosen a high-end private hospital. The environment inside was excellent, and the grounds below felt like a park. As they walked, Su Guofeng began, Lin Chun, about what happened back then. We ought to thank you. If it had not been for you, Minjio's psychological trauma would have been far worse. He added quietly, she might even have been driven to a desperate place. Lin Chun shook his head. Uncle Su, there is no need for thanks. Su Guofeng insisted, we still must properly thank you. If you want to go to the NBA, I will help you get in. If not, I can offer you 10 million to start a business. Lin Chun thought to himself that Meng Yao must not have said anything. If she had, Su would already know. Su clearly did not need 10 million in startup funds himself. Uncle Su, do you disapprove of our being together? Lin Chun asked. Su Guofeng shook his head. Don't misunderstand me. If you were utterly ordinary, I would not agree. You cannot be together only because of Xiaoqian. That would mean you might part when she grows up. Such a marriage would only waste your time. Now the situation is different, Su continued. You play basketball exceptionally well. That is a bright quality. Lacking money is not the end of excellence in one area can matter greatly. If you truly can be together, Minjio's mother and I will bless you. Lin Chun was surprised to find Su more conciliatory than he had expected. Su sighed softly. If you two stay together, perhaps Meng Yao can finally emerge from her shadow of the past. Lin Chun promised, Uncle Su, I will help Meng Yao walk out of it. Su nodded and asked, what are your plans for the future? If you start a business, I can offer some advice. If you choose basketball, then you must rely on your own effort, Su advised. Lin Chun smiled gently. Uncle Su, I already have a job now and earn a little each month. Su Guofeng asked in bewilderment, aren't you taking care of Cici now? Where would you find time to work and earn money? After Cici falls asleep, I can make money online. Su Guofeng frowned slightly. That's not good. Caring for a child is hard enough. Trying to earn money on top of that is even harder. Doesn't Meng Yao give you living expenses each month? If so, we'll have to speak to her. Lin Chun said, Uncle Su, I'm not tired. I work less than half an hour a day now. Su Guofeng said, with that little time you probably don't earn much. He'll have Meng Yao give you some money each month. Lin Chun shook his head. Uncle Su, no need. I earn 3 to 5 million a month. Su Guofeng was stunned. You said how much? Lin Chun replied, under normal circumstances 5 million a month is no problem. His plan was to publish a book every month. Excluding backlist sales, the royalties in advance for a new book could reach 6 million. You aren't doing anything illegal, are you? Su Guofeng asked gravely. Working less than half an hour a day and still earning at least 5 million a month. He couldn't imagine any such miraculous job. Lin Chun shook his head. It's not illegal. I write fairy tales online. Published books yield a share of the profits. Su Guofeng was dumbfounded. Lin Chun, don't tell me you're Lin Yu. Meng Yao had sent him Lin Yes Lantingyi Su. He knew Lin Yu was a top-tier master of children's stories. Only Lin Yu could earn that much from writing fairy tales. Lin Chun smiled and said, Lin Yu is my pen name. For the published book, I originally wanted to call it Cici's Bedtime Stories, but I didn't want people to associate the name with Cici, so I didn't use it. Yu. Su Guofeng stared at Lin Chun in disbelief. Lin Chun was in fact the online Lin Yu. Calligraphers such as Jiang Xuesong and others all held Lin Yes calligraphy in high esteem. Even Su believed Lin Yes calligraphy to be extraordinarily powerful. Lin Yes' identity was mysterious with no information online, and Su Guofeng never expected Lin Chun to be Lin Yu. Does Meng Yao know you are Lin Yu? After a long moment, Su asked. Lin Chun nodded. She knows Lin Yu is my pen name. She also knows I earned some money writing fairy tales when she once offered to give me living expenses I didn't accept. Zu's mouth twitched. Meng Yao knew you were Lin Yu and kept it from us. Lin Chun said, I asked her to keep it secret. Lin Yu. If that information got out, it might affect my ability to take care of Cici. Going out would likely draw crowds. Su waved his hand dismissively. You shouldn't have asked her to hide it from us. She probably simply didn't want to tell we'll talk to her about it later. Lin Shen, your calligraphy is so impressive and your ability to create children's stories is equally formidable. You're also very good at basketball. Why didn't you show that before? Su asked, puzzled. The inquiries he had made painted Lin Shen as an ordinary man. Appearance might have been his only striking feature, but Lin Shen had always dressed very plainly, concealing even that one advantage. Lin Shen smiled without answering. He simply hadn't displayed such talents before. Lin Shen, if you don't want to speak of it, that's fine. Everyone has a little secret. Thank you, Uncle Su. In the hospital room, Yang Qingwei had taken some snacks out for Lin Xiaoqian and had asked Su Guofeng to prepare them before the little girl arrived. Xiaoqian, are Mama and Papa all right? Yang asked. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Grandma, they're very well. Mom and Dad are strong and not sick at all. Yang pressed a hand to her forehead. Illness had muddled her mind. She had asked such a coy question of a child just over 2 years old. Lin Xiaoqian could hardly grasp the deeper meaning behind the question. Do you sleep with Mom and Dad? Do they hug and kiss you? Yang rephrased her question. While munching on snacks, Lin Xiaoqian said, Grandma, I haven't slept with Mom and Dad yet. Mom and Dad kiss in the room. Yang murmured to herself. It seemed Lin Shen and Ming Yao had not made any real progress. Lin Xiaoqian's claim that they kissed in the room was likely untrue. Lin Shen and Ming Yao were probably only deceiving the child to make her feel they were in love. There was a knock at the door. Half an hour later they returned. Xiaoqian, we have to go now. Tomorrow we'll come to see Grandpa and Grandma again. Reluctant Lin Xiaoqian still said goodbye to Yang Qingwei and the others, and Lin Shen carried her away. Honey, Lin Shen and Ming Yao probably haven't made any real progress. Yang Qingwei said, they are likely only putting on a show to fool Xiaoqian, making her think they love each other. Su Guofeng replied, I hope they have made progress. If there's no progress at all, Mingjio's psychological trauma may be far worse than we realize. Yang wondered. I've told you before, Lin Shen is Lin Yu. Off. Yang was stunned. She knew of Lin Yu, but how could Lin Shen be Lin Yu? Lin Yu's fairy tale writing and calligraphy were both of the highest caliber. Honey, are you sure? Su Guofeng answered. Lin Shen said so himself. Do you think he would lie about something like that to me? Yang shook her head. Lying about such a matter would be pointless and would only backfire. Honey, Lin Shen is exceptionally outstanding. His fairy tale creation and calligraphy are so strong, and he's also very good at basketball. Su nodded. If Ming Yao knows these things, and yet feels nothing for Lin Shen, wouldn't that mean her issue is far more serious than we thought? Yang murmured. Could they really be intimate behind closed doors? What? Su asked. Cici said they don't sleep together, but sometimes they close the bedroom door and kiss inside. I had thought they were merely putting on an act. Su suddenly stood up and took out the painting tube that Lin Shen had brought over. He wiped the coffee table clean, opened the tube, and unrolled its contents. Su was speechless. He had expected a calligraphic piece, but found a painting instead: pines and cranes. It was a pinyin and crane painting. The motif of pine and crane symbolizes longevity and health. Honey, this painting looks very fine. You know more about this than I do. What do you think of it? Su asked. Yang Qingwei said nothing and studied it intently. 10 minutes passed in silence. Honey. Su tapped the engrossed Yang. What is it? Yang asked, puzzled. Su said, Honey, what do you make of this painting? Yang considered for a moment and said, Someone once gave my father a pinyin crane painting. When my father learned it was worth 18 million, he hurriedly returned it. I've seen that painting. It's not as fine as this one. But that earlier piece was by a renowned master and was an antique. This one is a new work. At that, surprise flashed in Yang's eyes. Honey, could Lin Shen have painted this himself? Su said, I suspect so. His calligraphy is so good, he wouldn't need to give someone else's work as a gift. Call Ming Yao and ask, she'll know. Saying this, Su Guofeng took out his phone. Yang Qingwei said, Hubby, it's not dawn yet in Huagua. He'll send a message to Ming Yao first, she'll reply, once she wakes up. After Su Guofeng finished speaking, he sent a message to Su Ming Yao. Dad, what's wrong? An hour later, Su Ming Yao replied, having woken up quite early. Su Guofeng called Su Ming Yao on video. Dad, what's the matter? Su Ming Yao asked, still lying in bed, needing a little more time to fully wake up. Su Guofeng replied irritably, Ming Yao, Lin Shen is such a talented artist, why didn't you tell us? Yang Qingwei glanced at her husband. They still couldn't confirm that the painting was indeed done by Lin Shen. On the other end of the line, Su Ming Yao felt a bit awkward and said, Dad, isn't it better for Lin Shen to tell you himself? Su Guofeng said the painting is really done by Lin Shen. Dad, you're trying to trap me with your words. Su Ming Yao pouted. If you want to ask, just ask directly. Why trap me? Am I hiding it from you? Su Guofeng grumbled, you have a history. You knew Lin Shen was Lin Yu, but you didn't say anything. You showed me the Lantingyi Su written by Lin Yu before or back, then you already knew Lin Shen was Lin Yu, right? Su Ming Yao said nothing. Dad, that's not important. What does it matter if I have no relationship with Lin Shen? Yang Qingwei leaned in. and asked Ming Yao, don't you have any feelings for Lin Shun? He's excellent in calligraphy, painting, fairy tale writing, and basketball. No, I don't. Su Ming Yao replied somewhat insincerely. Su Guofeng said, that's good. Your mother and I found a suitable match for you. You should consider it when the time comes. Dad, please don't mess things up. Su Ming Yao hurriedly replied. Su Guofeng said, we spoke with the doctor. The best way for you to recover is to start a relationship. Rest assured the match we found for you is quite excellent. A definite high-class gentleman. You should interact more with him and less with Lin Shun. Su Ming Yao took a deep breath and said, Dad, I do have some feelings for Lin Shun. Oh, I've started to like him a bit. Please don't look outside for me anymore. Yang Qinghua smiled and said, your dad didn't go looking. Su Ming Yao rolled her eyes. Dad, you're making me addicted to your lies. Su Guofeng chuckled. If you spoke the truth, I wouldn't have to resort to this. You have some feelings for Lin Shun, and since you won't talk about his situation, you're not afraid we won't treat him well. Su Ming Yao shook her head. Lin Shun is Qianqian's father, and he has helped our family. You wouldn't say anything rude to him. Su Guofeng pressed. What other merits does Lin Shun have? You should tell us. Dad, didn't you have someone investigate him before? Su Guofeng was momentarily speechless. Yang Qinghua interjected, Ming Yao, stop arguing with your dad, and tell us more about Lin Shun's situation in detail. Let's get to know him better. Su Ming Yao replied, Mom, you already know. He's quite good at calligraphy, painting, fairy tale writing, and basketball. Is there anything else? These are impressive, but I feel there's more. Su Guofeng inquired. Su Ming Yao replied, his cooking skills are exceptional, world-class standards. Additionally, he has a talent for languages. He probably knows 7 or 8 foreign languages. I'm not sure about anything else. I'm not very familiar with him. Su Guofeng and Yang Qinghua were shocked. He really is remarkable. Dad, please don't speak carelessly outside. Su Ming Yao explained he might worry about being targeted or secretly assassinated by some force in the country. Su Guofeng responded, his concerns are not unfounded. Some top geniuses in our country have died under mysterious circumstances. Don't worry, your mother and I would never speak carelessly. Yang Qinghua added, Ming Yao, Lin Shun is so excellent. You also have Qianqian. You must seize the opportunity and not let him slip away. Oh, Su Guofeng said, Ming Yao, pay attention. Don't let Lin Shun fall for someone else and let Qianqian end up with a stepmother. Dad, if he finds someone else, it means we weren't meant to be together. All right, I need to get up for work now. Bye-bye. Su Ming Yao quickly hung up the phone. Hubby, your investigation back then was really unreliable. Yang Qinghua remarked. Who would have guessed Lin Shun was hiding so deeply? Ming Yao said she has a bit of feeling for him. They should have a chance. If they can be together, it would be wonderful for Ming Yao to fully recover. Su Guofeng said. Yang Qinghua nodded. I hope Ming Yao can seize this. If it fails, her situation might worsen. A night passed. The next morning, Lin Shun bought some groceries. After spending a bit of money, he borrowed a kitchen from a Chinese restaurant. He prepared 6 dishes and brought them to the hospital. Grandpa, Grandma. Grandma, Dad cooked a meal. Dad's cooking is the best. You'll definitely like it, Grandma. Lin Shaoqian said sweetly. Lin Shun looked suspiciously at Su Guofeng and Yang Qinghua. Uncle Su, Aunt Yang, is there something wrong with me? Su Guofeng and the others looked at him strangely. No. Su Guofeng shook his head. Lin Shun opened the lunchbox and the aroma immediately wafted out. Yang Qinghua swallowed. She hadn't had much appetite since the surgery. The doctor diagnosed her with a mild case of anorexia, but at this moment, she found herself wanting to try the dishes Lin Shun made. Uncle Su, Aunt Yang, please give it a try. The presentation may not be great, but the taste should be acceptable. Lin Shun smiled. Lin Shaoqian urged, Grandma, you should taste it quickly. Yang Qinghua took a bite and was instantly taken aback. She recognized the ingredients, but the taste was completely different. No 5-star hotel chef could reach this level. He'll try it too. Su Guofeng tasted it and looked at Lin Shun in shock. Su Ming Yao was not exaggerating. Lin Shun's culinary skills were absolutely world-class. Grandpa, Grandma, isn't it delicious? Dad's cooking is the best of both, Mom, and I love it. Lin Shaoqian giggled. Su Guofeng and Yang Qinghua nodded. 20 minutes passed, and Yang Qinghua finally stopped. She was feeling a bit stuffed. Her mild anorexia was non-existent in the face of such delicious food. Lin Shun, I have a small request. Grandma Qianqian has been diagnosed with anorexia, but she's eating well now. Oh, could you bring a meal every day while you're here? Su Guofeng said somewhat awkwardly. If Lin Shun and Su Ming Yao were together, he wouldn't feel awkward. There's no need for a family to speak so formally. But as of now, Lin Shun was not yet with Su Ming Yao. Of course, no problem. Lin Shun smiled. Uncle Su, you don't need to be so polite. After lunch, Su Guofeng returned to the hotel with him. Yang Qinghua was about to take a nap, so there was no need for him to stay. Grandpa, tell me a story. This storybook was written by Dad. It's very lovely, Lin Shaoqian said in her soft childish voice, sitting on the bed. All right, Grandpa will tell you a story, Su Guofeng replied gently. After speaking for over 10 minutes, Lin Xiaoqian drifted into sleep, a faint smile lingering on her face. Lin Chen, please sit down. Su Guofeng gestured for Lin Chen to join him in the living room outside the bedroom. He had booked a luxury suite, complete with a separate sitting area beyond the bedroom. The incident years ago deeply traumatized Ming Yao. She consulted numerous physicians. Though she appears outwardly stable, now her recovery remains incomplete. I hope you'll extend her a little more patience and understanding. Your relationship shouldn't rush toward confession or abrupt resolution. Rather, it must unfold gradually, like water, finding its natural course. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Chen nodded. Uncle Su, I do. I have some medical knowledge. Many people carry lasting psychological scars after trauma. Su Guofeng offered a faint smile. Lin Chen, thank you for your understanding. That event also shook both her mother and me profoundly. Since then, we've grown hypervigilant, terrified she might suffer another setback. Lin Chen said, Uncle Su, I'll protect her. He recalled the image of Su Mingyao waiting for him after they'd shared a drink. The proud ICCO who beneath her aloof exterior possessed moments that warmed his heart. Su Guofeng nodded slowly. Lin Chen, some wealthy families seek sons-in-law who are simple-minded and docile, but I'm different. I want someone who can truly stand as Mingyao's pillar. Neither her mother nor I can shield her for life. Wealth comes and goes. It leaves with us at death. As long as you two thrive, all our fortune will one day belong to you both. Lin Chen shook his head. Uncle Su, you're mistaken. Even if Ming Yao and I become a couple, your wealth remains yours. I can support myself. I earn my own livelihood. If we are together, it is solely because of who she is, not because of the Su family's fortune. Su Guofeng gazed at Lin Chen, startled. Let's set that aside for now. Her mother and I both hold you in high regard. Lin Chen nodded, then smiled and asked, Uncle Su, is there a shooting range nearby? I'd like to try my hand at firearms. Su Guofeng nodded. There's one a bit farther away. When her mother fell ill and stress overwhelmed me, I often went there to release tension through target practice. I hold a black card there. You may use it. You'll have full access to every firearm available. You can go right now, as Xiaoqian is perfectly safe in my care. Lin Chen nodded. With Su Guofeng watching over Lin Xiaoqian, he felt utterly at ease. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the range and laid hands upon a firearm. His time playing with Xiaoqian at the amusement park had honed his marksmanship. Now holding a gun felt instinctive, almost familiar. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Chen fired 3 rapid shots. The first drifted slightly off target. The second and third struck with flawless precision, as though he were a battle-scarred veteran. Minutes slipped by. Lin Chen tested every type of firearm available, absorbing experience with each. No matter the weapon, pistol, rifle, or shotgun, he handled it with remarkable fluency and control. You hello. A blonde woman approached Lin Chen, speaking halting Chinese. Lin Chen replied smoothly in fluent English. I speak English. May I ask how I can assist you? Her eyes lit up. Your English is excellent. I'm seeking a bodyguard. Your shooting skill is extraordinary. Would you consider taking the position? 1 month's service for 100 USD. Lin Chen blinked in mild surprise. That sum was exceptionally generous. I'm afraid not. I only came here for recreation. Besides, I'm returning home shortly, so I cannot accept your offer. For that amount, you could hire several professional bodyguards. Lin Chen declined firmly. The woman persisted. Those threatening me are formidable. I distrust agencies. I came here personally to find someone trustworthy. I'll raise it to 200 for 1 month. Lin Chen shook his head again. Money isn't the issue. I'm not in need of it. Please look elsewhere, madam. 300, and I'll pay you half up front. Still undeterred, the woman pressed on. Lin Chen remained unmoved. At that moment, 2 men strode toward them, hands slipping inside their jackets. Lin Chen sensed lethal intent radiating from their gaze. Damn! Lin Chen cursed inwardly. Trouble had arrived. Both men drew pistols from within their coats. One leveled his weapon directly at Lin Chen. Bang! Bang! Lin Chen fired twice, both rounds striking dead center between the attacker's brows. Since they intended to kill him too, mercy would be suicide. Against armed assailants, hesitation meant death. The blonde woman froze momentarily. You saved my life. Here is my card. If I survive this month, I'll call upon my family's full influence to aid you once should you ever face grave peril. She handed him an unassuming business card. Lin Chen frowned. What about their bodies? Leave that to me, she replied. Give me the gun. I'll claim I killed them myself. My family will handle everything. No police will trouble you. Lin Chen passed the firearm to her. I require no assistance, but neither do I wish your troubles to follow me. We won't meet again. Lin Chen departed swiftly. The woman dialed a number. Andrew, 2 assassins tried to kill me. I eliminated them both. I'm currently at, dispatch someone immediately to remove the bodies. Leaving the range, Lin Chen switched taxis multiple times before finally returning to the hotel. Dad, where did you go, Daddy? Xiaoqian, already awake, bounded toward him joyfully. Lin Shen bent and lifted her into his arms. Dad stepped out for a while. Was Xiaoqian a good girl? Did she behave? Lin Shen kissed her cheek as he asked. Xiaoqian shook her head. I wasn't naughty. Grandpa and I drew pictures. I drew better than him. Su Guofeng marveled. Lin Shen, Xiaoqian has extraordinary artistic talent, surely inherited from you. Lin Shen set Xiaoqian down. Xiaoqian, draw a little longer. Make a picture for Grandpa and Grandma. Uncle Su, may I speak with you privately? While Xiaoqian sketched in the bedroom, Lin Shen and Su Guofeng moved to the living room. Su Guofeng frowned. Lin Shen, your expression seems troubled. Something happened. Lin Shen recounted the shooting range incident. May I see the card? Su Guofeng asked. Lin Shen handed it over. Su Guofeng studied the card, and his eyes widened in quiet astonishment. Lin Shen, this family wields immense influence. Saving Salina may prove advantageous, not detrimental. Su Guofeng added, do you know of them, Uncle Su? He nodded. Only vaguely, but their power dwarfs ours by more than tenfold. Is Salina beautiful? Lin Shen paused, then shook his head. Quite ordinary, Uncle Su. But I killed those 2 assassins. Could that draw unwanted attention back to me? Are you focusing on the wrong point? Su Guofeng countered. Even if discovered you acted in self-defense, their intent was murder. Your response was justified. They won't provoke the Su family over 2 dead men. Lin Shen gave a slight nod. Privately, he resolved, I must elevate my combat prowess, without delay. True security lies only in one's own strength. Lin Shen asked in puzzlement, I killed the assassins and disrupted their plan. Will they truly not retaliate? Su Guofeng replied, the vast majority will not. Powerful factions are woven into every corner of society. Countless schemes are foiled each year, and if they avenged every single one, they would make enemies of the whole world. If they launched furious reprisals over trifles, how would the other powers view them? They would certainly fear reprisal as well. Lin Shen nodded slightly. Su Guofeng said it will be settled within a month. These matters are most likely internal family power struggles, and bringing trouble upon the clan is a mark against them. Small factions and minor clans hold grudges easily, but great powers care above all for their interests. You were merely inadvertently entangled in this matter. Don't worry too much. Lin Shen said, I am not worried for myself. It is you and Aunt Yang and Migua I am concerned for. I fear you might run into trouble. Su Guofeng smiled. There is even less need for you to worry about us. Among tycoons there is a tacit understanding. What good would killing us do except invite a world of trouble for themselves? We are all insiders. If someone breaks the rules, the rest will shun them. So many tycoons have been financially ruined. How many have you seen resort to murder over such matters? Lin Shen thought for a moment and admitted it was indeed rare. Countless have faced bankruptcy. Tycoons being killed are exceedingly uncommon. Uncle Su, we will be cautious. Su nodded. Rest assured. I hired bodyguards and from the strongest security firm in Migua. If anything happens to us, it will be an embarrassment to them as well. Various powers will afford them a measure of face. Lin Shen breathed easier. Su said, I'll have someone look into it, see what this really is. I'll report back when there is news. Xiaoqian is asleep. You should rest as well. Su rose and left. In his room, Su made a phone call. He had contacts in Migua. Within half an hour, Su received word. As expected, it's an internal family feud, he murmured to himself. Su had already added Lin Shen on WeChat and sent him a message. Lin Shen, it's an internal struggle within the Dawson family. There will be no trouble. All right, Uncle Su. Lin felt reassured. Yet the incident rang a warning bell in his mind. This world was not as peaceful as it seemed. He realized he would need far greater strength to protect himself and his loved ones. I wonder when I will obtain martial skills, Lin Shen muttered inwardly. Acquiring a skill required letting nature take its course. Forcing Lin Xiaoqian to practice would not bestow any talent. Xiaoqian, you are over 2 now. You're not a baby. Stand up straight. Lin Shen entered the bedroom and tapped Lin Xiaoqian's tiny nose. A sweet smile lit her face. Who could say what pleasant dream visited her? In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. In the morning, Su took Lin Xiaoqian to the hospital. At noon, Lin Shen prepared a meal, and they ate together there as a family of 4. Lin Shen cooked extra so Yang Qingwei could eat in the evenings. A hearty meals aided her recovery noticeably. Grandfather, grandmother, I will miss you both. Grandma, please get well soon and come home early, Lin Xiaoqian said with reluctance. They had been here a week. However, unwilling Zus family would have to let Lin and his return. Su Mingyao missed Lin Xiaoqian as well and hoped Lin Shun and Mingyao would spend more time together. Grandma will recover quickly. Xiaoqian, you must listen to mommy and daddy. Yang Qingwei hugged Lin Xiaoqian and smiled. The child nodded. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Su opened to find not a doctor, but a blonde woman. The blonde was Suelina carrying a large bouquet. Mr. Su, my name is Suelina. I've come to pay my respects to Mrs. Lin. Suelina smiled politely. Su ushered her into the room. She presented the flowers to Yang Qingyue, then glanced toward Lin Shen. Mr. Lin, thank you for your assistance. I have already secured victory. If you ever need help in the future, please contact me, Sualina offered. Lin Shen replied coolly, I did not assist you out of favor. I acted to protect myself. Just ensure no one disturbs us. Rest assured that will not happen, Sualina promised. She stayed less than 2 minutes and departed. Uncle Su, Aunt Yang Xiaoqian, and I will be leaving now. Take care. Soon after, Lin Shun carried Lin Xiaoqian and left as well. Yang Qinghua asked with a trace of worry, Sualina is not extraordinarily beautiful, but she's pleasant. Might she take an interest in Lin Shun? Su Guofeng replied, what are you thinking, my dear? The Dawson family owns hundreds of billions of dollars, immensely wealthier than our Su family. She is destined to inherit the Dawson clan. Lin Shun is outstanding, Tu Yang said. Do you honestly think it's impossible that Sualina might look upon Lin Shun favorably? She asked, frowning. Su answered, well, it is not entirely impossible, but the probability is extremely low. Do not worry, my love. Do you lack faith in Mingyao? Yang said, if Mingyao were more proactive, I would be confident. Our daughter is no less than anyone, but she has always been cold toward men. I'm simply afraid that Lin Shen's passion may cool over time, Su said, with a strange expression. Dear, are you perhaps too pleased with Lin Shen right now? You grow soft toward those you feed, Yang murmured. I've fed him so many meals. Husband, should we persuade Mingyao to register their marriage first? They could register first, and then cultivate their feelings. Register first. Yes. The child is already here, so registering wouldn't be a big deal. Su pondered for a while and said no rush. Let them spend more time together, we'll see how things stand when we return. Little did Su know that Lin Chun and the others had already registered. About 20 hours later, the plane landed safely. While teaching Lin Xiaoqian to fold paper airplanes, he gleaned much information about various aircraft, especially the Gulfstream G550. He had thought he might deduce something significant. It turned out his system preferred not to stir trouble. Mama! Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed happily as they disembarked. Su Mingyao had driven into the airport to meet them. Xiaoqian, mommy, missed you so much, Su Mingyao said, lifting Lin Xiaoqian to kiss her. Mommy, daddy, and I missed you too. Did you miss daddy? Su looked at Lin, chin cheeks flushed. I did, he replied. Lin Xiaoqian giggled, mommy, put me down so you and daddy can kiss and hug. Su Mingyao fell silent. Mommy won't hug daddy right now. He hasn't bathed in a long time. He must smell, Lin Xiaoqian said matter-of-factly. Lin Chen, you drive, I'll hold Xiaoqian. Su Mingyao had driven herself instead of sending an assistant. All right, Lin Chen smiled. The three of them soon climbed into the car. Mommy, I'll tell you a little secret, Lin Xiaoqian whispered. The cabin was small and Lin Shun could hear clearly. What secret? Su asked. Lin Xiaoqian leaned toward her ear and whispered, a lady came looking for daddy, and she brought flowers. The little voice added she even brought a bouquet for him. Su Mingyao was momentarily taken aback. She looked at Lin Chen, who was driving. Lin Chen, you seem quite popular. Lin Chen thought to himself that perhaps it would give Su Mingyao a sense of urgency, potentially speeding up the progress of their relationship. Mingyao, why do you ask that? Lin Chen pretended not to hear Lin Xiaoqian's words. Nothing. Su Mingyao teased Lin Xiaoqian, ignoring Lin Chen. An hour later, Lin Chen arrived at the community parking lot. Mingyao, you and Xiaoqian go up first. I'll buy some groceries, there's nothing to eat at home now. Lin Chen smiled. Su Mingyao nodded. She and Lin Xiaoqian went upstairs to their room. Xiaoqian was the lady who brought flowers for dad, pretty? Su Mingyao inquired. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head, Mom, no. That lady didn't bring flowers for dad, she brought them for grandma. Su Mingyao. She felt a bit disheartened during the journey. It turned out the flowers were not meant for Lin Shun. Xiaoqian, you said a lady came to find dad and brought flowers. Su Mingyao said irritably. Lin Xiaoqian looked puzzled. Mom, did I say something wrong? Su Mingyao felt helpless. She indeed didn't say anything wrong, but the meaning was completely different. Was that lady pretty? Lin Xiaoqian nodded. The lady is very pretty. She couldn't discern, but she thought it was fine to compliment someone. Xiaoqian, go play on the balcony for a while. Your toys have missed you after such a long time. Lin Xiaoqian bounced towards the balcony. Mom, Xiaoqian is back. Are you both doing well? Have you been feeling better these past few days? Su Mingyao called Yang Qinghua on video from the study. Pretty good. As long as Lin Shun and Xiaoqian returned safely, that's all that matters. Mingyao, Lin Shun is quite impressive, you should get along well. Don't regret it later if you miss out on him. Yang Qinghua said. Su Mingyao pouted. Mom, what are you talking about? Lin Shun has only been here for a few days and you all are defending him. Dad called yesterday and defended Lin Shun too. Yang Qinghua replied. Lin Shun is outstanding in himself and he takes good care of Xiaoqian. Do you want Xiaoqian to have a stepfather or stepmother in the future? You two being together is the best option. Mom, you didn't say this before. Su Mingyao muttered. Yang Qinghua replied. Knowing that Lin Shun plays basketball well is not too ordinary, your dad, and I acknowledge him for that. We just didn't expect Lin Shun to be this impressive. Su Mingyao casually asked. Mom, Xiaoqian said a pretty lady brought you flowers. Who is she? Yang Qinghua felt a stir in her heart and said, I don't know her, she's a friend Lin Chen met here, and she is indeed quite pretty. In reality, Sualina's looks were just above average. Su Mingyao's beauty was top-notch. The difference was quite significant. Yang Qingyue said this intentionally. Lin Chen's friend even came to visit you. That's thoughtful. Mom, I'm just checking in with you via video. I have to hang up now and give Xiaoqian a bath. Su Mingyao finished speaking and hung up the video call. Yang Qingyue wore a faint smile. She was Su Mingyao's mother who knew her daughter best. Su Mingyao checking in via video was secondary. She primarily wanted to know about the woman who sent flowers. In the past, Su Mingyao would just send a message to check in. 20 minutes later, Lin Chen returned. Su Mingyao had also finished bathing Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Chen, make fewer dishes for lunch. I'm on a diet lately, though I don't want to eat at noon. Su Mingyao told Lin Chen. Lin Chen assessed Su Mingyao and said, Mingyao, you have a perfect figure. Why do you want to lose weight? Besides, who diets by skipping lunch? Most people only skip food after noon on a diet. Su Mingyao replied, I had a lot for breakfast and I don't want to eat at noon. Please cook less to avoid waste. Are you really not eating? Nope. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Alright, I'll make less. Mingyao, I have some medical knowledge. You can occasionally do this, but if it happens too often, it's not good for your health. I know. Su Mingyao continued to play with Lin Xiaoqian. She had to spend quality time with Xiaoqian since she had been away for so long. Not long after, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. It smells so good. Su Mingyao swallowed. Half an hour later, Lin Chen finished cooking. It was just him and Lin Xiaoqian eating, and he had only made 3 dishes. There was fish, meat, and greens. The meal was quite decent. Mom, it's time to eat. Let's wash our hands first. Lin Xiaoqian said joyfully. Su Mingyao took Lin Xiaoqian to wash her hands, then she lifted Lin Xiaoqian onto her dining chair. Xiaoqian, Mommy isn't hungry. You eat with Dad. Mommy has to go now. There are things to do at work, but I'll come to see you in a couple of days. Su Mingyao kissed Lin Xiaoqian. Mommy, aren't you hungry? Lin Xiaoqian asked, puzzled. Your stomach is growling. Grandma said when the stomach growls, it means it wants to eat. Grr. Just then Su Mingyao's stomach growled again. The dishes Lin Chen made were fragrant and visually appealing. Mingyao, this doesn't mean you're not hungry. I've cooked for you. 3 dishes should be enough for us to eat. Lin Chen said as he went to the kitchen to serve a bowl of rice. After the meal, Su Mingyao rushed to wash the dishes. By the time she finished, Lin Xiaoqian had fallen asleep. Mingyao, are you feeling jealous? Sualina came to find me because I helped her with something significant. Her looks are average and pose no threat to you. Lin Chen looked at Su Mingyao with a smile. Su Mingyao replied coolly, don't be so narcissistic. Am I jealous? I just want you to know that we have an agreement. If you see someone else, we'll get a divorce first. I have things to do at work, I'll be leaving now. Lin Chen. What's going on? Mingyao, the flowers from Sualina weren't for me. They were for your mom. I know. Lin Chen, when Xiaoqian isn't around, just call me by my name. Our relationship isn't that close yet. Su Mingyao walked to the door to change her shoes and leave. Lin Chen was utterly confused at what was going on. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Little did he know his future mother-in-law in America had given him a boost. Little Cotton Jacket also said that the lady was very pretty. Mingyao, let's clarify things before you leave. Lin Chen blocked the doorway, thinking it was a good thing that Su Mingyao felt a bit jealous, but too much jealousy would be problematic. Sualina is very pretty. Why do you say she's average? We just got a certificate. I won't control you. There's no need to lie. I really dislike that. Su Mingyao frowned. Lin Chen was puzzled. I didn't lie, as Xiaoqian said she was pretty. Sometimes children's words can't be trusted. My mom also said she was very pretty. Su Mingyao replied calmly. Lin Chen. Goodness, both an adult and a child were giving him assists. Lin Chen stepped aside helplessly, saying, Mingyao, go back and ask our mother again. The aesthetic gap between people shouldn't be that vast. Su Mingyao rolled her beautiful eyes at Lin Chen, saying, what do you mean our mother? That's my mother. You helped Qianqian adjust her time zone. Su Mingyao left the door. In the underground parking lot, she got into her car, but did not start it immediately, instead quietly pondering. Did mom intentionally say Sualina is pretty? Su Mingyao mumbled to herself. She looked at the time. It was 12:30, and it was midnight in America. Her parents were probably asleep at this hour. Dad, are you asleep? Su Mingyao sent a message to Su Guofeng. Her mother was a patient and should not be disturbed at this late hour. Her dad might still be awake at this time. What's wrong? Su Guofeng quickly replied. He was lying in bed but had not fallen asleep yet. Qianqian said a beautiful aunt sent flowers, but Lin Chen said she wasn't pretty. Who is lying? Su Guofeng looked at the message with a faint smile on his face. His daughter surprisingly cared about this. It seemed there was something going on between her and Lin Chen. No one is lying. Qianqian is still young. The other person dressed well and sent flowers, so she might think the other person is pretty. Sualina is just average looking, and even with makeup she is only slightly above average. Su Guofeng replied. Su Mingyao covered her face upon seeing the message. She felt embarrassed. She was actually a bit taken aback by this. Lin Chun would definitely sense that she was a little jealous. Why am I like this? Su Mingyao regretted deeply. Why did she feel jealous? Why was she angry? Mingyao, you aren't arguing with Lin Chun, are you? Su Guofeng sent another message. Su Mingyao replied, no way, how could that be? Whether Suolina is pretty or not doesn't matter to me as long as Lin Chun isn't lying. If he were lying, it would lead Qianqian astray. Su Guofeng searched online for a photo of roast duck. He sent the roast duck photo to Su Mingyao. Dad, why are you sending this? Nothing, just craving Beijing roast duck. Su Mingyao was puzzled. A few seconds later, she rolled her eyes at her phone. She understood what her dad meant. Stubborn as a dead duck. Lin Chun, I should be free the day after tomorrow. If you have no plans, we can take Qianqian to the amusement park to have some fun. Su Mingyao sent a message to Lin Chun. Lin Chun smiled upon seeing the message. He had just left angrily, and now she was sending this. Did Su Mingyao realize that Suolina's looks were quite average? Not going. You are accusing me unfairly. I'm really hurt. Without a kiss or hug, it won't heal for at least 10 days or half a month. Lin Chun replied. Su Mingyao remained silent. How about I lift you up high again? You can't lift me. How about I lift you instead? Su Mingyao got out of the car and took a box from the trunk. Knock, knock. 2 minutes later, Su Mingyao knocked on the door. Lin Chun quickly opened it. Su Mingyao said, you took Qianqian out and even cooked for my parents. You worked hard. Your calligraphy is good, so I'm giving you this pen. You'll find it useful when you sign. I forgot to give it to you before. Lin Chun smiled at Su Mingyao. It seemed he didn't forget to give it to him, but rather was upset and didn't want to give it. Thank you. Lin Chun took the box containing the pen, saying, Mingyao, this symbolizes flying together, representing holding you in my hand. Su Mingyao was taken aback. I wasn't thinking that much. Don't overthink it. I'm leaving. She turned around and left in a slight panic. She soon went downstairs. Lin Chun opened the box. Inside was a fountain pen that was exquisitely made and clearly not cheap. Although Su Mingyao was a bit proud, overall she thought it was still very nice. In this situation, many girls would wait for the boys to coax them. Some little fairies in the end might not only want coaxing, but also actual demonstrations. Su Mingyao was stubborn, but had received actual gestures. I'm free the day after tomorrow. Little Qianqian has long wanted the whole family to go to the amusement park. You should come over tomorrow night. It's hot, we should leave early. Lin Chun sent a message to Su Mingyao. Okay. Su Mingyao took a moment to reply. She had quite a few things to do. If she went to Lin Chun's place tomorrow night, she had to hurry today as she would probably have to work overtime until 10 tonight. What are you practicing? Lin Chun pondered. Lin Qianqian was napping and he was searching for martial arts materials in the study. There were various kinds online: Tai Chi, Wing Chun, Ji Kyun, Du Xingyi, Bagua, Muay Thai, etc. The authenticity of these materials was uncertain, but practicing would at least make it look decent. Directly teaching Lin Qianqian would be too deliberate and ineffective, making it impossible to acquire skills. Lin Chun's idea was to practice himself, and perhaps Lin Qianqian would take an interest and follow him to learn. Let's go with Tai Chi. After some consideration, Lin Chun ultimately chose Tai Chi. Tai Chi movements are gentle and can be practiced at home. If Lin Qianqian comes and is interested, she can practice along with him. System: my physique is continuously improving. If I practice Tai Chi in the future, can I cultivate internal strength? Lin Chun asked in his mind. The system replied, host, if you choose the right technique, you can. However, practicing by yourself may require at least 10 years. And you must practice with focus for more than 3 hours every day. Lin Chun thought, looks like becoming impressive relies on my precious daughter. System: there are many types of Tai Chi online. Help me choose a reliable one. Sure, host. Lin Chun found several options, and the system helped him select one. This would yield results with long-term practice. As for ordinary people, even with long-term persistence, it would only have a training effect. Cultivating internal strength would be utterly impossible. Pulling the curtains, Lin Chun quietly began to practice while watching the video. He needed to learn the movements first. Only if he looked good could Lin Qianqian have an interest. It'll probably take 4 or 5 days to learn. If I want the movements to look better, it might take 10 days or half a month. After practicing once, Lin Chun thought, system: what is my physique now? Host, your physique is now 171 points. Lin Chun smiled faintly. His physique was about to surpass that of top boxers. In terms of pure physique, he was now not much weaker than Tyson at his peak. However, he certainly wouldn't win if he fought Tyson. Without fighting skills, he would struggle to unleash his power. I'll keep practicing. It's just 10 days or half a month, right? Even if Qianqian doesn't learn, alongside practicing has its benefits. Lin Chun continued to practice while mumbling. Ding dong. Not long after he started practicing, the doorbell rang. Lin Chun frowned. It shouldn't be Su Mingyao, as she knew Lin Qianqian was napping and wouldn't ring the bell. Zhao Tianyu. Lin Chun saw the person outside through the peephole. This guy Zhao Tianyu actually found his home. Zhao Tianyu, what a coincidence. I just returned to the country today, and you happened to come over. Lin Shen opened the door with a half-smile. Zhao Tianyu seemingly did not catch Lin Shen's sarcasm. He said, Lin Shen, I have something to discuss with you. Come in then, Lin Shen replied in a calm tone. The Zhao family is at least a partner of the Su family, so they still need to maintain some superficial politeness. Zhao, please have a seat. What do you want to talk to me about? Lin Shen asked as he sat down on the sofa. Zhao Tianyu replied, Lin Shen, you've been in contact with Su Mingyao quite a lot lately. Do you really think you are suitable for her? Lin Shen smiled. Zhao, I think we are very compatible. Little Qian is our daughter, don't you think she's adorable? If we post photos of little Qian online, netizens would definitely suggest we have more children. Zhao Tianyu. Lin Shen, don't deceive yourself. Su Mingyao is in contact with you because of Qian. Qian needs a father's love right now. But you and she are from two different social classes, you would only hold each other back. In movies and television, beautiful women often fall for poor scholars, but those beauties are usually either ghosts or fox spirits. As a man, you must recognize reality. Immersing yourself in fantasy is not good for you, Su Mingyao, or even for Qian's future. Zhao Tianyu earnestly advised Lin Shen. Lin Shen nodded. Zhao, you make a lot of sense. Please go on. You are using Qian as a pawn in your emotional game. It's quite clever, but your chances of success are low. Class differences create a huge chasm. Su Mingyao has been living a luxurious life since childhood, learning various things while you were born in the countryside. Their family has assets worth hundreds of billions. How much does your family have? One must have self-awareness. Lin Shen looked at Zhao Tianyu. In fact, Zhao Tianyu was quite right. However, he was lucky he had obtained a system that could help him soar. Zhao, that's not fair. In the novels and shows I watch, it's always about throwing money around. Lin Shen chuckled. Zhao Tianyu replied, let me explain some principles to you first. I'm not here to use my power or wealth to bully you. We need to calmly clarify things. Lin Shen looked at Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu likely received advice from his father. Lin Shen, even if you get together with Su Mingyao, the enormous economic disparity between your families means you are basically Olivian's son-in-law. If you don't ask Su Mingyao for money, she might think more highly of you, but what does that mean for you? If you do ask for money, it might be fine once or twice, but over time, even feelings will fade. She will look down on you. Lin Shen nodded, you have a point. Zhao Tianyu gained confidence. Lin Shen, pursuing Su Mingyao might lead to you suffering, and you might end up divorced in the future. You might as well take some money and find someone else. They'll give you 1 million, I just don't entangle yourself with Su Mingyao. Lin Shen was surprised. 1 million is too little. Zhao, you underestimate Mingyio's appeal too much, right? Not to mention her family's background, just her beauty alone makes your mere 1 million seem quite shabby. Zhao Tianyu said in a deep voice, if you promise not to pursue Su Mingyao anymore, I will give you 2 million. Additionally, if you marry someone else in the future, I'll give you another 1 million. I will even help you find a decent job. The salary will be no less than 50,000. Lin Shen felt that Zhao Tianyu's offer was quite generous. Zhao, what you said has made me a bit tempted, but I refuse. Zhao Tianyu frowned. Lin Shen, 3 million plus a good job. Oh, wouldn't it be comfortable for you to find a girlfriend later? Pursuing Su Mingyao is likely to yield nothing. By the time you are older, what will you do if you have no money and no good job? You need to consider your parents and Qian. Do you really want Qian to get nothing from you? Zhao Tianyu earnestly persuaded. Lin Shen replied, Zhao, you are right. The conditions you offered are also good, but Mingyao has feelings for me. Zhao Tianyu's expression darkened. What does she see in you? Is it your 2 shabby rooms, your identity as a farmer's son, or your few thousand yuan salary? No, wait, you were laid off, so you have no salary now. Lin Shen smiled slightly and said, maybe she appreciates my good health. Nowadays, rich women care a lot about this. Zhao Tianyu. He stood up with a gloomy face and said, think carefully about what I said. You need to think about your future and your parents' future. It's not good to be lost in daydreams for too long. Zhao Tianyu quickly reached the door. Zhao, take care, no need to see you off. Lin Shen smiled slightly and closed the door. After leaving, Zhao Tianyu punched the wall. Damn. Zhao Tianyu gritted his teeth. His father had asked him to talk, and after doing so, he almost suffocated from the results. Lin Shen listened attentively. He once thought he could persuade Lin Shen, but to his surprise, Lin Shen rejected his proposal with a smile. That I failed. Zhao Tianyu messaged Zhao Huayuan. You come back first. Zhao Huayuan's reply came quickly. An hour later, Zhao Tianyu hurried back and explained in detail everything that happened with Lin Shen. Dad, as you said, I tried to persuade him with kind words. That bastard Lin Shen is completely ungrateful. A waste like him will never earn 3 million in his lifetime. Zhao Tianyu said angrily. Zhao Huayuan thought for a moment and said, let him be for a week. He might regret not agreeing later. Don't rush to find him again. The more eager you are, the more likely he is to grasp you. Zhao Tianyu's eyes flashed with sharpness. That should we use some means? Zhao Huayuan said calmly, what means do you intend to use? Zhao Tianyu shook his head, I haven't thought of that yet. Don't use any underhanded methods for now. If spending some money can make Lin Shen leave, that would be the best outcome. If necessary, spending a little more is acceptable. But when the time comes, don't raise the price. Let Lin Shen propose it himself. Zhao Tianyu nodded slightly. On the side of the United States, the night passed. Su Guofeng arrived at the hospital. Wife, did you say anything to Ming Yao last night? Yang Qingwei replied, she asked me if Su Lina is pretty. I thought it might make her jealous and deepen their feelings, so I said Su Lina is very beautiful. What happened? Su Guofeng said our daughter might be upset with Lin Shun. Oh, is that really the case? Su Guofeng said she thinks Lin Shun is lying. She asked me last night, and I told her the truth. If she asks you again, please explain it well to her. Let them take their time, don't interfere. Yang Qingwei picked up her phone, I'll explain it right now. She dialed Su Mingjio's number. Su Mingyao was working overtime at the company, attending a meeting with some executives. When she saw that it was a call from Yang Qingyue, she rejected it. If it had been Su Guofeng, she would have answered, what if something suddenly happened to her mother? A call from Yang Qingwei would surely not be a problem. Honey, by this time, Mingyao should be home, right? She rejected my call. Yang Qingyue said in a muffled voice. She might not be off work, yet she'll call you after finishing her shift, Su Guofeng said, while peeling an apple for Yang Qingwei. Our company usually doesn't work overtime at this hour, right? Sometimes urgent matters require overtime, Su Guofeng smiled. 1 or 2 hours passed. After the meeting, Su Mingyao busied herself for another hour before wrapping up some tasks, ensuring she could leave early the next day. I should catch dinner at Lin Shen's place, alright. Returning home late, Su Mingyao took a shower and went straight to bed. It was too late for her to make a call. Honey, do you think Mingyao is still working late? Yang Qingwei said softly during lunch. Ahem, she probably isn't. She might have forgotten you can call her tonight, Su Guofeng said. Yang Qingwei replied. Change the dinner place. This one isn't good, it's far worse than what Lin Shen cooks. Su Guofeng helplessly remarked. We've tried all the nearby restaurants. It's normal that the chefs there are not as good as Lin Shun. His culinary skills are absolutely top-notch. If Lin Shun and Ming Yao end up together, we'll be able to enjoy his cooking again someday. But if they don't, it will be hard to eat it again. Su Guofeng replied. Whether they are together depends on the development of their feelings. We can't sell our daughter just for a meal, can we? Yang Qingwei said irritably. I think Lin Shun is quite good. Su Guofeng laughed. Many people were better than me back then, yet you still married me in the end. No matter how beautiful the shoes are, they must fit well. Forget about them, focus on your recovery. Yang Qingwei nodded slightly. She continued eating. Although the food wasn't as delicious as Lin Shen's, after a week of his cooking her health improved, and her mild anorexia was almost gone. The next morning, Su Mingyao video called Yang Qingwei while having breakfast. Mingyao, did you work overtime last night? Su Mingyao nodded. I worked until nearly 11. Mom, I was in a meeting when you called last night. I got back late and didn't call you back, Yang Qingwei said with concern. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? The company's earnings won't affect our lives whether they increase or decrease. I had to work overtime because there was something urgent last night. Are you going to see Qianqian? No, Su Mingyao shook her head. Mom, don't be so nosy. She didn't want her parents to know she was staying at Lin Shen's place tonight. Yang Qingwei lightly coughed and said, Mingyao, Su Lina is quite ordinary looking. I mentioned she was beautiful yesterday to give you a little sense of urgency. Please don't misunderstand Lin Shun, Su Mingyao said calmly. There's nothing to misunderstand about my relationship with Lin Shun. Yang Qingwei pouted. After hanging up the video call, she picked up Su Guofeng's phone and forwarded the roasted duck picture to herself. Mingyao, you're eating too blandly. I'll add a dish for you. Yang Qingwei sent the roasted duck picture to Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao replied. She was exasperated. These old folks were really something. Ding, Lin Shun received a bank message. He signed a reprint contract with Tongxi Network yesterday. The second batch of 1 million copies of the fairy tale had nearly sold out, and Tongxi Network wanted to print another million. The quick sales were related to the promotions by Jiang Xuesong and others, as well as the better fairy tales Lin Shun had released later. His fairy tales were now legendary with outstanding results, and many parents voluntarily promoted them. As the fan base increased, sales naturally sped up. The additional 1 million copies didn't come with a signing fee, but Lin Shun still earned 5 million in royalties. He originally had over 1 million left. With this 5 million added, he now had 7 million in his account. This amount was enough to buy a shop. His plan for the shop was to create a piano room and a dance studio for Lin Shaoqian after renovations, so it didn't need to be particularly large. Also, it didn't matter if the shop wasn't on the first floor. Didi. Lin Shun dialed the number of the previous real estate agent. Mr. Lin, is there a problem with the house? If it can be resolved, we will do our utmost to help you. The agent quickly picked up the phone. Lin Shun asked, do you also sell the shops outside the community? Yes, we do. The agent quickly replied. Previously, investing in shops meant one shop could support 3 generations, but now 3 generations can barely support one shop. Shops have become much harder to sell than before, and quite a few are listed with them. For those shops, what is the lowest price for around 150 square meters? I have no requirements for location or floor, Lin Chen inquired. The agent thought for a moment and said, Mr. Lin, if you have no requirements for location or floor, the price will be very reasonable. There's a corner shop on the third floor, 180 square meters, selling for just over 6 million. You might be able to negotiate the price down a bit more. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. Oh, was the price really so low? Does this shop have any other drawbacks? The agent said, apart from its poor location and floor, it is also a bit far from the elevator. Additionally, while its area is large, the storefront is a bit small. The previous owner bought it for 9 million, rented it out for a year without success, and then tried to sell it, dropping the price from 8.5 million to 6 million, but still no buyers. Mr. Lin, although I want to make a deal, I still wouldn't recommend you buy this shop. Perhaps in the past it could have been used for educational training, but now investing in it would likely lead to significant losses. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Being far from the elevator and having a small storefront were indeed drawbacks for business, but he intended to renovate it for personal use. These drawbacks were even advantages for him. Ask the landlord if he would sell it for 5 million. If he agrees, we can sign the contract today. If not, given the current market, it might not even sell for 5 million next year. All right, Mr. Lin will talk to the landlord for you. The agent quickly called the landlord. Boss Wei, someone has offered 5 million for your shop. Do you have any intention of selling? The shop owner on the other end frowned. Shally, you know I bought it for 9 million. Selling it for 5 million would mean losing half after loans and taxes. Boss Wei, I wish to make a deal, but you've only had this one inquiry in the past month for 6 million, the agent sighed. If you list it for 5.5 million, you might get more inquiries, but closing the deal is uncertain. The economic environment is poor and prices may drop next year. In this situation, having cash in hand may be the safest option. The shop owner felt incredibly bitter. Investing in a shop had turned him into a fool. Ask the other party to raise the offer. He'll sell it for 550,000. I've already negotiated as much as possible, but the other party isn't budging on the price. However, if you agree, they can sign the contract with you today. If you hesitate, they might buy another shop. The shop owner dejectedly said, all right, I'll sell it. They'll come over right now to sign the contract for this lousy shop today. Okay. An hour later, Lin Chen and Boss Wei signed the contract. Lin Chen had checked the shop, and it perfectly met his needs. 2 million left. Using good materials, this money is more than enough for renovations, Lin Chen thought to himself. I need to hurry with the renovations. Lin Xiaoqian doesn't need it right now, but renovations take time, and after finishing it will need some time to air out the smell. Xiaoqian, you need to look ahead while running. Xiaoqian, how did you trip over your own feet? Did you hurt yourself? Let Daddy take a look. Xiaoqian. On the lawn of the community, Lin Xiaoqian was happily running, but she was too small and would stumble down from time to time. Host, by teaching Lin Xiaoqian how to run, you can acquire the skill lightness technique on grass. It takes 30 hours to reach master level and 60 hours to reach grandmaster level. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen was taken aback. Teaching Lin Xiaoqian to run on the grass to gain lightness technique on grass. The system was getting a bit ridiculous. Last time it was about folding paper airplanes to gain aircraft manufacturing skills. Is it going to explode with new abilities after a while? System, I've already taught Xiaoqian before. Lin Chen spoke in his mind. System, host, the previous time you taught her it was not even 5 minutes. Skills only activate after 5 minutes of teaching. System, can lightness technique on grass really allow one to fly? Lin Chen inquired in his mind. Note, this is not taking a modern fantasy route without any martial arts families, just allowing the protagonist to be able to protect himself in the future. The main focus is daily life. System, host, this will enhance your speed and agility, but without internal energy you cannot truly achieve flying on grass. This is a skill that requires internal energy support. Lin Chen, so are you saying that even if I learn martial arts later I may not have the footwork, but if I learn this I can use it directly once I have internal energy? Yes, the system replied. For now, enhancing speed and agility is not bad. Lin Chen mused in his heart. He had a good physique, but couldn't fully utilize it. With the lightness technique on grass, his footwork would improve, and even if he couldn't beat others, at least he could run faster than them. Daddy, come here. You come chase me. Ouch. Lin Xiaoqian called out in her sweet voice and suddenly tripped over, looking at Lin Chen with a pitiful expression. Daddy's coming. Xiaoqian, you did great today. You didn't cry when you fell, and you've been working hard to learn. Lin Chen quickly approached her. Lin Xiaoqian's expression of grievance disappeared instantly as she quickly got up. Daddy, I won't cry. I'm not a little baby anymore. That's right, Xiaoqian, you're right. Lin Chen continued to teach Lin Xiaoqian. A wealth of information flooded into Lin Chen's mind, all pertaining to running techniques. Learning how to run properly is also an art. Many people injure themselves while running. Some severe cases even lead to permanent disabilities. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Acquiring this skill was quite beneficial. Children are prone to bumps and scrapes while running, and gaining this knowledge allows him to teach Lin Xiaoqian better. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Xiaoqian was panting. Daddy, I'm out of energy. Shall we practice again tomorrow? Lin Xiaoqian looked up at Lin Chen. Lin Chen squatted down. Running is quite tiring. Are you sure you want to practice again tomorrow? Can you endure? Michem. Wan runs so fast I can't catch up to her. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Lin Chen smiled gently. She's older than you. If you want to run as fast as her, you need to practice more. But today is the first day, and we've practiced long enough. Sit down and Daddy will give you a massage. Learning how to relax muscles is also a skill. He had already acquired quite a bit of information on this front. In the evening, Su Mingyao arrived at Lin Chen's place. Why is Xiao Qian still sleeping? Su Mingyao asked in confusion. Lin Chen, we went out to buy a shop at noon. When we returned, she saw Wan and didn't want to come back to sleep, so she played outside for quite some time and is now tired. Su Mingyao exclaimed in surprise. You bought a shop? Michem. How big is it? 180 square meters. I plan to decorate a piano room and a dance studio for Xiao Qian, and I only need a 20 square meter workspace for myself. Su Mingyao, how much did you spend? I'll pay half. Lin Chen shook his head. You don't need to. The shop is in a less favorable location, and on the third floor, it cost 5 million. If we split it, it's 2,5 million each. But Su Mingyao frowned. Lin Chen, no buts. It's for Xiao Qian, and the shop won't disappear. I can also use it after I invest in it. Su Mingyao, then I'll find someone to decorate it for you. Although the company doesn't have that kind of business, we have partner companies that do. At home, a small triangular piano is enough. It doesn't have to be a pure piano room. It can be a music room shared with other instruments. 50 to 60 square meters would be appropriate. The dance studio also needs to be a combat room. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Chen suspiciously. Lin Chen, do you know how to fight? Lin Chen smiled. I know a little. When Xiao Qian is older, I can teach her some self-defense techniques. He actually didn't know how to fight very well now. But with a strong physique, his combat effectiveness was quite impressive. Saying he knew a little was not a lie. Just a little. Su Mingyao was somewhat skeptical. If he only knew a little, would Lin Chen really think of teaching Lin Xiaoqian? Mhm, I really only know a little. Lin Chen smiled. It's like this now, but in the future it might be a little more than that. A simple dance studio would be enough at 30 to 40 square meters, but the combat room needs to be larger. What is the usable area of that shop you bought? 150 square meters. Su Mingyao nodded. That's enough. The music room can be 50 square meters, the dance room 70 square meters, and the rest you can use for your workspace, which should be a bit larger. Lin Chen smiled. You can handle that. Just let me know how much you spend, and I'll pay you. Su Mingyao rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. So our daughter has become only yours. You provide the house, and I'll cover the renovation. Why would you need money for that? I'll find someone to design and do the renovations. It'll probably take about 2 months. Lin Chen handed the keys to the shop to Su Mingyao. Woo-woo. From the master bedroom, Lin Xiaoqian's cries came out. Mingyao, hurry up. Xiao Qian has something good for you. Lin Chen chuckled. Su Mingyao quickly walked into the master bedroom, where Lin Xiaoqian looked at Su Mingyao with tearful eyes. Mommy, I wet the bed. Su Mingyao. Indeed, it was something good. Xiao Qian, it's okay, Mommy will change you. After she finished changing Lin Xiaoqian and came out, Lin Chen was cooking. Su Mingyao walked into the kitchen and asked in confusion, Lin Chen, how did you figure it out? Lin Chen chuckled. Xiao Qian normally doesn't cry when she wakes up. If she cries, it basically means she wet the bed. Su Mingyao questioned. That's not right. When she was at my place, she sometimes woke up and cried, even when she hadn't wet the bed. Lin Chen thought for a moment. The environment is different. Your place is spacious, and when she wakes up, you might not be there. She doesn't feel safe. Here she knows I'll definitely be around. When she wakes up, she can just get out of bed and come to find me. Su Mingyao nodded slightly. Lin Chen, can you teach me your cooking skills? Lin Chen was surprised. You want to learn? Michem. Lin Chen shook his head. No, we don't need 2 chefs at home. 1 is enough. Besides, even if you learn for 20 years, you won't reach my level. Su Mingyao said, I never thought about reaching your level. Oh, I just hope to improve my cooking skills a bit. Lin Chen chuckled. That's still not enough. My cooking skills are passed down to sons, not daughters. You and Qianqian won't do. If you give me a son, I'll pass it on to him. Su Mingyao replied. She shot Lin Chen a glance. Mingyao, it's not that I favor sons over daughters. If you give me another daughter, that's fine too. I have other skills to pass down. Su Mingyao retorted. You keep it for yourself. Lin Chen said. You can take Xiaoqian downstairs to play. At this time, many children should be out. Maybe she can make 1 or 2 new friends. Just come back in an hour. Su Mingyao nodded. She took Lin Xiaoqian downstairs, and in their community, many families had nannies preparing meals, so there were indeed many children playing outside. Qianqian, can I play with you? Lin Xiaoqian bravely approached a few children. Soon she began playing with them. Su Mingyio's eyes sparkled with delight, while Lin Xiaoqian had become bolder as she used to be afraid of making friends. Lin Chen really knows how to take care of Qianqian. Su Mingyao thought to herself. Even when she was at home, she hadn't been as good as Lin Chen. Even if she was home, she often had to work and couldn't focus entirely on the child. Isn't Qianqian not yet 3 years old? She speaks so well, much better than my child. Someone nearby remarked to Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao nodded. Qian is 2.5. I often see Qian's father taking her out to play, and my husband could learn a thing or two from him about being attentive to the child. My husband has had more time recently. In upscale communities, there are indeed many mistresses. Even if one can't gain a title, having a valuable house is still quite nice. Those who can be mistresses often have good looks. She needed to let others know that Lin Shen was not single. 50 minutes passed. Su Mingyao took Lin Xiaoqian home. Qian, in the past, when I called you home, you often didn't want to leave your friends. Why did you come back so quickly this time? Su Mingyao asked. Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Mommy, there's Daddy at home, and he made delicious food. Su Mingyao was taken aback. The child's world is so simple. Wanting to play outside means that the outside world has a strong attraction. Returning home quietly means that the attraction at home is even greater. Soon Su Mingyao and Xiaoqian arrived home. As they opened the door, the aroma of food wafted in. Su Mingyao felt warmth surge in her heart. Although they had a nanny cooking at home after playing outside, they wouldn't have this feeling of warmth unless it was home. Qian, take Mommy to wash your hands. You must wash your hands after playing outside, Lin Chun said with a smile. Mom. Lin Xiaoqian nodded and led Su Mingyao to the bathroom. Lin Chun, what is this dish? After washing their hands, they returned to the table, and the dishes were already served. Su Mingyao inquired, curiously pointing to one dish. Lin Chun smiled and explained, this is Buddha jumps over the wall. Today, I've made several famous dishes. Buddha jumps over the wall, squirrel fish lion's head, and this one is Wensi tofu. Su Mingyao replied, I've had Buddha jumps over the wall before, but this one is different. It tastes just okay to me. Lin Xiaoqian pointed to the lion's head dish and said, Daddy, I want to eat the meatball. Mommy, meatballs are so delicious. Lin Shen served her one. Then he scooped some Buddha jumps over the wall for Su Mingyao. Mingyao, authentic Buddha jumps over the wall takes a long time to stew. I used a pressure cooker. You should try it and see how it tastes. Lin Shen smiled. He had prepared the ingredients long before, otherwise, even with a pressure cooker, he wouldn't be able to make it in an hour. Thank you, Su Mingyao said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Although Lin Shen didn't serve her food directly, but scooped it, such an action still felt somewhat intimate. Moi. Su Mingyao was stunned as the food entered her mouth. She felt her taste buds explode. It's so delicious. Buddha jumps over the wall contains a variety of ingredients, each with different flavors. To blend and enhance them requires a chef's skill. A slight mistake can lead to a huge difference. Lin Shen's culinary skills were now approaching legendary status. He understood the characteristics of every ingredient clearly, allowing him to use a pressure cooker and achieve such perfection. How is it? Lin Shun asked with a smile. Su Mingyao responded, compared to the Buddha jumps over the wall I've had before, this is completely different. The ones I've had before were just a hodgepodge, and I thought they were quite ordinary. This one is exceptionally delicious. Lin Shun laughed and said, this dish has high demands. With my previous cooking skills, I could only make it using traditional methods. Using a pressure cooker isn't traditional, but at home speed is essential. Just make do with this. Su Mingyao shook her head. If this is making do, then the food I usually eat can only be considered pig feed. After finishing the meal, Su Mingyao felt immensely satisfied. She was forcing herself to stop eating. Lin Shun, if Qian eats this well every day, she won't become chubby, will she? I hope she doesn't turn into a little chubby girl. Su Mingyao asked. Lin Shun shook his head. Don't worry, I keep track. I know how much she eats in each meal, how much carbohydrates, protein, and fat she consumes, and how much energy she expends daily. I also know how much is needed for her growth. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Shun in astonishment. You can control it so precisely. Lin Shun smiled and said, it doesn't need to be overly precise. After all, people aren't machines. Just adjust dynamically as needed. Su Mingyao nodded slightly. I'll wash the dishes. Lin Shun shook his head. You go accompany Qian. It's rare for you to come over. Why waste this time? He could also improve his cooking skills while washing dishes. But, no buts, he'll wash them quickly, and we can go out for a walk to digest. You ate a bit too much for dinner. Su Mingyio's face turned red. She indeed had eaten quite a bit. There was no help for it, it was just too delicious. She had even forced herself to put down her chopsticks, otherwise she could have eaten more. Soon Lin Shen finished washing the dishes. The Ziyuan community is not far from the Huangpu River. They walked to the riverside. The night had fallen, and the night scene was beautiful. Many people were coming and going along the riverbank. Daddy, I want a hug. Lin Xiaoqian looked up and said. At this moment, Lin Shun and Su Mingyao were holding her hands. All right, I'll hug you. Lin Shen bent down and smiled as he lifted Lin Xiaoqian up. Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Daddy, you still have one hand free. Use that hand to hold Mommy's hand. Lin Shen secretly gave Lin Xiaoqian a thumbs up. What a good daughter. Why hold Mommy's hand? She's not a child anymore. Su Mingyao said. Lin Xiaoqian pointed ahead and said, Mommy, look over there. Ahead was also a family of 3, with the father holding the daughter and holding the wife. Daddy, you should hold Mommy's hand too. I've never seen you hold Mommy's hand before. Lin Chun looked at Su Mingyao and reached out his hand. Su Mingyao hesitated for a moment before extending her hand. Outside, not hugging or kissing was justifiable, but holding hands was something Lin Xiaoqian knew was a perfectly normal behavior. There were many people holding hands on the road. Lin Xiaoqian was very clever. If she didn't hold hands, Lin Xiaoqian would certainly sense an issue between her and Lin Chun. She had psychological scars from the past and did not want Lin Xiaoqian to feel the same way. Lin Chun held Su Mingyio's delicate hand. Su Mingyio's body trembled slightly. She almost pulled her hand back immediately. The events of that year left her with significant psychological trauma. It was only because she had spent so much time with Lin Chun and developed some feelings that she managed to refrain from withdrawing her hand. Lin Chun wore a faint smile. Su Mingyio's hand was very smooth and soft, and it felt comfortable to hold. Hee. Lin Xiaoqian's face revealed a happy smile. It's fine, it's fine. After all, Lin Chun and I already have children. Holding hands is just normal social interaction. Su Mingyao was mentally reassuring herself. Indeed, handshakes were normal social etiquette, but when she usually shook hands with others, it was just a light touch of fingers. It lasted less than 3 seconds. Now Lin Chun was completely holding her hand and kept holding it. The two situations were entirely different. Lin Chun, stop holding hands. My palms are sweating and it's hot like this. After a few minutes, Su Mingyao could no longer hold back and spoke up. Lin Xiaoqian said in a childish voice, Daddy, switch hands to hold me and hold Mommy with the other hand, then it won't be hot. Mommy, am I smart? Su Mingyao. Lin Chun smiled and said, Xiaoqian, you're great. You know how to solve problems when they arise. He switched Lin Xiaoqian to the other hand. Originally holding Su Mingyio's hand with the left hand, he switched to the right. Su Mingyao. A few more minutes passed, and Su Mingyao said, Xiaoqian, get down. Daddy is getting tired holding you like this. Lin Chun, don't spoil her too much. Lin Chun laughed. Xiaoqian, walk by yourself for a bit. Look at that little friend ahead, isn't he walking by himself? After finishing their walk and returning home, Lin Xiaoqian quickly washed up and fell asleep. Su Mingyao had no intention of sleeping. Today she actually held hands with Lin Chun. Moreover, both hands were held. Qing, today I held hands with Lin Chun. Su Mingyao sent a message to Qing. Off. Qing first sent a word, then a shocked expression. Su Mingyao, it was because of Xiaoqian. We were walking along the river at night, and Xiaoqian saw other parents holding hands, so she wanted us to hold hands too. Just because of Xiaoqian. Then why didn't you hold hands before? Qing sent a smirking emoji. Su Mingyao. Forget it, I won't discuss this with you, single dog. So you're trying to show off to me. Qing rolled her eyes. Su Mingyao. I feel a bit confused. I seem to not be too opposed to it, and want to ask what your situation is. But I might have asked the wrong person. You single dog, what do you know? Qing pouted. Mingyao, it's just that you have psychological issues. If it were someone else, they would have been in bed together long ago. Lin Chun is such a great cook, plays basketball well, and has an 8-pack. If he were my boyfriend, I would have been pregnant for a month by now. Su Mingyao. She thought to herself that Lin Chun was not just good at cooking and basketball, he excelled in other areas too. Mingyao, your family can't do without Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian is so impressive. Su Mingyao, what should I do now? Qing, what can you do? That's a problem. Right now, if you tell Lin Chun to fall for you, you can't manage that. Just take it slow and let nature take its course. By the way, I have a small suggestion for you. When your parents come back, just move in with him. Su Mingyao was taken aback. Live with him. Qing, you only see each other every few days. The relationship progresses slowly, and I feel anxious watching you. Living together will quickly warm up your relationship. Living together doesn't mean you have to sleep in the same bed. Since you have Xiaoqian, you have an excuse not to sleep together. Is this convenient for you to have meals? Su Mingyao asked. Qing, please ignore my small selfishness, that's not the point. There are plenty of beautiful ladies in the Ziyuan community. Su Mingyio's heart tightened slightly. There really were many beautiful ladies in the Ziyuan community. The houses here were over 10 million each. Those who could obtain such houses were generally not lacking in looks. They had money and beauty, yet felt empty and lonely. I won't talk to you anymore. I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm going to bed early. Su Mingyao turned off her phone. Though she said she would sleep early, she had been unable to fall asleep for a long time. Lin Chun, what are you doing? Unable to sleep, Su Mingyao simply got out of bed. There was no one in the guest room. She opened the study door and saw Lin Chun. On the computer in the study, a video of someone practicing Tai Chi was playing. Lin Chun was actually practicing Tai Chi along with it. Practicing Tai Chi, huh? Su Mingyao said, I know you're practicing Tai Chi, but you're so young. What's the point of practicing Tai Chi for health? Lin Chun paused and smiled. These traditions have been passed down for a reason. I believe some of them must be quite useful. I'm trying to see if I can cultivate internal strength. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Chun speechlessly. What are you thinking? Lin Chun paused and smiled. Mingyao, your husband is a genius. Who knows when I might actually cultivate internal strength? Even if I can't cultivate it, strengthening my body will benefit you in the future. Su Mingyo's face turned red. She retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Shan asked in surprise, "What are you thinking?" "My point is that if my body becomes stronger, I can stand up to protect you and Xiaoqian from rogues or criminals." Su Mingyao shot Lin Shan a glare. "Lin Shan, today I held hands with you, but don't think too much of it. I'm doing it for Xiaoqi and Sake, afraid she might feel a gap in her heart." Lin Shan replied, "I understand." Lin Shan nodded. "You continue practicing your health Tai Chi. You'll see if you can really cultivate internal strength." Su Mingyao quickly retreated after saying this. Lin Shan continued to practice. He needed to find a way to improve his strength for self-defense. In the future, his various abilities would be revealed, and at that time some forces might take an interest in him. After Einstein died, his brain was stolen and cut into hundreds of pieces. He would not overestimate the integrity of some foreign forces. They could do anything. No updates. Practicing Tai Chi late at night. Lying in bed, Su Mingyao reopened her phone and logged into Tongxin network. Lin Shan had not updated yesterday or today. Oh. Su Mingyao discovered that someone had given Lin Shan a Silver Alliance donation for the latest article. It was the same person as before. This guy Lin Shan has such a wealthy female fan. Su Mingyao thought to herself. This time she did not donate again. If the other party donated and she just outdid them, it seemed a bit intentional and confrontational. Ding ding. Su Mingyo's phone suddenly rang. Her mother Yang Qingyue called her via video. Su Mingyao rubbed her forehead, wondering why she turned on her phone just now. "Dear brothers and sisters who like it, please give a 5-star review, thank you." After ending the video call, Su Mingyao sent a message. "Mom, I'm taking a shower and can't answer the video call. Is there something urgent?" On the other end, Yang Qingyue felt puzzled. Can't answer a video call while taking a shower. In the past, Su Mingyao had video called her while showering. There was no need to show her body, just her face would suffice. Mingyao might be with Lin Shan again, Yang Qingyue thought. They used to be tense about this, but now they welcomed it. If Su Mingyao and Lin Shan were truly together, it meant Su Mingyao had completely moved on from her past. Yang Qingyue said, "Your Aunt Liang's 50th birthday is coming up. You must attend. Have you prepared her birthday gift?" "Not yet," Su Mingyao replied. Yang Qingyue insisted, "You need to start preparing soon. You know their situation. The gift can't be subpar, but it also shouldn't be too extravagant. Think about whether Lin Shan should go or not." Su Mingyao replied, "He attended the company basketball game. If he doesn't go to this, it might not look good." Su Mingyao felt a bit of a headache. Her Aunt Liang's husband was an official with a decent rank. Choosing a gift had always been quite a headache. It was manageable for ordinary birthdays, but this time it was her Aunt Liang's 50th. "Mom, I will prepare it." Su Mingyao said, "I will discuss with Lin Shan tomorrow about whether he will go or not." Yang Qingyue replied, "Do you really need to wait until tomorrow? You could probably talk to him now if you go to the next room." Su Mingyao was speechless. The next morning, after getting up and washing up, she went outside to find Lin Shan preparing breakfast. "Lin Shan, don't you find it tiring to prepare all 3 meals every day? It's okay to take a break sometimes," Su Mingyao said as she approached the kitchen. Lin Shan smiled at Su Mingyao and replied, "Those who find this tiring probably don't have high culinary skills. Has that little lazy bug Xiaoqian not woken up yet?" Su Mingyao nodded. "Not yet. I need to discuss something with you. Next week is my Aunt Liang's 50th birthday, and Xiaoqian will definitely go, so you should go too." Lin Shan asked, "Is Aunt Liang your relative?" Su Mingyao shook her head. "Not a relative. Her husband used to be a subordinate of my grandfather. My grandfather looked after him well, and our families used to have a good relationship. After my grandfather passed away, the relationship faded a bit, but we still need to keep in touch during holidays and birthdays." Lin Shan asked, "Is her husband in a high position?" "He is the district chief over here in Magic City." Lin Shan was somewhat surprised. The district chief in Magic City held a significant position comparable to a top leader in smaller cities. "When is a good time for me to go?" Lin Shan inquired. Su Mingyao replied, "Next Wednesday. You publicly participated in the company basketball game, and given the relationship between our families, you really should attend my Aunt Liang's significant birthday." Lin Shan nodded slightly. "I have no problem. I am good at enjoying free food and drinks." In Huagua, he knew that to grow a business, one must have connections in the officialdom. The world of adults is not a fairy tale. Relationships need to be maintained. "Lin Shan, there's one more thing." Su Mingyao hesitated as she looked at Lin Shan. "What is it?" Su Mingyao asked, "Could you paint a picture for me? I've been thinking about what kind of gift would be appropriate. I will give you a painting, even if it gets exposed in the future, no one can accuse it of being a bribe." Lin Shan chuckled. Of course, gifting a painting from one's own husband can't be considered bribery. "I can paint for you, but I won't charge you. You need to think about how you will thank me later. Will it be a kiss, a hug, or something else?" Su Mingyao was speechless. "What about giving you $1 million? Isn't that appealing?" Lin Shan shook his head. "Not appealing, it has a smell of copper." Su Mingyao joked, "Then I can let my daughter kiss you." Lin Shan looked at Su Mingyao and replied, "Don't even mention a kiss. It wouldn't work for you to have your daughter sleep with me. No tricks will work." Su Mingyao said, I could cook a meal for you. Lin Shen replied in a bad mood. The last time you cooked, I barely finished it after processing. You as a big CEO can't do this. Was it really that bad? Su Mingyao wondered. Then I owe you a hug. I will repay you within 3 years. Lin Shen said with a smile. Mingyao, it seems you are quite confident that we will be together within 3 years. But 3 years is too long. 3 months is more reasonable. 3 months is too short. Su Mingyao countered. 1 year. Lin Shen shook his head. That's too long of a wait to accept. 6 months. At the very least 6 months. Su Mingyao glared at Lin Shen. Lin Shen chuckled. 6 months it is. I will take a bit of loss on this, but you need to make it up to me in other ways. The hug cannot be less than a minute. Su Mingyao's face flushed slightly. A brief hug and a hug lasting over a minute are quite different. But after 6 months their relationship should have progressed significantly. Oh, by then a hug should be acceptable, right? It's definitely better than needing to hug within 3 months. All right. Okay then. I will go wake up Xiaoqian. Su Mingyao said, blushing, and hurried away. Lin Shen smiled slightly. Teasing Su Mingyao was quite interesting. She looked very enticing when her face turned red. It seems Mingyio's affection for me has increased significantly. Otherwise she wouldn't have agreed to a hug in 6 months. Lin Shen thought to himself. Su Mingyao agreeing to this showed a positive outlook for their relationship. If it weren't for Su Mingyio's illness, perhaps they could be together soon. Su Mingyao suffered from a psychological illness, a mental issue that she found difficult to control. Lin Shen understood medicine well and knew that psychological illnesses are hard to treat. He could only help her gradually overcome her psychological shadows. Darn it, making me owe such a debt. If 1 million is not enough, I can give you 5 million instead. Su Mingyao covered her face, feeling her cheeks burn. Xiaoqian, wake up. Today we are going to the amusement park. After calming down for a bit, Su Mingyao woke Lin Xiaoqian. After breakfast they quickly set off. We are heading to the amusement park. Lin Xiaoqian shouted excitedly. Dad, I want to go to the big amusement park. I want to ride a horse. Su Mingyao asked, puzzled. Is there a horse at the amusement park? Lin Shen laughed and said, Xiaoqian means the merry-go-round. 20 minutes passed. Ding ding. Lin Shen's phone rang. It was a video call from his mother. Lin Shen, your mom is calling. Su Mingyao glanced at Lin Shen's phone and felt a bit nervous. Lin Shen's parents had visited Magic City and met Lin Xiaoqian, but they had never met her. She had never been on video with them. Lin Xiaoqian said, Mommy, Daddy is driving. Please answer the video. I want to talk to Grandma. Oh, I miss her. You connect the call for Xiaoqian, Lin Shen said. Su Mingyao glanced at Lin Xiaoqian. Sometimes her little cotton-padded jacket let out some wind, but since Lin Shen had visited her parents in America, she couldn't refuse to answer the video call. Picking up the phone, Su Mingyao answered the video call, but she didn't immediately hand the phone to Lin Xiaoqian. Hello, Auntie. Lin Shen is driving, and we are taking Xiaoqian to the amusement park. Su Mingyao greeted the camera. Mingyao, you. Hello. Lin Shen's mother Chen Mei hurriedly spoke. Although she had never seen Su Mingyio's photo, she still knew her name. It must be Su Mingyao going to the amusement park with Lin Shen and Lin Xiaoqian. Auntie Qianqian wants to talk to you. Su Mingyao said with a smile. She handed the phone to Lin Xiaoqian, who was sitting in the safety seat. Grandma. Lin Xiaoqian sweetly called out while holding the phone. Oh. Chen Mei responded happily. Lin Xiaoqian asked curiously, Grandma, why does my mom call you Annie? Isn't she supposed to call you Mom? Su Mingyao felt helpless. Although Lin Xiaoqian was young, she was clever. Chen Mei explained well. Qianqian, you're still small. There are some things you don't understand. Just eat well, grow quickly, and when you grow up you'll understand. Lin Xiaoqian tilted her head. Grandma, is that how it is? Chen Mei nodded yes. When you were younger, didn't you not understand anything? Now that you're a bit older, you understand more things, right? Mom? Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Grandma, what about Grandpa? Chen Mei smiled and said, Grandpa is building a house. Once the house is done, you can come over to play. Lin Shen asked, Mom, did you video call for a reason? No. I just wanted to see Qianqian. You focus on driving, I'll just chat with Qianqian. After a few minutes, Chen Mei ended the video call. Su Mingyao let out a sigh of relief. Mom, when Grandma's house is done, let's go play together. Su Mingyao replied, that will still take a while. Let's talk about it then. For now, let's have a great time at the amusement park. Mom, Dad, how much longer until we arrive? Lin Shen smiled and said, soon, don't rush. Lin Shen's hometown. Chen Mei excitedly found Lin Hai and said, honey, I just video called our son to chat with Qianqian. Guess who I saw? Did you see Qianqian's mom? Lin Hai exclaimed in surprise. Chen Mei nodded, yes, I saw Mingyao. She is so beautiful, even prettier than those stars on TV. They are driving to the amusement park together. Lin Hai's eyes lit up. Chen Mei said Mingyao is going for Qianqian, but her relationship with our son might also be improving. Perhaps they really can end up together in the future. Lin Hai nodded, that would be best. But we should just hope quietly and not say it out loud. The Su family is too wealthy, we wouldn't want her to think we are after their money. Chen Mei nodded, I understand. Mingyao just talked to me, but she called me Annie. Lin Hai chuckled, if she doesn't call you Annie, does she call you Mom? Don't dream too much about this. Chun Mei longed it would be great if our son could be with Ming Yao. That would be best for Qian. Giddy up, giddy up. Little horse, run quickly. Lin Xiaoqian joyfully exclaimed. They were on the carousel with Lin Xiaoqian riding a small horse while she and Su Mingyao sat on a larger wooden horse, one on each side. Dad, take a picture of me and Mom. Okay. Lin Chen took out his phone. Su Mingyao's face turned slightly red, looking a bit shy. Lin Chen gently tapped the screen. The photo was taken. Lin Xiaoqian smiled happily, her eyes crescent-shaped, while Su Mingyao's bashful demeanor was very charming, making Lin Chen feel an urge to kiss her cheek. This was the first photo of Su Mingyao on Lin Chen's phone. Mom and Dad, I'm so happy. I love you both so much. Lin Xiaoqian sweetly said. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Xiaoqian. She had also brought Lin Xiaoqian to the amusement park before, but she had never been this happy. Sometimes seeing other families happy, she would feel sad and wonder why she didn't have a father. This had happened a few times, and Su Mingyao couldn't bear to see her sad, which was why she made up her mind to bring her to find Lin Chun. The decision I made before was quite correct, Su Mingyao thought to herself. Putting everything else aside, at least Qian is very happy now. Lin Chen looked at Su Mingyao, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. For someone like her with psychological shadows, letting her ride the carousel was quite good. The innocence of children and their joyful laughter could help diminish her inner shadows. Let's go play bumper cars. Dad, you drive one car, and Mom and I will share another. After riding the carousel, Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Sure. Lin Chen replied cheerfully. Before long, they were on the bumper cars. Xiaoqian, be careful, I'm coming to bump you. Lin Chen's bumper car crashed into them. Ouch. Mom quickly bumped Dad. Dad is the big bad guy now. Oh, let's defeat the big bad guy together. Lin Xiaoqian laughed heartily. In the morning, they played many rides. They had lunch inside, and in the afternoon, Lin Xiaoqian didn't seem to need a nap. The amusement park had water rides, and Lin Chun took Lin Xiaoqian to play, while Su Mingyao didn't go in the water. Qian, this is how you swim. Lin Chen taught Lin Xiaoqian how to swim. As the weather got hotter, swimming could be arranged more often. 5 minutes passed. Post-you taught Lin Xiaoqian to swim, gaining swimming skills, reaching master level in 10 hours and grandmaster level in 20 hours. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. He was not surprised at all. Teaching Lin Xiaoqian to swim and gaining swimming skills was normal. Gaining grass on flying from running on the grass was the system's explosion. On the shore, Su Mingyao watched Lin Chun and Lin Xiaoqian. Her face turned slightly red. Lin Chen's physique was impressive. His 8-pack abs were well-defined, looking slim while being surprisingly strong. During the basketball game, Su Mingyao had only glanced at Lin Chun when he lifted his shirt to wipe sweat. Now, she could see very clearly. Nearby, some women were also watching intently. There are indeed quite a few lustful women, Su Mingyao thought to herself. Some women were sneaking glances while others boldly stared at Lin Chun. Men are lustful, but many women are even more so. Conversations among men can often be shared with outsiders, but if the chats among close girlfriends were exposed, it would probably lead to social death for each one. Time passed by the second. Lin Xiaoqian had been playing for over half an hour. Lin Chen didn't dare let her play longer, fearing she would catch a cold. Gaining swimming skills wasn't urgent. There would definitely be plenty of opportunities to take Lin Xiaoqian swimming in the future. Achoo! After changing her clothes, Lin Xiaoqian sneezed. Su Mingyao said, Lin Chen, I have a bad feeling. Lin Chen replied. Shortly after getting into the car, Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep, her breathing becoming heavy and her nostrils slightly congested. Mingyao, you have a mouth of a crow. Lin Chen said helplessly. It was clear that Lin Xiaoqian had caught a cold. It was still in the early stages, but could very likely worsen. Su Mingyao said quietly, if I don't say anything, does that mean nothing will happen? Qian's constitution isn't very good, she easily catches colds. Lin Chen, I have a question. I haven't seen how you practice. How did you get your physique? Lin Chen looked at Su Mingyao. Are you lusting after my body? Su Mingyao replied. Su Mingyao said irritably. Don't be so self-absorbed. I want to know how you practice. I want to train too. Lin Chen replied cheerfully. You'll know how I train when you come to live with me in the future. Humph. Su Mingyao let out a small snort. You only think about nice things. Lin Chen suggested, Mingyao, when your parents come back, I think you should consider moving in here. When you have a lot of time off or are not working, are you just going to stay at home coming over to see Xiao Qian only every few days? Or are you going to run over here every day after work? Su Mingyao pondered. In the past, she had to go to work and couldn't help it. It would be unreasonable not to come over to accompany her daughter when she had the time. Besides, she really enjoyed the moments spent with Lin Xiaoqian. Let's talk about it later. After a while, Su Mingyao said softly. If she moved in, it would mean cohabitation. Even if they lived in different rooms, others would see it as living together. When feelings reach a certain level, it becomes easier to discuss. If not, they would have to think of other ways. For instance, buying a house in the same community. This method is not feasible for ordinary people as they don't have that kind of money, but for Su Mingyao, it's just a matter of willingness. That amount of money is insignificant to her. Fine, we'll talk about it later. Lin Chen smiled. Su Mingio's words indicated that there is a high possibility. If the possibility were very low, she would have outright refused. I'm going to take a nap for a bit. After saying that, Su Mingyao closed her eyes. She didn't want to discuss this topic with Lin Chen any further. Lin Chen turned to look at Su Mingyao. Su Mingio's ears were noticeably redder than usual. You're surprisingly shy, Lin Chen thought to himself. After about 20 minutes, Lin Chen returned to the community, and the still awake Su Mingyao opened her eyes. She looked at Lin Xiaoqian with some concern. She noticed that Lin Xiaoqian's nose was more congested than before, and on the way over, Lin Xiaoqian had also coughed a few times. It seemed inevitable that she would catch a cold. Don't worry, dear, I'm here for you, Lin Chen said with a smile. I'll study medicine more in the future, and treating Xiaoqian's minor illnesses will definitely be a piece of cake. Su Mingyao glanced at Lin Chen. He called her dear. Calling her that in public was a deliberate display of their relationship, but was it a bit excessive to do so privately? Is there a problem with that, dear? Lin Chen pretended to be confused. Su Mingyao rolled her eyes at him, saying, You used to call me Su Mingyao, then you started calling me Mingyao, and now you're calling me dear directly. Relax, it's just a term of endearment. Lin Chen chuckled. Su Mingyao, just don't wake up Xiaoqian. Lin Chen opened the back door of the car and slowly lifted Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian opened her eyes groggily, saw Lin Chen holding her, and closed her eyes to continue sleeping. Back home, Su Mingyao said, Lin Chen, I'm going to the company. There are still many things to handle there. Please think about the gift situation. Xiaoqian, you need to be extra careful. Lin Chen smiled and said, Don't worry about Xiaoqian. Children don't have strong immune systems, so catching a cold is quite normal. Kids who never catch a cold aren't necessarily healthy either. Catching a cold occasionally can actually strengthen their immune system. Su Mingyao nodded. I feel much more at ease with you taking care of Xiaoqian. When we had a nanny, I often felt anxious all day at work when Xiaoqian caught a cold. I'm leaving now, Su Mingyao said as she departed. Lin Chen began to ponder what to give as a gift. The pine and crane longevity painting he had given to Su Mingio's parents was quite suitable as a birthday gift, but he had already given it so naturally he couldn't paint that again. How about painting a double longevity painting? Lin Chen thought for a while. Lin Xiaoqian usually naps for about 2 hours, so there was time, and Lin Chen quickly pulled out various materials to start painting. In less than an hour, Lin Chen finished his work. He painted a ribbon bird and peony flowers. The ribbon bird was very beautiful and had the longest lifespan among small birds. Peony flowers are the national flower, the king of flowers, a flower of prosperity. Such a painting would pose no problem as a gift for someone turning 50. It feels like something is missing, Lin Chen mumbled as he looked at the painting. Soon he realized what was lacking. Words. I have a wide range of calligraphy skills, and using a less prominent style won't be a problem. Lin Chen thought to himself. Lin Yes' identity was very popular online now, and it wasn't the right time to expose that identity yet. For now, he should quietly become stronger. Quickly, Lin Chen added a few characters to the painting. The characters were markedly different in style, plain and unassuming, not drawing attention, yet not ruining the painting either. It's quite normal for many painters to have subpar calligraphy. Let Mingyao handle the framing herself, Lin Chen thought. Lin Chen took a photo and sent it to Su Mingyao. Mingyao, the painting is done. If you have time, come over and get it framed yourself. Lin Chen sent a message to Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao had just arrived at the company as she hadn't started working yet, and quickly opened the photo after receiving the message. Su Mingyao stared at the photo in a daze. Just looking at the photo, she felt the painting was truly beautiful. If she saw the actual piece, the impact would surely be even greater. A painting like this was completed in less than an hour. Lin Chen's skill is truly exceptional, Su Mingyao thought. Thank you. They'll come by tomorrow or the day after to pick it up. Su Mingyao replied to Lin Chen's message. Xiaoqian, mommy, you should thank your husband. Su Mingyao. Has Xiaoqian woken up? No, I'm speaking on her behalf. Su Mingyao sent an exasperated emoji. I won't talk to you anymore, I'm heading to work. Cough, cough. Lin Xiaoqian woke herself up with her coughing. Lin Chen quickly walked into the bedroom. Lin Xiaoqian was already sitting up looking adorably confused. Daddy, can you check? I think a bug went up my nose. A bug went up your nose. Lin Chen felt a bit nervous. Lin Xiaoqian rubbed her nose and said, my nose is blocked. Lin Chen chuckled. It's not a bug, Xiaoqian, you have a cold and your nose is congested. Daddy will give you some medicine and you'll be better in a couple of days. His medical skills had reached the level of an experienced traditional Chinese doctor. Plus his ability to treat colds was more than adequate. Daddy, where's mommy? Dressed and out, Lin Xiaoqian asked in confusion. Mommy went to work. Mommy brought you back, but you were still sleeping, so she went to the company. Play by yourself for a while. Daddy will prepare some medicine for you. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian. MHM. Lin Xiaoqian nodded obediently. Lin Chen quickly got busy. He had various herbs at home. Last time Lin Xiaoqian caught a cold, he had the medicine delivered, but some of the herbs weren't very effective. Later he went to the pharmacy and bought quite a few. With his traditional Chinese medicine skills, he could tell that the herbs he bought were much better than before. Last time I just made a medicinal bath, this time I'll add some for her to drink. Lin Chen thought. Last time his skills weren't sufficient, so he didn't dare to make medicine for Lin Xiaoqian to drink. Now with his level, it was no problem. Half an hour later the medicine was ready. Daddy, can I not drink it? This medicine is not good to drink, Lin Xiaoqian said, making a pained expression. Lin Chen, Xiaoqian, have you ever taken this kind of medicine? Lin Xiaoqian nodded. This is bitter medicine. I don't want to take bitter medicine. Lin Chen squatted down to comfort her. Dad knows this medicine is a bit bitter. When we are sick, many little viruses and bacteria enter our bodies. They are as annoying as little bugs. At this time, there will also be many cells in our bodies fighting, and the medicine can make them stronger. Xiaoqian, do you want to help them? Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Lin Chen kissed her and said, Dad knows you are the bravest. After taking the medicine, Dad will take you to draw. We will draw little cells defeating those viruses and bacteria, okay? MHM. Lin Xiaoqian drank it with a bitter little face. Xiaoqian, you are amazing. Mom takes bitter medicine and doesn't do it as quickly as you. I will reward you with a candy. Lin Chen praised her. He gave Lin Xiaoqian a piece of rock candy. With a sweet taste in her mouth, Lin Xiaoqian smiled and asked, Dad, did I help the little cells? Of course. Come on, let's go draw. In the evening, Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep. Ding ding. Lin Chen had just finished updating a fairy tale, and his mother called with a video, which he quickly answered. Son, is Qian Qian asleep? What is the situation between you and Meng Yao now? Chen Mei inquired. Lin Chen replied, I guess we are friends now. What? Lin Hai leaned over and asked, Your mom wants to know if you and Su Meng Yao have made any progress. Is there any hope for the future? Lin Chen replied, Meng Yao has a psychological condition. It can only be dealt with slowly. There won't be anything in the short term, but there should be hope in the future. Mom and Dad, don't worry about me here, just build the house. Don't let it be that when the wedding takes place, there isn't a house. Don't skimp on the house. I know you are used to being frugal, but you have to spend what needs to be spent. Don't think of saving here and there. Chen Mei said, Your dad really tries to save money. Lin Chen shook his head. Dad, you get what you pay for. There's something I haven't told you. I've bought this house. It cost about 12 million in total. I bought it outright with my own earnings. You don't need to save that little bit of money. Chen Mei and Lin Hai looked stunned. Son, writing fairy tales, is that profitable? Lin Chen laughed. Mom, your son is a genius. I'm telling you this to let you know I don't lack money, so you don't need to save that bit for me. And don't force yourself to eat bitter things. Taking care of yourselves is the greatest support for me. Lin Hai nodded. Lin Chen earned money so quickly that saving a little made no sense. After chatting for a while, Lin Chen hung up the video. Let's transfer some money to Dad. Lin Chen murmured to himself. He didn't have to worry about shop renovations, and he still had 2 million in his account. Money is a person's confidence. With money, Lin Hai and the others would feel much more secure. Logging into online banking, Lin Chen transferred 1 million to his dad. For ordinary people, this is a lot, but for him, earning 1 million might only take 3 or 4 days. Ding! Lin Hai received a bank text alert. Huh. He was stunned when he saw the message. Honey, our son transferred another 1 million to me. Chen Mei looked at the message and called Lin Chen again via video. Son, why did you transfer money again? Our money is enough to spend. Lin Chen smiled. Only when Dad has money will he spend it. Don't be stingy. In the future, Meng Yao and her parents might come to our house. You wouldn't want to lose face in front of the in-laws, right? Chen Mei nodded. Lin Chen's reasoning was sound and had to be accepted. After hanging up the video, Lin Chen opened a Tai Chi video. This thing still needs to be practiced. He is still stumbling while practicing along with the video. 2 days passed. Lin Xiaoqian was recovering quite well. Over these 2 days, Lin Chen brewed medicine for her and gave her medicinal baths, and the effects were quite remarkable. His own medical skills had also improved significantly. Originally, he surpassed most traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, but among them his skills were not particularly outstanding. Now Lin Chen's medical skills surpassed those of 99 of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. With such medical skills, he was already seen as a miracle doctor in the eyes of ordinary people. Mom! Aunt Qingqing! Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully. Su Meng Yao and Xinqing came over together. As soon as they entered the house, they smelled a fragrant aroma, and Xinqing's eyes lit up. Xinqing, wipe your drool. Su Meng Yao said. Xinqing wiped her mouth, but there was no drool. She looked at Su Meng Yao with a hint of grievance. Meng Yao, you have a good husband. The well-fed don't know the hunger of the starving. Is it easy for me to come over for a meal? Qian, do you think it's easy for Aunt Qingqing? Lin Xiaoqian thought for a moment. Aunt Qingqing, you should find a husband, then you'll have good food. Su Meng Yao chuckled. Qian, you are calling her a single dog. Thank you. Xinqing said with annoyance, lifting Lin Xiaoqian. Qian, not everyone's cooking is as delicious as your dad's. You little one are the happiest eating good food every day. Lin Shen came out of the kitchen. Meng Yao, come in. What are you three doing crammed in the doorway? Xing Lin Chen, I've spoken highly of you a lot. It's not a problem to come over for a meal, right? No problem. He'll have a banquet with Meng Yao in the future. You can sit in the matchmaker's position. Lin Shen chuckled. Xing was quite a good assistant. Meng Yao's face turned red. Who wants to have a banquet with you? Lin Xiaoqian asked curiously, Dad, what is a banquet? Lin Shen smiled and said, a banquet is a feast, a big meal. Do you want Dad and Mom to hold a banquet? Lin Xiaoqian nodded repeatedly. Dad, when will it be, eh? Lin Shen glanced at Meng Yao. Xiaoqian, that depends on what your mom thinks. A dad can do it any time. Mom, when will it be? Lin Xiaoqian looked at Meng Yao, her voice soft. Meng Yao. She said irritably, don't listen to your dad's nonsense. You eat very well every day. Oh, what more do you want to eat? Quick, go wash your hands and get ready to eat. Xing patted her stomach lightly, sighing. Meng Yao, I feel a bit full even without eating. Lin Xiaoqian, Aunt Xing, you can't eat then. If you eat too much, your stomach will get upset. Meng Yao, Qian is right, I don't eat anymore. Xing. She felt a little sad. The first bite of the dish left Xing stunned. Lin Shen, is it just my illusion, or has your cooking skill improved significantly compared to before? Xing looked at Lin Shen puzzled. Lin Shen smiled, indeed there is a slight improvement. You're quite remarkable. You can tell even with just a small enhancement in my cooking. Xing shook her head. No, this isn't just a slight improvement, it's quite obvious. I'm not very interested in clothes or bags, but I do have a keen interest in food. It had been a while since she last came back, and Lin Shen's cooking had indeed seen a notable improvement. Meng Yao visited frequently with shorter intervals, so she hadn't noticed it as much, but for Xing the difference was quite apparent. I thought your cooking had reached its peak and couldn't improve any further, yet you've managed to enhance it so clearly. Xing exclaimed in amazement. Lin Shen couldn't help but mumble to himself, how far could he have come? His culinary skills weren't legendary yet, but they were close. It was probably just a matter of days. Aunt Xing, Dad is the best. Lin Xiaoqian giggled sweetly. Xing nodded. Xiaoqian, your dad's cooking should be unrivaled. Meng Yao, have you considered investing in Lin Shen to create a top-tier private chef? Only accepting reservations of that sort. And every dish should cost at least 10,000 yuan. The prestige would be maximal. Only the big shots can dine there, and you guys will definitely have powerful connections then. Lin Shen felt a spark of inspiration. He wouldn't open a regular restaurant, but once his cooking skills improved further, establishing a top-tier private chef wasn't out of the question. Connections were indeed very useful. Writing fairy tales could earn him a fair amount, but the powerful connections it could provide were limited. Ultimately, connections stem from demand. If others have a demand for him, his value increases in their eyes. Fairy tales have a wide reach, but how much can one book really be worth? There isn't a significant demand for this. This exposure might cause some to regard him with a bit more respect. But that's about it. Culinary skills are different. His cooking might not have dominance yet, but once he reaches legendary status, the world's top chefs will merely be his juniors. Most foodies are wealthy individuals. Once his culinary skills reach that level, he would undoubtedly have no shortage of customers. It would be the customers who would have to seek him out for reservations. When others seek him out, connections will naturally follow. Moreover, in such a network of connections, he would be in a dominant position. Lin Shen, do you have this thought? Meng Yao looked at Lin Shen and asked. Lin Shen smiled. Let's talk about it later. When my culinary skills are stronger, I'll aim for a higher prestige. Only 1 or 2 tables of reservations each week. Ingredients are to be prepared by the guests, and the cost per table should not be less than 1 million. Xing's mouth dropped open. She thought the 10,000 per dish was already exaggerated. Lin Shen, on the other hand, said a minimum of 1 million per table, and the guests had to prepare the ingredients themselves. Lin Shen, your standards are too high. People with assets under 100 million simply can't afford it. Xing said, feeling immediately excluded by the price. Lin Shen smiled. With only 1 or 2 meals each week, I don't need that many customers. I'm doing this to build connections, not to host a large number of diners. Meng Yao said. Lin Shen, with the ingredients, over 1 million for a meal is a bit excessive, isn't it? Even though the Su family was wealthy, she still found it quite expensive. Lin Shen replied, once my culinary skills are at a higher level, I believe there will be people eager to make reservations even at this price. Let's talk about it later. There's no rush now. Meng Yao nodded. Xing asked Lin Shen, can your cooking still improve? It should be possible. Lin Shen smiled. There are still legendary and mythical levels above. After finishing a meal, Xing clutched her stomach. She felt she needed to lean against the wall to walk out. Aunt Xing, does your stomach hurt? Lin Xiaoqian looked at Xing with concern. Xing's face flushed slightly. Xiaoqian, Aunt Xing's stomach doesn't hurt. I just overate. Meng Yao, you two go enjoy some time together. I'll stay at home with Xiaoqian. Lin Shen, don't move. I'll wash the dishes. Lin Shen chuckled. Can you really wash the dishes like that? Xing, let me take a breather before I wash them. You two hurry up and go out. All right then. Lin Shun and Su Mingyao went out. Lin Xiaoqian didn't insist on following Lin Shun. Xinqing had taken her out many times before, and after not seeing Xinqing for several days, she missed her a bit. Lin Shun and Su Mingyao arrived by the riverside. Lin Shun, were you serious about getting a private chef in the future? Su Mingyao asked. Lin Shun nodded. I do have some thoughts. In a few days there's a birthday banquet to attend apart from your family. It's also to maintain this connection, right? Maintaining it puts one at a disadvantage. If I can manage it well, I could be in a dominant position. Su Mingyao nodded slightly. When my grandfather was around, our family didn't have much to worry about, but now we indeed lack connections. Some forces are eyeing my family's company. Lin Shun wasn't surprised at all. The Su family had over 3 billion in assets, which was quite a big piece of meat. As relationships fade, the goodwill left by Su Mingyao's grandfather would diminish little by little. Goodwill inevitably runs out. Mingyao, don't worry too much. Even if you run out of money, I can support you, no problem. Lin Shun chuckled. Who needs you to support me? Su Mingyao huffed. Lin Shun reached out, and Su Mingyao's hand was instantly caught by him. She instinctively tried to pull her hand back. Lin Shun held on, without letting go. Mingyao, last time we went out for a walk, didn't we hold hands too? Last time Xiaoqian was with us. I'm afraid Xiaoqian would feel sad. Su Mingyao glared at Lin Shun, somewhat annoyed. Lin Shun smiled. We held hands last time, holding them again this time wouldn't be a problem. Don't be stingy, holding hands won't cost you anything. Su Mingyao, you're such a rogue. Lin Shun, I'm just being proactive when it's time to act. Xinqing created this opportunity for us. If we don't even hold hands, wouldn't that waste her good intentions? In a couple of days, we'll also be attending a birthday banquet. There might be some intimate interactions then. You should get used to it in advance. Su Mingyao said irritably. Lin Shun, you used to be quite honest. Why are you not as honest now? Lin Shun, you're the patient. You're not taking the initiative. I need to help you, the patient, to be a bit more proactive. Let's go. If others are watching us. Su Mingyao could only let Lin Shun lead her forward. She didn't actually mind it too much. 10 minutes passed. Mingyao. A surprised voice rang out. 2 girls were walking towards them, looking astonished at Lin Shun and Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao retracted her hand and said, Lili Lu Siki, long time no see. Do you live around here? Another girl shook her head and replied, No, we just came here to stroll around. Mingyao, this handsome guy is, Su Mingyao interrupted, he is my husband Lin Shun. Lin Shun, they are my high school classmates from the same dormitory. Hello. Lin Shun smiled. Li Li and Lu Siki said in unison, Hello Lin Ge. Mingyao, when did you get married? You really kept it a secret, we had no idea. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Shun and said, Lin Shun, why don't you wait for me in front? I want to chat with Li Li and the others for a while. All right. Lin Shun nodded with a smile. Once he was 100 meters away, Su Mingyao said, Lin Shun and I just registered our marriage. We haven't held a ceremony yet. Please keep it a secret, okay? Li Li and the others nodded. After chatting for 6 or 7 minutes, Li Li smiled and said, Mingyao, we won't disturb your romantic time with your husband any longer. You two continue to be romantic. Goodbye. Li Li and the others left. Su Mingyao walked over to Lin Shun and said with a hint of irritation, You wanted to hold hands. What if they saw? Lin Shun laughed and said, Mingyao, what are you afraid of? We are legal. We are not having an affair. Su Mingyao responded with a silent stare. I asked them to keep it a secret, but it's strange if they can keep it for long. Lin Shun said, If you are afraid they will spill the beans, then why did you say, I am your husband? You could have just said, I am your boyfriend. Su Mingyao was taken aback. She had registered her marriage with Lin Shun, but hadn't thought of this point. Lin Shun smiled and said, Mingyao, the books say that women in love have lower intelligence. You are a big CEO. Your normal intelligence should be quite high, right? Could it be? Su Mingyao's face turned red. She quickly denied, Don't talk nonsense. Who is in love with you? I don't want to walk anymore. Let's take a taxi home. Lin Shun nodded. Yes. Home is a good word to use. He'll give you a thumbs up. Su Mingyao shot Lin Shun a glare and replied, Home is your place. When they returned home, Xinqing exclaimed, Mingyao, come quickly and look. This painting was actually done by Qianqian. She is just over 2 years old, and I feel I can't compete with her. Mingyao, I think we need to find Qianqian a painting teacher. She definitely has a talent for painting. The future Da Vinci is her. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head and said, Aunt Qingqing, I don't want to find a painting teacher. My dad is the best. Su Mingyao looked at the painting Lin Xiaoqian had done. It was indeed very well done, unlike what a 2-year-old would paint. Qianqian, keep painting. Mingyao, Lin Shun, come over here for a moment. Lin Shun and Su Mingyao followed Xinqing to the study. Lin Shun. Qianqian said you paint well, but you are not a professional. Teaching Qianqian might waste her talent. Mingyao might be too shy to tell you, but for Qianqian's future, I have to speak up. Xinqing said seriously. She was unaware of Lin Shun's painting abilities. Su Mingyao replied, Xinqing, Lin Shun is very skilled at painting. Xinqing frowned slightly and said, If Qianqian's talent was average, a casual learning would suffice, but her talent is truly exceptional. I've never seen anyone with better painting talent. No. You have seen it before. Su Mingyao said in a soft tone. My painting talent is very poor. Qian inherited Lin Chen's talent. My. Qing was taken aback. Su Mingyao continued. I consulted teacher Zhao Yinming. He is a renowned master in painting here in Modu, and he offered 80,000 to buy a painting from Lin Shun. Lin Shun did not sell it. Qing's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Lin Shun is already outstanding with his culinary skills and basketball prowess. Is he also this talented in painting? Mingyao, here is the painting you wanted. Lin Shun took out a painting tube from the cabinet. Can I take a look? Qing's eyes lit up. Lin Shun nodded, saying, just don't tell anyone. I don't want to gain fame and affect my time with little Qian yet. Su Mingyao unrolled the painting. As the painting unfolded, her eyes revealed a look of astonishment. The actual piece was indeed much more beautiful than the photo on her phone. Chinese painting is different from Western abstract art. Ordinary people might not appreciate abstract art at all, but even an average person can appreciate the beauty of Chinese painting. You two really kept this secret well. Qing said lightly. I was worried Qian would be hindered, but it turns out Qian became remarkable because of Lin Shun. It's not that I wanted to hide it from you, but it's Lin Shun who wouldn't allow it. I haven't known for long either. Let me admire it carefully again. Qing focused on the painting. Lin Shun said, you take your time to admire it. I will go make some medicine for little Qian. She still needs to take medicine and have a medicinal bath tonight. Lin Shun walked out while Qing closed the study door. Mingyao, you need to secure Lin Shun quickly. With such great culinary skills, good at basketball, and so talented at painting, he is definitely a rare good man. You will definitely regret it if you miss out on him. Qing whispered. Su Mingyao replied, I'm not bad either. Qing urged, you two are a great match. If you are together, little Qian will have a complete family. How wonderful is that? It's just that Lin Shun is low-key. If he were to be more high-profile, would you be worried someone might compete with you? Even though you are married, there are so many divorces these days. Su Mingyao looked at Qing. You are more anxious than I am. I'm not trying to mooch off meals. I want the best for you and for Qian. Oh, Su Mingyao had a knowing expression. Qing said, you are really like the emperor who isn't anxious but makes the empress anxious. Go on. Su Mingyao giggled. Qing continued, the emperor isn't anxious, but the empress is dying of worry. Su Mingyao quietly said, actually I know Lin Shun is very good. I am just afraid of intimate contact. If he can't wait for me and ends up with someone else, I wouldn't know what to do. Qing, my health should be improving gradually. Just now he held my hand. Although I subconsciously wanted to pull it back, I didn't. Qing's eyes lit up. At least there is progress. This is different from when Qian was around, and you both were deliberately showing affection. You should sleep here tonight. He'll head out now. Su Mingyao quickly said, he'll walk with you. I still need to find someone to frame this painting properly. Soon Su Mingyao and the others said goodbye to Lin Shaoqian. Daddy, I don't want a painting teacher. I just want Daddy. Lin Shaoqian ran to the kitchen and hugged Lin Chen's leg. Lin Chen crouched down. He kissed Lin Shaoqian and smiled. Little Qian, we won't look for any other painting teachers, okay? Aunt Qing doesn't know that Daddy is very good at painting. She just wants to find a good teacher for you because she cares about you. Lin Shaoqian patted her chest and said, you scared me to death, baby. Lin Chen chuckled. Little Qian, where did you learn that? From Aunt Qing. Daddy, Aunt Qing is wrong, she is not a baby. Lin Shaoqian said in a childish voice. Lin Shun rubbed Lin Xiaoqian's little nose and said, what she said is incorrect. You are the baby, right? Lin Shaoqian nodded earnestly. Lin Chen smiled and asked, is the baby being good? Daddy, I am good. I am the best. Lin Chen replied, then Shaoqian, you must drink your medicine obediently. Shaoqian's smile froze. Daddy, sometimes I am a good baby, and sometimes I am not. Lin Chen chuckled. So right now you are not a good baby. Exactly. Lin Chen said, Shaoqian, drink this last dose. Then take a bath, and tomorrow your illness will be cured. We can go play with Nuan and Chi then. Chi is a new friend of Lin Shaoqian's whom she met while playing with Su Mingyao downstairs. Lin Shaoqian hesitated. She also wanted to go out and play with her friends. Daddy, I want to eat 2 candies. Lin Shaoqian counted on her fingers. All right. Lin Chen kissed Lin Shaoqian affectionately. At around 10:30 in the evening, Su Mingyao closed her computer. She had brought some work home and had just finished. She had to attend a birthday party the day after tomorrow, so she needed to hurry and complete the work she could finish in advance. So can you frame your painting better? I can do it at a lower cost, even at cost price, no problem. Su Mingyao saw a message. The message was from the framing master she had contacted. Su Mingyao had standards for framing craftsmanship, but she asked the other party to use very ordinary framing materials. Master pay, it's not that I'm short on money. This is a gift for someone else. Expensive materials are not suitable. Su Mingyao replied to the other party. The other party was still awake and quickly replied, Su, compared to your painting, even the most expensive framing won't significantly increase its value. The painting was done by my husband, Su Mingyao replied after a moment of silence. A painting done by her husband, so what's wrong with giving it as a gift? Buying someone else's painting could cost 10,000, but her husband's work had virtually no cost. Even if someone reported it, there wouldn't be any issues. The person on the other side, named Pei Gongyi, looked astonished. This painting was actually done by Su Mingyu's husband. A prodigy indeed, Pei Gongyi thought to himself. Su Mingyao was quite young, and her husband should not be too old either. So I understand. I will use ordinary materials to frame it as best as I can, Pei Gongyi replied. Thank you. Pei Gongyi got up. He spread out the painting done by Lin Shun. As a framing master, he had framed calligraphy and paintings for a lifetime, so his taste was naturally high. This artwork, in his view, could completely rival top masterpieces. What a waste. Some people ask me to frame their rubbish in gold, yet here I have to use junk to decorate a peerless gem. Pei Gongyi murmured to himself. He planned to start right away. He needed to use the simplest materials to frame it to achieve the best effect. This would take quite some time. The next day, Lin Chen taught Lin Xiaoqian how to paint. Host, your painting skill has reached a legendary level. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Soon a flood of information surged into Lin Chen's consciousness. Lin Chen's body also underwent subtle changes, the most significant being his hands, which needed to meet the demands of top-notch painting skills. His hands were now steadier than a surgeon's. Daddy, I don't want this one, Lin Xiaoqian said, looking dazed. This painting isn't good. Lin Chen's promotion to legendary level also enhanced her talent. Lin Xiaoqian's painting talent was already quite good, originally around 30 points. Now, with a doubling effect, it could reach 60 points. Now her painting talent could be enhanced twofold. Lin Xiaoqian's painting talent should have surpassed 90 points. Above 90 is considered a world-class genius. With her talent soaring, Lin Xiaoqian realized there were some issues with her recent painting, and she came up with better ideas. Xiaoqian, then paint another one. Lin Shun said with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian nodded and quickly began again. Lin Shun watched quietly, noticing that Lin Xiaoqian was more focused. Even top geniuses have unwavering concentration. Half an hour passed. Lin Shun only slightly reminded her, and Lin Xiaoqian completed a pretty good piece on her own. Compared to the previous one, this painting was better, more creative, with more beautiful lines. It was in a completely different league. Hard work is nothing in the face of talent, Lin Shun thought. Lin Xiaoqian loved painting. He taught her sincerely. She had made progress, but the speed wasn't particularly fast now. However, it was a leap forward. Of course, the current progress was also related to her previous learning. Earlier, she didn't understand some of what he taught, but now, with her enhanced talent, she suddenly had an epiphany. Daddy, does my painting look good? Lin Xiaoqian asked happily. Lin Chen nodded. Xiaoqian, your painting is excellent. As long as you work hard, you will paint better and better in the future. Daddy, painting is so fun. Can I paint another one? Lin Xiaoqian asked with some anticipation. Lin Chen shook his head. Not now. We need outdoor exercise. You're still young. If you don't get enough outdoor activity, it will deplete your reserve for farsightedness. What farsighted reserve? Lin Xiaoqian asked curiously. This. You'll understand when you grow up. Quickly go get the ball. Let's go play. Maybe Nuan and the others are downstairs. Mom. Lin Xiaoqian went over to grab the basketball. Lin Chen asked, Xiaoqian, why do you always choose basketball? Because Daddy, you're so handsome. You're the most handsome when you play basketball. I can cheer for you with Mommy too. Daddy, when will you play basketball again? Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Shun with expectation. Lin Chen looked back at Lin Xiaoqian. For her, it was the happiest thing to cheer for her dad at a game alongside her mom. Xiaoqian, there will be opportunities. For now, practice with Daddy more. After finishing a meeting, Su Mingyao picked up her phone. Lin Chen had sent her several messages, but they were all daily photos of Lin Xiaoqian. Why are there so many messages in the class group? Su Mingyao felt an ominous premonition in her heart. Su Mingyao actually quietly registered for marriage. The school beauty is married, my youth is gone. When will there be a party? Su Mingyao. There were hundreds of messages in the group discussing her matter. Su Mingyao. Mingyao, I'm sorry, I couldn't help but mention it to Zhang Yin, and I told her to keep it a secret, but I didn't expect. Lu Siki had already sent her a private message. Su Mingyao. She knew it would leak, but she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Forget it, they know, so be it. Su Mingyao sent Lu Siki a message. It had already been spread. Oh, what could she do? Lin Shun, I told Li and the others to keep it a secret, but Lu Siki said she told a friend, and it probably spread from there. Now they are already discussing it in the group. Su Mingyao also sent Lin Chen a message. Lin Chen replied, it's fine. I plan to hang myself on this crooked neck tree. It doesn't affect me. Su Mingyao. You're the crooked neck tree. Oh really? Then we just make a perfect pair. Su Mingyu's lips curled up slightly. In the United States, early morning. Yang Qingwei woke up as she always did, early to bed and early to rise. Su Guofeng had yet to arrive at the hospital. He probably hadn't even gotten out of bed. Qingyue, did Meng Yao get married? President Yang, I heard that Meng Yao got married, congratulations. Yang Qingyue opened her phone and saw two messages. One was from Aunt Liang of Su Mingyao, and the other was from the mother of a classmate of Su Mingyao from college. Yang Qingyue was taken aback. Her daughter got married. How could she as a mother not know? Could it be that they saw the video of Lin Chen playing basketball? In the video, Su Mingyao called Lin Chen husband. That was just to fool Lin Xiaoqian. Shui, where did you hear that Meng Yao got married? Yang Qingyue sent a message to the mother of Su Mingyio's classmate. The other party was the mother of Su Mingyio's roommate from college who ran a company and was fairly well off. They had added each other's WeChat before and had collaborated once. President Yang, it was my daughter who said so. They were all talking about it in their class group. Meng Yao mentioned it herself. The person quickly replied. It was morning for Yang Qingyue while it was still not dark in Huagua. Surprise flashed in Yang Qingyue's eyes. Ding! Yang Qingyue called Su Mingyao via video. Mom, is there something wrong? I'm still at work. Su Mingyao was puzzled as Yang Qingyue usually called for video chats around 8 or 9 o'clock, by which time she was mostly home. At this time she was either still at work or had finished, but was not in a position to take a video call while on the way home. Mingyao, are you in the office? I heard from Huang Jian's mother that you said you got married. How could I not know as your mother? Yang Qingyue said, somewhat irritated. Su Mingyao. She helplessly replied. Yesterday, I went for a walk with Lin Shun and he held my hand just as two classmates saw us. I introduced him as my husband, asking them to keep it a secret, and then, Yang Qingyue interrupted. You went for a walk with Lin Shun and Xiaoqian. Su Mingyio's face turned slightly red. No, yesterday Qingqing came to eat and brought Xiaoqian along. She urged me to go for a walk with Lin Shun. Yang Qingyue's eyes lit up. Her daughter and Lin Chen had made some progress. Why did you introduce Lin Chen as your husband when Xiaoqian was not there? Isn't that a bit problematic? You could have introduced him as your boyfriend instead. Su Mingyao. Mom, Lin Chen and I have registered our marriage. Yang Qingyue was stunned. When did this happen? Su Mingyao, it's been a while. We first did a property notarization and then went to register our marriage. We keep our property separate whether before or after marriage. Yang Qingyue stared blankly at Su Mingyao. Mom, I don't plan to get married anytime soon. Lin Chen said, he doesn't either, so we just registered our marriage. Perhaps this will be better for Xiaoqian. Yang Qingyue asked, was it you or Lin Chen who suggested it? I suggested it. Yang Qingyue shook her head. It must have been Lin Chen who suggested it. With your personality, would you propose to register your marriage with him? Mingyao, you were fooled by Lin Chen into registering your marriage. Su Mingyao. Both Xinqing and her mother could tell at a glance. How could she have been so foolishly fooled by Lin Chen back then? Lin Chen must have thought about confirming the relationship first, and then slowly cultivating feelings. That's actually quite good. Su Mingyao, Mom, how is that good? I was fooled. You need to scold Lin Chen harshly later. Don't be like Xinqing, who after eating Lin Chen's food starts to favor him. Yang Qingyue replied. If you are deceived by a scumbag, then your father and I will uphold justice for you. But if you're deceived by Lin Chen, then let it be. That's actually quite good. Su Mingyao. Lin Chen's parents don't know yet. Su Mingyao nodded. Yes, we've agreed that this is our matter unrelated to our families, so please don't say anything, Mom. Yang Qingyue said, no wonder you called him husband while playing basketball and introduced him as your husband to others. He really is your husband, isn't he? That's quite good. Su Mingyio's face flushed. Mom, I can't talk to you about this anymore. I have things to do, so please don't spread this around with Lin Chen. After finishing, Su Mingyao quickly hung up the video call. She felt her heart racing significantly. An hour passed before Su Guofeng arrived at the hospital. Wife, what's wrong? Did the doctor give you some good news? Su Guofeng asked. Yang Qingyue's expression showed a hint of joy. Weren't we worried that Lin Chen and Mingyao wouldn't end up together? We don't have to worry about that anymore. Su Guofeng was surprised. They are together now. Given Mingyio's condition, it shouldn't have been possible so soon. Yang Qingyue shook her head. They have already registered their marriage. Su Guofeng. Goodness, his daughter had registered her marriage without him knowing. What's going on? Yang Qingyue explained some of the situation to Su Guofeng. Su Guofeng said, although I just found out now and feel a bit sad, it's a good thing that they registered their marriage. That significantly increases the chances of them being together. Yang Qingyue nodded. Husband, although they have registered their marriage and the chances of being together have increased, whether they can truly be together still depends on their feelings at that time. Su Guofeng nodded. We don't need to worry, they can handle it well. They are now parents and not children anymore. Yang Qingyue smiled. They've registered their marriage, they have a child, they've held hands, how could a cooked duck fly away? I just want to recover soon and go home. After returning home, let Mingyao live with Lin Chen. They have registered their marriage, oh why stay at her mother's place? The next afternoon, Lin Chen drove to Su Mingyio's company. Aunt Liang's birthday banquet was in the evening. Today was not Saturday or Sunday. Her husband needed to go to work. The other guests were either at work or school. The banquet was mostly at noon, but nowadays many people are not so particular about it. There were quite a few in the evening as well. After finishing up in the evening, they could relax and eat and drink more freely. Mom. Seeing Su Mingyao come out, Lin Xiaoqian joyfully shouted. Su Mingyao walked over. Lin Chen asked, Mingyao, do you need to change cars? His car was just an ordinary family vehicle. Su Mingyao shook her head, no need. Given Aunt Liang's family situation, taking a too luxurious car would actually be inappropriate. Besides, we don't need a car to show off. Su Mingyao said as she opened the back door. Mom, you sit in the front. I prefer you and Dad to sit together. Lin Xiaoqian said with a grin. Su Mingyao kissed Lin Xiaoqian. All right, I'll sit in the front. I need to guide your dad later anyway. Soon Su Mingyao sat in the passenger seat. Lin Shun, before we go to Uncle Zhao and Aunt Liang's house, we need to pick up the painting. That painting has already been framed. Su Mingyao said. Mom, you need to call him husband. Lin Xiaoqian, sitting in the safety seat, chimed in. Su Mingyao glanced at Lin Xiaoqian. You have so many demands for such a little one. Husband, let's go. Su Mingyao went along with Lin Xiaoqian. Yay, Dad's off we go. Lin Xiaoqian beamed from the back seat. Su Mingyao turned her head to glance at her. She suspected the little girl had sensed something amiss between herself and Lin Chun. Most children prefer their mothers sit beside them in the rear, yet Xiaoqian had insisted they both sit up front with Lin Chun. Wife, Lin Chun asked, Aunt Liang's birthday is today. Will there be many guests? Any particular things I should keep in mind? Su Mingyao replied. There likely won't be many guests. Large-scale banquets are strictly discouraged these days, and Uncle Zhao would never risk violating such regulations. Guests will either be close relatives or figures of considerable stature, so please refrain from taking photos during the banquet. If you must take one, ensure no one else appears in the frame. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. Su Mingyao paused, then added, don't draw too much attention, but don't fade into the background either. There'll certainly be toasting. If you truly can't drink, simply decline from the outset. And if you can drink, don't falsely claim you cannot. Otherwise, once others discover your capacity, it'll only lead to awkwardness. Lin Chen smiled faintly. His alcohol tolerance had once been merely average, but his enhanced constitution had undoubtedly elevated it significantly. A moderate amount, he reasoned, would pose no issue. Some guests will require formal toasts. I'll stand with you. Su Mingyao added quietly. Lin Chen nodded again. Lin Xiaoqian piped up. Dad, don't get drunk. You'll feel awful, so awful. Su Mingyao teased. Xiaoqian, are you only worried about Dad now? Have you forgotten Mom? That'll make Mom sad. Xiaoqian tilted her head, puzzled. Mom, didn't I tell you before? You mustn't get drunk either. You got so sick last time you drank. Lin Chen glanced sidelong at Su Mingyao. Still drinking? She shook her head. Not heavily, and nowadays Liang Yi always accompanies me to business dinners. Still, sometimes a few sips are unavoidable. Even a little intoxication feels dreadful. Though the Su family's assets were substantial, numerous families across the nation held greater wealth, and countless powerful elites loomed far above them. Top-tier magnates could choose freely whether or not to drink. Clearly, the Su family had not yet reached that echelon. Lin Chen smiled gently. If you'd like to stop drinking altogether, I know an excellent method, one that offends no one. What method is that? Her eyes lit up with curiosity. She disliked alcohol intensely. If she could avoid it, she absolutely would. Lin Chen said, just say you're preparing for pregnancy, nurturing your body carefully to welcome a second child. Su Mingyao fell silent, utterly speechless. What on earth had she been hoping for? What brilliant solution could possibly emerge from Lin Chen's mouth? He chuckled. Isn't this method perfect? Once you use it, no one will dare press you further. Thank you so much, Su Mingyao retorted dryly. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in. Mom, what's a second child? A little brother or sister? Chi already has a baby brother. Su Mingyao replied. Xiaoqian, don't listen to your dad's nonsense. We're utterly fulfilled with you alone. You're our most obedient girl, worth more than several children combined. But Mom, I want a little brother or sister. I'll share my doll with my sister and teach her to draw. If it's a brother, I'll play ball with him. Xiaoqian declared, her face alight with hopeful anticipation. Lin Chen glanced at Su Mingyao. Her cheeks flushed faintly. The doctor had said her chances of conceiving again were extremely low, but extremely low was not the same as impossible. Xiaoqian, let's talk about that later. Mom's still very busy right now. Lin Chen smiled reassuringly. Xiaoqian giggled. Mommy, Daddy, when you're not busy anymore, please give me a little brother or sister. Su Mingyao sighed inwardly. Was it really that simple? Lin Chen left turn ahead. Xiaoqian, hush now. Don't distract Dad while he's driving. Su Mingyao interjected. This topic was one she wished to drop entirely. Half an hour later, Lin Chen steered the car into an aging residential compound. Though prime in location, once home to luxury residences, The compound's buildings, now over 20 years old, showed signs of obsolescence in many respects. Lin Shan, Master Pei wishes to meet you. Su Mingyao explained. He's devoted his entire life to mounting and framing art, truly a master in his field. You may well collaborate with him in the future. Shall we go up and introduce ourselves? Lin Shan nodded. Of course. Cradling Xiaoqian, he followed Su Mingyao, who carried a gift bag, as they rode the elevator upward. Ding dong, Su Mingyao pressed the doorbell. The door swung open promptly, revealing Pei Gongyi, a man in his early 70s. Master Pei. Hello, Master Pei. Su Mingyao and Lin Chun greeted warmly. Grandpa Pei, I'm Xiaoqian, the child chirped in her sweet lilting voice. Pei Gongyi welcomed them effusively. Director Su. Master Lin. Xiaoqian, please come in. I was just wondering when you'd arrive, and here you are. Lin Chun quickly demurred. Master Pei, please don't call me Master Lin. Just Xiao Lin will do. I'm no master. Pei Gongyi laughed heartily. In the world of painting, if you aren't a master, who among us deserves the title? I may be old, but I'm not senile. If I call you Xiao Lin, people will accuse me of arrogance. This honor, you've earned it fairly. Lin Chun shot a helpless look towards Su Mingyao. Pei Gongyi added firmly, Director Su, please don't dissuade me. I revere his skill, not his age. Please have a seat. I'll fetch the painting from my study. Moments later, he returned with it in hand. He carefully unrolled the scroll from its tube. Director Su, Master Lin. Using standard materials, this is the best I could achieve. It's almost a disservice to the artwork itself. Lin Chun gazed at his own painting, now elegantly mounted, its beauty heightened. Though Pei Gongyi had used ordinary materials, his craftsmanship was impeccable, elevating even modest supplies into refined presentation. Dad, it's so beautiful. When will you teach me to draw flowers? And those little birds too? Xiaoqian stared rapt at the painting, peppering him with questions. Pei Gongyi looked astonished. Xiaoqian is barely 2.5. Has she already begun learning to paint? Yes, Grandpa Pei. I love drawing, Xiaoqian declared earnestly. Lin Chun smiled. She shows remarkable talent. Master Pei perhaps will trouble you again in the future for guidance for framing. Pei Gongyi beamed. It's you who honor this old man and grace my workshop with your patronage. Director Su, may I pack it away now? Su Mingyao nodded. Certainly. Pei Gongyi carefully rolled the painting back into its tube. Master Pei, we must attend a banquet. We'll visit again soon. Su Mingyao added. Lin Chun, Mingyao, and Xiaoqian will wait outside. I'll just exchange a few words with Master Pei. 2 or 3 minutes tops. She raised an eyebrow, faintly puzzled. Yet she still stepped out carrying Xiaoqian. Master Pei, I have some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. I'd like to take your pulse. Lin Chun offered. Pei Gongyi blinked. Master Lin, am I unwell? Let me examine your pulse, Master Pei, just to confirm. Perhaps my diagnosis is flawed. Pei Gongyi nodded and seated himself, extending his wrist. Lin Chun placed his fingers gently upon Pei Gongyi's radial pulse. After half a minute, he withdrew his hand. Master Pei, if your schedule permits, please arrange a full medical examination. Pay special attention to your heart. Pei Gongyi pressed his hand against his chest, saying, I occasionally feel a bit of tightness in my chest. Is there something wrong with me? Lin Chun replied. Elder Pei, it should not be a serious issue. Thank you, Master Lin. Pei Gongyi said gratefully. Lin Chun stood up, saying, Elder Pei, you should go have a checkup. Mingyao and the others are still waiting for me, so we'll take my leave now. Soon Lin Chun departed. In the car, Su Mingyao curiously asked, Hubby, what were you discussing privately with Elder Pei? If it's a secret that you can't share, then never mind. Lin Chun started the car and continued driving. I found that Elder Pei has some heart issues. Some people don't want others to know when they fall ill, so I let you all leave first, but Elder Pei isn't particularly secretive about it. Su Mingyao exclaimed in surprise. Elder Pei looks perfectly fine. Lin Chun chuckled. Can you really tell? His breathing and complexion were somewhat off. Just a moment ago, I checked his pulse, and he has coronary heart disease, which is quite serious. Su Mingyao gazed at Lin Chun in astonishment. Is my mother's condition all right? Did you and Qianqian check her pulse when you went to the United States? Lin Chun shook his head. I don't know. Back then I could only treat little Qianqian's cold. Even now my medical skills can't compare to those of the top hospitals in the United States. Mingyao, you are idolizing someone. Su Mingyao rolled her beautiful eyes at Lin Chun, saying, Who is idolizing you? I am. Lin Xiaoqian in the back seat quickly chimed in. Daddy is the best he. Lin Chun smiled gently, saying, Mingyao, see. Even if you don't idolize me, I still have my loyal little fan. Su Mingyao asked, Qianqian, do you know what idolization means? I know it's in the storybooks. Lin Chun smiled slightly. The stories he wrote were not only entertaining, but also educational for children. Qianqian, can you tell us a story now? Okay. Lin Xiaoqian thought for a moment and started telling a story. Su Mingyao quietly listened to Lin Xiaoqian narrate. She was very surprised. Although Lin Xiaoqian had not been with Lin Chun for long, she seemed to have become much smarter. Su Mingyao had no idea that Lin Chen's skills improvement could enhance Lin Xiaoqian's talents, thus boosting her intelligence. Now Lin Chun was a legendary fairy tale writer. Under his influence, Lin Xiaoqian's storytelling ability was naturally impressive. Mom, I am done. Was it good? Lin Xiaoqian asked playfully. Su Mingyao applauded. It was very good. Lin Xiaoqian said, Mom, sing a song for us. I love it when you sing, Daddy. Have you heard her sing? I haven't, Lin Chen replied. Su Mingyao felt a bit embarrassed. Singing for Lin Xiaoqian was no problem, but Lin Chun was present now. She found it difficult to sing at this moment. Mom, hurry up. After you finish singing, let Daddy sing. Hearing Lin Xiaoqian say this made Su Mingyao feel a bit better. She softly began to hum a tune. Su Mingyao was beautiful, her voice melodious and sweet when she sang. Lin Chen felt extremely pleased listening. Daddy, it's your turn now. Mom, Daddy sings very well too, Lin Xiaoqian said in a childish voice. Su Mingyao was surprised that Lin Chen could sing well. Lin Chen smiled and said, he'll sing a fairy tale song. It's been so long since I've heard you say your favorite story. He had taught Lin Xiaoqian to sing for much less time than he had taught her to paint, but together they had already spent nearly 10 hours. 10 hours of experience brought him to the master level. How many singers in the entertainment industry can reach the master level? Lin Chen's current singing ability was already extraordinarily high. Su Mingyao listened in a daze. I wish to become the angel you love in a fairy tale, spreading my arms to become wings that protect you. As Lin Chen sang this, Su Mingyio's heart trembled slightly, as if his voice touched her soul. Clap. After Lin Chen finished singing, Lin Xiaoqian clapped her little hands. Mom, you should clap too. Isn't Daddy's singing amazing? Lin Xiaoqian said happily. Su Mingyao gently clapped her hands, turning to look at Lin Chen. The longer she spent with him, the more she discovered his merits. Lin Chen, with this level you could release an album, Su Mingyao said. Lin Chen shook his head. I have no interest in entering the entertainment industry. If I want to gain fame, I'd rather choose calligraphy or painting. Playing basketball is better than entering the entertainment industry. Daddy, I want you to sing more, Lin Xiaoqian said. Time passed by slowly. Lin Chen sang 2 more songs. Host, your singing level has reached the master level. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. A wealth of information flooded into Lin Chen's mind. His singing skills rapidly improved, and his vocal tone even changed a bit. Su Mingyao was a bit puzzled. The last few lines he sang seemed a bit different. They seemed to be more melodious. Turn right up ahead, we'll arrive soon, Su Mingyao said, unable to think about it anymore. Lin Chen nodded. Before long, he stopped the car in front of a regular restaurant. Su Mingyio's Uncle Zhao and Aunt Liang were quite wealthy, but her Uncle Zhao's status there meant it wouldn't be well received to hold a banquet in a luxurious restaurant. A regular restaurant was much better. The taste would not be inferior. They had booked this restaurant for the evening, and the chef in charge was not the original chef of this establishment. Welcome, welcome. Mr. Li, please come in. Director Lu, please come in. Let's have a good drink later. At the entrance of the restaurant, Su Mingyao and Uncle Zhao were there to greet the guests. Lin Chen, that man at the entrance, is Uncle Zhao, Su Mingyao said. She and Lin Chen got out of the car, and Lin Chen picked up Lin Xiaoqian, while Su Mingyao went to the trunk to get the painting tube. Uncle Zhao. As they approached, Su Mingyao smiled and said. Zhao Jingshi's gaze fell on Lin Chen. Su Mingyao said, Uncle Zhao, let me introduce you. This is my husband, Lin Chen. Husband, call him Uncle Zhao. Lin Chen nodded, saying, hello, Uncle Zhao. Zhao Jingshou smiled and said, Mingyao, I heard from your Aunt Liang that you got married. It seems this news is true. Little Lin, you are very lucky. Qianqian, don't you recognize Grandpa Zhao? Come. Grandpa Zhao will give you a hug and see if you've gained weight. Grandpa Zhao, Lin Xiaoqian called out. Zhao Jingshou took Lin Xiaoqian from Lin Chen's arms. It's been a while since I've seen you, Qianqian. You've grown up a lot. If you grow any bigger, Grandpa Zhao won't be able to carry you anymore. Lin Xiaoqian sweetly said, that's because I eat well. Is that so? Then Qianqian is truly a good child. Zhao Jingshou smiled and said, Mingyao, you take Qianqian inside. Little Lin, how about you help me welcome the guests? Su Mingyao looked at Lin Chen. Zhao Jingshou probably had something to say to Lin Chen. Hubby Qianqian and I will go in first. Su Mingyao carried Lin Xiaoqian and said. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. As Su Mingyao and the others went inside, Zhao Jingshou offered Lin Chen a cigarette, but Lin Chen shook his head, saying, Uncle Zhao, I don't smoke. It's not convenient to smoke with little Qianqian here. Zhao Jingshou said apologetically, Little Lin, there's something I want to apologize to you about. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Jingshou in confusion. Zhao Jingshou awkwardly said, 2 months ago someone asked me to help him set up a meeting between his son and Mingyao. At that time I thought Mingyao had no one around her, so it would be good to introduce them. Perhaps it could help Mingyao come out of her shell. I didn't expect you two to have already registered your marriage. Lin Chen asked, will the other party be coming today as well? I didn't know your situation earlier, so I invited him. I will explain the situation to him later. Just then an old Audi pulled up. Zhao Jingshou said, "Speak of the devil, here they are." The Audi parked, and Zhao Jingshou said, "Xiao Lin, I want to introduce you to someone named Zheng Su. His father Zheng Qingyun is also a businessman, and their family assets amount to several billion. Zheng Zu's mother's family is a political family. His grandfather's position is even higher than mine." Lin Shun was astonished. With such assets and a powerful maternal family, this was indeed impressive. If it weren't for the system and the various abilities he had obtained in front of such a family, he would be no different from an ant. However, it would be difficult to meet such figures. "Mr. Zheng Xiaosu." The two individuals from the Audi got out of the car, and Zhao Jingshou stepped forward with a smile. Lin Shun also took a few steps forward. "Brother Zhao, Uncle Zhao." Zheng Qingyun and Zheng Su greeted him, one warmly and the other respectfully. Zhao Jingshou shook hands with Zheng Qingyun and said, "Mr. Zheng, the young man beside me is Lin Shun, and he is married to Meng Yao. I must apologize for this matter. I just found out about this news myself." Zheng Qingyun and Zheng Zu's expressions changed slightly. Their main purpose for coming was to meet Su Meng Yao. They were not from Modu, and most of their business wasn't here. "Mr. Zheng." Lin Shin greeted him with a smile. Zheng Qingyun nodded and said apologetically, "Xiao Lin, we must also apologize for this matter. It was our oversight for not understanding the situation beforehand." Zheng Su cleared his throat and said, "Lin Shin, I apologize. I truly didn't know that Su had already gotten married." Lin Shin smiled and said, "It's fine. Meng Yao and I registered privately, so it's normal for others not to know." Zhao Jingshou said, "Mr. Zheng, this is my fault. I didn't understand clearly and caused you to make this trip." Zheng Qingyun laughed and said, "It's sister-in-law's birthday. We should have come anyway, so there's no need to worry about that." Zhao Jingshou nodded slightly. "Mr. Zheng, you should go in first. I'll toast you a few more drinks later to express my apologies." Zheng Qingyun replied, "Brother Zhao, you can go ahead with your work. Xiao Lin, this matter is our fault. I'll have Xiao Su toast you a few more drinks later. Please don't take offense." Soon Zheng Qingyun and the others went inside. Zhao Jingshou walked a few steps outside, and Lin Shin followed. Zhao Jingshou asked, "Xiao Lin, how do you feel?" Lin Shin replied, "It's different from what I imagined. In dramas or novels in such situations, they should be angry and pressure me to leave Meng Yao or something." "Ha!" Zhao Jingshou laughed. "Those who reach the level of Zheng Qingyun are generally very astute. Such situations rarely occur. Today is my wife's birthday, so they wouldn't do that. Do you have any other feelings?" Lin Shin contemplated for a moment and said, "They are very polite, but I feel this politeness is merely superficial. The Su family may face troubles in the future." Zhao Jingshou looked at Lin Shin in surprise and said, "You didn't say you would have troubles. Instead, you said the Su family would have troubles. That's quite curious. Can you analyze it for me to hear?" Lin Shin shook his head and said, "Uncle Zhao, I can't analyze much more. My level is just average." Zhao Jingshou gazed deeply at Lin Shin. A smile appeared on his face. "Xiao Lin, that's good. It seems you know that being too familiar too quickly isn't a good thing. I hope you and Meng Yao can achieve a happy ending. Uncle Zhao will go in first," Lin Shin said. Zhao Jingshou nodded, and Lin Shin entered the restaurant. A look of worry appeared in Zhao Jingshou's eyes. The Su family would indeed face troubles. He had already heard some rumors. But such matters were difficult to change. The Su family had assets of over 300 billion with a good company and increasing assets, and there were more than one or two who wanted a piece of the pie. He originally thought of introducing Su Meng Yao to Zheng Su. If they could get together, the pressure on the Su family would lessen. Even if they might be swallowed up by the Zheng family in the future, the Su family's assets wouldn't be consumed so quickly. The Su family's assets of over 300 billion should at least be able to preserve half. But now Su Meng Yao was already married. Alas! If only the old leader could live a few more years. Zhao Jingshou secretly sighed. If Yang Qingyu's father could live a few more years, the foundation of the Su family would be a bit more stable. Now the foundation was unstable. Some of the connections from Yang Qingyu's father still remained, which could hold them temporarily, but connections would be continuously consumed. How could outsiders help the Su family unconditionally for long? If they started to impose conditions, what would be the difference from those hungry wolves? Originally, it might have been stable for another 2 years. I don't know if this matter with the Zheng family will accelerate the deterioration of the situation. Zhao Jingshou felt helpless in his heart. Inside the restaurant, Lin Shin walked towards Su Meng Yao. "Dad." Lin Shin approached Lin Xiaoqian, sweetly calling out, "Hey." Lin Shin smiled as he called out and reached out his hand. Su Meng Yao naturally transferred Lin Xiaoqian into his arms. "Aunt Liang, this is my husband, Lin Shin." "Husband, Aunt Liang looks like my sister, but you mustn't call her wrong." Su Meng Yao smiled. "Aunt Liang." Lin Shin called out. Su Mingjio's Aunt Liang Chuanhua smiled and said, "Xiao Lin, you are quite lucky. You have such a good wife like Meng Yao and such a well-behaved daughter like Qianqian." Lin Shin looked at Su Meng Yao. Being with Meng Yao might be fate. Xiao Qian is the best gift that heaven has given us. Su Mingjio's face turned slightly red. Liang Chunhua noticed this. Su Mingyu's heart probably already had Lin Chen's figure in it. In this situation, persuading Su Mingyao to divorce and choose someone else was completely unnecessary. Mingyao Xiaolin, I wish you both happiness. And thank you for the gift. Liang Chunhua smiled. Su Mingyao had already given her the gift, and the painting tube was beside them, but it had not been opened yet. Thank you, Aunt Liang. Liang Chunhua looked elsewhere and said, Xiaolin, I will excuse myself for a moment. Mingyao, please take care of Xiaolin. Okay. Su Mingyao nodded. Liang Chunhua walked toward a newly arrived guest. Su Mingyao leaned closer and whispered, Lin Chen, what did Uncle Zhao say to you? Lin Chen smiled and said, Uncle Zhao asked me when we would hold the wedding banquet. He can't wait to drink our wedding wine. Su Mingyao, Zheng Qingshan, and Zheng Su walked over together. Zheng Qingshan said apologetically, Su, there is something we must apologize to you about. We have already spoken to Lin Chen, but we still need to mention it to you. We originally didn't know you were married, so we asked Brother Zhao to make the introduction and came here today to get acquainted. Brother Zhao has already informed us about your marriage. Zheng Su said, I insisted on coming with my dad, who I didn't expect it to almost become a joke. I hope you won't take offense. Su Mingyao smiled and said, It's good that the misunderstanding has been resolved. We haven't made it public, so it's normal for you not to know. After chatting a bit, Zheng Qingshan and the others walked away. Su Mingyao frowned secretly. The Zheng family father and son were quite gracious in their demeanor, but she felt that things were not so simple. This matter might have a bad impact on their Su family. Qian, there's a big sister over there. Do you want to go play with her? Mom and Dad will be watching you from the side. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian and asked her. MHM. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Lin Chen put Lin Xiaoqian down, and she walked over quickly, playing with the other little one. Lin Chen, did they treat you well just now? Su Mingyao asked softly. Lin Chen said softly, Mingyao, I suggest you call me husband. It's not good for others to hear you call me Lin Chen. Su Mingyao. Lin Chen said, Mr. Zheng and the others are quite polite. I thought they would try to show off and embarrass me, but I was mistaken. Su Mingyao replied, the upper class and the lower class are different. Smiling on the surface while stabbing a knife behind your back is the usual operation. Today we drink together and call each other brothers, but tomorrow they might seize the opportunity to make you suffer immensely. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Zhao Tianyu is far less calculating than Zheng Su. Su Mingyao remarked, that's quite normal. The Zhao family rose together with our Su family. Their foundation is unstable, and they have only truly become wealthy for about 20 years. The Zheng family had wealth even in their grandfather's generation. The education they received is different from ours. Lin Chen nodded slightly. My intuition tells me they will take action again. Su Mingyao said the possibility is indeed high. Our Su family is considered nouveau riche. We earn more money than they do, and they as an old family are quite displeased. My maternal grandfather passed away early, and our Su family's foundation is insufficient. The foundation is not just about money. Various networks of relationships take time to cultivate. Old families may not be as wealthy, but they possibly have intermarriages with many other families. Some family members might have become influential figures. It's also possible that someone from their family became a teacher, nurturing many students, some of whom turned out to be quite successful. The legacy of Su Mingyu's grandfather has allowed the Su family to reach this point, and they still receive protection. One can imagine how powerful the foundation of the old families would be. Mingyao, you might not be good at these things. Your parents will be back next month. I'll let your dad take care of it. Your dad's experience and struggles is definitely much stronger than yours. Lin Chen remarked. Su Mingyao nodded. My dad is definitely much better than me. I'm just managing the company and getting along fine. Let's not talk about this anymore. For the time being, they probably won't take action. Our Su family is not that easy to provoke. Whoever sticks their head out will have to pay a considerable price. Lin Chen chuckled. Don't worry too much. Even if you lose money, you and Xiao Qian still won't have to worry about food and drink. I can support you. Su Mingyu's face turned slightly red. I don't want you to support me. Time passed by second. Half an hour later, the guests who were supposed to arrive had mostly arrived. There weren't too many people, totaling around 100. There were 10 tables in total, with 2 large tables that could seat about 20 people each. One of these large tables was occupied by figures from the officialdom, while the other was filled with business tycoons. Lin Chun and the others were seated at this table. With several hundred billion in assets, the Su family was not to be trifled with. After all, Zhao Jingshou was just a district head. How many business tycoons could attend his wife's birthday banquet? Dear friends, today is my wife's 50th birthday. Thank you all for coming. Enjoy your meal and drinks. I'll raise a glass in respect. Zhao Jingshou stood up with his wine glass. He finished his cup of white liquor in one go. Good. Cheers. Some cheered while others clapped. Although Zhao Jingshou's official rank was not especially high, being a district head in the magic capital was certainly not a low position. The power he held was still considerable. The banquet quickly began in earnest, and the atmosphere was very lively. Daddy, I want to eat that. And that meat. Lin Xiaoqian sat at the dining chair on Lin Chen's left, while Su Mingyao sat on his right. Su Mingyao thought about letting Lin Xiaoqian sit between them, but in the end she still chose to sit on Lin Chen's right. This way it sent a signal to others that she had a good relationship with Lin Chun and they wouldn't dare to provoke him. The Zheng family is an old family and Zheng Qingshan and his son are quite calculating, but there are also those at their table with lesser assets. Their cunning is probably not as deep. Some of them might drink a little and start babbling. Dad, let me get that for you. Lin Chen said gently. He helped Lin Xiaoqian pick some dishes. Lin Xiaoqian tasted a little and immediately pouted. Daddy, I want to tell you a secret. Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen leaned close to Lin Xiaoqian's ear and whispered, the food here isn't tasty. The best food is what you make, Daddy. Xiaoqian, don't be picky. Otherwise your mother will cook for you instead. Lin Chen said. Lin Xiaoqian quickly stuffed a large spoonful of rice into her mouth. She knew how her mother's cooking was. Compared to the dishes from this restaurant, Su Mingyao's cooking is much worse. Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to be married. I'll toast to you both. Someone at Lin Chen's table took the lead in toasting. Zheng Qingshan and his son were not at this table. Although the Zheng family is a business family, Zheng Zu's mother's family is of high authority, and they are at another large table. Mr. Li, you're too polite. Mr. Li, you are a senior, we should toast to you. Su Mingyao said with a smile. She was drinking red wine, while Lin Chun naturally drank white liquor. 20 or so minutes passed, and Lin Chun had already drunk quite a bit, and most of the people at their table had finished toasting. Zheng Qingshan came over with a wine glass and a pouring device. Little Lin, that matter was our fault. I'll drink a cup as punishment. Don't take it to heart, little Lin. After finishing, Zheng Qingshan drank up his glass. Lin Chen naturally accompanied him with a drink. Mr. Su, little Lin, I wish you both sweet love. Zheng Qingshan filled his glass again and said with a smile. What could he do after saying that? He had to drink. Another glass went down. The wine glasses used by Lin Chun and the others were not large, but filling a glass to 7 or 8 points full still held about 5 cents. After 2 glasses, that was equivalent to 1 tael of white liquor. Mr. Li, long time no see. After finishing drinks with Lin Chun and the others, Zheng Qingshan went to drink with the others. Looking at his appearance, he seemed fine. He was definitely a warrior tested by alcohol. Lin Chen, how are you? You don't usually drink. If you can't handle it, don't push yourself. Su Mingyao leaned closer to Lin Chun and whispered. Having already drunk 2 or 3 taels before and now rushing to drink another tael, someone with a poor alcohol tolerance might end up vomiting. Rest assured, my alcohol tolerance is fine. If you can't handle it later, I can help you drink some. Lin Chen whispered. Previously, his alcohol tolerance was probably half a kilogram. After 3 or 4 taels, he would definitely feel dizzy. Now he felt nothing at all. His physique had improved significantly. His physique now exceeded 180 points. This already surpassed that of top fighters. In terms of combat power, he might not match the top fighters, but with his strong physique, he could definitely hold his own when it comes to drinking. Lin Chun, without saying anything else, I'll drink in respect first. Zheng Su came over to drink with Lin Chun. They were calculating, but if they could get Lin Chen drunk and embarrass him while apologizing openly, they would be happy to do so. Lin Chen, Mr. Su, congratulations to you both. The second glass quickly followed. Lin Chen, I'll drink another cup as punishment. After finishing the second glass, Zheng Su poured the third glass. Before Lin Chen could say anything, he directly downed it in one go. Lin Chen followed suit. It wasn't a big deal, so why let Zheng Su drink alone as punishment? Lin Chen, my alcohol tolerance isn't great. I'll eat some food to ease it, and I'll toast you later. After saying this, Zheng Su stepped back. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Chen with concern. In a short amount of time, Lin Chen had already drunk another 1.5 taels of white liquor. Honey, how are you? Normally we should also go out and toast others. Su Mingyao inquired. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Wife, I'm fine.